In 2050, Earth will collapse without warning. Humanity is forcibly grouped by a mysterious force. Departments, societies, families, classes, armies. As long as they belong to the same organization, they will be transported together to an unknown vehicle. Here, mutated beasts roam freely. Hordes of zombies roam. And there is only one road that seems to stretch on forever. Everyone is forced onto a path of no return for survival. Fortunately, everyone awakens their own unique talents. The strength of those talents depends on the most powerful object in your vicinity at the moment before the apocalypse. Some people wear red ropes, carrying their family's beliefs, and awaken an S-level defensive talent in one fell swoop. Someone was holding an ordinary pen, but was judged to be the strongest item, only to awaken a D-level useless talent. Some people even face their doom while doing their craft, instantly awakening a B-grade talent. Humanoid Chicken Overlord. The most valuable thing Chinyu had in his previous life was actually just the warehouse key he used when he worked at the milk tea shop. Thus, he awakened his A-level talent, Petty Theft. This ability allows him to scavenge resources from a distance, a truly divine skill. But he was incredibly stupid. He gave all the resources he had worked so hard to acquire to his girlfriend. However, his girlfriend not only betrayed him by having an affair with his best friend, but also became pregnant with another man's child. To cover everything up, she personally pushed Chinyu into a horde of zombies. When Chinyu opened his eyes again, he was back to the day before the apocalypse. At this moment, Chinyu arrived at the museum entrance. He took a deep breath and fixed his gaze on the gilded dragon throne on the 7-step staircase. The screen, crane, unicorn, and incense holder were still in their original positions. Without hesitation, Chinyu climbed the steps and sat down. Just as the hour and minute hands pointed to 7 p.m., a sudden change occurred, and 3 consecutive vibrating, buzzing sounds rang in his ears. He abruptly opened his eyes, and a familiar voice echoed directly in his mind. The next moment, rows of data appeared before his eyes. Global announcement. The road to survival has begun. All survivors are bound to their respective organizations. ID 230007. Name, Chinyu. Bound vehicle. Minivan. A notification then appeared indicating individual talent awakening, with its strength related to energy concentration. An invisible, scanning wave swept over him, covering the dragon throne he sat on, and even spreading to the entire Hall of Supreme Harmony and the entire Forbidden City. The system began to analyze the environment, determining that this was an unreplicable national-level energy field, and then attempted to adapt, but immediately failed. Upon seeing compatibility failed, Chinyu's heart pounded. He had fought so hard to sit on the dragon throne. Was he not qualified enough? Just as he was wondering, the system notified him that specialization awakening had begun and his talent was being generated, instantly turning the atmosphere eerie and tense. The next second, the dragon throne erupted with a vast golden light, seemingly about to engulf the entire hall. Dense purple energy surged from the pillars, the coffered ceiling, and the floor tiles, the accumulated fortune of centuries of imperial celebrations. The golden light flowed into the dragon throne and then directly into Chinyu's body. Chinyu himself felt no pain, but was stunned by the scene. After all, his awakening in his previous life had been as uneventful as if it had happened casually, while this was like a celestial phenomenon. At the same time, the text on his retina refreshed rapidly before finally stabilizing. Talent generation complete. Talent level. SSS. The first talent is named Grand Tutor's Container, which can contain imperial energy, suppress and devour malevolent energy, transform it into personal power, greatly enhance physical constitution, and improve the survival stat. Then the second talent appears, also SSS level, Red Phoenix's Throne. Anyone who forms an emotional connection with him will be marked as a Red Phoenix, and all survival rewards obtained by the other party will be returned to him in multiples, up to 10,000 times. However, if he becomes averse to the connection will be broken. Chinyu was completely stunned and speechless. 2 SSS level talents? He had never heard of such a thing before. In his previous life, the strongest he had ever seen was only S level, and the highest he had ever heard of was SS level. But now he actually possessed 2 SSS level talents. Grand Tutor's Container, greatly enhanced, and can even actively absorb and transform. Yu couldn't help but swallow hard. The description sounded outrageous. He had truly gambled correctly this time. The zombies, ghosts, and even evil spirits on his path to survival could actually become his nourishment. He forced himself to calm down and summoned the panel to check the information. He was stunned when the basic data appeared. His physique had skyrocketed to 100, while his other attributes remained at normal levels. To put this in perspective, the average attribute for an adult male is only 10, and his physique was now 10 times higher. Phew! And there's a second talent, Crimson Phoenix's throne-taking. He took a deep breath, quickly organizing his thoughts. Before being teleported, he had to figure out the rules. He soon understood that the effect of this talent was any girl who established a connection with him would receive double the survival rewards as a bonus. While he was still reeling from the shock, a sudden pain shot through the back of his head, as if he'd been struck a heavy blow, and his consciousness quickly faded. Damn it! Here we go again. He cursed under his breath, before passing out completely. At that moment, not only him, but all of humanity suffered the same shock, without exception. After an unknown amount of time, accompanied by a series of clanging vibrations, Yu gradually regained consciousness. When he opened his eyes, the blinding sunlight made him squint slightly. Once he got used to it, he realized he was sitting in a moving van. The van was dilapidated and reeked of gasoline. Outside the window was a barren landscape with only cracked earth and scattered withered grass. A straight road cuts through the wasteland, and in the distance, a bus can be seen moving steadily forward, as if it too has been drawn into this eerie journey. Soon, panicked voices erupt from inside the bus. Where am I? I was just in the library. My cell phone has no signal. Why is everyone here? Yu frowned, only then noticing that everyone on the bus was his classmate. This round of survival groupings was no longer by club, but by class. His heart sank. This wasn't good news. Fortunately, he and the debate club members were in the same college, so they would likely run into each other again later. Just then, a voice came from the side. Have we been kidnapped? It was Zhang Wanyue, the class representative, a girl with an outstanding presence. She got up to find the driver, but froze. The driver's seat was empty. No one's driving? Autopilot. Somewhat bewildered, she sat back down. Zhang Ziheo, sitting in the back, frowned and asked, You mean there's no one in front at all? Deng Yusin shrank back and whispered, It's a little scary. Further back were Li Mengyao and Wang Mengmeng. Yu glanced at them, his expression indifferent. He no longer felt anything for the two of them. At this moment, the situation inside the vehicle was clear. A dilapidated van, 6 classmates, forcibly dragged into an unknown world of survival. Yu listened intently to their words, his heart sinking. These dialogues were almost identical to his experiences in his previous life. This time, however, the people on board were completely different. In the previous life, it was a bus, and the entire debate club was gathered there. In this life, the beginning was a minivan. But Yu wasn't panicked. He knew very well that this was just the beginning. Vehicles could be upgraded, and the number of people would gradually expand. Currently, it's just a basic group, with only 6 people in the vehicle. Once it upgrades to a class, the number of people will naturally increase. As for the higher-level academy, the difficulty is extremely high. In his previous life, he had never seen a vehicle carrying more than 100 people. That scale would probably be equivalent to a train. Thinking about this, Yu's mind started working. The third class of the Performing Arts Department had a total of 24 students, but only 5 were boys. This wasn't originally a good thing, but for him, who had just awakened the Red Phoenix throne, it was actually an advantage. If you can gradually gather all the girls in your class and build more connections, life will be wonderful. What's more, the girls at Haicheng Film Academy are outstanding, especially those in the acting department. Just as he was pondering this, the car suddenly erupted in chaos. Are you kidding me? This isn't a prank anymore, someone couldn't help but shout. Did you guys hear that voice too? Saying something about a path to survival. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Zhang Ziheo was agitated and even tried to smash the car door. Zhang Wanyue immediately stopped him. Calm down. This isn't a normal world outside. Deng Yusin also quickly pulled him back, whispering, Ziheo, don't be impulsive. Zhang Ziheo cursed, his face grim. This is like a movie. As the class representative, Zhang Wanyue quickly calmed things down. Now we're all in the same boat. Let's share our talents so we can have a better understanding of each other. She spoke first, I awaken grade a pure water, which gives me 50 bottles of water every day. Zhang Zihao was taken aback, then scoffed. Water? What's the use of that? Chun Yu secretly shook his head. Resource-related talents are extremely rare. Being able to ride in the same car as someone like that is lucky in itself. In his previous life, his bus carried 28 people, and only one of them possessed the talent for resource management, let alone an A-level one. 50 bottles of water, even if used by 20 people, would be enough to last a long time. Later, when passengers could be exchanged, her value would only become more terrifying. Zhang Zihao immediately straightened his back. I'm also A-level. It's called Big Fish Wrestling, and it can enhance strength. Deng Yusin immediately hugged him, her face full of admiration. Wow, that's amazing. Zhang Zihao's face turned red, clearly enjoying the praise. Immediately afterward, Deng Yusin added with a smile, I'm also A-level. I can summon crayfish half a pound at a time. Chinyu was taken aback. Another resource-type talent. Although not as valuable as pure water, it was still rare. This meant that the vehicle already had basic necessities like food and drink, and in the early stages, it was even possible to survive and develop. He couldn't help but recall the tragic situation in his previous life. On that bus, there was only one A-level talent, and the rest were all low-level talents. But now, a small van had 3 A-level talents appearing out of nowhere, which was clearly abnormal. Could it be that his rebirth had triggered some kind of change? Just as he was pondering this, Zhang Wanyuan noticed his expression and asked softly, Chinyu, are you feeling unwell? She turned her head slightly and said gently, Don't worry, we are a team. I can at least make sure everyone has water to drink. Deng Yusin smiled and said, I can even make you crayfish. Zhang Zihao frowned and pulled her back, saying, You don't have many crayfish, don't share them randomly. This scene left Chun Yu speechless. He was just thinking, but it was taken as him being scared. At this moment, Li Mengyao spoke softly. Mine is a B grade, simple disguise. She mentioned the date deliberately, as if trying to distance herself from it. Deng Yusin was somewhat surprised and quickly explained that they had already broken up, making the atmosphere in the car awkward. Wang Mengmeng added, mentioning that her ex-boyfriend took back all the gifts he had given her, causing everyone to gasp in surprise. Zhang Wanyue interrupted. This isn't the time to talk about this. Wang Mengmeng, Chinyu, where's your talent? Wang Mengmeng was a little embarrassed. I'm only D rank, precise timing. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At least not everyone was ridiculously strong. Soon, their gazes fell on Chinyu. He said calmly, My talent is S rank. The car fell silent for a moment. Zhang Zihao frowned and shook his head. Don't be stubborn. It's normal to have talent or not. Don't pretend. Wang Mengmeng also advised. There's no need to force yourself at this time. Li Mengyao sighed, clearly not believing him. Chinyu looked at everyone's reactions, his expression remaining calm. I wasn't afraid just now. He paused, then slowly said, It's because of my talent. I can see the future. A brief silence fell over the carriage, the atmosphere becoming somewhat tense. Li Mengyao sighed and said to Chinyu, I understand you're upset about our recent breakup, but stop talking nonsense, and let's talk about something practical. Zhang Zihao couldn't help but sneer. Seeing the future? You've been reading too many novels, haven't you? Deng Yusin tugged at him and whispered, Don't say that. We're classmates. Don't go too far. But her defense only made Zhang Zihao more annoyed. He narrowed his eyes, his tone low yet authoritative. Yusin, I'm your boyfriend. You need to think carefully about who you should rely on next. Deng Yusin's expression changed slightly, feeling that he was somewhat unfamiliar. Zhang Wanyue gently tugged at Chunyu's sleeve and asked in a low voice, What exactly can you see? Chinyu had anticipated everyone's reaction, but he had to say it. It was his bargaining chip for turning the tables. In his previous life, he was morally blackmailed by the crowd for revealing information too early. In this life, he will not make the same mistake again. He only needs to point out a few inevitable turning points to take control of the situation. Chinyu calmly stated, Our first stop is an abandoned residential area. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Zihao immediately retorted, This is a wasteland outside. Where's the residential area? Are you out of your mind? Wang Mengmeng also questioned, The notification sound hasn't even gone off yet, and you're already making predictions? That's too fake. Zhang Wanyue interrupted the argument. Stop arguing. We'll know for sure soon enough. Zhang Zihao sneered, If he's lying, I won't let him get away with it. Wang Mingming immediately echoed his praise, and he also adopted a posture of leading everyone to survival. As he spoke, his gaze swept between the girls in the car, his expression somewhat ambiguous. In this apocalyptic world, he had even begun to hatch other schemes. Zhang Wanhua looked at Chinyu again. Are you sure? Chinyu didn't explain much, but just looked out the window. We're almost there. His tone was calm, but it carried a strange certainty. In fact, although the stops on the survival route are random, the first stop is almost always an abandoned neighborhood. The danger is not high, and the main purpose is to give people a buffer period to collect supplies, which he is well aware of. Just then, Deng Yusin suddenly pointed ahead. Look, what's that? Everyone crowded to the window and saw the outline of a low building in the distance. As the vehicle moved forward, the scene gradually came into focus. Patched walls, broken windows, rusted balconies. An entire abandoned residential area came into view, instantly creating a somber atmosphere. The carriage fell completely silent. Wang Mingming's eyes widened. He can really foresee the future? Li Mengyao was also stunned, speechless. Zhang Zihao sat up abruptly, his face grim. What a joke. Even with my A-level talent, I can't do that. So how could... Deng Yusin exclaimed in surprise. It's exactly the same, just an abandoned neighborhood. Zhang Wanhua covered her mouth, her voice trembling slightly. Chenyu, can you really see the future? Chenyu nodded. I have no reason to lie to you. Get ready to get off the bus. The system notification sounded. Arrive at abandoned residential area number 7. Temporarily safe. Stay time, 12 hours. Mission, search for supplies. A series of messages appear before everyone's eyes. The van slowly came to a stop. The door opened, and a putrid stench wafted out. Outside were several gloomy, 6-story buildings with broken windows. The entire neighborhood was deathly still. 12 hours? That means we have to stay overnight. Zhang Zihao swallowed hard, jumped out of the van first, but was clearly a little weak. This place doesn't look safe at all. Deng Yusin followed closely behind, gripping his arm tightly. Li Mengyao and Wang Mingming exchanged a glance, then hesitated before getting out of the car, their expressions filled with unease. Zhang Wanhua walked last, stopping at the car door, turning back to look at Chenyu, who was still sitting, and asked softly, Aren't you getting out? Chenyu smiled slightly. Of course I'll go down. I just think searching together is too slow. It's more efficient to split into groups. Li Mengyao frowned. What do you mean? Chenyu said casually. We'll split into groups based on seating arrangements. I'll be in one group with the class representative, you, and Wang Mingming will be in another group, and couples will be in yet another group. Before she could finish speaking, Wang Mingming immediately objected. Why are we 2 girls grouped together? Li Mengyao also stood up. Exactly. Just because we broke up doesn't mean you're targeting me like this. We're all classmates. Zhang Zihao and Deng Yusin didn't seem to care, but Zhang Wanhua whispered a reminder. It's not really safe for 2 girls. Chenyu stroked his chin, his tone carrying a hint of pity. Then you 2 will be in a group with Zhang Zihao. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao and Wang Mingming were both stunned. They had thought Chenyu was looking down on them, but instead, they were being pushed towards Zhang Zihao. The logic didn't hold up at all, and it gave him a creepy feeling. Chenyu nodded. Now every group has boys. Go ahead and search if you're satisfied. He turned to leave, but before he did, he glanced at Zhang Zihao. His gaze was cold and eerie, as if he were looking at a dying man. Zhang Zihao was stunned by the stare, then flew into a rage. Chenyu, what the hell do you mean? Explain yourself. Chenyu didn't turn around, only casually tossing out a sentence. It's just group work. I hope everyone gains something. Keep going and stay alive. The last sentence, though calm and collected, sent a chill down the spines of those present. After all, they all knew Chun, you could foresee the future. Zhang Wanhua glanced at their grim faces and reassured them. Don't overthink it. He's not very good with words. I'll go talk to him. With that, she quickly caught up with Chenyu. Wang Mingming spat. Playing tricks, Mengyao. Don't be afraid, he's just scaring people. Li Mengyao nodded reluctantly, but unease was already evident in her eyes. Zhang Zihao suppressed his emotions. Let's go find supplies. But as soon as he took a step, he noticed that the 3 girls hadn't moved. Zhang Zihao's face darkened. What do you mean? Li Mengyao bit her lip. How about we go ask Chenyu? He seems to really know something. Wang Mingming appeared disdainful, but her eyes betrayed a clear panic. Zhang Ziheo's anger surged. He was the one with fighting talent. He should be relied upon, not listen to Chunyu. He looked at Deng Yusin. Ignore them, let's go. He reached out to pull Deng Yusin, but she dodged him. Zhang Ziheo froze. You also think I'll die? Deng Yusin grabbed his arm and whispered, let's go find Chunyu. At least it's safer to follow his direction. She continued to persuade him. We're classmates. Even if he knows something, he won't just stand by and watch me die. Zhang Ziheo's face darkened, and he abruptly shook off her hand. You'd rather believe him than me? Deng Yusin was speechless for a moment, because that look in his eyes just now didn't seem like acting at all. They were all from the acting class. They knew perfectly well who had what kind of acting skills. Chunyu didn't have that kind of acting ability. That look clearly showed he was certain Zhang Ziheo would die. On the other side, Chunyu had arrived at the main road of the residential area. The street was deserted. The cement road was cracked. The roadside trees were withered, and several residential buildings stood silently. Everything was shrouded in an eerie silence. Having lived 2 lives, Chunyu still couldn't understand the essence of these sights. They were like fragments of the real world, yet clearly not of reality. Clotheslines, potted plants, slippers, children's graffiti. Every detail was chillingly realistic. Chunyu, what are you looking at? Zhang Wanyu walked over and waved. Chunyu snapped out of his thoughts and said calmly, empty the supermarket first, then consider the residential buildings. The order can't be messed up. Zhang Wanyu nodded and pointed ahead. There's a convenience store over there. Let's go take a look. The two of them arrived at the entrance quickly, one after the other. The supermarket's glass door was locked with an iron chain, and a large black padlock hung on it. It's locked, what do we do? Zhang Wanyu tried the doorknob. Chunyu glanced at the lock and calmly said, Yuma cross-shaped lock, ordinary anti-pry. Not difficult for a professional. Zhang Wanyu was taken aback. I didn't mean picking a lock. I meant whether or not to break the glass. Chunyu shook his head. No, it's too loud and might attract danger. Zhang Wanyu frowned. But we don't have any professionals. Chunyu held out his hand. Yes, I am. Give me the card. Zhang Wanyu looked surprised. You know how to pick locks? She hesitated for a moment, then took off a hairpin and handed it to him. Chunyu took the hairpin, twisted it between his fingers, and skillfully broke it off and bent it into a tool. The whole process was smooth and effortless, clearly not his first time doing this. He crouched down and inserted the makeshift tool into the keyhole. Less than 10 seconds later, a click was heard. The padlock sprang open. Zhang Wanyu stood up straight, completely stunned. She'd only ever seen this in movies. She couldn't help but ask, how do you know how to do this? Chunyu casually stuffed the hair clip into his pocket and replied nonchalantly, I learned a little from someone. His tone was ambiguous, clearly indicating he didn't want to explain further. Zhang Wanyu didn't press the matter, but suddenly remembered something and asked him if he had chosen her earlier because of the hair clip. As Chunyu pushed open the door, he turned back and said casually, that's one reason, but mainly, out of the group of people in the car, you're the one I like the most. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wanyu's face instantly flushed, her ear tips turned red, and she was completely stunned. Her mind was in turmoil. Hadn't Chunyu always liked Li Mengyao? How could someone so extremely devoted suddenly say he liked her? She even wondered if the previous breakup had been too much of a shock. But when she looked over again, Chunyu had already walked into the supermarket, acting as if nothing had happened, and didn't even glance at her again. This contrast gradually calmed her down, and the blush faded, leading her to believe that she was just overthinking things. Just as she was about to enter, a commotion suddenly came from not far away. Zhang Wanyu immediately became alert, dodged to the side, and cautiously peeked out. She saw Zhang Ziheo leading the way, his face pale, followed by 3 girls who were also in a disheveled state. The group ran while looking back, clearly terrified. Zhang Ziheo whispered, Quick, hide over here. This place is dangerous. Deng Yusin asked, her voice trembling with tears, if they should go find Chunyu, but he interrupted her abruptly. Zhang Ziheo said impatiently, What's the use of looking for him? He'd be scared to death if he saw that thing. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Mengyao and Wang Mengmeng spotted Zhang Wanyu and ran over excitedly. Their first question was, Where is Chunyu? Zhang Wanyu waved them in, saying Chunyu was in the supermarket. Deng Yusin breathed a sigh of relief and quickly explained that they had broken the glass, which had attracted a monster. Hearing monster, Zhang Wanyu also became a little nervous and pressed for details. Zhang Ziheo exaggeratedly described it as a zombie. saying its mouth could open incredibly wide, making it extremely terrifying. The group walked into the supermarket, talking as they went, remarking that there was no lock. Zhang Wanyu awkwardly added that Chunyu had picked the lock. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Some were surprised that he possessed such skills, while Zhang Zihao scoffed, saying that he was indeed no ordinary person. Zhang Wanyu didn't let them say any more, urging everyone to hurry into the supermarket, lock the door, and spend the night there. As soon as everyone entered, they saw Chunyu packing canned food into his backpack. Several girls called his name almost simultaneously. Without even realizing it themselves, they had already subconsciously come to rely on him. Chunyu smiled and asked how their search was going. Zhang Zihao, however, was furious and blurted out that there were man-eating zombies outside. Chunyu calmly retorted, "You don't even have a level combat talent, yet you say you're going to protect everyone? You can't even beat zombies, can you?" These words silenced Zhang Zihao, whose face flushed red. He could only stubbornly insist that no one could defeat it. In reality, when they first saw that monster, they didn't even have the courage to look it in the eye. They were only concerned with escaping for their lives. Deng Yusin quickly smoothed things over for him, saying that the zombie was indeed too terrifying to confront head-on. Chunyu listened without any expression, but he knew in his heart that Zhang Zihao was exaggerating the threat to save face. He had experienced this kind of reaction in his previous life. Just then, a chilling notification sounded. Abandoned Residential Area 7 has entered an anomalous state. Low-threat unit activity has increased, and the probability of medium-low-threat units appearing has increased, lasting for 6 hours. Everyone is advised to act with caution. After the sound faded, the supermarket fell into a deathly silence, and the sky outside grew even more gloomy and oppressive. Zhang Zihao's face was grim. He realized that the zombies he had just encountered were a result of the anomaly, and this place was far more complex than he had initially thought. He was about to ask what to do next when Zhang Wanyu turned to Chunyu and asked. All eyes turned to Chunyu, making Zhang Zihao feel a surge of resentment and jealousy. He originally thought he was the core of the team, but now Chunyu had stolen his thunder. He even considered that even if Chunyu could predict the future, he had to find a way to eliminate him. Otherwise, he would only become more and more marginalized. Chunyu ignored these concerns and gave instructions directly. We can't leave the supermarket now. Bring all the heavy items you can carry and seal the doors and windows tightly. The girls immediately nodded and carried out the order, acting more proactively than anyone else. Zhang Zihao made a sarcastic remark, but didn't object. Soon, the doors and windows were completely blocked, and everyone finally felt a little safer. Chunyu began distributing supplies, arranging everything in an orderly manner. He instructed Zhang Wanyu to bring chocolate, canned food, hemostatic supplies, and clothing, and to leave room for others. He also allocated staple food, water, tools, and consumables to the others, and planned each person's backpack very meticulously. When it was Zhang Zihao's turn, Chunyu waved his hand and said, "Do whatever you want." This casual, differential treatment ignited Zhang Zihao's anger, and he instantly exploded. Zhang Zihao finally exploded, pointing at Chunyu and angrily shouting, "What do you mean? They all have everything arranged clearly, but when it comes to me, it's all so casual? Are you deliberately targeting me?" He became more and more agitated as he spoke, convinced that Chunyu was trying to suppress him. Deng Yusin's face turned pale, and she hurriedly tried to pull him away. "Zihao, don't be impulsive. He didn't mean that." But before she could finish speaking, Zhang Zihao suddenly pushed her away, and she staggered, her eyes reddening. "That's not what I meant. What did I mean then?" Zhang Zihao shouted angrily. "He's disliked me from the very beginning and just wanted to embarrass me in front of you." He became more and more agitated as he spoke, and his emotions were clearly out of control. Li Mingyao couldn't help but advise, "Zhang Zihao, calm down. We're a team now." Wang Mingming was also a little scared, so she simply moved closer to her. "Stop talking." Zhang Wanyu frowned and tried to smooth things over, easing the atmosphere slightly. With a sob in her voice, Deng Yusin said softly, "Stop arguing, okay? Pack the supplies first. I'm really scared." These words finally calmed Zhang Zihao down a bit. He looked at his girlfriend and barely managed to suppress his anger. What frustrated him most was that Chunyu didn't even turn his head from beginning to end, let alone offer an explanation. This disregard made him seem like a clown. The group continued collecting supplies, But the supermarket only had shelves, no warehouse, and the quantity of similar items was very limited, resulting in a significant waste of backpack space. They had no choice but to follow Chun Yu's plan and prioritize the most useful items. Before long, their backpacks were almost full. Zhang Wanyue checked the time and said, "There are 5 hours left in the abnormal state. It will probably end around 3 a.m. Deng Yusin pointed upstairs and said, "There are 2 restrooms on the 2nd floor. If you want to rest, we need to assign rooms." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Zihao spoke up first, wanting to stay in a room alone with Deng Yusin. Wang Mingming immediately objected. "Then the 4 of us will have to squeeze into one room? How could we possibly sleep in that?" The atmosphere became awkward again. Zhang Zihao was unwilling to give up and even provoked her. "Didn't you come here specifically to find Xinyu? Now you're complaining about living with him." This made Li Mingyao frown and retort on the spot. Deng Yusin also softly advised, "Zihao, it's really not good for us to live alone." Her attitude made Zhang Zihao feel even more resentful, but he couldn't show it. He cursed inwardly, blaming Chunyu for stealing the spotlight. He should have been the core of the team, but now he was being suppressed and couldn't even lift his head, and even his voice was being diminished. Zhang Zihao tried to steer the conversation toward Zhang Wanyue, but Zhang Wanyue stated directly, "I don't stay with couples." Li Mingyao then pulled her to her side, and the 3 of them quickly booked a room. The rest of the arrangements were obvious. Zhang Zihao was taken aback. "So you mean, let you come with us?" Wang Mingming shrugged and asked, "Or let him sleep outside?" Zhang Zihao wanted to object, but Zhang Wanyue shut him down with one sentence. "Just a few hours of rest, and you still have to take turns keeping watch at night? What are you thinking?" Her words were so direct that he was completely speechless. At this moment, Deng Yusin gently tugged at him and whispered, "Let Xinyu come. I'll feel more at ease with him here. He can foresee the future, which will be helpful to us." She spoke cautiously, with a hint of dependence. Zhang Zihao looked at her and finally nodded, "Okay." Although unwilling, he could only accept the arrangement. Only then did Xinyu, who had been silent all along, speak up. "I will decide the order of the night watch. Deng Yusin, Zhang Zihao, Wang Mingming, Li Mingyao, and Zhang Wanyue, 1 hour each, which is exactly 5 hours. Zhang Zihao immediately frowned. "Wait, what about you?" Xinyu smiled faintly. 5 people are enough. I need to foresee the future, which is very energy-consuming." These words left Zhang Zihao speechless. If he objected again, he would seem disregarding the bigger picture, so he could only remain silent. But he had already made up his mind. Tonight, he must teach Chunyu a lesson, otherwise his path to survival would only become increasingly difficult. The 2nd floor of the supermarket wasn't large. It was just a narrow corridor with a door on each side. Zhang Zihao rushed in first, determinedly choosing the room on the left. Xinyu didn't care and followed him in. The wooden door creaked open. The room wasn't spacious, but it was compactly furnished, with a double bed against the wall, a bedside table, and a long-stopped alarm clock. Most surprisingly, there was even a separate bathroom inside. Although the water and electricity were currently cut off, the overall environment was quite decent. Seeing that Deng Yusin was somewhat frightened, Zhang Zihao offered, "Yusin, I'll go downstairs with you." Deng Yusin nodded, and the 2 quickly left. Only Xinyu remained in the room. He simply occupied the large bed, finding it quite peaceful. However, he was pondering that his SSS-level talent, Red Phoenix Throne Tribulation, hadn't yet truly triggered a single connection. Logically, after he demonstrated his precognitive abilities, these girls should have become dependent on him, but the system made no judgment. Could it be that the so-called connection wasn't simply an emotional bond? Chunyu closed his eyes, making a decision in his mind. "It seems I need to try a more direct approach." In a corner of the supermarket on the 1st floor, Zhang Zihao pulled Deng Yusin behind a pile of cardboard boxes and complained in a low voice, "That guy puts you first and doesn't care about us at all." Deng Yusin retorted softly, "But he has indeed helped us a lot. Without him, we wouldn't even be able to get in here. He was just lucky." Zhang Zihao retorted, "I also have a level talent. If I had the chance." "Zihao," Deng Yusin's voice softened, "let's just have a peaceful night, okay?" Zhang Zihao was silent for a moment, then could only nod and pull her into his arms. "I will protect you." Time passed slowly, and the night watch became tedious and oppressive. Deng Yusin's nerves were on edge. She barely dared to relax for a full hour. Zhang Zihao, on the other hand, slept soundly beside her, snoring incessantly. After her shift ended, she found herself trembling with exhaustion from the excessive tension, yet unable to fall asleep. She curled up beside the cardboard box, her body trembling intermittently, clearly at her limit. Zhang Zihao looked on with heartache and sighed. "Stay with me for another hour, then we'll go back to sleep." Deng Yusin nodded, but her consciousness was already fading, and her head was slowly drooping. At this moment, Zhang Wanyue came downstairs and, seeing this scene, frowned and said, "Go upstairs to sleep. There's a bed. It's better than staying here." Deng Yusin looked groggily at the stairs, then glanced at Zhang Zihao. "But Zihao?" "It's okay. I can manage on my own," Zhang Zihao said reluctantly. He felt a little awkward. Chunyu was the only man upstairs, but seeing his girlfriend's tired appearance, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. Deng Yusin finally stood up and staggered upstairs, saying, "I'll just sleep for a little while and wait for you in the room." Zhang Zihao watched her figure disappear into the darkness, pounded the ground in frustration, but there was nothing he could do. Inside the room on the second floor, the wooden door was gently pushed open a crack. Deng Yusin walked in almost with her eyes closed, kicked off her shoes, and groped her way to the bed, mumbling Zihao. She had completely forgotten that there was another person in the room. In her confused state of mind, this bed should have belonged to her and her boyfriend. Chunyu lay in bed, quietly watching everything. In the dim light, she was wearing a JK uniform, the hem of her skirt swaying gently, making her appear as if she were about to fall. She reached for the edge of the bed, lifted a corner of the blanket, and slipped inside. The next second, a warm, soft sensation pressed against her, carrying a faint, sweet fragrance. Deng Yusin instinctively moved closer to the warmth, and that spot was Chunyu's arms. In the confined space, the distance between the two instantly became ambiguous. Chunyu's body tensed, while she unconsciously adjusted her position in her sleep. At that very moment, a cold system notification appeared in Chunyu's mind. Red Phoenix has been identified. Deng Yusin. Connection type. Subconscious security entrustment. Current effective multiplier. 10x. Talent return. Each summon grants 5 kilograms of crayfish. Chunyu's gaze sharpened slightly. The first Red Phoenix connection had been completed just like that, and the recipient was Zhang Zihao's girlfriend. Moreover, at only LV1, the multiplier was a whopping 10x. In other words, as long as Deng Yusin activated her talent, he could directly obtain 5 kilograms of crayfish. At this moment, Chunyu was even a little dazed. In his previous life, he struggled desperately, and being able to eat a bite of meat was a luxury. But in this life, on the very first night, he achieved crayfish freedom. More importantly, he finally confirmed the talent mechanism. As long as the connection nature is met, even subconscious dependence can work. In other words, as long as he continuously weakened her trust in Zhang Zihao and transferred her sense of security to himself, the connection would deepen. Physical contact was just the beginning. The real key was psychological control. Just then, Deng Yusin in his arms stirred slightly, her brows furrowed, clearly not sleeping soundly. Having decided to attempt to establish a genuine connection, Chunyu set his sights on Deng Yusin. She was the most suitable candidate at the moment, and a crucial link in his plan. His fingers gently touched her back, sliding slowly along her spine through her thin shirt. The movement was light, yet carried a clear sense of probing. "Ugh," Deng Yusin murmured softly in her sleep, her breathing gradually becoming rapid. Just then, Chunyu's hand moved from her back to her front. Zihao, stop it." She suddenly trembled, instinctively shrinking into Chunyu's arms. But the next second, she turned around sharply, her face instantly turning deathly pale. In the dim light, she realized the person in front of her wasn't Zhang Zihao, and her pupils contracted sharply. Overwhelmed by shame, she froze, unable to even scream. "Chunyu, I didn't mean to. I thought it was him," she stammered, trying to break free. But Chunyu held her firmly, refusing to let go. His tone was calm. "You came here on your own. I didn't touch you." His words silenced her protests. Deng Yusin could only struggle slightly, her voice trembling. "Please let me go. If Zihao sees this, or if someone else finds out." Before she could finish, Chunyu interrupted her. "I can let him go, but he'll die." Deng Yusin was startled and looked up at him. "What do you mean?" Chunyu said calmly. "During the day, he was grabbed on the wrist by a zombie. No, she immediately retorted. That was just a scratch from a piece of metal. Chunyu calmly pointed out the abnormality of the wound and the detail that he deliberately did not use his left hand. These words stunned Deng Yusin, and her memories began to come together. She had indeed noticed Zhang Ziheo's unusual behavior, but she hadn't thought about it in detail at the time. Chinyu continued, he's hiding it, afraid of being mistaken for a source of infection. His tone was confident, as if everything was under control. Deng Yusin's voice trembled. How do you know so clearly? The next second, she suddenly realized something, and her expression changed drastically. Precognition. Chinyu nodded in response. I saw him have a fever tomorrow morning, lose control, and finally turn into a zombie. These words completely shattered her psychological defenses. Tears streamed down her face instantly. She grabbed Chunyu's clothes, pleading, You must have a way, right? Please save him. I'll do anything to save him. Chunyu was silent for a moment, then raised his hand to lift her chin, his voice low and somber. I do have a way, but it comes at a price. Deng Yusin pressed urgently. What price? Listen to me. Chinyu stared at her. Not just words, but from now on, listen to me completely. His tone was low, carrying an air of unyielding authority. She bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes, and finally nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. Just as she finished speaking, clear footsteps suddenly came from downstairs. But, guess on, don't closet. Deng Yusin's face changed, and she instinctively tried to break free. Chinyu was faster, covering her mouth directly. He whispered, Don't make a sound. Then, he quickly rolled over with her in his arms and hid in the bathroom. Almost simultaneously, the bedroom door was pushed open. Zhang Ziheo stood in the doorway, his gaze sweeping across the room. The bed was messy but empty. He frowned and called out, Yusin, are you there? There was no response. His gaze slowly shifted to the only suspicious spot, the glass bathroom door. He walked to the door and gently knocked. Yusin, are you in there? Deng Yusin responded softly from the bathroom. I'm here, Ziheo. Her voice was weak, as if she had just cried, or as if she was weak after heavy breathing, making Zhang Ziheo frown. He asked, puzzled, No water, no electricity. What are you doing hiding in the bathroom? There were rustling sounds and the rustling of fabric coming from inside. After a moment, Deng Yusin said haltingly, I can't hold it anymore. I need to go to the toilet. Zhang Ziheo breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, but what's wrong with your voice? Are you feeling unwell? No, I'm just a little tired. It's dark and stuffy in here. Her voice was soft, with a hint of evasion. Don't ask anymore, I'll be out soon. The more vague her answer, the more uneasy Zhang Ziheo felt. He glanced irritably at the room, then looked at the messy bed, and suddenly asked, Where's Chunyu? Why isn't he here? Deng Yusin's voice tightened. I don't know. I didn't see him when I came up. Maybe he went next door? Zhang Ziheo's face darkened. Perfect timing. I need to tell you something. I was planning to... don't say that yet. Deng Yusin suddenly interrupted. Her voice panicked. Zhang Ziheo frowned. Yusin, I've said it before, I'm going to kill Chunyu. He's too unstable. No. Deng Yusin's voice trembled. Zhang Ziheo turned the doorknob, only to find it locked from the inside. What do you mean no? What are you afraid of? I'm really fine. I just have a stomachache. Don't come in. I'll come out right away. Her tone was pleading, which slightly calmed Zhang Ziheo's anger. He whispered, You were scared by him. I'm good at judging people. That guy click. The door lock suddenly clicked. The bathroom door was pushed open a crack, and Deng Yusin stepped out. As soon as she appeared, she felt Zhang Ziheo's gaze fixed on her. Zhang Ziheo's pupils contracted. Deng Yusin before him seemed like a completely different person. Her hair was disheveled, her cheeks flushed, still bearing traces of wet tears, and her eyes darted away, avoiding eye contact. Her clothes were also a mess. The bow was askew, the shirt was buttoned incorrectly, the collar was slightly open, and her collarbone was clearly visible. The pleated skirt was crumpled up, exposing even more of her thighs, an unsettling sight. Zhang Ziheo's face instantly darkened. But before he could speak, a scream suddenly came from downstairs. Help! 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 It was Wang Mingming's voice, filled with terror. Then, bang! A loud explosion rang out. The sound of shattering glass echoed. The entire building shook slightly, and dust fell in a flurry. Clearly, someone had forced their way in. The door across the hall suddenly burst open. Zhang Wanyue was the first to rush out, heading straight downstairs. Li Mingyao followed, exclaiming in surprise. What's going on? Why are there so many people? Deng Yusin instinctively grabbed Zhang Ziheo's arm. Zhang Ziheo snapped out of his daze. Let's go down and check it out. These people don't seem to have any good intentions. The two rushed towards the stairwell, no longer dwelling on the strange incident. But before going downstairs, Zhang Ziheo couldn't help but glance back at the bathroom. It was pitch black inside, seemingly empty. Meanwhile, Chun Yu, who was truly hiding deep within, shook his head slightly. Tsuke, this is really bad timing. If no one had interrupted, his plan would have already come to an end. But it didn't matter. Using Zhang Ziheo as leverage, he had completely won over Deng Yusin, and her dependence on him was deepening. Red Phoenix has identified. Deng Yusin, connection depth, LV.10, current multiplier, 100x, talent, a rank crayfish summoning. The connection extends beyond the psychological level to the physiological level. A large amount of resources can be obtained daily. The crayfish production is so exaggerated that it's enough to feed a group of people. This is his true trump card. The supermarket on the first floor was now a scene of utter chaos. The glass door that had been blocked was completely shattered, shards littering the floor. Through the dust, 6 tall figures slowly walked in. The leader was a bald man, about 1.9 meters tall, carrying a fire hammer. The 5 men behind him were equally burly and imposing. He glanced around and said calmly, "We are instructors from Bailong Fitness. My name is Gao Jinsong." Across from them were several students from the acting class. Zhang Wanyue, Li Mingyao, Wang Mingming, Zhang Ziheo, and Deng Yusin all looked nervous. Wang Mingming tried to ease the tension. You're from Jiangnan City, right? We're from Haicheng Film Academy. It's quite close. Gao Jinsong interrupted him directly, a meaningful smile on his face. Film Academy? No wonder they're all so beautiful. The people behind him also gave him malicious looks. In an environment where order has collapsed, beauty has become a danger. Gao Jinsong weighed the fire hammer in his hand, his tone flippant. So, you guys come here yourselves, and we'll protect you. He paused, his smile turning cold. Or do you want us to do it? You're talking nonsense. Zhang Ziheo finally exploded. His girlfriend had just been frightened, and now he was being lewdly stared at. All the anger he had suppressed all night surged out. He shoved Deng Yusin aside, grabbed an iron pipe, took a step forward, and directly told the man to leave. He gritted his teeth and roared, "This is our territory. Get out of here now, or don't blame me for being impolite. I have an A-level strength talent." The A-level, big fish wrestling, gave him confidence, making him think he could control the situation. The other side, however, didn't seem to care. A blonde-haired guy used a shard of glass as a knife, picking his ear and sneering. "Brother Song, this kid's telling us to get lost." Gao Jinsong shook his head indifferently and said coldly, "Whoever gets the stuff keeps it." No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhang Ziheo roared and charged forward, the iron pipe whistling as it struck the man's head. He was confident this blow would break bones, but the next second, the situation instantly reversed. With a muffled thud, the iron pipe slammed into Gao Jinsong's arm. The man didn't budge, but the force of the impact made Zhang Ziheo's hand go numb, his arm tremble, and he staggered backward. Only then did he realize that the other man was definitely not normal. Gao Jinsong awakened the A-level iron wall, which not only makes him resistant to blows, but also allows him to reflect impacts. Zhang Ziheo was completely countered and hadn't even reacted when a tall, thin man from the side made his move. 2 shards of glass flew out, striking him precisely in the abdomen and arm. Blood gushed out instantly, and the excruciating pain caused him to scream as he was knocked to the ground. "Ziheo!" Deng Yusin cried out, trying to rush over, but Wang Mingming held her back tightly. Zhang Wanyue gripped the iron pipe but dared not move, while Li Mingyao was paralyzed with fear. Blood was flowing everywhere on the ground, and the scene was out of control. Gao Jinsong walked forward laughing, looking down at Zhang Ziheo. "That's it? A-level talent? Trash." Then his gaze swept over the girls, his tone chillingly cold. "Tie their hands." Zhang Ziheo was stunned, wondering if he had misheard. But the other person's gaze silenced him. The blonde-haired man tossed over a rope, and Zhang Ziheo asked in a trembling voice, "After I'm tied up, will I survive?" Gao Jinsong nodded with a smile. "Of course." At that moment, everyone's expression changed. Everyone knew that once tied up, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhang Zihao looked down at the rope, and finally, fear overwhelmed his dignity. Trembling, he picked up the rope and, using his teeth and still movable hands, began to tie Deng Yusin up. His movements were clumsy and panicked. Deng Yusin didn't resist. She just looked at him with tears streaming down her face, her eyes filled with an extremely complex expression. When it was Zhang Wanyue's turn, she was pale but unusually calm. She said in a low, urgent voice, "I'll distract them at the door, and you take the men and run out the window." This was her last chance to fight back. Zhang Zihao froze, his hand hanging in midair. But the next second, his heart completely collapsed. If he really escaped, his actions would be a permanent disgrace. Fear and selfishness quickly took over. He turned around abruptly and shouted, "Big brother, she's trying to escape. She even wants me to take some men with her. She's not being honest. Tie her up tightly and gag her." The air fell silent. Even Gao Jinsong and his group were stunned for a moment, then burst into ear-piercing laughter. Everyone's gaze towards Zhang Zihao changed. "Ruthless enough, selling out even your classmates." Gao Jinsong grinned, his eyes blazing with even more blatant malice as he looked at Zhang Wanyue. His men quickly dispersed, sealing off all exits. Zhang Wanyue's face turned deathly pale, her eyes filled with disbelief. Deng Yusin was completely stunned, as if she were seeing this person for the first time. Wang Mengmeng and Li Mengyao didn't even dare to cry out. Zhang Zihao didn't dare turn around, but just breathed heavily, urging like a madman, "Tie them up quickly. Tie them up tightly. I know how to make them unable to move." He had completely surrendered to the other side. Gao Jinsong nodded in satisfaction and instructed his men to help. Zhang Zihao also picked up the rope, ready to start again. Just then, clear footsteps came from upstairs, approaching the first floor step by step. Zhang Wanyue's expression changed. She knew who it was. But in this situation, she actually hoped that person wouldn't show up, because she felt that Chenyu couldn't change anything. Gao Jinsong looked up, a playful smile on his face. "Is there someone upstairs? Another beauty, perhaps? Good luck today." As the icy voice faded, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows of the stairs. First came the black leather boots, then the crisp trousers and windbreaker, and finally, Chenyu, clutching a fire axe. He descended the stairs step by step, his aura chilling to the bone. Gao Jinsong's smile froze. Though arrogant, he wasn't stupid. The young man before him showed neither panic nor anger, only an eerie calm, even hinting at a dangerous aura. Zhang Zihao gritted his teeth and cursed. "You finally came down, you son of a bitch." But Chenyu didn't even glance at him. He stopped 2 meters away, pointed his axe at the ground, and said calmly, "You dare to touch my man." These words froze the monkey's movements instantly, his hand stopping in front of Zhang Wanyue's face. Zhang Wanyue was also stunned, completely unexpected that Chenyu would protect her so forcefully. Gao Jinsong sneered, no longer wasting words, directly activating his talent. Iron Wall, his skin gleaming with a metallic sheen, and swung his hammer at Chenyu's head with ruthless force. The surrounding crowd cheered, completely unconcerned. In their eyes, Gao Jinsong was a master of both strength and defense, incapable of losing to a mere student. But the next second, everyone froze. Chenyu merely raised his hand slightly. The axe clashed with the hammer, and with a bang, Gao Jinsong's weapon slipped from his grasp. The difference in strength was too great. Chenyu's physique was 10 times that of an ordinary person, a complete and utter crushing defeat. The so-called impenetrable defenses were utterly insignificant in the face of such a disparity. A muffled thud followed, and Gao Jinsong didn't even have time to react before being cleaved in two with an axe. The entire process took less than 2 seconds, swift and decisive. Chenyu flicked the blood off his axe, his tone still calm. "I'll give you 2 choices. Commit suicide, or I'll do it." The air fell instantly silent. Zhang Wanyue covered her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. Li Mengyao and Wang Mengmeng were even paler. It was the first time they'd witnessed such a bloody scene, and they were completely speechless. Li Mengyao felt a pang of regret. If they hadn't broken up, someone as strong as Chenyu should have been her support. Deng Yusin, on the other hand, had a complicated expression. The gap between Chenyu and Zhang Zihao was now starkly obvious. The remaining opponents were completely panicked. They knew very well that someone who could kill Gao Jinsong in one move was definitely not someone they could handle in a one-on-one fight. Don't stand there. Attack together. Someone roared through gritted teeth, and the group unleashed their powers simultaneously, charging forward with their talent and brute strength, clearly fighting for their lives. Zhang Wanyue was the first to rush to Chen Yu's side. I'll help you. Deng Yusin and the others gritted their teeth and followed, trying to share the pressure and prevent him from being surrounded. Zhang Zihao, however, stood still, his face gloomy, cursing under his breath, clearly not optimistic about them at all. But the next second, the situation completely reversed. A flash of an axe, followed by a series of cracking sounds. Bone fractures, falls to the ground, screams, all happened almost simultaneously. In a short moment, all those people fell, dying swiftly and decisively. Blood flowed freely on the ground, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Chen Yu stood in the center, inhaling slightly. The Grand Tutor's container, quietly activated, absorbing and transforming the pervasive death energy bit by bit. His panel changed accordingly, and, at the bottom, a new line appeared, free attribute 1. He instantly realized that killing enemies could also stack attributes. This reward, which should have been obtained through quests, was easily acquired by him. Without hesitation, Chen Yu added that 1 point to his charisma. He knew very well that Red Phoenix Throne required a certain level of attractiveness as a foundation. After handling everything, he remained calm, as if he had simply done something ordinary. Meanwhile, Zhang Zihao was completely disillusioned. He kept shaking his head, muttering to himself, "Impossible! This must be a dream. How could he be so strong?" Chen Yu, carrying a fire axe, slowly walked up to Zhang Zihao, his tone calm. "It's your turn to choose, Zhang Zihao." At that moment, Zhang Zihao's mind went blank. Fear instantly overwhelmed him. No matter how unwilling he was to admit it, he knew. This person before him held his life and death in his hands. He completely broke down, crawling backward with tears streaming down his face, desperately kowtowing, his forehead hitting the ground with a dull thud. "Chen Yu, Brother Chun, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I'm not human. Please spare my life. I'll give you Yusin. I'll give you anything. I'll be your dog." He rambled incoherently, begging for mercy like a madman. Upon hearing this, Deng Yusin trembled, and the last vestige of emotion in her eyes almost vanished. But seeing his head covered in blood, she couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. Her eyes reddened as she looked at Chen Yu, her voice trembling. "Chen Yu, you promised me you would save him. Could you not kill him?" Chen Yu didn't answer immediately, only glancing at Zhang Wanyue and the others. Although they didn't speak, they clearly didn't harbor much killing intent. He knew these people hadn't truly experienced cruelty. If it were him, the traitors would have no chance of survival. But right now, this kindness had become a hidden danger for the team. A moment later, Chen Yu suddenly laughed. "All right, since everyone is pleading for your life, I won't kill you." Zhang Zihao looked up abruptly, his face full of disbelief, then overjoyed. "Really? Brother Chun, you are my second parents." He kowtowed and thanked the people around him, so excited that he was incoherent. Just then, Chen Yu slowly rolled up his sleeves. Before Zhang Zihao could react, a hand rapidly enlarged his eyes. Asterisk smack. Asterisk a slap landed hard. Zhang Zihao was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, instantly losing consciousness. A deathly silence fell over the scene. Deng Yusin and the others were all stunned, staring at Zhang Zihao lying on the ground, then at Chen Yu's expressionless face, speechless for a moment. Chen Yu shook the blood off his hands and said calmly, "Tie him up." He added, "And take their weapons while you're at it. Give me the knife." In the early days of the apocalypse, knives were scarce, and the other party was lucky to have gotten a short knife. Unfortunately for them, they ran into him. 2 hours later, night had fallen. Only one candle burned in the second-floor room, its dim light flickering. Zhang Zihao awoke in excruciating pain, his vision blurred, before he slowly made out that he was tightly bound to a chair with nylon rope. His heart sank, and he tentatively called out, "Yusin, are you there? Help me." There was no response. The silence was unsettling. His gaze fell on the slightly ajar bathroom door, not a ray of light filtering through the crack. Just as he assumed no one was home, a very faint noise came from inside the bathroom. "Mum." That was Deng Yusin's voice. Zhang Zihao instantly recognized her and quickly asked, Yusin, are you in there? Are you alright? There was a moment of silence before her slightly suppressed response came through. It's me, Zihao. Her voice was broken and sounded somewhat strange. Zhang Zihao's heart tightened. He didn't do anything to you, did he? No, he's very capable. These words startled Zhang Zihao, and his unease grew rapidly. He couldn't help but press, What were you doing in there? Deng Yusin responded hastily, I didn't do anything. Silence fell again. Yet the faint sound of water and subtle movements continued to irritate his nerves. He wanted to break free of the ropes and rush in, but he didn't dare. His mind frantically tried to reassure himself. Impossible. She wouldn't. I must be overthinking it. Just then, the bathroom door opened. Deng Yusin slowly walked out, her JK uniform visibly disheveled, the collar open. Immediately after, Chun Yu emerged from behind her, his expression calm, even with a hint of satisfaction. He approached and casually placed his hand on her shoulder. You're awake. Zhang Zihao froze completely, staring intently at the hand, but he didn't even have the courage to question it. He forced a smile. Brother Chun, I'm awake. It's just that this rope. Chun Yu walked to the bedside, lit a cigarette, and said casually, I'm going to go out and check the situation later. He exhaled a puff of smoke and continued. There are only a few girls here, and you, just a few hours ago, you were planning to betray your companions to save your own life. He looked at Zhang Zihao, his gaze calm, yet incredibly menacing. So, tying you up will make everyone feel more at ease, don't you think? Hearing Chun Yu's words, Zhang Zihao's heart pounded, and he immediately nodded frantically. Of course. You have to tie me up. Brother Chun, you've thought of everything. He spoke sincerely, but his eyes unconsciously glanced at the shadows by the bed. There lay a pair of old scissors, his only hope at that moment. He cried and swore to repent, while secretly calculating his escape route, his expression complex and suppressed. Deng Yusin watched him like this, her heart still aching. Years of relationship couldn't be severed so easily. Even though she was now on Chun Yu's side, she still wavered. Chun Yu ignored Zhang Zihao and turned to leave the room. Deng Yusin quickly followed, leaving Zhang Zihao sitting alone, his eyes gradually darkening. In the corridor, Zhang Wanyue had just finished organizing the supplies. Seeing Chun Yu about to leave, she subconsciously reminded him, it might not be safe outside. Chun Yu replied calmly, someone has to go check. But instead of going downstairs, he pushed open the door to the opposite room and went into Li Mingyao's room. Zhang Wanyue was taken aback and followed him in. Chun Yu sat on the edge of the bed and calmly said, he will break in within an hour. His words made everyone present realize that he was testing human nature. After he finished speaking, he lay down and closed his eyes to rest. Deng Yusin immediately went over and said ingratiatingly, you must have been tired just now. Let me massage your legs. This scene stunned everyone else. Wang Mengmeng reacted the fastest, immediately urging Li Mingyao, go quickly. Don't let someone beat you to it. Li Mingyao's face stiffened, and she refused softly, but her heart began to waver. She recalled how good Chun Yu had been to her, and seeing Deng Yusin approaching, a complex mix of emotions welled up inside her, leaving her hesitant and undecided. Seeing her hesitation, Wang Mengmeng stepped forward herself, forcing a smile. Brother Yu, let me massage one side for you too. I'm very good at it. Her tone was ingratiating yet somewhat deliberate. Chun Yu coldly replied, no need, you're not worthy. Wang Mingming's face instantly turned ugly, but she dared not retaliate and could only retreat to the side, filled with embarrassment and resentment. In Chun Yu's eyes, her little tricks had never been forgotten. They just hadn't been dealt with yet. Time passed slowly, and just 10 minutes later, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed down the corridor, getting closer and closer, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. With a loud bang, the door was kicked open. Zhang Zihao stormed in, wielding scissors, and roared, Deng Yusin, how dare you betray me? But when he rushed in, he froze. There was no chaos in the room. Chun Yu lay calmly, Deng Yusin massaging his legs, while the others stared at him coldly. At that moment, the scissors in his hand clattered to the ground. He finally understood that from beginning to end, he had been completely controlled by someone else. His legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant. Chun Yu stood up, picked up the fire axe, and said coldly, see this? This is the person you wanted to save. Give him a chance, and he won't think of gratitude, but of killing. No one in the room responded. Everyone fell silent. Chinyu didn't ask any more questions and walked directly to Zhang Zihao. The other man tried to beg for mercy, but it was too late. The axe fell with a dull thud, and the matter was over. Chinyu sheathed his weapon, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, his tone icy. If it weren't for me, you would all be dead. Saving him would mean killing everyone. He then gave the order. From now on, Deng Yusin, Wang Mengmeng, and Li Mengyao kneel down. Do not move or speak without my permission. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Mengmeng and Li Mengyao looked up abruptly, their faces filled with shock. They never expected that Chinyu would make them kneel down. How can you insult people like that? In their view, kneeling down is equivalent to completely giving up one's dignity. Chinyu remained calm, unwilling. The calmer his tone, the more unsettling it became. They had witnessed him kill 7 people with that same expression. Li Mengyao forced herself to speak. Chinyu, I think, Before she could finish speaking, Chinyu stepped forward and grabbed her hair. He said coldly, what do you think? If thinking were useful, would Zhang Zihao have been able to barge in? Li Mengyao's eyes reddened with pain, and she quickly begged for mercy. I'm sorry. I'll kneel. Chinyu let go, his tone still cold. Either get out, or do as I say. If you don't have the guts, don't waste your breath. At this moment, he was so completely unfamiliar that it was frightening. Wang Mengmeng dared not utter a sound, keeping her head down for fear of being implicated. On the contrary, Deng Yusin sat quietly to the side without offering any rebuttal. Chinyu turned around and instructed, class representative, go downstairs and organize the supplies. There's still 1 hour left. Zhang Wanyu paused for a moment, then quickly nodded. No problem. Even a simple, thank you for your hard work, made her feel flattered. Chinyu nodded, turned, and left the room. In his view, controlling these people was a necessary means of survival. There will only be more people in the future, and without rules, something bad will happen sooner or later. After Chinyu left, Deng Yusin was the first to kneel down properly. Her calm and collected demeanor made both Li Mengyao and Wang Mengmeng uneasy. She was loving and affectionate during the day, but at night, she seemed like a completely different person. Wang Mengmeng gritted her teeth and knelt down as well. Seeing this, Li Mengyao took a deep breath and finally knelt down as well. The 3 of them turned to look at the doorway, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Zhang Wanyue didn't say much, turned around, and left to continue organizing the supplies. On the other side, Chinyu lay in the next room, looking at the panel in front of him. Deng Yusin's connection depth has been increased to LV.13, and her obedience is extremely high. This change confirmed one thing for him. Loyalty can be quantified. In contrast, although Li Mengyao, Wang Mengmeng, and Zhang Wanyue appear obedient, they have not yet reached the level of subconscious dependence. Chinyu narrowed his eyes, still a long way off. However, water and food supplies have stabilized, and the situation is under control. At this point, the system notifications kept refreshing. The anomaly has ended. The area is now temporarily safe, and a building materials chest has been spawned. We only have 4 hours left to stay. Chinyu quickly assessed the situation. During this period, zombie activity will be restricted, but we must find the treasure chest as soon as possible. Ordinary zombies pose little threat to him, but others do. Deng Yusin, in particular, is of great value to him. At this moment, Zhang Wanyue came over to report. The supplies have been sorted out, and the public backpacks are full. Chinyu nodded. Well done. He saw everything she had planned. Chinyu walked into the room, looked at the 3 people still kneeling, and said calmly, get up, go find the treasure chest. The 3 of them immediately stood up, and even though their knees ached, they dared not complain. Zhang Wanyue asked, can you predict the location of the treasure chest? Chinyu casually replied, I can roughly sense it, but it's not clear. I need to find it. Zhang Wanyue nodded without any further doubt. Chinyu scanned the crowd. The neighborhood is too big. We have to split up. Deng Yusin and I will be in one team, and the 3 of you will be in another team. Wang Mengmeng was a little uneasy. We're separated again? Chinyu replied calmly. Do you expect me to keep bringing you all along? Everyone remained silent, not daring to refute. Chinyu continued. Focus on searching the stairwells. The chances of locked rooms are slim. Li Mengyao asked, Will I give it to you after I find it? Chunyu smiled and said, of course. After saying that, he left with Deng Yusin. Deng Yusin followed closely behind, looking obedient. Zhang Wanhua looked at the remaining two, her tone becoming serious. We also need to find the treasure chest, otherwise your value is too low. Li Mengyao and Wang Mengmeng exchanged a glance and nodded emphatically. One can provide food, and the other can provide water. And they, one a B-level disguise, the other a D-level timer, were practically useless. In this environment, being worthless means being in danger. Let's go, let's hurry. The three of them quickly sprang into action. Chapter 17 is simply a windfall. 1 hour later, Xinyu led Deng Yusin to the boiler room. This is the heating system in the old residential area. Based on past experience and logic, such functional, spacious, and easily overlooked corners are high-probability locations for the system to distribute rewards. Power distribution room, garbage dump, abandoned vehicle factory, Deng Yusin exclaimed. There aren't any treasure chests in any of these 3 places. Chunyu said calmly. If it were that easy to find, it wouldn't be called a treasure chest. As he spoke, he stepped into the boiler room. Looking into the bottomless darkness behind the iron gate, Deng Yusin's voice trembled. It's so dark. Chunyu kept walking. If you want to survive, you have to go where others dare not go. Besides, didn't I tell you to bring flashlights? Deng Yusin gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and when she opened them again, she jogged to catch up with Chunyu. At the same time, she pulled 2 items out of her backpack and handed one to Chunyu. The boiler room was larger than I had imagined, and it was filled with the smell of rust and machine oil. Using the beam of his flashlight, Chunyu could see the internal structure clearly. Rusty boilers, piles of discarded parts, collapsed ironware. Suddenly, Chunyu noticed the angled shadow formed by the back of the boiler and the wall. A suitcase, about the size of a regular suitcase, with a bronze sheen on its surface, stands silently. Found it! Deng Yusin exclaimed softly, her voice filled with surprise. But then, her expression changed completely, because in the shadows beside the treasure chest, a crouching, grayish-white figure slowly turned its head. Its movements were somewhat stiff, and its cloudy eyes shone through the darkness. Deng Yusin held her breath instantly and hurriedly tugged at Chunyu. Zombie! Chunyu nodded. I saw it. It was quite scary. This is a hard-skinned zombie. Ordinary knives can't even scratch it, let alone kill it. Deng Yusin was taken aback. She couldn't see any respect for zombies in Chunyu at all. Steady up, aim at it. After Chunyu finished speaking, he picked up the fire axe and walked up. Deng Yusin was flustered and the beam of light was swaying. Don't shake. Chunyu hadn't finished speaking. The zombie let out a low growl and lunged towards the brightest spot in the light. That is Deng Yusin's position. Ah! Deng Yusin screamed and almost dropped the flashlight and ran away. Shine the light. Don't move. Chunyu gave the order and then cut in from the side, slamming down with his axe. With a tearing sound, the zombie's head was chopped off. Even the toughest skin is useless against immense force. With a full 100 points in physique, comparable to the Hulk in real life, Chunyu didn't even know how he lost. The zombie's heavy body lurched forward, kicking up a cloud of dust, twitched twice, and then fell still. The whole process took only 3 or 4 seconds. Deng Yusin was stunned. Her mind went completely blank when the zombie pounced on her. Chunyu shook his head. Don't panic next time, or I'll punish you. Deng Yusin blushed, unsure whether the punishment referred to here meant kneeling as before or... Chunyu didn't pay much attention to it, and simply reached out his hand. Grand Tutor's vessel activated. A comfortable electric current traveled through my entire body. The hard-skinned zombie on the ground quickly shriveled up, as if its blood had been drained. Killing those 6 people had only granted him a bit of freedom through the death energy he possessed. But this time, Chunyu did not receive it. He couldn't help but wonder, is it easier to advance by killing awakened ones? Wouldn't that turn me into a demon? In fact, if killing people could grant free attribute points, Chunyu would be the first to become a major villain. But this conjecture is unlikely. Chunyu estimated that it was most likely because, among those 6 people, there were few with decent talent levels. In conclusion, this zombie was indeed not as strong as them. Chunyu walked to the treasure chest and gently touched it. Building materials treasure chest, bronze. Description: a metal container, placed here according to certain predetermined rules. Effect contains a random combination of basic building materials, which can be used to upgrade vehicles. Chinyu, of course, did not activate it, because I'm losing money by running a purebred car. His love charm was right beside him, so of course he let her activate it. Yusin, you drive. Chinyu beckoned him over. Dang, Yusin asked in confusion. Me? Chinyu nodded. Who else could it be? Come on, open this box. There's a reward. Dang Yusin waved her hands repeatedly. I don't want a reward. Chinyu was speechless. I told you to drive, so drive, did you hear me? Seeing Chun Yu's insistence, Dang Yusin obediently placed her hand on the box. The treasure chest lid slid open silently and automatically, revealing a soft glow inside. Received 30 units of wood. Received 15 units of iron blocks. Received 20 parts. Obtained low-level energy core X1. The materials were put into Dang Yusin's backpack, but she didn't keep them for a moment and put them directly into the public backpack. After doing all this, she blinked her big eyes and looked at Chinyu, as if seeking praise. But Chinyu had no time to pay attention to any of that, because he had also received a notification. Red Phoenix has been identified. Dang Yusin. Red Phoenix number 1. Connection nature. Subconscious security entanglement. Physiological connection. Connection depth. LV.13. Current effective multiplier. 130x. Red Phoenix harvest. 30 units of wood. 15 units of iron blocks. 20 units of spare parts. 1 low-level energy core. Talent refund. 3,900 units of wood. 1,950 units of iron blocks. 2,600 units of parts. 130 low-level energy cores. This string of numbers completely stunned Chun Yulei. It struck it rich. In his previous life, he had never even seen a 4-figure reward. This is only the second day of our survival journey. There are over 100 energy cores. The subsequent life-saving vehicles are simply too powerful to imagine. Chinyu. Seeing Chunyu standing there in a daze, Dang Yusin waved her hand. All I did was put the building materials in the public backpack. Is there really such a big deal to this? Dang Yusin glanced at the shared backpack and suddenly noticed that there were some extra items. The class monitor moved her backpack. Upon hearing Dang Yusin's words, Chinyu immediately opened the public backpack. The results showed that the arrangement order was significantly different from before it was spread out. First item, bottled purified water X1. Second compartment, bottled purified water X1. Third space, empty. Fourth compartment, 36 bottles of purified water. Fifth item, 58 compressed biscuits. Sixth item, 28 cans of pork. Seventh item, 35 cup instant noodles. 1, 10, 36, 58, 28. Keep in mind that one slot can hold 100 identical items. Even when there are too many items, you can bundle them together to exploit a bug. That's why this permutation and combination appears extremely deliberate under the rules. Why aren't the bottled purified waters in the first, second, and fourth compartments combined? Why is the third compartment empty? Chapter 18, hurry and save the class representative, etc. Dang Yusin's eyes widened. This is... Chinyu immediately set off towards the boiler room door. Yes, you guessed right. The bottled water was deliberately arranged to spell out 110, which is an emergency number. They're in danger. Let's go. Dang Yusin quickly caught up. But where are we going? Chinyu didn't stop walking and said directly, look at the fourth panel. Dang Yusin exclaimed in surprise. Building 36. In an instant, she understood the class monitor's intention. The first 3 squares were survival numbers, and the last square was the location. All of these steps were performed using bottled purified water. Pure water is precisely her talent, representing her meaning. As soon as they left the boiler room, Chinyu looked around and said, we're near building 6, a bit far from building 36. Yusin, throw that short knife from the supermarket into the public backpack. Dang Yusin nodded and obediently did as she was told. Without saying another word, Chinyu grabbed Dang Yusin and sprinted toward building 13. The speed of 10 times the physique is fully unleashed. Dang Yusin felt the wind howling and could barely breathe. She couldn't understand how someone could be carrying her while running so fast. If they participated in the Olympics, they would definitely win a gold medal. Chinyu can see more than just the future. He has many secrets. Chinyu had no idea what Dang Yusin was thinking. He felt that with such a physique and 10 points of agility, it would be somewhat difficult to control. That's right, even though he runs very fast, it doesn't affect his agility, which is only 10 points. Basic attributes. Physical fitness, 100. Sensitivity, 10. Perception, 10. Charisma, 11-1. Spirit, 10. Luck, 10. Ultimately, he was just running by brute force. Each step on the ground generates a tremendous amount of recoil. If the sensitivity value is increased, Chinyu estimated that doubling the speed would be easy. A few minutes later, the outline of Building 13 came into view. Two figures suddenly staggered out from behind a low wall piled with garbage on the side. It's Li Mengyao and Wang Mengmeng. The two rushed towards Chinyu, as if they had seen a savior. Chinyu, help! Wah, we've run into another team. They've captured the class representative. The student council member made a commotion to lure those people away, so we could run away. Li Mengyao cried so hard she could barely breathe. Chinyu, hurry and save the class monitor. Wang Mengmeng nodded frantically beside her. The class monitor is in danger. That guy can manipulate flames. Manipulating flames? Deng Yusin's expression changed. There's such a talent. Li Mengyao chimed in. Yes. It's real fire, the kind that can burn people to death. Chinyu frowned. Flame? The item this person awakened is most likely an expensive lighter. This kind of talent is generally a level or higher, and reaching S level is very possible. Although Chinyu now has a physique that is 10 times stronger, but I still feel a little uneasy about touching the flames directly. This is a fear buried deep in the human heart. All right, let's go to Building 36 first. You two tell me what happened. Chinyu, holding a fire axe, ran at the front of the group. Li Mengyao took a breath. We did as you said, focusing our search on the stairwells and public areas. We heard strange noises outside Building 36, so we went up to look for them. Upon reaching the platform on the 6th and a half floor, sure enough, there was a bronze treasure chest on the top floor. However, we didn't expect that there was a group of people standing next to the treasure chest. Wang Mengmeng added with a sob in her voice. We originally thought that since they got it first, we could just leave, but those people wouldn't let us. They insisted that we hand over the supplies we found, and also asked about the team situation. Chinyu turned around. So what did you say? Wang Mengmeng stammered. I said, we're just a student team who wandered in here by mistake, implying that we're weak and hoping they'll have a change of heart and let us go. Chinyu's lips twitched. Are you fucking an idiot? Wang Mengmeng? Wang Mengmeng. Chinyu laughed angrily. If you had just mentioned that I took on 6 people at once, you might all be fine. Wang Mengmeng didn't dare to say a word. Li Mengyao quickly added, the class representative said so, but those people don't believe it. Chinyu waved his hand, already guessing what would happen next. Wang Mengmeng then remembered something. Oh, right. When we were escaping, we encountered another team. The two teams started fighting, which gave us a chance to escape. Chinyu narrowed his eyes. The other team? Wang Mengmeng nodded repeatedly. It was an all-girls team, and the competition was fierce. At that time, the class representative split up with us, but someone was chasing her in that direction. Chinyu hadn't spoken yet. Deng Yusin suddenly spoke up. The quantity of purified water has changed. In the first compartment, there are now 40 bottles. That means the class representative is in building number 40. Building 40, 4th floor stairwell. Behind the dilapidated cabinet, 2 other girls stood close to Zhang Wanwei. They were members of another squad they had encountered during the chaos. A man was supporting her arm, his body trembling slightly. Her name is Yang Ting, and she looks very quiet. What caught Zhang Wanyue's attention was something else. She leaned against the wall, wearing a beige dress, a short black leather jacket, and lace-up Doc Martens. Her sweet and cool look contrasted sharply with her disheveled appearance. Her right sleeve was torn, revealing a section of her forearm that was burned, the wound gruesome. She was bending down, using her teeth and left hand to bandage the wound with strips of cloth torn from her skirt. It seemed they had noticed the gaze. She looked up. It was a face with a mixed-race look, a high-nose bridge, and long eyelashes. To Zhang Wanyue's surprise, there was no fear in the girl's eyes, only an unyielding stubbornness. Her name is Zhou Xuening. A few minutes earlier, Zhang Wanyue had turned into this building amidst the chaos. They happened to see Zhou Xuening protecting Yang Ting as they fought and retreated. Zhou Xiuning actually killed 2 men single-handedly using only an iron crowbar. His movements were crisp and clean, clearly showing he had a solid foundation. But then, a man with a buzz cut, nicknamed Brother Ben, made his move. The flames he unleashed from his palm were unmatched, instantly scorching her arm. Fortunately, another girl from their team rushed out and held Ben back. But Zhang Wanyue estimated that the girl was also in grave danger. Chapter 19, Zhou Xiuning, 7th Dan in Sanda, Chinese kickboxing. Your arm is badly injured and needs to be disinfected. Zhang Wanyue lowered her voice and took out a bottle of disinfectant from the public backpack. This is what I got at the supermarket. I'm Fina. Zhou Xiuning took the disinfectant and looked sharply at Zhang Wanyue. You're from Haiqing Film Academy? Were those 2 who ran away your companions? Zhang Wanyue nodded. Jiang De, a student with athletic talent, is a 7th Dan in Sanda, Chinese kickboxing. Zhou Xiuning continued. My talent is the S-level agility talent, short track star, which can instantly burst 5 times the speed, but it's useless against Wang Yongbin who can set fires. His flames are too hot and have a wide range, so I can't get close. Moreover, even if I get close, I don't have enough strength to kill him instantly. In short, if your companion doesn't come to save you, we'll all die here. Zhang Wanyue's heart skipped a beat. His S-level agility talent was completely suppressed by that Brother Ben, also known as Wang Yongbin. This shows that guy's talent is too abnormal. She shook her head. The person I'm talking about is also very strong, but I can't say whether he will come. Zhou Xiuning shook her head. Men are just unreliable. They'd even abandon such a beautiful companion like you. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps came from downstairs. Damn it, all that crappy building materials in the treasure chest is... how boring. Brother Ben, this building looks like there's not a soul in sight. Should we leave? Withdraw. Wang Yongbin was somewhat angry. That girl in the leather jacket, and that slut from the film academy. Not a single one can be spared. This godforsaken place will just live one day at a time. We've run into a woman who usually doesn't even glance at us. If we don't try her out, I'll die with regrets. Yang Ting was so startled that her hand trembled and some water spilled. Zhou Xiuning made a shoot gesture, and her left hand subconsciously reached for the crowbar next to her. But Zhang Wanyue gently pressed her down. Xuan Ning, fire is your weakness, and you're injured too. There's no chance of going out to fight now. Just stall for as long as you can. How to drag it out? Zhou Xiuning asked directly. Zhang Wanyue's mind raced until she saw the dagger in the public backpack, and the bottled water locations change. She was instantly certain that Chun Yu would come to save her. Wait a moment, I'll distract them. After you 2 go downstairs, if you see a man and a woman nearby, lead the way for them. I'll try to live until then. As he spoke, a short knife had already appeared in his hand. Yang Ting was taken aback. Zhang Wanyue slowly said, You saved me once, so I will repay you once more. Zhou Xiuning didn't expect this either. The reward for saving one person came so quickly. But before she could speak, the voices in the hallway were already very close. That's Haiqing Film Academy, a future superstar. Ah, you bet. Who knows? She's probably already been slept with by countless directors. Wait, this floor seems a bit cleaner. Look there, behind that cabinet. Zhang Wanyue knew she couldn't hide it any longer, so she stood up before the other person could reach out and pry open the wooden board. He held the short knife horizontally in front of him, his back against the wall. 5 men appeared before her, their average age at least 40. It was visibly that everyone looked extremely haggard, and their clothes were filthy. They were all carrying weapons such as iron bars and wooden planks. The leader was a man with a buzz cut, wearing a black vest. He must be Wang Yongbin. This guy has a solid build and bulging muscles. He looked Zhang Wanyue up and down, a sinister smile on his face. Oh, no wonder you're from the Film Academy. You really don't see the kind of face or figure on a construction site. Zhang Wanyue said calmly, I don't want to cause trouble. We'd better go our separate ways. Go their separate ways? Wang Yongbin scoffed. Hand over the supplies in your backpack, whether they're from the public backpack or your personal backpack, and then come with us obediently. Zhang Wanyue gritted her teeth and gripped the dagger tightly. I can give you the supplies, but can you please let me go? Wang Yongbin shook his head. You seem to be misunderstanding the situation. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, palm up. There was a whooshing sound. A fist-sized, orange-red flame suddenly ignited and flickered. Zhang Wanyue could feel the terrifying heat emanating from it. The flames reflected on Wang Yongbin's gloomy face. "If you don't obey, I'll burn your pretty face to charcoal. I burned countless people to death outside, just now." Several men around him let out lewd laughter. Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Wanyue's back as her mind raced. "I have inside information. Do you want to hear it?" Wang Yongbin frowned, the flame flickering in his palm. "What news?" Zhang Wanyue said urgently. "I heard a voice this morning, not that cold one, but a gentle one. She said that this struggle for survival will only last 3 days." Seeing her serious expression, the men were taken aback, and even Wang Yongbin narrowed his eyes. "All vehicles will return to reality in 3 days." Zhang Wanyue said with feigned seriousness. "That's right. Killing too many people will be punished." "Fart," a middle-aged man shouted. "Do they really think we're stupid?" Wang Yongbin sneered. "That's quite an interesting story. No wonder you're from the Film Academy. But even if it's true, I'm going to have some fun first." Zhang Wanyue's expression changed. She knew she couldn't delay any longer. She slashed out with her dagger, simultaneously dodging to the side and rushing into the depths of the corridor. "Damn it! Grab her! Where do you think you're going? Damn it! You dare to slash me with a knife!" A furious roar came from behind. Zhang Wanyue ran desperately along the corridor inside the building. "You're asking for it!" Wang Yongbin's angry shout rang out. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Wanyue felt a scorching stream of air brush past her side. Boom! A streak of orange-red flame flashed by, and Zhang Wanyue was thrown off balance by the shockwave, her ears ringing. She turned around. All that could be seen was flames gathering again in Wang Yongbin's palm, his eyes filled with ruthlessness. "Run again, and I'll turn you into roast chicken." Wang Yongbin spoke coldly, looking down at them. The other men followed, flanking them. Zhang Wanyue leaned against the wall, her chest heaving violently, her escape route completely blocked. Wang Yongbin slowly approached, flames flickering in his hands. Zhang Wanyue's lips were dry. Just then, a clear, cold female voice came from the back of the crowd. "Let her go. Come me if you dare." Zhang Wanyue was stunned and looked up in disbelief. Zhou Shiwening suddenly rushed up. She gripped the iron crowbar tightly in her left hand, her right arm hanging limply at her side, her face deathly pale. Even Yang Ting, who had been trembling with fear, followed along. "Ah, so you really are here." Wang Yongbin turned around, somewhat excited. "I'm very impressed with you. You're a good fighter." Zhou Shiwening sneered. "Of course, the kind that can kill you." Wang Yongbin smirked. "I remember you. You don't know each other, do you? You want the 3 of you to team up." Zhang Wanyue cried out urgently. "Xuan Ning, Yang Ting, don't come any closer." But it was too late. Zhou Shiwening has already made a move. Her steps appeared unsteady, yet she moved incredibly fast. Before the end of the world, she could run the 100-meter track in under 12.5 seconds. Now, the speed is increased 5-fold. In the blink of an eye, they were close to Wang Yongbin. Clang! Chapter 20. Wow, those legs are amazing. Metal weapons clashing. The one who made the move was the middle-aged bald man next to Wang Yongbin. He had a beer belly, but his strength was incredible. The steel bar in his hand, which is 1.5 meters long, is not an ordinary weapon, but something he was born with. Before the apocalypse, he was a steelworker on a construction site who awakened the A-grade tool talent, hardened steel bars. Not only has it enhanced my physical body, but it also comes with powerful weapons. Zhou Shiwening was clearly at a disadvantage. Her left hand was already weaker than her right, and now it was injured, with the gap between her thumb and forefinger splitting and bleeding from the shock. But her eyes flashed with anger, and using the recoil, she spun around, the hard sole of her marten boots slamming into the knee of the man who was attacking from the side. Snap! Yeah! The man screamed and fell to his knees. Immediately afterwards, a short knife was thrown. It was the very same one that Zhang Wanyue was holding. Zhou Shiwening reacted extremely quickly, understanding the meaning behind it, and caught it swiftly. He leaped up, drawing a line of blood. That guy who attacked us is dead. This is the ultimate insensitivity. With just a knife, one can kill without leaving a trace. Ordinary awakened beings simply cannot react in time. In the blink of an eye, only 3 of the 4 men upstairs remained. Zhou Xuaning first stepped over the man with the steel bars, and then stepped over another man with a hammer. Charged towards Wang Yongbin at the very end. Waste! Wang Yongbin cursed, but dared not be arrogant, and suddenly swung his right hand. Orange flames surged and flickered, about to burst forth. But the direction of the palm. It's not Zhou Xuaning. Instead, it was Yang Ting standing to the side. Careful! Zhang Wanyue sensed something was wrong and cried out in alarm. Zhou Xuaning's pupils constricted. She braked suddenly and rolled to the side and backward. Ting ting. Hee. That's really touching. Wang Yongbin's lips curled up and his hand suddenly changed direction, heading towards the rolling Zhou Xuaning. A feint to the east while attacking in the west. He was betting that Zhou Xuaning would go to save people. Even the girl from the film academy right under my feet was saved. Besides, what about people who already knew each other? Although he only has a junior high school education, he has a thorough understanding of human nature. At this moment, Zhou Xuaning had just retreated and had not yet fully stabilized when the flames attacked. The old forces were exhausted, and the new forces had not yet arisen. Their vision was completely engulfed by flames. Guening! Yang Ting cried out, her courage bursting forth from who knows where in this life or death moment. He lunged forward and stood firmly in front of Zhou Xuaning. Zhou Xuaning stood there stunned. Baf boom! The orange flames engulfed Yang Ting completely. Clothes and hair instantly carbonized, and the flesh sizzled. He then collapsed heavily onto the ground in front of Zhou Xuaning, engulfed in flames. The flames burned on her body for a few seconds. Then, Wang Yongbin clasped his hands together, and the flames went out. Wang Yongbin, panting heavily, said, "There really are people who don't value their lives. Brother Bin, this fire practically burned her to ashes. Brother Bin is amazing." 2 compliments rang out from the side, which pleased Wang Yongbin greatly. Zhou Xuaning, although rescued, but it's not much better. Yang Ting used her body to block the core impact of the flames, but she was still violently blown away by the aftershock. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted from her mouth. Arms, sides, thighs, the exposed skin was charred black and blood red. But she seemed oblivious to the pain, struggling to get up, her eyes fixed on the corpse on the ground. In just a few seconds, 1 dead, 1 wounded. Wang Yongbin was also quite exhausted. His face was somewhat pale, but looking at the 2 girls in front of him, a great sense of satisfaction welled up in his heart. These 2 girls are both incredibly beautiful. One is smart, the other is arrogant. Before the apocalypse, he was just a construction worker, carrying bricks, and these 2 would never have given him a second glance. But now, she can toy with them as she pleases. Now it's quiet, you 2 beauties. Wang Yongbin licked his lips. Who should we start with? The 2 people standing nearby chimed in. Brother Bin, you must be a big star. We used to only see these actors on TV. Yeah, she has such delicate skin. After Brother Bin finishes, I'd like to try it too, okay? Wang Yongbin has been getting closer step by step, and it is clear that he agrees with the idea of the 2 people beside him. Zhang Wanyue's face was ashen after experiencing so much. She knew, of course, that she had no means to resist these people. Chenyu, hasn't he arrived yet? Or has he really given up on himself? If these 3 people want to humiliate her, she might as well just commit suicide. It would be a lie to say I wasn't desperate. Zhang Wanyue had already closed her eyes. Bang! A muffled thud came from the direction of the stairs, like a heavy object falling to the ground. Bang! Then came a second sound. Who are you? You, It was accompanied by screams. Wang Yongbin was slightly taken aback, turned his head and called out, Old Sue. Zhou Xuaning also looked in the direction of the sound. In the shadows at the stairwell, a series of footsteps. A figure, carrying a blood-stained fire axe, walked up step by step. Blood droplets on the axe blade were slowly dripping onto the ground. Zhang Wanyue suddenly looked up. The newcomer was familiar, and he carried a strong smell of blood. It's Chunyu. I don't know if it was her imagination or just a filter applied at a crucial moment. She felt that Chunyu had become a little more handsome. Since we're debating where to begin, how about we start with you? Chunyu stopped not far away, his voice calm, but his eyes were frighteningly cold. Zhou Xuaning knelt on the ground, understanding in her heart. If he can appear at this time, then he is the savior Zhang Wanyu was talking about. But does it really make sense? Even though I am an S-class talent awakener, I am now in this miserable state. Zhang Wanyue's heart skipped a beat, and she blurted out, Chunyu, he can manipulate flames. Where are the people downstairs? Wang Yongbin's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he demanded an answer in a stern voice. Chunyu didn't stop walking, only uttering 2 words, dead. Wang Yongbin's face twitched with rage, and he laughed coldly. Very well. You dare to touch my men? You really don't know the meaning of death. Just then, hurried footsteps came from the stairs. Li Mengyao, Wang Mingming, and Deng Yusin caught up, panting. As soon as they peeked out and saw the horrific scene upstairs, their faces paled instantly. They still hadn't gotten used to the frequent bloody scenes. Holy crap. Brother Bin, 3 more. They're all top tier. What day is it today? That girl in the skirt. I've never seen her before. Wow. Her legs are amazing. The foul language, accompanied by undisguised greedy eyes, filled Deng Yusin and the other 2 with both fear and anger. They instinctively shrank behind Chunyu. Wang Yongbin shifted his attention from the 3 girls and looked back at Chunyu. Kid, you got some skill to take down old Sue. I don't like to talk nonsense. Because of the lighter my son gave me, my talent awakened after the apocalypse became the S-rank, Heart of Lyric, which allows me to control flames. Chapter 21, Exaggerated Tenfold Tolerance. If we really push ourselves, your physique won't be enough. As Wang Yongbin spoke, a ball of fire suddenly rose from his palm, causing the temperature in the entire corridor to rise sharply. He chuckled and said, in that case, I'll back down. ? Upon hearing this, Zhang Wanyue, Zhou Xuening, and the others were slightly taken aback. Was it really that simple? The 2 men beside Wang Yongbin were also stunned and quickly said, Brother Bin, why are we? Wang Yongbin waved his hand. Women, and all the supplies on them. Leave them here. I can spare your lives. How about that? Pretty generous, right? Chinyu finally stopped. Wang Yongbin frowned. As long as you agree, everyone will be happy. Chinyu said coldly. No need for that. I'd be just as happy if I twisted your head off. ? Fuck your mother. You've gone too far. Wang Yongbin was furious. Another one courting death. Brother Bin, burn that reckless bastard to death. Yes, kill him, and all the women will be ours. The 2 people beside them also became arrogant, their eyes filled with ferocity. Chinyu, watch out. He's coming. Deng Yusin and the other 2 screamed in terror. Wang Yongbin frantically poured all his energy into his right palm, and the orange flame instantly expanded. Compression, then expansion. He wanted to burn this arrogant brat to a crisp. Kid, you're still a student. You don't understand how treacherous society is. I gave you a chance. Smack. A crisp slap echoed throughout the entire floor. In an instant, Wang Yongbin's feet left the ground, and he spun around, flying through the air. Boom! It slammed solidly against the wall in the distance, sending dust flying everywhere. The flames were extinguished in an instant. This happened so fast that no one saw it clearly. The 2 of them were still exchanging harsh words. Suddenly, Wang Yongbin was sent flying, crashing into the wall like a dead dog. Brother Bin, are you alright? That guy's so damn cunning. They attacked while Brother Bin was speaking. They look decent enough, but their methods are so dirty. Have they no shame? The 2 rushed over to help Wang Yongbin up. Zhou Xuening's eyes widened as she looked at Chunyu's calm and upright back, then at Wang Yongbin's pitiful state on the ground. She knew perfectly well that this was due to a numerical difference, because their fight didn't involve any fighting techniques at all. What terrifying power does that guy possess? How could he send someone flying so far with a single slap? Li Mengyao and Wang Mingming covered their mouths. Deng Yusin breathed a sigh of relief, followed by a sweet feeling of pride. She subconsciously took a small step forward and muttered softly, Chunyu is really amazing. Zhang Wanyue leaned against the wall, her breathing still unsteady. Mengyao, Mingming, go check on Xuanning. There are some basic medical supplies in the shared backpacks. Although it was the first time Li Mengyao and Wang Mingming had heard the name Xuanning, but there were only so many people present, so it was easy to guess who it was. Good. The 2 quickly moved closer. Chunyu ignored them, weighed the fire axe in his hand, and approached the remaining 2 step by step. And incidentally, He added insult to injury for Wang Yongbin. But at that very moment, Wang Yongbin, who was lying on the ground, suddenly lunged forward as if in a final burst of energy. He didn't care about the consumption or backlash of any talent, and activated his talent without regard to the cost. This is the last resort, a sneak attack. Whether he succeeds or fails, he is doomed. Brother Bin, you're not dead. Holy crap, play dead. Get out of here. The two people nearby sensed something was wrong, and in alarm, they let go of his hand and retreated. His skin turned crimson, and countless tiny flames burst forth from his pores. They both realized that Brother Bin was clinging to his last breath. Boomstrapje. Orange flames, several times more intense than ever before. It swallowed him whole. He lunged at Chinyu. Chinyu, get out of the way. Watch out. He's going to take us all down with him. Zhang Wanyue gasped in shock, and Deng Yusin covered her eyes in fright. To be honest, Wang Yongbin's life is so tough. Chinyu hadn't expected this. Theoretically, that slap could have killed a cow. This is a completely suicidal fighting style. But the Grand Tutor's vessel was enough to make him fearless. He took a step across. Aim. Locking. Bang! Wang Yongbin's chest was instantly pierced. But the flames didn't go out immediately. It's like inertia, but it's not inertia that propels it forward. Chunyu's windbreaker was instantly carbonized by a single stain. Thump! As the corpse fell to the ground, all the innate flames finally went out. A terrifying physique 10 times stronger than that of an ordinary person. It brings not only strength, but also incredible endurance and resilience. His skin was still warm from the lingering flames. Only a slight burning sensation was felt. Next time I'll have to finish them off from a distance. You scared the hell out of me. With this experience, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Chunyu will become the nightmare of these energy awakeners in the future. After all, they couldn't even break through the defenses. Unfortunately, Chunyu's expensive windbreaker and shirt were burned. Chunyu stood there, his arm slightly red, but it was recovering at a visible speed. It should be fully restored in a few minutes. These days, calling Chunyu a naked man wouldn't be an exaggeration. Fortunately, his underwear and a quarter of his clothes were still intact. He raised his eyes and looked at the remaining two men, who were so frightened that they took 3 or 4 steps back. Impossible. How can someone be unafraid of fire? You're not human. Brother Bin's flames would burn anyone to ashes if they touched them. So why are you all right? The unexpected scene broke their defenses. Zhang Wanyue swallowed hard, her eyes shining. Even facing that fiery figure, Chunyu had won? Wang Mingming and Deng Yusin both stared at Chunyu's physique without prior arrangement. I didn't expect it to be so well hidden. How come it wasn't discovered before the apocalypse occurred? Limangyo Fronat. Did she used to eat this well? Why couldn't she remember? But little did they know, Chunyu didn't like exercising. Purely a post-apocalyptic talent that transformed his body into its current form. The most shocked was Zhou Shiwening. Her companion died in the flames, and she also suffered the pain of being burned by the flames. She knew all too well just how terrifying Wang Yongbin's flames were. But this terrifying flame was ignored by the boy in front of him, who then killed him. Although the flames that burned him were just remnants of embers, he should not have simply endured them. You're called Chunyu? Zhou Shiwening suddenly asked. Chunyu didn't turn around. Let's talk about the idle talk later. I'll deal with these 2 bastards first. As he spoke, he began to walk. The 2 men exchanged a fierce glance. They had no way out but to fight to the death. Superior. Chapter 22 Chunyu, this is too bloody. Within seconds, both men had their legs severed and collapsed to the ground, no longer posing any threat. That guy with the steel bars looks pretty tough. But faced with Chunyu's absolute power, they didn't even have a chance to swing. Yeah, you'll die a horrible death. Yeah, they looked absolutely miserable. Chunyu spoke calmly and sparingly. Empty out public backpacks and personal backpacks, and hand them over to me. Backpack? Dream on. I am. Before the man with the steel bars could finish speaking, Chunyu chopped him in the ankle with an axe. Yeah, I'll say it again. Backpack, empty it, give it to me. Chunyu's voice remained completely calm. I puff. For each, his leg was cut off by an axe. The pain almost made him faint. The man who had been watching the whole thing was so frightened that he urinated, filling the air with a foul odor. Li Mingyao and the others quickly covered their noses and turned their heads away, not daring to look any longer. It was just too bloody. I'll talk. Puff. I'm screaming. Off. Chinyu stopped his chopping. The man with the steel bar had his entire leg cut into pieces, a bloody mess. He spoke weakly. I want to say just now, but you didn't give me a chance. He was absolutely furious. He regretted haggling the moment the first axe blow came down. As a result, there was no chance to explain afterwards. Each axe blow nearly knocked him unconscious, causing his whole body to spasm in pain. Chinyu said calmly, "Enough with the nonsense. Bring out all the supplies." The man with the steel bars coughed. "Take it out. And then, will you let us go?" Puff. Another blow from the axe, and his thigh was chopped off. Aya. The man with the steel bars wailed in pain, his eyes rolling back in his head. Chinyu raised his axe again and said coldly, "If I don't see all the supplies by the time I count to 3, I'll chop you into 18 pieces. I mean what I say. 3. Splash. As soon as the 3 landed, a small mountain suddenly rose up in front of the man with the steel bars. "I'll give it all to you. It's all here. Don't kill me. I'll give some too. I'll give some too." The most conspicuous items were food and water. A dozen cases of purified water, 16 boxes of instant noodles, as well as compressed biscuits, canned meat, and all kinds of beer and liquor. Scattered among the items were miscellaneous supplies, a dull dagger, batteries of various types, a lighter, rope, underwear, and a whole bunch of other things. This group must have also raided the supermarket. They have a fairly good selection of goods. But what truly caught Chinyu's eye were a few items piled up in the corner. One is a dark brown square about 2 fingers thick. One is a silver-gray square ingot the size of a brick. One is a semi-transparent enclosure that shimmers with light. This is the legendary building material, only presented in a special form. Chinyu walked over and touched them one by one. 30 units of timber, 15 units of fabric, glass x 20 units, low-level energy core x1. Yes, the same building materials were obtained from the treasure chest that Deng Yusin opened. "Don't kill me, big brother. Don't kill me. We know we were wrong, brother. Please forgive us." The 2 men cried and begged for mercy. Chinyu nodded. "Well done. Here's a clean slate for you." Question mark. Before the 2 could react, the axe suddenly grew larger in their field of vision. Both of them died. Chinyu walked to the side, bent down, and helped Zhang Wanyue up. "Are you alright, class monitor?" Zhang Wanyue shook her head. "I'm fine, but your skin." She noticed Chinyu's skin. It looked alright from a distance, but it was rather frightening up close. He must have suffered a lot. Chinyu waved his hand. "I'm fine. Go and pack up the supplies. I'll go ask over there." Zhang Wanyue calmed herself down and said, "Okay." While Zhang Wanyue was packing up supplies, Chinyu walked up to the group of women at the back. At this time, Li Mingyao and Wang Mengmeng have already helped Zhou Shiwening treat her wounds. I have to say, Zhou Shiwening is quite pretty. She's just as beautiful as any of the girls at the film academy. Especially now, wearing a beige dress, a black leather jacket, and a pair of Martin boots, she exudes a sweet and cool vibe, while also possessing a touch of haughty beauty due to her recent disarray. "My name is Zhou Shiwening. I come from Jiangda University, and I am a 7th Dan in Sanda, Chinese kickboxing." Before the apocalypse, next to my desk was the trophy I had just won, which is why my talent is S-rank agility, short track star, capable of bursting forth with 5 times the speed in an instant. After a brief self-introduction, Zhou Shiwening got straight to the point. "What is your talent?" Chinyu didn't expect this girl to be so direct. "And it's an S-class. This is an incredibly powerful level. If developed properly, its potential is limitless." Chinyu smiled slightly. "Me? They can tell you." Zhou Shiwening looked around. But whether it's Deng Yusin or Li Mingyao and Wang Mengmeng, they all shut their mouths without prior agreement. Zhou Shiwening said helplessly, "They seem unwilling to tell me that your talent is a secret." Chinyu's lips twitched. He hadn't expected these 3 to actually keep their mouths shut. "Don't you think I'm testing you?" In fact, Chinyu just wanted them to say it for him. In the end, only Chinyu could solemnly declare, "I can see the future." Zhou Shiwening's expression changed. "What? Seeing the future? Are you kidding me? How could someone have such a talent? What was beside you when the apocalypse came?" Chinyu waved his hand. "Can you please stop being so curious about everything? Sometimes curiosity can be deadly. Zhou Shiwening shrugged. It doesn't matter. All my companions are dead. I'm the only one left. I might just die on the street tomorrow. Yu shook his head. You won't die that easily. You have an S-level talent. Zhou Shiwening sighed. What's the point? We ran into Wang Yongbin at the very first stop, and we were completely outmatched, almost dying here. Yu really wanted to tell her that it was just bad luck. As expected, once she truly embarks on the path of survival, she will discover that even A-level is considered a top expert. Yu, we have an empty seat in the car. Xuening, may I get in? Deng Yusin suddenly asked. Yu shrugged. The rules for vehicles don't say that we can add passengers, so let's just follow the rules. In fact, the rules for vehicles to replenish passengers will not be implemented for at least a few more stops. As things stand, there's indeed no way to supplement it at this moment. Just then, Zhang Wanyue came over. Yu, have you finished packing? Yu nodded. Okay, there's not much time left. We can't find the treasure chest. Let's get back to the van. I'll figure out how to upgrade. Good. Li Mengyao and Wang Mengmeng were the first to agree. They both want to get back to the car a long time ago. After a night of hardship, they realized that nowhere was safer than in the car. If only I didn't have to get off the bus. Chapter 23, The Frost Disaster has erupted. Zhang Wanyue approached Zhou Shiwening and took her hand. Xuening, thank you. Zhou Shiwening chuckled. No, I should be thanking you, beautiful lady. Zhang Wanyue said earnestly. On the road to survival, I hope to see you again. Zhou Shiwening nodded. I also hope to meet you. As she spoke, she looked at Yu and said, and you thanks. I'll return the favor next time we meet. Yu said calmly, just don't owe me any more favors. That's enough. After saying that, he led Deng Yusin and the others downstairs. Zhou Shiwening is very beautiful and talented, but the current route is unable to freely attract passengers, and he is powerless to do so. But Yu estimated that, given Zhou Shiwening's abilities and personality, they would meet again sooner or later. Zhang Wanyue and Zhou Shiwening hugged. Bye-bye, good luck. Watching everyone's departing figures, Zhou Shiwening murmured, Haicheng Film Academy, Yu. Inside the van at the entrance of the residential compound. Inside the van at the entrance of the residential compound, Yu had already changed into a second-hand windbreaker. Although the quality and comfort are not as good as the previous one, it's still pretty good. After all, he couldn't find a better option. Current interior illustration. Female sign, Zhang Wanyue. Male sign, Yu. Female sign, Deng Yusin. Limang Yobang Mang Mang. Zhang Ziheo's seat was now empty, so Yu could adjust the seat back and lie down. Even more conveniently, Deng Yusin was right there, able to massage his arms. It's a pity the class representative wasn't willing to massage Yu's legs. Otherwise, that would have been a real treat. Come to think of it, given her personality, she should be very grateful to me for saving the class representative. At least one of them must meet the connection trait, right? But the damn notification just wouldn't ring, leaving him quite helpless. Exploration of abandoned residential area number 7 concluded. All surviving passengers, please return to the vehicle immediately. Countdown, 300, 299, 298. Suddenly, the news that the event was about to end echoed in everyone's minds. Then, end of section 1, extremely safe. Vehicle E923 has more than 2 surviving passengers, meeting the organizational continuity requirements for the current vehicle. Voting for car owners is now open. All passengers on board can vote. The candidate receiving the majority of votes is elected. Limited to 180 seconds. Owner permissions, driving assignment, key decisions, vehicle ownership, etc. The candidates include Zhang Wanyue, Yu, Deng Yusin, Li Mengyao, and Wang Mengmeng. Is there even a need to choose? Zhang Wanyue said directly. Yu, from now on, you're the car owner. I'll be the driver. Yu was taken aback. You can drive? He originally thought he was the only boy who could drive. Zhang Wanyue nodded. That's right, I learned to drive right after I finished the college entrance exam. Li Mengyao and Wang Mengmeng exchanged a glance. They increasingly felt their own value was pitifully small and became somewhat anxious. Zhang Wanyue realized this. She smiled at the person in the back row and said, Mengyao? Mengmeng. The two women were slightly taken aback. Zhang Wanyue said gently, let me teach you how to drive. Nobody knows how long this road to survival will be. If I drive alone, I'm afraid I'll be exhausted. The two girls' eyes lit up immediately, and they nodded repeatedly. Okay. Thank you, class representative. Deng Yusin also whispered, then I'll learn too. Zhang Wanyue smiled slightly. Sure. The group chatted amongst themselves about driving. 180 seconds passed. The car owner naturally became Chinyu. Compared to the scheming and intrigue of her previous life, this life is ridiculously smooth. Voting complete. Owner of vehicle E923. Chinyu. Permissions have been activated. Important notice: the vehicle will be completely taken over by the passengers. You can get on and off the train at any time and perform any actions, but you need to arrive at the next station at the designated time. Vehicle upgrade system is now available. Survival road will drop disasters from time to time. The closer the vehicle is to the next stop, the lower the risk of disaster. We can get on and off the bus at any time and do whatever we want. Doesn't that mean we're free? Such a good thing. But disaster, that's such a broad term. Who knows what it means? Zhang Wanyue frowned, somewhat puzzled. But before she could finish speaking, all that could be heard was the cold, detached prompt. The icy disaster has begun. The current temperature in this area will drop to minus 40 degrees Celsius within 180 seconds, and it will continue to decline. All passengers are urged to take immediate precautions against the cold. The vehicle's insulation is inadequate. Please upgrade it as soon as possible or quickly escape the low-temperature zone. What? Minus 40 degrees Celsius? Even in northeast China, it's not this cold, is it? I knew it wouldn't be anything good. They say it's about freedom, but it's actually minus 40 degrees Celsius. The faces of the people inside the car turned deathly pale instantly. As soon as the warning sound ended, frost began to form on the car window at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chinyu's lips twitched, so low. But deep down he was secretly pleased. Because in the previous life, the first disaster was silent poison gas. Colorless and odorless, it slowly penetrates. If the inhaled amount exceeds the limit, organ failure and sudden death will occur immediately. If there is no disinfection and purification system in the car, death is certain within a week at most. Keep in mind at that time the first stop had just ended. Who could have imagined facing such a decisive blow? This also led to the third station in the previous life. Half of the people on the bus died suddenly. In this life, at least the ice is visible and tangible. Student committee member. Chinyu turned his head and quickly said, "You drive, floor the gas pedal, and get out of this area first." The reason for flooring the accelerator is that even if you floor it, this kind of van will only go a maximum of 130 or 140 miles per hour. Fortunately, it's just enough. If it goes any faster, the class representative's level probably won't be able to handle it. Let her get used to high-speed driving first, so that she can adapt to faster speeds later when the vehicle is upgraded. Zhang Wanyue was slightly taken aback, and her grip on the steering wheel tightened. She offered to drive simply because she had a driver's license and could provide value. Little did they expect that just minutes later they would be facing this desperate run. This was the first time she had ever experienced such a terrifying driving atmosphere. Deng Yusin hugged her arms, her voice trembling. "Class monitor, hurry up and open it. It's getting colder and colder." Zhang Wanyue closed her eyes for 3 seconds, seemingly preparing herself mentally. When she opened her eyes, buzz! The van started and sped off. Outside the window, the wasteland was quickly enveloped by a layer of blue-glowing ice mist, a scene as eerie as a dream. The biting cold penetrated the steel plate and instantly seeped into the car. "It's so cold." Wang Mengmeng crossed her arms, her teeth chattering. "Luckily we brought clothes, but seems they're all summer clothes, no winter coats." Li Mingyao, also shivering from the cold, huddled up in a ball. "Stop picking and choosing, just wear all the thick ones." Chinyu, sitting alone in the front row, was absent-minded. Because he was exercising his rights as a car owner, his gaze quickly swept over a series of data. Current vehicle, minivan small. Available building materials, 3,990 wood, 1980 iron blocks, 2,640 parts, 15 cloth, 20 glass, 133 low-level energy cores. Lack of electronic components, filter materials, special chemical materials, etc. Vehicle upgrades. 1. Spatial expansion. 2. Structural reinforcement. 3. Environmental control. 4. Energy and power. 5. Special facilities. Chinyu was certain that he could modify the vehicle with ease. This quantity of building materials is a huge burden for the survivors who are still desperately fighting for a few dozen units of building materials. That's an astronomical figure. Everything was thanks to the return of Hongwan. This is just one of Deng Yusin's red phoenixes returning. What if it were a whole cartload of red phoenixes? Chinyu took a deep breath, try not to think about it anymore. The temperature is still dropping, which is extremely alarming. What he needs to do now is turn this minivan into the most powerful multifunctional fortress in the apocalypse. Chapter 24, Vehicle Upgrade. First of all, Chinyu did not hesitate. I selected the space option. This small van could not possibly accommodate the other girls. And most importantly, the space in a public backpack will increase as the space in the vehicle increases. The current 30 grid public space is still somewhat inadequate. As time went on, the space requirements increased, so Chinyu had a plan ahead. Upgrade achievable. Basic expansion requirements, 500 wood, 250 iron blocks, 200 parts. Effects, slightly stretches interior space, adjusts seating layout to 3+2+2, comfortably seating up to 7 people, slightly increases trunk space, and adds 5 more public backpack compartments. Time taken, 90 seconds. Status, sufficient materials. Framework extension requirements, 1200 wood, 600 iron blocks, 450 parts. Effect, extends the vehicle frame, transforming a minivan into a minibus. It has 12 standard seats by default and includes a flexible expansion area. The number of shared backpack slots increases by 15. Prerequisite, requires completion of basic expansion Time taken, 180 seconds. Status, sufficient materials. Warning, defense and ceiling performance significantly reduced. Chinyu didn't hold back and upgraded the space twice in a row at the start. He turned his head and suddenly said, I'm going to upgrade the car's interior space. I don't know what will happen, so be prepared. Class monitor, focus on driving and don't worry about anything else. Zhang Wanyue was the first to respond. Okay. Before the girls in the back could even process what was happening, they immediately felt the car vibrate. The original seats, walls, and roof began to deform. The view from inside the car opens up dramatically. The front driving area remains largely unchanged, but the middle and rear areas have been significantly expanded backward and to the sides. A series of soft metallic clangs rang out. Vehicle type update, minibus. Internal volume, significantly increased. Standard passenger capacity, 12 people. Number of compartments in the shared backpack, 45. When everything calmed down, everyone came to their senses. They found themselves inside a minibus. The 12 seats are arranged in a 2+2 configuration for a total of 6 rows. The middle section is a passageway that allows one person to pass through with a ceiling height of about 2 meters, making the overall space feel much more comfortable. We really changed cars? As Wang Mengmeng put on her clothes, she exclaimed, there are so many more seats. Li Mingyao also stood up and counted. There are 12 seats in total, and there are only 5 of us. Deng Yusin suddenly realized, breathing out warm air. No wonder I felt so empty and cold. Phew. Chunyu didn't join the discussion. He just glanced at the inventory, which was still astonishing even after being depleted. The space is sufficient for now. Next, we need to reinforce the structure and control the temperature. Otherwise, they'll freeze to death sooner or later. Chunyu, in the structural reinforcement section, we successively selected structural reinforcement I and structural reinforcement II. Total building materials used, 1,100 wood, 500 iron blocks, 100 parts. Amidst the fluctuations, the vehicle structure was successfully upgraded twice. But this is just the beginning. Chinyu went directly to the environmental control section. Internal insulation layer I, external active de-icing, constant temperature life support system I, simple heat circulation I, a whole host of cold-resistant upgrades, but due to material limitations, most of it is gray and dull. In the end, Chinyu settled on 2. Upgrade, internal insulation layer I. Requirements, 400 wood, 10 cloth, 100 parts. Effect, the entire interior wall of the vehicle is covered with high-efficiency heat insulation material, significantly reducing heat loss. Status, sufficient materials. Upgrade, constant temperature life support system I. Requirements, 50 low-level energy cores, 200 iron blocks, 150 parts. Effect, An independent temperature control unit can maintain the cabin temperature to the maximum extent, even in extremely low temperatures. Status: sufficient materials. Indeed, the most extravagant of them all is the Constant Temperature Life Support System I. This upgrade requires a whopping 50 low-level energy cores. What does this mean? If Deng Yusin hadn't returned 130 at once, they might have had to open 50 more treasure chests. After all, the last time I opened a treasure chest, I only got one low-level energy core. In other words, this is not an upgrade that should have been considered in the early stages. It should have been left unused. The initial considerations should include these insulation measures. Basic CLI requirements: 3 pieces of cloth/leather, 5 parts. Effect: quickly fills gaps in the car body, slightly reducing heat loss. Time taken: effective immediately. Status: upgradable immediately. Internal simple insulation layer I. Requirements: 30 wood, 10 cloth/leather, 15 parts. Effect: the addition of an insulation layer to the inner wall moderately reduces heat loss. Time taken: 90 seconds. Status: upgradable immediately. And so on. There were plenty of simple heating facilities, but Chenyu certainly didn't care for them. His building materials were far beyond what was required. Upgrade. As the car owner, Chenyu issued commands using his mind. Buzz. The next second, the interior walls of the carriage are covered with a matte gray-white material. The biting cold was effectively blocked. The girls on the bus also noticed it and were slightly taken aback. What is this? Chenyu made a shoot gesture because this was just the beginning. Immediately afterwards, a low, rumbling sound of engines came from beneath the vehicle's floor. It's a warm current. The air is now flowing out evenly from the newly added vents. Interior temperature: minus 25 degrees Celsius, minus 10 degrees Celsius, 0 degrees Celsius, 18 degrees Celsius. The temperature control system is operating stably. The outside temperature continues to drop, and the constant temperature reading has fallen to 17 degrees Celsius. The outside temperature continues to drop, and the constant temperature reading has fallen to 16 degrees Celsius. The cold air was quickly dispelled. Although it wasn't nearly as scorching as summer, it was still a relief for the group who had just crawled out of an icy hell. This 16 degrees Celsius temperature is simply a gift from heaven. Call. It's so warm now. Oh my god. Deng Yusin was the first to not be able to hold back and exhaled. Finally, the white mist was gone. She removed 2 of the 3 coats she was wearing, revealing a smile. I felt like my blood was freezing. Luckily, the temperature has returned. With the temperature back above 0, Chenyu felt much more at ease. But he didn't dare to let the student council member drive slowly, because the outside temperature was too low and the temperature control system couldn't withstand it. As things stand, they're no longer suffering from the cold. He's alive. He's alive. Wang Mingming also seemed to have died once. It was so difficult. Chenyu, what exactly did you do? What does it feel like? Our vehicles have changed a lot. Zhang Wanhua asked from the driver's seat. Those building materials in the public backpack, can they upgrade this much? She could hardly believe it. If survival in the apocalypse is this easy, and the icy disaster is so easily overcome, what kind of survival strategy is that? Both logically and emotionally, Zhang Wanhua felt that things were not that simple. The problem most likely lies with the car owner. The building materials in the backpack are certainly not enough. Chenyu answered decisively. What's truly important is talent. Question mark. The women were taken aback. Talent? Everyone knows that Chenyu's talent is the ability to foresee the future. But what does this have to do with building materials? Chenyu chuckled. Don't forget, I can see the future, which naturally includes hidden resource points. Li Mingyao covered her mouth. Then how much building materials did you just use? Chenyu didn't hide anything. Counting on his fingers, we just used about 3,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of iron, 1,000 units of parts, and a few dozen energy cores, about that. He wasn't exaggerating. In fact, he said a little less. At this moment, in Chenyu's personal backpack, timber, 790 units. Iron blocks, 430 units. Parts, 1640 units. Fabric, 5 units. Glass, 20 units. Low-level energy core, 83 units. That's right. Even the remaining supplies are enough to drive the other teams crazy. And on the bus, when the girls heard about the amount of building materials consumed, they couldn't help but gasp. Deng Yusin's pupils dilated. 3,000 units of timber. Li Mengyao covered her mouth. 80,000 units of iron. Wang Mengmeng exclaimed in surprise. 80,000 units of parts. Even Zhang Wanyue, who was driving, turned her head and exclaimed, dozens of energy cores? Chinyu nodded. My God. Deng Yusin exclaimed again, her eyes sparkling. Chinyu, your suit amazing. Vehicle upgrades, module content, prerequisites, etc. are actually part of a complete system, but I will simplify them to avoid making it boring. If you still feel there's too much data and it affects the viewing experience, you can comment on this section and I will consider balancing it. Chapter 25. Base ingredients, lamb, and iced tea. Looking at the adoring gazes of a group of girls before him, Chinyu just chuckled. Don't get too excited yet. If the class representative can't maintain the speed, the temperature control system will break down sooner or later, and then, while speaking, all the women shivered in unison. Li Mengyao whispered, good luck, class monitor. Once you get to a warmer place, I'll start learning to drive. I definitely won't let you drive forever. Wang Mengmeng chimed in. Yes, we can help too. Chinyu didn't say anything. He just lay down on a reclined bus seat, enjoying Deng Yusin's massage. It has to be said that Zhang Ziheo has good taste. Deng Yusin not only has good looks and figure, but also a caring and considerate personality. Chinyu, what do you think our next stop will be like? Deng Yusin suddenly asked curiously. I'm still a little scared. Chinyu didn't even lift his eyelids, and casually said, if I say you won't die, then you definitely won't die. Deng Yusin's eyes immediately crinkled into a smile. That's good. I knew you would protect me. The two were chatting. In the back row, Li Mengyao and Wang Mengmeng saw everything. Or rather, they had nowhere else to look. The two women both had somewhat complicated expressions. Wang Mengmeng nudged Li Mengyao's arm and whispered in her ear, Mengyao, I don't want to die either. Can I go and tell Chinyu too? Li Mengyao's smile was somewhat forced. You were just eagerly massaging his legs. Did he even acknowledge you? Whispering sound. Wang Mengmeng pouted defiantly, puffed out her chest, and tugged at her collar. How am I any less attractive than Deng Yusin? My figure is miles ahead of hers. Just give me a chance. Li Mengyao shook her head. That guy is stubborn. He was like that when he was pursuing me. Wang Mengming's eyes darted around, and she became even more enthusiastic. Mengyao, you're just too concerned about saving face. It's a post-apocalyptic survival situation, and he's ridiculously strong. It's safest to stay with him. What's face worth? We need to find a way to get back in his arms. You're his ex-girlfriend, that status. Make good use of it. It might work wonders. Li Mengyao's heart skipped a beat at what she said. She instinctively looked at Chinyu, the boy who used to be so attentive to her, but is now hard to approach. Do you regret it? I'm so angry I could cry. What a coincidence. I just broke up with him, and then the world ended. She almost suspected it was a prank by God. The way Chinyu looks at her now, is it any different from how he looks at a random passerby? No. Li Mengyao shook her head bitterly. Taking the initiative to approach him might just annoy him more, so it's better not to. Wang Mengmeng, however, was not so easily persuaded to give up. She looked at Deng Yusin in the front row, who was almost pressed against Chinyu, and then at Li Mengyao beside her, whose appearance remained unchanged. A vague plan began to take shape in her mind. Chinyu is a man, and every man has weaknesses. Wang Mengmeng touched her chin, deep in thought. Just then, global information synchronization channels are now open. Locating. Location successful. Access to sequence 691. Fractal branch K7. Theta observation point. The regional channel, Haicheng Film Academy, is now activated. The cold, impersonal system notification tone had just faded. A semi-transparent chat interface was forcibly displayed in front of everyone. What is this? Deng Yusin subconsciously shrank back. Wang Mengming's eyes widened. A chat box? There's such a function? Li Mengyao was also stunned, staring at the IDs that kept popping up on the screen. They even come with names? Chinyu remained calm as he quickly scanned the messages on the channel. Lu Wei, holy crap. What's this? Is anyone here? Zhao Lin, there are people here, but it's all ice fog outside. We don't have any warm clothes. We're gonna freeze to death. Zhao Lin, image. Zhou Qianqian, classmates, can anyone help me? I just wanted to get off the bus to use the restroom, but teacher Wang drove off without waiting for me. I'm here. Zhou Qianqian, image. Wang Changjun. Qianqian, it was you who disobeyed first. Your teacher is afraid you'll get us killed. Yang curse in. Oh, D, are all the people from the film academy here? That's amazing. Because the chat function had just been launched, everyone was frantically spamming the chat. This even led to a conflict between the teacher and the student. But Chinyu didn't care. What caught his attention more was a small square next to the chat button. Sun-chan, hey? It seems like we can still trade. Wu Hao Xuan. Holy crap. That's amazing. Hey bro upstairs, I have some cigarettes. Want to trade for something to eat? Wen Bing Xin. Does anyone have a lot of bottled water? I'd like to borrow some. Sun-chan, I'm not switching. Nobody smokes in our car. Wu Hao Xuan. Does anyone have instant noodles or biscuits? I also have cigarettes. DM me. My god, I can actually trade with other people through this chat box. This feature is so comprehensive. It can even take a picture of the scene in front of you. It's amazing. Li Mingyao sighed and quickly stepped forward. Chinyu, should we exchange something? Chinyu was taken aback. What are you going to do? Li Mingyao explained. I scored over 120 on my college entrance exam math score, so I could be an accountant. Chinyu suddenly realized. Oh, I see. You just want to find yourself a job, right? Li Mingyao. I've never seen such a straight man before. But the reason she proposed becoming an accountant was indeed because she wanted to find her own value. In this terrifying survival atmosphere, the lack of self-worth makes people even more anxious and uneasy. Chinyu stroked his chin. It's not impossible. How about this? You can temporarily manage the supplies in the communal backpacks. You'll be in charge of buying the hot pot base. Buy what? Li Mingyao doubted that she had heard correctly. Chinyu continued, hot pot broth? Otherwise, how are we supposed to eat crayfish? Do you guys want to keep eating instant noodles and biscuits? I don't want that. As Zhang Wanyua drove, she turned her head to the side and said, Chinyu, although I specifically packed a pot in my backpack as you instructed, this car has no power, so even if I bought the base ingredients. Her words were very tactful. But Chinyu waved his hand. I'll figure out the electricity problem. You can handle the rest. I want to see the soup base, mutton, and iced tea on the table tonight. After saying that, he lay down directly, closed his eyes, and began to rest. Li Mingyao and Wang Mingming exchanged a glance, both somewhat shocked. Prot, mutton, isetea. What kind of combination is this? In a post-apocalyptic world, eating hot pot? Is that really feasible? Chapter 26, Taming King Mingming. Chinyu, with his eyes closed, was obviously not asleep. He was watching the scrolling information on the Global Information Synchronization channel. Until Zhang Zishuan. Hello everyone. I'm Zhang Zishuan, the president of the debate club. Our team isn't on a van, but on a bus, so there are a lot of people. Zhang Zishuan. This has also caused us some difficulties. We need a lot of bottled water. If any classmates are willing to exchange, please message me privately. The payment is negotiable. Li Tianlar, Zhang Zishuan. The most beautiful girl in the department. Is she still alive? I want a photo. So you really didn't die, Zhang Zishuan. That's right. A slut like you. Whoever dies first, it won't be you. In my past life, you took advantage of me completely. In this life, I'll make you pay 100-fold. Just seeing those 3 words almost made Chinyu lose control of his killing intent. However, Chinyu couldn't help but feel excited at the thought that the two of them would meet sooner or later. Will we meet at the next stop? Chinyu didn't know. After all, he couldn't really predict the future. But past experience told him. The first site is like a tutorial for beginners with a very low casualty rate. But the second station, it's going to be an epic turn. Chinyu didn't know what he would face, but it was definitely not an easy task. And the goals he set for himself. 1. Living on my own. 2. Hong Wan is alive. 3. The class representative is alive. As for Li Mingyao and Wang Mingming, I'm not familiar with them. Deng Yusin seemed to sense something, and her massage hands became lighter. Chinyu turned his head and said, Wang Mingming, you massage her until dinner time. If you stop even for a moment, you can prepare to be punished. Deng Yusin was taken aback. Chinyu, me too. Chinyu waved his hand. Wouldn't it be better if you took a rest? Deng Yusin pouted and said, okay. Wang Mingming quickly stepped forward. No problem. I'm very good at it. I used to massage my mom all the time. Wang Mingming was completely unaware of the danger. On the contrary, she was happy because she had the opportunity to get closer to Chinyu. But in reality, Chinyu was just a little unhappy right now, and he felt unhappy just thinking about Zhang Zishuan. Of all the people in the car, Wang Mingming was the one he disliked the most. This needs to be addressed. Even if it offends her and prevents him from becoming Hongwan. So what? Yu could discard her at any time. As Wang Mingming spoke, she knelt down in the seat that originally belonged to Deng Yusin. She was wearing those figure-hugging stretch jeans, and now, kneeling forward, she stretched her full hips and legs taut, making them appear even rounder and more shapely when she was kneeling. Yu lay back in the chair, letting Wang Mingming lean over him and press down on his shoulders. A faint fragrance wafted into his nose, and Yu slowly closed his eyes. Wang Mingming started to exert force. But Yu said, "You're too weak." Wang Mingming was taken aback, and quickly increased the pressure, saying, Is this okay?" Yu shook his head, small. Wang Mingming bit her lip, not daring to refute, and could only press and knead more vigorously. She thought massage would be an easy job, but she didn't expect Yu to be so demanding. Soon, fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and her breathing became slightly rapid. "Brother Yu, your shoulders are so strong. You must be very tired all the time." Wang Mingming spoke softly, her voice gentle and sweet. Yu ignored her, but suddenly said, "You're still not strong enough." Wang Mingming. After about 10 minutes, Wang Mingming's arms began to tremble. "Brother Yu, can you rest for a little while? Just 1 minute, okay?" Yu finally opened his eyes slightly and glanced down at Wang Mingming, who was kneeling at his feet, panting, her clothes soaked with sweat, and her curves fully exposed. "I told you so. Stopping halfway will be punished." Smack! Yu slapped him, but not on the face, but on the back of the face. Wang Mingming exclaimed softly, "Brother Yu, what are you doing?" Yu said coldly, "What's wrong? Can't I be punished?" Wang Mingming blushed and secretly glanced at Deng Yusin and Li Mingyao behind her. Both of them had their eyes fixed on the view outside the window. But the more they do this, the more it shows that they are well aware of what is happening inside the car. Wang Mingming took a deep breath. It's okay. Red Phoenix has identified Wang Mingming. Red Phoenix number 2. Connection property, domestication connection. Connection depth, LV.1. Current effective multiplier, 10x. Question mark. This unexpected talent notification left Yu completely stunned. How come the Red Phoenix has suddenly been identified? I didn't do anything, did I? And what is it called, domestication connection? Yu looked at Wang Mingming, who was kneeling to the side with a flushed face, and she really did look like his pet. It's not unreasonable to call it domestication. However, her talent is completely useless, unlike Deng Yusin's, which is returned every time she is summoned. The refund is only possible when opening a treasure chest or receiving a reward. But something is better than nothing. This at least proves that Wang Mingming has completely abandoned her dignity and become her own tamer. Get up and go help Li Mingyao buy things. Contact the seller more often. Hop Hop base is not easy to buy. After all, not many teams bring this stuff. Bupi, Ekwundani. Will not be punished by tonight. Yu did not lower his voice. Li Mingyao, sitting in the back row, heard it clearly. Punishment. Her face flushed as she thought of the punishment Yu had just given Wang Mingming. What if Yu really tries to sexually harass me? When we were dating, he clearly didn't allow it. After assigning the tasks, Yu closed his eyes again. Because he also has sellers he needs to contact, such as one named Yang Kursin. Yang Kursin. Classmates, I have a heavy-duty octagonal hammer here. It's 1 meter long, and the hammerhead weighs 10 kilograms. I found it by chance at the last station. It's very useful. If you're interested, please DM me if you want to bring some food and drinks. Yang Kursin, photo. The image loads clearly. A black octagonal hammer with a head that is much larger than normal, sharp edges, and anti-slip tape wrapped around the handle. Yu glanced at the public channel and, sure enough, saw that many people were interested. But most of them are just inquiries. Clearly, no deals have been made yet. Yu tapped his finger, and an input box popped up. Yu, is the hammer still there? Replying almost instantly. Yang Kursin, yes. You're the first one to message me privately. Carrot. Yang Kursin, but a lot of people have asked, so you need to hurry up and make an offer. Prioritize high-calorie items, like compressed biscuits and chocolate. Water too. Our team is almost out of food. Chapter 27, Arrival Imminent. Glacier Research Outpost. Yu, we have food, but it's not the usual kind. Would you accept crayfish? Yang Kursin, Crayfish? Really? Chinyu, my teammate is a product of his talent. We just ate it today. Yang Kursin, wow, that's amazing. How far can you go with your bid? Chinyu, 5 Gene, in exchange for your hammer. The other end remained silent for a while, presumably replying to other people. About a few minutes later, Yang Kursin, sorry classmates, but the students on our bus all think crayfish doesn't keep you full for long. Chinyu, 10 Gene, 5 caddies. Yang Kursin, sorry, classmate, crayfish are also difficult to prepare, so we can only bake them. Cookies are a better option. Chinyu, 15 Gene, 7.5 caddies. This time, the silence on the other side lasted even longer. It doesn't sound like a reply to someone else. It looked more like they were discussing it with the other passengers. A few minutes later, Yang Kursin, classmate, 15 Gene of crayfish does look very tempting, but I talked to them about it. Chinyu, 20 Gene, 10 caddies. Yang Kakishin, Kiak Sangurabu handakten dashi. Classmate, you're so generous. Chinyu, so the deal is done, right? A Yang Kaksin, deal? But, are you really going to give us all 20 Gene, 10 caddies? Chinyu, I urgently need obstacle breaking tools. Are you going to replace them or not? Yang Kursin, change. Definitely change. Only a fool wouldn't change. Happy to work with you. Yang Kursin, you're such a good person, classmate. Our team is practically eating tree bark. Yang Kursin, alright, my name is Yang Kursin. I'm in class 2 of the dance department. What's yours? Chinyu, look at the first 2 words of this sentence. Yang Kursin, Chinyu, I've sent a trade invitation. Bite. Received a transaction invitation from Yang Kursin. Item for trade. Heavy octagonal hammer, XO image. Required item. 10 kilograms of crayfish image. Confirm. Chinyu closed the chat window and directly selected confirm. The entire process was silent, without any special lighting or effects. The next second, an empty compartment in Chunyu's personal backpack space quietly lit up. I got my hands on the heavy-duty black octagonal hammer, and correspondingly, the 20 kilograms of crayfish he had placed in the designated compartment disappeared instantly. Bite. A private message. Yang Kakishin, onaji, ueue, bye-bye. Chinyu. This was just the first transaction. Chinyu's trading career had only just begun. He quickly continued the screening process. Then they spent a full 90 kilograms of crayfish to exchange for 2 down jackets and 3 pairs of fleece-lined pants from the 5 people. In the freezing cold, such warm clothing is far more valuable than weapons or food. It would be impossible to make an exchange if there were no genuine shortage of supplies. Even if they could be traded, the prices were outrageously high. If Chunyu hadn't received the 130 Gene of crayfish returned on the first day, the deal really wouldn't have been possible. Chinyu wanted to buy warm clothes, not because he needed them himself, but because he was worried that some missions would require him to get out of the car. The girls on the bus don't have 10 times the physical strength. Especially Deng Yusin and the class monitor, these two are highly sought after. One provides water, and the other provides crayfish plus a 130x return, so they can't afford to lose them. The night was as thick as ink, spilled across the boundless wilderness. Even with a constant temperature life support system, the steadily released warmth is gradually eroded by the severe cold. The temperature inside the car remained stubbornly at 15 degrees Celsius. The temperature was already somewhat chilly. Li Mingyao wrapped her thin coat tighter around herself and focused intently on operating the interactive system. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Chunyu! Chinyu! I found him! Chunyu, who was sleeping, slowly opened his eyes, rubbed his temples, and turned around. Found what? Li Mingyao said happily. Hop base. And they're willing to change it if all I need is 2 buckets of water. Chinyu nodded. Oh, what about the mutton? Wang Mingming leaned closer. I found a seller, but 1 pound of meat requires 3 buckets of water in exchange. Chunyu slowly stood up. So how much water do we have left? Wang Mingming counted. We still have 6 more. Chunyu then asked, how long will those 6 buckets of water last us? Li Mingyao whispered, about 6 or 7 days? Chunyu smiled slightly. Do you know when we'll arrive at the next stop? Li Mingyao looked somewhat embarrassed. I don't know. Chunyu nodded. Oh, I don't know when we'll reach the next stop? But you too dared to exchange 5 buckets of water for it. Aren't you afraid the whole train will die of thirst? Upon hearing this, Li Mingyao and Wang Mingming stood there stunned. Chenyu waved his hand. Don't be nervous. I'm not going to kill you too. Li Mengyao and Wang Mingming quickly said, actually, we haven't changed yet. Let's look again. Chenyu laid back down in the chair. What I mean is that water resources are far more important than you think. Hot pot base is only paired with 1 bottle of water, and a pound of mutton is only paired with 1 bucket of water. If we negotiate at this price, there's no way we can't reach an agreement. Good. Li Mengyao and Wang Mingming quickly agreed and went to discuss it with the seller again. The carriage fell silent again. Zhang Wanhua took in everything through the rearview mirror. Chenyu's words also benefited her greatly. Upgrade. Vehicle-mounted power supply module I. Requirements. 80 parts, 2 low-level energy cores. Features. Equipped with low-voltage AC power, 220V/maximum 1500W, and 2 external interfaces, it can power small appliances of suitable power, such as electric stoves and electric hot pots. Status. Sufficient materials. Without much hesitation, Chenyu still had a lot of building materials left. He'll upgrade to this necessity sooner or later. The sooner he upgrades, the sooner he can enjoy it. With the consumption of building materials, a power outlet was immediately added to the front of the vehicle. Li Mengyao and Wang Mingming have also finished their conversation with the seller. The other party was unhappy, but they actually agreed. This made the 2 women suddenly realize something, and they looked at Chenyu with a new layer of meaning. With Chenyu's approval, Zhang Wanhua parked the bus. Everyone was having a great time, and they started eating hot pot with mutton and stir-fried crayfish. Cold. The glacier outpost looks like an iron coffin. Geothermal core prototype. Finding one means you can survive. But I couldn't walk anymore. The ice behind them shattered. They caught up. No. The heat source is right in front of us. I lay down on one side, but I don't want to move anymore. Let the light shine on your face, like a dying person clinging to the last flicker of a candle. The sound stopped abruptly, and the carriage fell into a deathly silence. The only sound was the bubbling of the hot pot, which sounded rather jarring at that moment. Those words just now, all of it was read aloud by a sorrowful male voice with vivid expression. It gave everyone in the carriage goosebumps. You have to understand, everyone was already in the pitch-black, icy wilderness, and then they heard such suffocating words. Wang Mingming stammered, I shouldn't be the only one who can hear me, right? Zhang Wanhua's face turned ugly. Of course not. Everyone heard it. Look at the chat box if you don't believe me. Li Mengyao and Deng Yusin quickly looked over. The regional channel, which was originally filled with various transactions, arguments, and boasts. The theme of the apocalypse has now returned. What was that sound? Who's talking? You scared me to death. Damn it, I was eating frozen compressed biscuits, and then this happened, and I lost my appetite. I heard that too. Could it be someone who died in the nearby glacier and turned into a ghost? That's hard to say. I can believe anything that happens these days. The regional channel had just started flooding with messages when a cold voice suddenly rang out. Arriving soon, Glacier Research Outpost. After the second stop, new students will be introduced, and the senior teaching assistant will make an appearance. Chapter 28, 10 Teams. Battle Royale. Arriving soon, Glacier Research Outpost. Mission, capture the geothermal core prototype, 0/1. Synchronization status, total players 86, online vehicles October 10th. Global information synchronization channels have been temporarily closed. Regional notice. 1. Geothermal core prototype unit, 3 units in total. Successfully capturing 1 unit means you have successfully brought it back to the assembly area. 2. The temperature at the outpost is between -30 degrees Celsius and -40 degrees Celsius, with periodic absolute zero waves that cause the temperature to plummet to -80 degrees Celsius and remain there for about 5 minutes. 3. Geothermal ferns grow naturally at the outpost. Harvesting them can provide thermal protection. 4. Mutant creatures exist at the outpost. Please move quietly and avoid danger. 5. The total mission duration is limited to 12 hours from the time you enter the outpost. Exceeding this time will result in permanent detention. Maps to the outpost have been distributed. Vehicles are prohibited at the outpost. Please arrive at the outpost assembly area before the countdown ends. Countdown, 3600, 3599, 3598. The next second, everyone saw a clear map unfold before them. leading to the legendary outpost assembly area. The information and task for the second station appeared out of nowhere. The hot pot that Chunyu and the others were enjoying suddenly didn't taste so good anymore. Zhang Wanyue's face turned ashen. I'll go get the car. I only have an hour. Chunyu nodded. Yeah, it's not far according to the map. We can eat when we get to the assembly area. Zhang Wanyue immediately got up and returned to the driver's seat, not daring to delay for the slightest. Deng Yusin asked in a low voice. Total number of people. 86. Online vehicles. 10. Does that mean there are 10 teams participating? Li Mingyao quickly calculated in her mind. On average, each team has 8 to 9 people, but we only have 5. Wang Mengming's face turned pale, and she exclaimed, and vehicles are banned? We're supposed to walk for 12 hours in temperatures of minus 30 or 40 degrees Celsius. And they're going to rob us. She even started pinching her philtrum. Zhang Wanyue had already started the vehicle, staring at the road ahead, and joined the discussion. It's not 12 hours of hiking, it's the total mission time of 12 hours, including search, combat, and evacuation. If you can get the key items quickly enough, you can suffer less. She paused, but absolute zero waves are a deadly threat. At minus 80 degrees Celsius, without a heat source for protection, one will quickly die from hypothermia. A brief silence fell over the carriage. Chunyu, Li Mingyao couldn't help but ask, in the future you see, are we still alive? Chunyu leaned back in his seat and said calmly, I am still alive. Deng Yusin leaned closer and hugged Chunyu's arm. So, did we get the prototype? Chunyu's lips curled up slightly. I see that there is a new heat source in our car. He didn't answer directly, but his words hinted at success. Everyone's spirits lifted. Sometimes, spiritual nourishment is just as important. All right. Chunyu picked up a piece of steaming hot mutton and casually put it in his bowl, but did not eat it immediately. He raised his eyes and calmly swept his gaze over the girls. None of you have noticed how truly terrifying this mission is. A look of doubt flashed across Deng Yusin's face. What's truly terrifying? Chunyu shook his head, put the piece of mutton into his mouth, chewed and swallowed it, and then continued, yes. 3 prototypes, 10 teams, which means at least 7 teams were wiped out. As soon as she finished speaking, Deng Yusin opened her mouth, and a chill ran down her spine. Li Mingyao and Wang Mengming exchanged a glance, both seeing horror in each other's eyes. They had only thought about how to complete the task, but never tried to understand the rules from his perspective. This is not an exploration mission at all. It was a brutal battle royale. Zhang Wanyue's voice was hoarse. So, the possibility of cooperation is almost zero. In any encounter, the first thought is not mutual assistance, but killing the other party. Chunyu didn't answer. He just kept eating the mutton in the pot. It's important to know that different vehicles participate in different missions. If you're lucky, you might encounter missions that require cooperation and mutual benefit or collective survival. But he really had bad luck. The first task, after leaving the abandoned community, was to select 3 out of 10, which was extremely dangerous. The bus engine roared as it sped across the ice field. Outside the dark window, blurry scenery rushed past, and other lights could be seen in the rearview mirror. They are clearly on the same route. A dozen minutes later, the outline of a cluster of buildings appeared on the horizon ahead. That should be the outer perimeter of the outpost. The assembly area indicated on the map is located in the open space in front of the complex of buildings. When Chunyu's bus rolled over the last stretch of road and came to a steady stop on the ice field, there was no other vehicle around. That's right, they were the first of the 10 teams to arrive. Outside the car window, several gray buildings covered by a thick layer of ice stood silently. Further away, the entrance to a deep rift was emitting a faint blue light. That place is most likely the legendary outpost, the arena where the 86 heirs fought their way to the death. All right, class monitor, you must be tired from driving. Chunyu was still resting with his eyes closed. Eat quickly. We don't have much time left. Zhang Wanyue got out of the driver's seat and nodded. Okay. But she had only picked up her chopsticks a short while ago. The crunching sound of tires rolling over ice and snow could be heard from outside the car window. 1, 2, 3. More and more car headlights pierced the wind and snow, coming from different directions. Eventually, cars stopped one after another around Chunyu's bus. It was a blizzard night, pitch black, with only the vehicle's headlights illuminating the glacier crevasses ahead. The car doors opened one after another, and figures wrapped up tightly staggered off the bus. Holy crap. Where did I end up? Is this still in China? It's so cold. Are we really going to have to stay in a place like this for 12 hours? What the hell is this? Hey, you guys are from the directing department, right? We're from the fine arts department. After all that, it turns out they really are all classmates. There's still 40 minutes left on the countdown. Do we have to wait until it's over before we can go in? In the wind and snow, figures moved about, their breaths forming a continuous white cloud. Some people wanted to enter the building to take shelter from the wind, but found that the entrance was blocked by thick ice and they couldn't break through it no matter how hard they tried. They had no choice but to retreat back to the vicinity of the convoy, huddling together in small groups. Inside the bus, Wang Mingming leaned against the window, trying hard to make out what was going on. Brother Chinyu, look at that big SUV. The people getting off are all from the second acting class. Li Mingyao also came over, squinting as she looked. That minibus over there, doesn't it look like it's a mixed bus for the directing and sound recording departments? But how can they be mixed like that? Chinyu said calmly. If they are a club, wouldn't that make sense? Li Mingyao suddenly realized, oh, that's true. More and more vehicles stopped, and Wang Mingming suddenly pointed to a van in the distance. A middle-aged man wearing a bulky down jacket and glasses was directing several students to unload items from a car, seemingly clothing with a livid face. Director Yu? Isn't he from the administration department? How come he's also on the road to survival? Li Mingyao's tone was complicated. He's that genius who advocated extending military training by a month. But looking at him, he probably calls the shots in the unit. Those students seem pretty afraid of him. Deng Yusin also spotted some familiar faces and pointed to the other side. Those girls over there, they look like they're from the dance department. While quickly eating, Zhang Wanyue calmly observed, Chinyu, if we don't get out of the car, won't it arouse suspicion? Chapter 29. Pay first, sit later. No credit allowed. Chinyu asked calmly, what suspicions could it arouse? Zhang Wanyue patiently explained, the other teams have mostly gotten off and gathered together. If we stay on the bus, won't we be too conspicuous and attract unnecessary attention? Chinyu shook his head. Since we're all competitors anyway, what's the point of getting to know each other beforehand? Li Mingyao whispered, Chinyu, look how frozen they are, while we're eating hot pot and sitting here with the heater on. What if we get caught? Chinyu finished the last drop of soup in his bowl, wiped his mouth, and said in a flat tone, that's what I wanted to stand out. His 12-seater bus was parked steadily at the location closest to the entrance of the glacier crevasse, with the windows tightly closed. It quickly attracted a lot of attention. Sure enough, a few minutes later, heavy footsteps came through the snow and stopped outside the car door. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound was heard. There were 3 boys outside the window. Li Mingyao knew one of them, Xiao Bing, who was from the directing department. Hey, everyone inside. We're all here just waiting for you. Another male voice said, yeah, let's come down and discuss a plan together. This godforsaken place can't be managed by one person alone. We're all classmates. We need to stick together. Director Yu is here too. He's very experienced and in charge of overall coordination, so don't be afraid. Outside the car, it was pitch black. A blizzard raged. The car windows were upgraded to tempered glass in the structural reinforcement I upgrade, which also provides built-in anti-peeping protection. This also meant that the 3 boys outside couldn't see inside at all. They simply assumed that the students in the minibus were too timid to get out. But what they didn't expect was the passenger side window started to slowly roll down. This unusual scene surprised the 3 of them slightly. You know, in this freezing weather, I haven't seen a single car with its windows open. Even opening it by only 2 centimeters doesn't make sense, does it? However, the unscientific part comes later. Call! A powerful stream of warmth gushed out from that crevice. It also has the lingering aroma of food and the scent of perfume. Outside the car, the frigid air suddenly meets the warm, humid air above, freezing inside. In an instant, a thick, churning white wave of air shot out. Xiao Bing, who was closest to the car window, suddenly stiffened as his face was covered in steam. Not far behind him, 2 boys also stared wide-eyed. Even other teams nearby were drawn by the commotion and turned to look. Classmate, it's quite warm inside your car? Even Xiao Bing found the question strange. Through the crack in the car window, Chun Yu calmly spoke. Yes, is there anything else? We don't intend to join any cooperation, sorry. After saying that, buzz. The car window rose steadily and closed tightly again. Xiao Bing was left standing there, stunned. Just now, through the crack alone, he could be certain that he hadn't misread it. The people inside the car were wearing thin clothes, and their faces were rosy. In the middle of the aisle of the train carriage, there was a pot with a boiling red oil soup base. The spiciness and aroma in the air are undeniable. Are you kidding me? It was minus 30 or 40 degrees Celsius outside. The wind whipped up snowflakes like knives, and everyone was shivering and pale in the freezing cold, worried about the life or death mission that lay ahead. Are these people eating hot pot in their car? Soldier, what did he say? Hey, soldier, why aren't you saying anything? The urging from behind brought Xiao Bing back to his senses, and he forcibly suppressed the turmoil in his heart. Oh, it's okay, let's go back first. He waved and led the two boys toward the main group, but they hadn't taken more than a few steps. Director Yu, rubbing his hands, came forward to greet them. Xiao Bing, what's going on? Where are they? Everyone's waiting to discuss this. Are they the only ones getting special treatment? Xiao Bing stopped in her tracks, opened her mouth, but for a moment she didn't know how to describe it accurately. Director Yu noticed something amiss and quickly asked, "What's in their car?" Several film school students gathered around, curious about the situation. Xiao Bing coughed and cleared her throat. They're eating hot pot in the car. What? Director Yu's voice suddenly rose. A boy next to him couldn't help but chime in. Hot pot? Xiao Bing, are you out of your mind? I saw it with my own eyes, Xiao Bing said with certainty. The soup base is still bubbling. The people inside are only wearing shirts, and their faces are all red. As soon as I got close to their car window, a blast of hot air rushed out. It's like being in a sauna. It's absolutely true. Director Yu's expression changed repeatedly, from doubt to astonishment, and finally, he believed Xiao Bing's words. He turned his head and glanced at the bus that was quietly parked at the front, then looked around at everyone shivering in the cold wind, feeling a little annoyed. Nonsense. Director Yu squeezed out two words through gritted teeth. This attracted a large number of students. He pointed at the bus. What kind of occasion is this? Apocalypse survival. It's a matter of life and death. Do they think they're here for a picnic? They have no sense of teamwork at all. He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Everyone's emotions were stirred up by the director. Anxiety and indignation permeated the surrounding students. We're freezing like pigs here, while they're enjoying themselves in their cars. Where do they get so much fuel that they can not only heat the house, but also cook hot pot? That's so unfair. We're all classmates. Why should they get to enjoy this? It's one thing that the vehicles are different, but now even the social classes are different. Isn't this bullying honest people? The crowd was outraged. Amplify emotions. Collective protest. Dozens of people, with Director Yu at the core, slowly gathered, their eyes fixed on the bus in front of them with hostility. Director Yu looked at the growing number of students behind him, a hint of smugness flashing in his eyes. This is exactly the effect he wanted. Let's go. Let's go ask them what they mean. Don't they have any spirit of mutual assistance? Director Yu raised his arm and called out, then pulled his down jacket tighter around himself and started walking. Behind him followed a large group of about 20 people, mostly students from the same car as him, and some from other groups who were caught up in the atmosphere. A large group of people trudged through the snow and quickly surrounded the bus. Director Yu walked to the car door, preparing to pound on the window. But my gaze was drawn to a piece of paper clipped to the car window. The vehicle is well heated. Empty seats available for rent. Price, 5 bottles of drinking water or 10 packs of compressed biscuits per minute. Equivalent goods are negotiable. Pay first, then sit down. No credit allowed. Chapter 30. Director Yu, a master of moral blackmail. This. Director Yu's fingers trembled, and he was so angry that he couldn't utter a complete sentence for a moment. The students behind him also saw it. No one would have imagined that such a perverted note would exist. Renting out a seat, and you have to pay. And by the minute. 5 bottles of water in 1 minute. Why doesn't he just rob someone? 10 packs of biscuits. That's all the food we need for the whole day. Don't you have any humanity? We're all classmates, down on our luck, and you still want money from us. The wave of condemnation nearly engulfed the bus. Director Yu's face turned ashen. He could no longer hold back and slammed his fist against the car window. Students inside, what do you mean by this? Don't you have any compassion or classmate spirit? What time is it now? We're all in this together. We should help each other. But the car windows remained closed. Inside the car, Director Yu's desperate questioning was muffled by the thick car windows. But the intensity of that state was terrifying to anyone who saw it. Deng Yusin shrank back and whispered, "Chen Yu, they seem really angry." Zhang Wanyue shook her head. "It's just moral blackmail. That director you used to bring up collective discipline back in school, and he's still using the same old tricks now." Chen Yu nodded. "They're not angry that we're not cooperating. They're angry that we're doing better than them." Wang Mingming leaned closer and sneered. "Now you know it's cold? Chen Yu, we absolutely mustn't open the door. Let them freeze to death." Having grown accustomed to the cautious Wang Mingming, it's rare to see her so domineering. The feeling of wanting to be punched is back. This rekindled Chen Yu's desire to punish. Chen Yu shook his head. "Anyway, it's just sitting empty. Wouldn't it be better to sell some supplies?" He wasn't afraid of what the group might do to the bus. Due to the restrictions of the rules, the vehicle is not harmed by any passengers. It will only suffer damage naturally. Of course, some disasters may unleash terrifying monsters or strange occurrences, in which case upgrading the protection of vehicles becomes especially important. In other words, now, the inside of the vehicle is an absolutely safe zone. While quickly organizing the equipment she would take off the bus, Zhang Wanyue analyzed the situation without looking up. Director Yu wants to take this opportunity to establish his authority, and may even have other motives. Chen Yu, if we absolutely have to do that, then we are very likely to become the target of everyone's attacks. After the mission begins, we need to be careful about being targeted by a united front. Chen Yu smiled slightly. The target of everyone's criticism. Well, but the premise is that they have a target to target. Zhang Wanyue was taken aback. She hadn't expected there to be such an angle. Deng Yusin then asked, "Are there really people willing to exchange supplies for seats? It's so expensive." Chen Yu leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes again. "It will happen. And very soon. There is still a full half hour before we entered the outpost for the mission. The outside temperature is unbearable. Continuing to push through will only lead to exhaustion, overheating, or even freezing to death." Indeed, the price Chen Yu offered was not cheap. It's fair to say that very few people can afford to give that. But precisely because of this, Chen Yu looked forward to even more interesting things. "I'll change." Suddenly, a cry rang out from outside. "I'll trade water for a seat. I can't feel my fingers. Let me up. Just 1 minute." Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a tall, thin boy breaking free from his companion's grasp and leaning against the car door. Director Yu's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. This behavior was a complete slap in the face to him. "My name is Chen Yu. Message me privately in the regional channel to initiate a resource trade. Pay first, then join the trade." A sound came from inside the car, and a few seconds later, the car door opened, and a warm stream of air rushed out. The boy grabbed at the straw and squeezed in without a second thought. The door closed immediately. Only the shivering crowd remained in the snow. The fleeting heat, as if it were still right in front of me, is not a pleasant feeling. A minute passed. The bus stood there quietly, its middle door tightly shut. But the boy who got on the bus first didn't get off. Now, the commotion in the crowd became even more pronounced. Why hasn't Xiao Wang come down yet? What's it like inside? I hope nothing bad has happened to him. What happened? Didn't you see the steam that came out when the door opened just now? I could feel it even standing behind me. Damn, I think I can't feel my toes anymore. That guy had so many bottled water, he really hid them well. A second wavering party soon emerged. A girl wearing glasses, her face pale and bluish, gritted her teeth and said, "I want to change seats too. Chen Yu, I'm making a deal. Will you agree?" The middle door opened a crack again, and she quickly slipped inside. The door closed. Similarly, it disappeared without a trace, never to be heard from again. One after another, the third, the fourth. These people were unable to withstand the severe cold and traded precious supplies for the right to board the bus. A few minutes later, suddenly someone yelled, "Holy crap. You beast! Wang Zikai, how dare you touch a public backpack?" Wang Zikai was the first tall, thin boy to board the bus. Soon, someone else realized, "You motherfucker, Zhao Yu, you took all of everyone's life-saving water to exchange for seats. Damn it, there's a traitor on our bus too." 3 bottles of water and 2 packets of dried meat are missing from the shared backpack. Did Li Chang go upstairs just now? "You're not human. We've been freezing like dogs here, scrimping and saving, and you traitors. You're taking everyone's things to enjoy yourselves? Get down here. Give your things back, or we're not done with you. Accusations and angry shouts filled the air. Several hot-tempered boys were already red-eyed and wanted to smash the car. However, a sign indicating that the vehicle was undamaged appeared. Director Yu's eyes darted around, and he cleared his throat. These people are impervious to reason. I'll go up and see what they're up to. You all wait here and don't make any rash moves. As he spoke, he imitated the people who had boarded the bus before him and shouted, "Hey classmate, agree to the transaction request." The middle door slid open a crack. Director Yu stepped into the carriage. The next moment, warmth, an unimaginable warmth. It felt like jumping from an ice cellar into a hot spring in an instant. It even gave him a comfortable shiver. A layer of white fog quickly covered the lenses of his glasses, so he took them off and wiped them. After putting it on again, I looked into the carriage. The scene before him left his mind completely blank. The carriage was clean and tidy, the temperature was pleasant, and several students were wearing light clothing with rosy complexions. On the small table in the middle of the aisle, there were still leftover hot pot dishes. Unbelievable. That's defying the heavens to the extreme. Director Yu looked at the boy who had opened the window. He was sitting at the very front, resting with his eyes closed. This is hardly a post-apocalyptic survival story. This is practically a luxury RV winter trip. And I even brought a bunch of beautiful female classmates along. He took a few deep, greedy breaths and blurted out, "How can you do this here? We're all classmates. We should share everything. This environment, these resources." Director Yu took 2 more steps forward and reprimanded the students who had just boarded the bus. "And you guys, you actually used everyone's supplies for trading. You came here to enjoy yourselves? Get down here right now. I'm only counting to 3. Chunyu slowly opened his eyes. "Are you threatening my customer, Director Yu?" Chapter 31, The Seeds of Doubt Need No Watering. "You?" Director Yu was speechless after Chunyu's retort. His imposing presence inexplicably diminished by 3 points. But his long-held pride made him stand firm. "Chunyu, I am the school's administrative director. These are extraordinary times, and we should pay more attention to discipline and unity. Your practice of offering special treatment and charging fees severely damages team cohesion. I order you to—" But before he could finish speaking, Chunyu interrupted, "I order you to get out of my car." Question mark. Director Yu was taken aback. He hadn't expected the other party to be so assertive. Chunyu slowly stood up, a fire axe appearing in his hand. "I'm telling you, Director Yu, the school is gone. Can your identity be exchanged for a single piece of timber? This is my vehicle, I call the shots. Your 1 minute is almost up. Either get out or continue the transaction. Can you even understand human language?" Director Yu's face turned bright red as he pointed at Chunyu. "Do you even have any respect for your teachers or classmates?" Chunyu approached step by step. "Looks like you don't understand." Just as Chunyu, carrying a fire axe, walked to within a meter of Director Yu, Director Yu quickly raised his hands. "Wait a moment, Chunyu, I'll continue paying." This scene made the students in the car feel uneasy. Zhang Wanyue, Li Meng Yao, and the others exchanged smiles, while the few who had just boarded the bus looked on with disdain. They were just talking about benevolence and morality, but they couldn't stand the cold themselves. Director Yu blushed slightly and explained, As the teacher in charge, I need to understand the situation. I'll take 5 minutes to find out more." As he spoke, he frantically brought up the trading interface. But then his expression changed. Director Yu exclaimed in surprise, "Where are the things in the public backpack? Who touched my backpack?" He suddenly scrambled to the window. "Look outside." It turned out that everything was already in complete chaos. Damn it, who secretly took supplies from the communal backpacks again? What joint response nonsense? Everyone's just thinking about how to benefit themselves. If anyone dares to touch public supplies again, I'll fight them to the death. Damn it, if I can't control them, then I'll take them too. We should have realized this long ago. There's no such thing as cooperation. It's all just fucking selfishness. In the apocalypse, seeds of doubt don't even need watering. They instantly sprout into thorns. Trust is expensive. A hastily assembled team will naturally not have that. The crowd that had been gathered around the bus quickly dispersed, and people warily kept their distance from each other. Inside the bus, it was warm and cozy. Deng Yusin whispered to Chunyu. They seemed to have completely lost their way. Wang Mingming pouted. Serves them right. Who told them to try to morally blackmail us? Li Mengyao seemed lost in thought. She glanced at Chun Yu, who was resting with his eyes closed, and suddenly a realization dawned on her. Zhang Wanyue also sensed something, and suddenly leaned closer, exclaiming in a low voice, Chun Yu, you never wanted their supplies from the very beginning? She took a deep breath. You're dismantling a potential threat. If you can get them united and work together, then once they're at the outpost, we'll become targets. But now, they're preoccupied with their own problems and wary of each other. Once they enter the outpost, their first thought is self-preservation, not uniting against us. Deng Yusin covered her mouth, and only reacted after hearing what the class representative said. Wang Mingming also showed a look of realization and lingering fear. Chen Yu didn't answer, but looked at Director Yu at the door. Time's almost up. Why haven't I received Director Yu's transaction invitation yet? Director Yu's body stiffened abruptly, his face turning red and white. He had no extra supplies left. His personal backpack was full of things to save his life, while the communal backpack had been divided up by those little bastards. Chen Yu. He forced an awkward smile. Look, I'm a teacher, and I'm worried about everyone. It's too cold outside, and I'm too old to stand it. Once the mission begins, we can work together. After all, I have experience, I can. Creak. Bang. Chen Yu kicked it out of the door, where it slammed heavily onto the snow, sending up a cloud of snow foam. He groaned and struggled in the snow, unable to get up for a long time. He had no idea where his glasses had fallen off. Chen Yu stood at the door and said loudly, You said you'd pay with the shared backpack, but you're going back on your word? Do you really think this is some village store where you can get credit? Outside the car, there was a deathly silence. Then, someone let out an undisguised sneer, followed by more mockery. No one stepped forward to help him up. Even the original members of the director's team just watched indifferently. After Director Yu was kicked away, other people who boarded the bus also declined, because they had no more supplies to provide in the share backpacks. After everyone got off the bus, the doors closed completely. Only Chun Yu's team remained. Chun Yu sat back down in his seat and looked out the window. Get your winter gear ready. Zhang Wanyue nodded, then suddenly asked, We don't. She made a rare gesture of slitting her throat. Chen Yu hadn't expected that the class representative would follow suit and develop such apocalyptic ideas so quickly. He said calmly, No rush. The mission hasn't even started yet. Don't act rashly, or you'll incur public wrath, and all your previous efforts will be wasted. Zhang Wanyue suddenly realized. That's true. After the farce just happened. The girls on the bus admired Chun Yu's methods even more, and even felt a little fear. This is exactly the effect Chen Yu wanted. Only in this way, only by keeping your own shared backpack, can you be safe and ensure that nothing like what happens outside will happen. Countdown, 59, 58, 57. The cold, mechanical sound shattered the last vestige of peace. Chen Yu slowly stood up and stretched his neck. Let's go, everyone. He turned his head and glanced at the women. Zhang Wanyue was wearing a heavy, long black down jacket that covered her completely, and thick fleece hiking pants that concealed her fair legs. Only half of his cool and aloof face was visible beneath the hood, his eyes calm and collected. Deng Yusin was wrapped in a short, creamy white down jacket, which was fluffy and soft. The fur trim on the hood made her face look even smaller. She also wore fleece-lined pants. The clothes for the two girls were given to them by Chun Yu, in exchange for crayfish, to prevent them from freezing to death. In contrast, Li Mengyao and Wang Mingming appeared to be bound up. Li Mengyao wore a fitted sweater and skirt underneath, layered with 2 cardigans of different thicknesses and then wrapped in a short shearling coat. Wang Mingming wore a loose sweatshirt under a base layer, a down jacket over the sweatshirt, and then a cape. When the two best friends looked at Zhang Wanyue and Deng Yusin, envy and bitterness almost welled up in my eyes. Deng Yusin, tilting her glasses, said, Chen Yu, thank you. Zhang Wanyue subconsciously turned slightly to the side, avoiding direct eye contact. She is different from Deng Yusin. Chen Yu was so good to her that it made her feel burdened. Chen Yu waved to her two best friends. You don't need to be envious. I don't have any clothes to wear either. They're the team's food and water supply, so it's only right that their safety be ensured. As long as you behave, you'll have clothes and bread. Countdown, 9, 8, 7. Chen Yu offered a brief reassurance before getting out of the car. Chapter 32, Geothermal Ferns and Caterpillars. Chen Yu had already gotten off the bus. The women quickly followed. But as soon as everyone landed on the ground, the warmth they had received over a long period of time made them extremely uncomfortable. The frigid air, like fine ice needles, pierced the exposed skin. Call. Call. It's no exaggeration to say that Chunyu and his group were practically walking white vapor. This attracted the attention of everyone outside the glacier crevasse. My goodness, it's so cold, and the wind is so strong, howling and howling. Wang Mingming made a comment. Li Mingyao shivered as well. Chunyu, can we find that prototype quickly? If we really stay outside for 12 hours, I'll definitely freeze into an icicle. Chunyu walked to the front. Okay, look ahead. As they spoke, everyone looked toward the crack. The entrance is not naturally formed. It appears to have been torn apart, with jagged edges. A narrow slope extends downwards, leading into the darkness. The howling wind swept up from the valley floor, whistling and whipping up snowflakes. There is no light source below. Prepare a flashlight. As Chunyu spoke, he took out a high-powered flashlight from his backpack and turned it on. The beam of light pierced the dense darkness, illuminating what lay ahead. Chunyu didn't wait for anyone and went straight down. Zhang Wanyue, Deng Yusin, and others immediately took out flashlights, and the group began to move downwards. They were the first team to dare to go down. The other students looked at each other, somewhat hesitant. Holy crap, they really went down there. Isn't this too reckless? Who knows what's down there? Just standing at this cave entrance and looking inside makes my legs go weak. Stop arguing. What do we do now? Just stand by and watch. Wait and see. Yes, wait. Safety first. Ultimately, this was only the second night of the apocalypse. People haven't fully adapted to the rhythm yet. It's normal to be timid, and it's also normal to be cautious. But Chunyu's experience tells him that it's always better to act first. The more you hesitate, the more likely you are to run into problems. Of course, there's one more team that dares to come down. Wang Mingming recognized the team as being from the directing department. Chunyu, there are only 6 people behind us. In the pitch black, only the light from the flashlight shone through. Li Mingyao clung tightly to Wang Mingming's arm, walking unsteadily. Chunyu walked to the front and said calmly, "Wouldn't that be even better? We'll take 3 prototypes, and then we won't have to worry about this icy disaster." After descending for about 10 minutes, the passage widened slightly, but the temperature seems to be even lower. Chunyu suddenly stopped, the beam of light fixed on the ice surface not far away. There, a few clusters of warm orange light stubbornly shone. Holy crap! Geothermal fern? Wang Mingming exclaimed excitedly. This is a treasure that can keep you warm, as clearly stated in the mission description. The thick leaves shimmered with a warm glow, causing the surrounding ice to melt into a wet patch, as if by magic. I just came down and ran into my sweetheart. I really had to come down right away. Almost simultaneously, a hushed gasp came from the side and behind. It's a team from the directing department. They also discovered the geothermal fern. The random beams of their flashlights swept across the area, revealing faces that were frozen blue-purple but filled with greed. The atmosphere instantly tensed up. Geothermal ferns are not only portable heat packs, but also key to combating absolute zero waves, and everyone wants to get their hands on them. The directing team consists of 4 men and 2 women. The men were fairly strong, but the women were definitely not as pretty as those from the performing arts department. Rob, one of the boys growled in a low voice and lunged at the clumps of geothermal ferns. Chunyu. Zhang Wanyue spoke up anxiously because she could see that Chunyu wasn't in a hurry at all. But Chunyu waved his hand. Let's wait and see. He's definitely not in a hurry. On the one hand, it's not a matter of whoever grabs the item first. On the other hand, he always felt that it wasn't that simple. And indeed, things turned out exactly as he predicted. Just as the boy's fingers were about to touch the geothermal fern. Rustle, rustle. A series of subtle, dense sounds suddenly came from deep within the rock crevices where the geothermal ferns were rooted. Immediately afterwards, under the illumination of several beams of flashlight, dozens of caterpillars as thick as an arm swarmed out. They have long, slender bodies with a single, constantly opening and closing sucker at the top. Extremely fast and with a clear objective. She rushed straight at the boy who reached out to pick it. This scene is absolutely chilling. What the hell? The boy was terrified and tried to pull his hand away, but it was too late. Several of the nearest insects suddenly sprang up. The suction cup snapped onto his bare finger. Ah! A layer of white frost quickly spread out and continued upwards along the arm. He shook his arm frantically, but the insect remained firmly attached. Under the flashlight, even more insects were swarming towards him from all directions. A truly terrifying scene. Get out of here. Burn them. Insects are afraid of fire. His teammates panicked and pulled out their lighters, but they couldn't get a spark out of them. Help! Help! Chaos erupted instantly. The directing team, no longer caring about collecting geothermal ferns, retreated in a sorry state. They scrambled and crawled away to a safe distance. It eventually stopped about 7 or 8 meters away from the geothermal fern, which is considered a safe distance. It's clear that they're deeply traumatized. The boy who made the first move has already been dumped. It was being sucked up by several worms, and it looked like it had been dead for a while. Chinyu, are those caterpillars guarding the geothermal ferns? Not far away, Deng Yusin asked earnestly. Chinyu nodded. That's probably it. Obtaining the geothermal fern won't be easy. Then what should we do? We just watch helplessly as we can't get our hands on it. Wang Mingming was somewhat unwilling. She could feel the intense heat emanating from the geothermal ferns. If I could get my hands on it, I probably wouldn't be afraid of this freezing weather anymore. Everyone step back and turn off your flashlights, leaving only mine. I need to verify my hypothesis. Zhang Wanyue suddenly spoke up, while simultaneously turning her flashlight beam to its lowest setting. The brightness is only at a level where one can barely see. Chinyu seemed to have thought of something as well, and slowly turned off the flashlight. Wang Mingming and the others also put out their lights. Just a few seconds later, everyone realized, without the stimulation of the light beam, the transparent insects were once again attracted by the warmth of the geothermal ferns. Most of them began to wriggle back into the rock crevices around the ferns. The boy's body was still being dragged along. However, the crevice in the rock was not wide enough for an adult to pass through, but the insects were extremely strong and dragged the boy back, leaving him covered in blood. In other words, geothermal ferns are their only means of survival, so naturally they wouldn't give them up to others. What kind of monster is this? Chapter 33, The Mysterious Frozen Town. Wang Mingming's voice trembled as she involuntarily tugged at the back of Chinyu's clothes. Chinyu said calmly, "It seems they were attracted by geothermal ferns and built their nests here. The warmer the place, the more of these things there are likely to be." Deng Yusin exclaimed in surprise, "Doesn't that mean?" Zhang Wanyue shushed him. "You're right, the prototype must be much hotter than these ferns. We might be keeping them company from now on." Wang Mingming shivered. "It's okay. Class representative, Yusin." Chinyu lowered his voice. "See that protruding black rock to the left? Take them there." 3 seconds later, everyone turn your flashlights to maximum brightness and focus the beams on that area. Zhang Wanyue instantly understood. Use strong light to stimulate them and create an opening for you. Right. Chinyu nodded, his gaze sweeping over Li Mengyao and Wang Mingming. You two, don't mess things up. Keep the lights steady and don't shine them randomly even if they're shaking. I won't let you turn off the lights, and nobody can turn them off. Li Mengyao nodded vigorously and gripped the flashlight tightly. Wang Mingming swallowed hard, her voice trembling slightly. I understand, Brother Chinyu. Let's go. Zhang Wanyue immediately led the 3 women to the side. The 4 quickly crouched down behind the rocks, all pointing their flashlights at their target. Chinyu took a deep breath of the icy air and crouched slightly. Far away. What are you doing squatting there? Why did you have to separate? Who knows? Aren't you afraid of getting eaten by bugs? The remaining 5 members of the directing team looked at each other, still confused about the situation. Several more teams quickly arrived behind them. It seems that everyone has gradually overcome their fear and touched it. They had just come downstairs when they saw. A black figure suddenly darted out from ahead. The speed was incredibly fast. Almost simultaneously, several beams of intense light suddenly burst forth from behind the rocks to the side, striking the rock face above. Holy crap! What's going on? The lights are on? It's so bright. They have a division of labor. Some people attract attention, while others pick things. He's obviously a speed-type awakener. Everyone sighed in amazement, but soon they saw a dense swarm of insects bursting forth. They crawled towards the light source. The scene was horrifying. My God, what kind of monster is that? Insects. So many insects. Are they crazy? Luring out the bugs. Chunyu, surrounded by insects, moved with ease, crushing the airborne insects with a wave of his hand and stomping on the ones that sprang up from beneath his feet with swift and decisive movements. Then he grabbed the geothermal fern, turned around, and ran. At the same time, at Chunyu's signal, the light source was instantly turned off. Only the onlookers remained, still shining flashlights. Holy crap! Turn off the lights. Those bugs are coming. A male student from the directing department was the first to react, shouting and abruptly turning off his flashlight. This jolted the other teams, who were still in a daze, into a jolt. Turn off the lights. Turn off the lights. Stop taking pictures. Do you want to track bugs? Damn it, who's still driving this? Trying to kill everyone. In the chaos, amidst angry curses, the flashlight beams went out one after another. However, some were still a beat slow to react. A 3-person team that had just come down from the mountain had one of their flashlights stuck, unable to be turned off, and a beam of light was shining blankly on the ground. This ray of light became a new source of stimulation. The insects, having just lost their target, swarmed away. They're coming. Old Zhao, get your flashlight. Flashlight. Can't turn it off. The button is stuck. Throw it away. Throw it away now. Don't come any closer. A piercing scream erupted in the darkness. Then came a short sob, followed by the sharp crack of a flashlight shattering. The beam of light finally went out, but in the darkness, only the chilling sucking sounds and the rustling of insects could be heard. Those who were still alive held their breath, not daring to move, and no one dared to turn on the light source to check the situation. And in the distance ahead, Chunyu had already met up with Zhang Wanyue and the others, but the girls were not in good condition. Zhang Wanyue leaned against the rock wall, her chest heaving. Deng Yusin almost collapsed, leaning against the rock wall. Li Mengyao and Wang Mengmeng were supporting each other, clearly terrified. Those swarm of insects almost caught up with them, but Chunyu still wouldn't let them turn off the lights. Fortunately, at the most crucial moment, Chunyu obtained the geothermal fern. Although he didn't even have a chance to activate the Grand Tutor's container, for safety, he simply fled. This is geothermal fern. Zhang Wanyue looked at the 3 clumps of geothermal ferns in Chunyu's hand with some curiosity. The plant's leaves were palmate, with flowing orange-red veins, and its roots were still covered with broken rocks. Most importantly, this thing actually emits heat. It dispelled the biting cold within a radius of 2 or 3 meters, and the temperature rose by at least 20 degrees. This is only 3 clusters. What if there were more? Class representative, you keep 1 bunch. Yusin, you take this bunch. His allocation was simple and direct, without explanation. Zhang Wanyue silently accepted it. Deng Yusin quickly took her share of the bouquet, hugged it tightly to her chest, and looked at Chunyu with eyes full of dependence and happiness. Li Mengyao and Wang Mengmeng watched eagerly, waiting for the last cluster to be allocated. Maybe possibly in case. But what came next was Chunyu putting his arm around himself and saying, let's keep going. The 2 women. Zhang Wanyue glanced at the 2 of them, paused slightly, and subtly moved half a step closer. Deng Yusin paused for a moment, looked at Chunyu's back, then at Wang Mengmeng, who was shivering from the cold, and quietly moved closer. The geothermal fern in her arms turned slightly to the side, releasing a wisp of heat. This caused both of them to feel a sudden pang of sadness, their eyes to well up with tears, and they almost burst into tears. Chunyu paid no attention to the little movements behind him. He shone his flashlight, searching for insects. The terrain of the ice valley continues to descend, with a gentler slope. We walked for another 10 minutes or so. After rounding a huge bend, the end of the electric beam suddenly revealed a rock face that was no longer familiar. Instead, it opened up a completely new world beyond the mountains. It felt like we had traversed the entire mountain. Chunyu stopped, and the beam of light slowly moved upward. It was a well-organized cluster of buildings. 2-story stone houses stood one after another, but they were covered with thick snow. Looking around, it could almost be called a frozen town, solemn, silent, and lifeless. The entire environment seemed extremely eerie. Chunyu knew this, of course. This is the Real outpost for glacier research. The group stood on the street, and on both sides they could see some things that looked like signs. But the words on it were frozen and could no longer be read. Standing in the center of the outpost is a square tower about 6 stories high. Like a square monument, it pierces the unseen sky above. We have to go there. Chinyu had the answer almost immediately. In a place full of two-story buildings, a tower suddenly appears. It's unreasonable in itself. The most likely location is where the prototype is stored. Boom, boom, boom. But without any warning, a muffled, terrifying roar exploded in the distance. Chapter 34, The Sarcastic Wang Mengmeng. Continuous and increasingly dense. The ground of the entire frozen outpost began to tremble. The snow on the roof was falling in a rustling sound. The area was so large that it even blurred the view. What troubles everyone the most is the sound is getting closer, and it's extremely fast. It was as if an ice beast had awakened, taking steps and charging towards them. What the hell? Wang Mengmeng screamed and was almost knocked to the ground by the shock. Li Mingyao gripped her arm tightly, both of them pale-faced. Chunyu's face darkened. Hide first, it should be alive. As he spoke, Chinyu had already taken the lead and darted toward the nearest two-story building. The stone building and the stone door were simply frozen in ice. Oh no, the doors here are blocked by ice and snow, just like the ones outside. This kind of sealing method makes it impossible to open quickly. We need to find another secluded place to hide. The women quickly began to discuss the matter. Chinyu took a deep breath and kicked it, but as expected, there was no reaction. It's ridiculously hard. Left with no other choice, Chinyu took out a heavy octagonal hammer from his backpack, weighing over 10 kilograms. This time, bang, bang, bang. Chunyu's tenfold physique was unleashed without reservation. His strength was astonishing, and his recoil was also incredibly exaggerated. My hand is throbbing with pain. You should know that in this life, Chinyu didn't feel pain when he was burned, but he felt it now. Fortunately, Chinyu managed to carve a hole in the door using sheer brute force. The women were secretly astonished when they saw this. Anyone could see how sturdy this door was. How could it actually be smashed? But no one had time to be surprised. The feeling of the earth shaking was getting closer and closer. Fast forward. Zhang Wanyu followed closely behind Chinyu, slipped in, and immediately turned around to reach out her hand. One by one, they finally squeezed into the house. Just about 10 seconds later, boom, 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 boom. The entire building shook more and more violently, and dust and ice crystals fell from the ceiling. Just then, a massive shadow swept across the hole in the stone gate. Indoors, the light from the geothermal ferns danced. Everyone saw it. It was a tall, terrifying beast, its entire body covered in thick white fur. It's over 3 meters tall, like a giant polar bear. Its limbs are thick and strong. With each step, its heavy feet dig into the ice, stirring up freezing fog. Ugh! Li Mingyao's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but scream in terror. Zhang Wanyu instantly covered her mouth. Deng Yusin froze instantly. Chunyu's arm wrapped around her from behind. Shh, don't be afraid. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying sound of running gradually faded into the distance. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the rumbling sound began to approach again. The women's expressions changed. Chinyu immediately said, "Put the geothermal fern away. Put it in your backpack. It's running back and forth, searching for heat sources. Our heat has been exposed." Before he finished speaking, all 3 clumps of geothermal ferns were stuffed into his backpack. The heavy footsteps outside the door stopped. It stopped right outside the building where they were hiding, very close. All was silent. Everyone held their breath. Li Mingyao and Wang Mengmeng bit their lips tightly. Zhang Wanyu stood with her back against the wall, motionless. Deng Yusin kept her eyes tightly shut, refusing to even look at them. Huff! A gas came from nearby. Time ticked by, and the frigid air grew fierce again after the geothermal ferns disappeared. I don't know how much time has passed. Boom! 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 The footsteps went in another direction. I waited for a full minute. Wang Mengmeng was the first to collapse. Holy crap, that's terrifying. What was that thing? Li Mingyao slid to the ground, her face pale and ashen. Phew, if we're discovered, we're probably doomed. The thing is just too huge. Deng Yusin opened her eyes, still shaken, and clutched Chunyu's clothes with her small hand. Zhang Wanyu was still a little scared. When you're hugging the geothermal fern for warmth, don't forget that it's also the best bait to attract death. This mission is fraught with danger. Wang Mengmeng asked softly, "Can we still take out the geothermal ferns?" Chinyu said irritably, "Take it and then go on your way. Hurry up. Wang Mingming quickly waved her hand. No. No need. We're a team. I'm not leaving. Zhang Wanhua peeked out from the hole in the door, glanced around briefly, and then turned back. I didn't see anything unusual nearby. The footprints went east. Shall we continue? Chinyu nodded. Okay, let's get to the tallest tower as soon as possible. The rest of the team should be catching up. Everyone carefully left the house. Chinyu quickly gave instructions. Class monitor, I'll lead the way, you cover the rear, the faster the better. Zhang Wanhua nodded. No problem. The 5 of them had a clear division of labor and headed towards the tower. However, due to the icy and snowy conditions, the pace of travel was not particularly fast. About half an hour later, Chinyu, look, geothermal ferns, and there are 3 clusters of them. Wang Mingming's face turned purple from the cold, and she suddenly pointed to the faint lights in the distance. Chinyu was somewhat surprised. Really? You have a good eye. This was the first time Wang Mingming had received praise. She scratched her head and said, Brother Chinyu, my eyesight has always been good since I was little. It's still 5.1 now, and in the future. But she hadn't finished speaking. Chinyu had already taken the lead and headed towards the geothermal fern. Wang Mingming. Zhang Wanhua whispered from behind. That big guy just now, could it be the one guarding it? Chinyu nodded. So we need to hurry. As planned, you guys take out your flashlights to attract the insect's attention, and I'll go pick some geothermal ferns. Good. This time, all 4 girls nodded firmly. Things went very smoothly, and the strategy of directing things east while attacking west was indeed effective time and again. 3 more clusters of geothermal ferns were packed into the shared backpack. This time, Chinyu could clearly feel that everyone was more familiar with the routine, and his nervousness had decreased considerably. Even more surprisingly, the Grand Tutor's container was secretly activated. Finally, another free attribute point was gained, which Chinyu quickly allocated to charisma. After all, this attribute is crucial for one to make the most of their talent. Its overwhelming strength already provides it with near-invincible combat power in the early stages. In this case, one must at least possess more charm than the average person before considering anything else. Basic attributes. Physical fitness, 100. Sensitivity, 10. Perception, 10. Charisma, 12 too. Spirit, 10. Luck, 10. This time, his charm reached 12 o'clock. The average score for an adult male is 10, which already makes him slightly handsome. That's enough for now. Next time, we can work on other attributes. Just as Chunyu was preparing to lead everyone in retreat, a rustling sound came from behind. Chunyu's eyes narrowed. He had initially thought some kind of monster had arrived. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a group of students. They were bundled up tightly, using the lowest setting of flashlights, their faces pale from the cold, but their eyes burning with intense passion. Xiaobing. Wang Mingming snorted coldly and curled her lip. Xiaobing, you guys are pretty fast, keeping up with me closely, aren't you? She recognized the person as Xiaobing, who had knocked on the car door earlier to discuss cooperation. She drawled out her words, speaking in a sarcastic tone. But unfortunately, we were too late. We've already packed everything up. Chapter 35 describes the entire process as nothing short of slaughter. Xiaobing's expression was not good. A hot-tempered boy behind him immediately retorted, Wang Mingming, what are you showing off for? We followed you all the way here and took risks too. Exactly. Do you own this place? Good stuff is for everyone. Another girl chimed in. Xiaobing raised his hand to stop his teammates' agitation and forced a somewhat polite smile. Chinyu, we meet again. You are indeed amazing, having a way to obtain these geothermal ferns. Chinyu said calmly. You've been following me for a long time, haven't you? Xiaobing shook his head. No, we've just been guarding these few clumps of geothermal ferns for a long time. He paused for a moment, then said, whoever gets it, we will come out and discuss how to distribute it. Question mark. Li Mingyao snorted coldly. How are we supposed to divide them? We pick them ourselves. Why should we give them to you? Behind Xiaobing, the hot-tempered boy spoke up directly. We kept watch for a full half hour. We're all classmates, and in this desperate situation, we should look out for each other. We may not have done anything special, but we've certainly put in the effort. It's not too much to ask that you share 1 or 2 of those 3 clusters with us, is it? Zhang Wanhua remained silent with a cold expression. Deng Yusin hid behind Shunyu and muttered softly, I think he has neither made any contributions nor put in any effort Yu asked calmly. Are you finished talking? Xiao Bing narrowed her eyes and said seriously. Yu, to be honest, we don't want to take action. But as you can see, without geothermal ferns, we might freeze to death. 2 clumps, and we'll leave in your place. We won't cause any trouble. Otherwise, if we start a fight, we might attract. He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. Xiao Bing and his 4 friends spread out in a semicircle, a group of 4 boys, which gave them confidence. Most importantly, they saw things very clearly. Yu possesses great speed, which enables him to obtain the geothermal fern, but also means, as a speed-type awakener, he might be unapproachable or out of reach, but what about his female classmates? Unless he abandons them all. Otherwise, cooperation is the only way out. Clatter! Zhang Wanyue stepped forward half a step, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yu, and looked at him with hostility. Deng Yusin bit her lip and took half a step forward. Snort! Li Mengyao and Wang Mengmeng also stepped forward, heads held high and chests out. Others don't know, but they knew Yu's strength. Wang Mengmeng added fuel to the fire. Want it? Come and get it yourself. All talk and no action is useless. You were a bunch of cowards before the apocalypse, and you still are now. Xiao Bing didn't expect the other party to stir things up at a time like this. There are 3 boys on my side. Theoretically, they should have a better chance of winning. Not to mention, Xiao Bing himself is an A-level strength type and has a certain level of confidence. But upon seeing that there were 5 of them, they all looked so confident of victory, but suddenly I felt a little panicked. You all. Xiao Bing was caught in a dilemma, especially seeing his teammates' frozen bodies and Wang Mengming's irritating face. Yu waved his hand and walked toward the tower on his own. The 4 women quickly followed, glancing back every now and then at the changing expressions on Xiao Bing and the others' faces. Stop! On the opposing team, the hot-tempered man took a deep breath. He patted Xiao Bing on the shoulder and stepped forward. Behind him, boys and girls followed suit and stood up. The hot-tempered man yelled, What are you afraid of? They're not leaving here today without bringing out the geothermal ferns. They'd better start with my dead body. Bang! Yu kicked him 7 or 8 meters away, sending him crashing hard against the stone wall in the distance. You should know that the stone wall was covered with icicles. That guy's body was pierced through almost instantly. As you wish. At the same time, a fire axe appeared in Yu's hand. Looks like you're going to use corpses to block the way too. Xiao Bing and the other 3 froze completely, their expressions changing drastically. How can one person have such strength? Besides, isn't he a speed-type awakener? Is this what you call speed? The scene of death before our eyes, beyond our comprehension, is churning the nerves of everyone. Run! The 4 of them suddenly realized, as if waking from a dream, that it was time to escape. Xiao Bing, with his A-level strength, also had no will to fight. The other party was like a killing machine, showing no remorse whatsoever for killing his classmate. However, from the very beginning, Yu had no intention of letting any of them go. The moment the other party turns around and completely exposes their back, that is the moment of their death. The 10-fold increase in physical strength brings not only power, but also instantaneous burst speed. The first target is that girl who said, everyone who sees it gets a share. She turned around in terror, only to meet Yu's eyes, which were inches away from hers, as the fire axe was already swinging out. Puff! With a muffled thud, the girl's head was severed. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Bing felt a gust of wind and instinctively lunged to the side. Seriously, he escaped a terrible disaster. Yu kicked out with the sole of his boot, but missed and hit another boy in the back of the knee. Snap! The boy's legs buckled and he fell forward. Yu then stepped on the back of his neck. Another 1 has died. 2 people died in an instant. Someone has already broken down and collapsed to the ground. Help! Help! Murder! Murder! Hearing the commotion, Yu didn't even glance at them. He raised his axe and brought it down, killing the 2 men one after the other. Xiao Bing had just struggled to her feet when she was plunged into hell. The bodies lay in pools of blood in various poses, and the devil was slowly turning around and walking towards him. No. Yu, it was all a misunderstanding just now. I don't want the geothermal ferns anymore. It was Wang Wei's fault. I didn't mean to stop you. I really didn't mean to stop you. Puff. Everything returned to silence. Yu flicked the blood off the axe blade and then casually wiped it on the other person's clothes. Then they retrieved it. The entire process was nothing short of slaughter. From beginning to end, the other party became a slave to fear. It's truly tragic that he died before he could even fully utilize his talents. While wiping his axe, Yu secretly activated the Grand Tutor's container. But this time, no free attribute points were obtained. So far, the pattern of killing teams of monsters is get, don't get, don't get. In other words, Yu was almost certain that there was a threshold for this. Only by accumulating a certain threshold can you obtain free attribute points to improve your character panel. Yu returned to the four women's side, his face still expressionless. Let's keep going. But the four women were somewhat frightened. Especially Wang Mingming. Although she was sharp-tongued, she never thought of actually killing them. We all go to the same school and even have some contact with each other on a regular basis. Although they came here to try and get some geothermal ferns in order to survive, they didn't deserve to die, did they? However, she dared not voice these inner thoughts to Yu's face. Huh? What are you all standing there for? Yu turned around and found that the four women were all deep in thought and had not followed him for a moment. Oh. Li Mengyao was the first to react. She quickly tugged at Wang Mingming and followed with her head down. Zhang Wanyue and Deng Yusin followed closely behind. After walking a distance, Zhang Wanyue finally couldn't help but ask, Yu, when you killed someone, did you really feel no remorse at all? This question had been on her mind for a long time. A burden? Yes, I'm afraid they'll run away. Yu didn't pause at all, his flashlight steadily sweeping across the fork in the road ahead. Judging by the direction, the road that sloped upwards seemed more like the way to the tower. This is the answer I received. Zhang Wanyue pursed her lips helplessly, carefully observing the danger behind her. Yu ignored the silence behind him and continued forward. The passageway began to widen, and more artificial traces appeared on the ice on the walls. Most importantly, the temperature. It needs to rise further. Just by getting close to the tower, the temperature had already dropped to around -20 degrees Celsius. We're getting close to the core area. There are lots of insects hiding nearby. The geothermal core prototype must be here. Zhang Wanyue reminded her in a low voice. Yu grunted in agreement, signaling everyone to walk quietly. The end of the flashlight beam. It is a huge courtyard, which should have been the hub of an outpost. Further ahead, it's the 6-story tower we've been looking at from afar. It's right in front of me now, and the pressure is immense. The tower's base is massive, a regular square shape, and rises straight up. Most of the windows are filled with ice. The only entrance is 2 enormous metal doors, each 3 meters high. The ice around the tower was littered with huge claw marks and drag marks, which are quite horrifying. The main gate is blocked. Let's try somewhere else. Yu skipped the main entrance and decided to find another way. The massive metal door was visibly heavy. He has 10 times the physical strength, but he is not a Superman. If you want to smash that door open, you'd probably need a physical strength rating of over 500 before even considering it. Look there. Wang Mingming suddenly pointed to a small iron gate not far away. Yu nodded. Okay, let's go there. Wang Mingming quickly boasted. Brother Yu, are my eyesight good? I was the first to see it again. Yu ignored her and took the lead himself, moving extremely fast to squeeze through the iron gate that was half hidden behind the icicles. The door hinge made a split sound. Behind the door is a spacious hall with a ceiling height of 4 or 5 meters. It was even darker here than outside, with only a faint white light peeking out from the far end of the passage. Wang Mingming followed closely behind, followed by Deng Yusin, Li Mengyao, and Zhang Wanyue. As the last person stepped in, the iron gate closed silently behind them. It blocked out the faint light source from the outside. Everyone's eyes were adjusting to the dimness inside. Then they saw it. Deep within this hall, the ground, walls, cracks, and broken chandeliers were teeming with insects as thick as an arm. They intertwined together, and just looking at them was enough to send chills down your spine. Even more terrifying, there were a dozen or so white-furred behemoths standing silently. The moment Yu and his group stepped inside, the mouth parts of insects and the head of giant beasts all stared at them. The double gaze, filled with suffocating malice, completely engulfed the 5 people. Withdraw. Without hesitation, Yu grabbed Deng Yusin's arm, and the immense force instantly lifted her off the ground, sending her frantically retreating towards the Iron Gate. Driven by their survival instincts, Zhang Wanyue and the others also unleashed their fastest speed ever. Outside the Iron Gate, they rushed for several dozen meters and made a sharp right-angle turn before suddenly coming to a stop. Li Mengyao and Wang Mengmeng slid to the ground, their faces as pale as paper. What do we do? The front gate is blocked. The side gates are full of monsters. There's no other way. Zhang Wanyue looked at Chenyu. This was practically a dead end. Chenyu leaned against the wall, remaining silent for a long time, scanning the still shaken crowd in the dim light. His gaze finally settled on Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao felt his gaze, her body stiffened abruptly, and she looked up in terror. No, no. Chenyu slowly squatted down, looking directly into her fearful eyes. Li Mengyao, if I remember correctly, your talent is below simple disguise, right? Li Mengyao's lips trembled as she said this. She was well aware of Chun Yu's intentions. She had even anticipated this situation, but she prayed that no one would think of it or mention her talent. Chenyu, no, it really won't work. She shook her head frantically, tears streaming down her face. I'm going to die. I'm definitely going to die. Wang Mengmeng was also startled. Seeing her best friend so frightened, she could only look away. Chenyu's face remained expressionless. I saw it. You're not dead, Li Mengyao. Just one sentence made Li Mengyao tremble even more violently. This statement came from Chenyu, who foresaw the future. This almost completely cut off her escape route. But really, won't I die? To be honest, Chenyu didn't know either, since he couldn't really predict the future. The reason he dared to say that. On the one hand, Li Mengyao's disguise is one of the best solutions at present. On the other hand, while B-level talent is generally, but disguise is a special talent. The level of this talent is very strict, and very few special talents can reach the S level. While a B-rank item might not be able to fool humans, it's not necessarily difficult to fool those monsters. Chapter 37, Infiltrating the Monster Horde. Chenyu, I was wrong. I was foolish to break up with you back then. I know I have no right to say these things. Seeing that everyone was staring at her, Li Mengyao realized that they were really going to let her go upstairs alone. She panicked. She crawled to Chenyu's feet and hugged his leg. Chenyu, no matter what, we were in love. I don't believe you have no feelings for me anymore. But Chenyu's eyes seemed devoid of any feelings, let alone any feelings for her, or even for anyone at all. He slowly pried open Li Mengyao's hands, which were tightly gripping her trouser leg. A love affair? Chenyu shook his head. You mean 3 months, a cell phone, a computer, and a gold bracelet? Li Mengyao looked pale and couldn't utter a single word. She did do these things, but she regrets them now. She regrets them terribly. She could only weep, pleading, Chenyu, I was wrong. Please don't let me in. Chenyu said calmly, this is a survival strategy. If you don't even dare to use your own talents, why is the team keeping you around? Is it just to give you a bigger share of the food? Zhang Wanyue wanted to say something, but Chenyu raised his hand to stop her. I'll give you 2 choices. First, I'll cut you down to help you get rid of this burden sooner. Second, demonstrate your value by producing a prototype. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao stood frozen in place. 2 choices? What kind of choice is this? The next second, a cold glint flashed. The familiar fire axe appeared out of thin air in Chenyu's hand. In the dim light, the axe blade appeared dark and black. Li Mengyao witnessed firsthand how much blood had been stained on that axe in just 2 short days. She looked around anxiously for help. Wang Mengmeng had already shrunk to the corner, and Deng Yusin also lowered her head. Zhang Wanyue turned her face slightly away. No one dared to plead for them. Li Mengyao finally understood that tears and pleas were worthless here. Holy crap. Hearing Li Mengyao's words, Chenyu pulled her up from the ground and said seriously, now you can talk about the effects of your disguise talent, and we'll develop a plan accordingly. Li Mengyao, still trembling slightly as she recovered from her fear, said in a slightly hoarse voice, simple disguise is not visual disguise, but rather making one's aura harmonize with the surrounding environment. Zhang Wanyue leaned closer. Synchronization? It's mentioned in the talent effect. Li Mengyao nodded. I've never tried it before. I don't know if it's possible. If I can't transform into those insects or monsters, won't I be discovered at a glance? Chenyu shook his head. No, Deformation is actually easier to detect. Li Meng, Chinyu slowly said, those insects are extremely sensitive to light. Once the light source disappears, they immediately roll back into the crevices. And don't forget, Zhang Wanyue suddenly picked up the conversation. The hall by the side door was dimly lit just now, so even if the shape was altered, no one would have noticed. Therefore, they must have been able to identify each other by their auras. Chinyu nodded. That's right. Deng Yusin asked softly. But if she went in through the door, wouldn't she have seen everything? Chinyu continued. That's right. But if we create chaos, and Li Mingyao takes the opportunity to blend in, if everyone's aura is exactly the same, no monster will notice her. Li Mingyao was stunned. Had she somehow managed to infiltrate the monster horde? That doesn't sound very appealing. Can I do it? Li Mingyao hesitated again. Zhang Wanyue walked over and took her hand. Mingyao, you must believe in the power of your talent. Just like I never imagined I could conjure bottled water from my hands. Deng Yusin also deeply understands this. On the road to survival, our talents are the foundation of survival. Wang Mingming took a deep breath. Mingyao, you be careful. Chinyu gave her no time to hesitate and quickly gave instructions. Class monitor, here's an octagonal hammer. Go to the main gate next door and smash it to see if the noise can distract some people. We went to the side entrance and used flashlights and geothermal ferns to attract attention. As he spoke, Chinyu handed the heavy octagonal hammer to Zhang Wanyue. As soon as Zhang Wanyue took it, her face turned pale. This is too heavy. Only in this way will the sound be louder. Chinyu smiled slightly and led the women to make preparations. With departure imminent, Li Mingyao desperately concentrated, trying to feel and recall the terror the monsters had instilled in her, and then unleashed her talent. Not long after, she looked at Chinyu. I've gotten better. How do you feel? Can you tell the difference? Chinyu squinted. In fact, from the outside, there was no change at all. But overall, her aura was more somber and cold. There was even a hint of inexplicable greed in it. Yes, things have changed. Let's go. Chinyu gave her a deep look, walked to the iron gate, and suddenly pulled it open. At the same time, thump! A tremendous explosion suddenly came from the direction of the main entrance. Inside the hall, the countless monsters instantly sprang into action. And at that very instant, Chinyu stood at the side door, took out 6 clusters of geothermal ferns from the public backpack, and held them high. A warm, orange-red light suddenly burst forth. That wasn't all. Deng Yusin and Wang Mingming also turned on their powerful flashlights, and several blinding beams of light shot into the hall, deliberately waving them to sweep over the swarm of insects. Boom! Cuckoo! Boom! Heat, bright light, vibration. The triple stimulus instantly threw the hall into complete chaos. Now, Li Mingyao, who was already prepared, tried her best to cover her entire body with that uncomfortable aura. Then he suddenly rushed out. Her heart was pounding like a drum, and her legs were trembling, but her survival instinct made her grit her teeth and not cry out. Upon seeing Li Mingyao successfully blend in, Chinyu made a hand gesture without hesitation. Withdraw. He quickly stuffed the geothermal fern into his backpack and threw the flashlight into the monster horde. Boom! Chinyu slammed the iron gate shut and led the women away around the corner. The first step of the plan is complete. Now, all the pressure rests on Li Mingyao alone. Call. That's terrifying. Wang Mingming patted her chest, and thinking of the chaotic scene just now, she almost dropped the flashlight. Deng Yusin stood close to Chinyu and whispered, Class monitor, are you all right over there? There was such a commotion just now. Zhang Wanyue shook her head, clearly a little tired. It's nothing, my hands are just a little numb from shaking. Time ticked by second. 10 minutes, 15 minutes passed, and there was still no word. The tower was eerily quiet, as if Li Mingyao had never sneaked in. Wang Mingming couldn't help but mutter softly, Is Mingyao all right? She. Quiet. Chinyu interrupted him directly because he was leaning against the wall, focusing all his senses on hearing. But inside the tower, it remained quiet. Rustle, rustle. Footsteps approached, accompanied by a conversation between a man and a woman. Damn it, this godforsaken place is freezing me to death. I've never suffered like this before. Minister Jia, keep your voice down. That was the sound coming from over there. Shut up. As long as you hide the geothermal ferns, you won't attract the white-haired monster. 2 men and 2 women appeared in Chun Yu's and the other's field of vision. The leader of their group was a man, 1.8 meters tall, with a bulky build and a fierce appearance. His gaze swept over Chun Yu and his group of 4, and he narrowed his eyes. Who do we have here? It's Wang, the head of our literature and art department. What, you weren't assigned to the same group of girlfriends? Chapter 38, You Demon. Wang Mingming was also taken aback, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her face, and she subconsciously shrank back behind Chinyu. Chinyu asked directly, who are they? Wang Mingming whispered in reply, Jia Jinghui. The head of the student union's arts and literature department usually likes to harass female members and bully younger students. He has a terrible reputation. I distinctly remember not seeing them when we gathered outside. Upon hearing the name Jia Jinghui, Chinyu already knew who it was, a notorious scumbag. Because his uncle was a school board member, no one dared to do anything to him, which made him even more arrogant. What are you afraid of? Has he ever sexually harassed you? Seeing that Wang Mingming seemed flustered, Chinyu asked curiously. Wang Mingming shook her head repeatedly. That guy tried to seduce me, but I... Seeing Wang Mingming hesitate, Deng Yusin pressed her for an answer. What did you do to me? Wang Mingming coughed and said, I kicked it down there and hung it on the confession wall. It accidentally got a lot of likes. Although I'm in the literature and art department, I haven't participated in activities for a long time. He must hate me to death. Chinyu nodded, having roughly understood the cause and effect. It seems the wicked always need another wicked person to torment them. Seeing Wang Mingming's timid appearance, Jia Jinghui became even more enthusiastic. He puffed out his belly, took a step forward while swinging the metal rod, and glanced at Zhang Wanyue and Deng Yusin, especially lingering on Zhang Wanyue's face for a moment, a lewd glint in his eyes. What are you waiting for here? Does this mean mana will fall from the sky? Jia Jinghui shook his head. Come on, Chief Wang. Tell me, what's going on here? He clearly saw Chinyu's team as an easy target. Wang Mingming didn't speak. She just looked at Chinyu. It sounded like a request for instructions. Jia Jinghui narrowed his eyes, naturally taking note. Would a whore like Wang Mingming listen to him? Jia Jinghui spoke with a hint of threat. Hey classmate Wang, the head of the student affairs team isn't just any woman. She even dared to kick me, and she even hung up a confession wall. Roll. Chinyu only said one word. Question mark. Jia Jinghui was stunned. Before he could finish speaking, his eyes widened in surprise. Chinyu's patience was running out. Take one more look, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Question mark. The inexplicable, purely verbal abuse left Jia Jinghui and the others somewhat bewildered. A tall, thin boy stepped forward. Are you crazy? Minister Jia has an A-level magical voice talent. Those who wouldn't listen to advice along the way have already paid a heavy price. Bang! Before the words were even finished, the tall, thin boy who was speaking had already been hit in the head with a fire axe. Chinyu's speed is astonishing. Moreover, the attack was extremely sudden, without any preamble. Jia Jinghui's expression changed. He hadn't expected the other party to dare to make a direct attack, and to be so ruthless. Court death! Jia Jinghui took a deep breath, a strange vibration emanating from his throat. Wow, that's talent. Great, a demonic sound. A strange, extremely sharp, high-pitched sound wave suddenly erupted from him. The 2 girls behind him had already covered their ears. But Zhang Wanyue, Deng Yusin, and Wang Mingming, who were closest to them, were not so lucky. They were caught off guard. I felt a sharp pain and ringing in my ears, and my vision went black. The 3 of them quickly covered their ears and squatted down. However, Chunyu, who faced the sound waves head-on, could only say one thing. 10 times the tolerance is terrifying. Question mark. Jia Jinghui was slightly taken aback. He had clearly yelled at the other person, so how come he was unharmed? What terrified him even more was that the other party's fire axe had been raised again. Damn it, he's deaf. At that moment, Jia Jinghui finally understood why the other party started by swearing. Why isn't the other person afraid of my demonic voice? There's only one reasonable explanation. Because this guy is fucking deaf. At the critical moment, Jia Jinghui already sensed something was wrong. That axe of his will smash his head like a watermelon. His demonic roar abruptly stopped, and he retreated violently, even tripping and falling due to the tension. At the same time, cold. A sudden chill swept over everything without warning. The surrounding temperature plummeted, which was highly unusual. Chun Yu's pupils contracted slightly, as if he had thought of something, and he didn't rush to kill the person. Instead, quickly checked the public backpack. Sure enough, within a single space, an object appeared out of thin air. It was a strange metallic sphere about the size of a volleyball, with dark red fluid flowing across its surface. Geothermal core prototype. Mingyao did it. That's amazing. She really found her. That's amazing. Didn't we complete the mission? Zhang Wanyue, Deng Yusin, and Wang Mingming immediately cheered and breathed a long sigh of relief. But the joy lasted less than half a second. Roar. Boom. 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 A series of loud noises and roars came from deep within the tower. The entire tower was shaking violently, and icy dust was falling everywhere. Damn it. The prototype has been taken away, the tower has lost its only heat source, and the monsters have all gone mad. Zhang Wanyue spoke up quickly. She could already imagine how the swarms of insects in the hall would move around once the heat source was gone. And those towering behemoths, they're probably going berserk too. Deng Yusin pursed her lips. Mingyao, there's no way he could escape from this riot. Wang Mingming murmured, it's over. After losing the prototype, if those monsters attack indiscriminately, Mingyao will be torn to pieces if she dares to come down. Not far away, Jia Jinghui was so frightened by the sudden and terrifying commotion that his fat trembled violently. It's over. The group of people were guarding the door, not because they couldn't get in, but because they had already gotten what they wanted. They are waiting for their companions. I actually picked the hardest iron plate. Zhang Wanyue said urgently. Should we do what we did before? Attract attention, create chaos, and then help her out? Chen Yu shook his head. It's too late. Listen to the sounds. It's complete chaos inside. Anyone who dares to expose a light source or a heat source at a time like this will only be reduced to ashes. What about Mingyao? What about us? Wang Mingming's voice was trembling with tears. Chen Yu was silent for a moment, his gaze slowly shifting until it finally landed on Jia Jinghui, whose face was ashen. Jia Jinghui shuddered, a sense of foreboding washing over him. What do you want? I know you're not deaf. Don't come any closer. You've got the goods. I was wrong. I'll leave. I'll leave right now. Jia Jinghui spoke in a panic, using both hands and feet to quickly scoot backward. Chen Yu stopped in front of him, looking down from a high vantage point. His eyes were frighteningly cold. He raised the fire axe. Jia Jinghui screamed in terror. Ah! Puffed! Puffed! Two crisp, muffled thuds were followed by Jia Jinghui's piercing screams. Aya! His two arms were severed in an instant. Bones shattered, flesh and blood mangled. Rope! Chen Yu reached out his hand without turning his head. Although Zhang Wanyue didn't understand, she still obediently took out the rope from her backpack. Chen Yu took the rope, and in full view of everyone, a cluster of geothermal ferns was firmly tied to Jia Jinghui's back. Then, a powerful flashlight was turned on and fixed to the rope. Light and heat immediately emanated from his back, but he did not feel happy. On the contrary, this appearance terrified him. No, let me go. You demon. You madman. Jia Jinghui was terrified and struggled desperately, but his strength was far inferior to Chen Yu's. He even kept activating his talent. While, despite the excruciating pain of her torn eardrum, Deng Yusin rolled up 2 pieces of toilet paper to make earplugs and put them on Chen Yu. No. No. Spare me. Jia Jinghui was in utter despair. He could hear the sounds coming from inside the tower. To determine just how terrifying the scene inside must be. Chapter 39, Invitation Card. In Jia Jinghui's team, the other 2 girls were so scared they had already peed themselves and kept retreating. Chen Yu naturally had no time to care about them. These 2 girls have no fighting ability and are pitifully timid. Even if I leave them alone, they will definitely not be able to complete the mission at this station. Chen Yu remained calm throughout, and after tying up Jia Jinghui, he led him to the iron gate. No, it really won't work. I'm begging you, brother. Jia Jinghui's pig-like screams echoed, his face covered in snot and tears. He could only struggle by twisting his body, pleading, my abilities are useful. A-level demonic sound. I can help you. Don't throw me in. Please, brother. I'll do anything for you. Chen Yu looked at Wang Mingming and gave her a look. When Wang Mengmeng received that look, she was first taken aback, but then she understood its meaning. She stepped forward and spat, "Trash, go to hell." The moment the words fell, Chunyu suddenly pulled open the iron gate, and Wang Mengmeng kicked the big rice dumpling into the hall. No! Bang! The door opened and closed in one smooth motion. You can clearly hear that the sounds inside are becoming even more frantic. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. Clang. Bang. Of course, there's also the extremely penetrating, "Well, don't come any closer. Get away. Help. Help. Holy crap. Wang Mengmeng. You bitch. Holy crap." Just a dozen seconds later, the iron gate was suddenly pushed open, and the person who walked out was naturally not Jia Zhengwei. It was Li Mingyao who made a great contribution. Having just escaped the tower, she immediately collapsed from exhaustion and was supported by Zhang Wanyue and Deng Yusin. She was soaked to the bone, breathing heavily, and looked at Chunyu, nodding vigorously. Chunyu asked casually, "Where's the prototype hidden? Did you find it easily?" Li Mingyao's voice was somewhat hoarse, and her body was still trembling uncontrollably. In the main control room on the top floor, the path was covered with those bugs. I didn't dare stop at all. I could only grit my teeth and feel my way up. It was terrifying. When I got it, I didn't dare to hesitate and put it directly into the public backpack. As soon as I put it in, everything below became a mess, and I almost thought I wouldn't be able to get out. The women listened to Li Mingyao's story and seemed to empathize with her, all of them extremely nervous. Li Mingyao swallowed hard. Fortunately, a bright and hot, armless monster appeared in the hall, jumping around and yelling, which attracted a lot of attention. Although he was scary, he was ultimately a huge help, giving me a chance to escape. As she spoke, she looked at Wang Mengmeng and muttered, "That guy actually looks a lot like Minister Jia." "Well," Wang Mengmeng coughed and said, "That person is Minister Jia." Question mark. Li Mingyao was immediately stunned. That armless, glowing, screaming man. He's Minister Jia? Deng Yusin leaned closer and said, "Chen, you put him in there to attract attention." Wang Mengmeng shrugged. "That guy thought we were easy targets, but as you can see, he got what he deserved. No one escapes the wrath of heaven." Li Mingyao covered her mouth. "My God, isn't a student admitted through connections at school?" Zhang Wanyue said helplessly, "It's the end of the world. What kind of connections are left?" Li Mingyao calmed herself down. "That's true. It's just unbelievable. That guy was so powerful at school. How could he end up like this?" "That's right." Suddenly remembering something, she pulled a black card from her backpack. "Chunyu, this was found in the room next to the prototype. It seems only the owner can use it." "A card? Can a car owner use it?" Chunyu was taken aback, then took the card. Invitation card. Description: a metallic card with a dark silver sheen. It seems to resonate with and interfere with the vehicle binding rules in some special way. Effect: the vehicle owner can invite any passenger. Once the passenger accepts, they will be added to your vehicle queue. Remaining invitation attempts: 1. Warning: if the other party refuses, this card will remain invalid. Invitation card? Chinyu murmured. So early. In his past life, in his memories. The earliest I heard about invitation cards was after the 5th sight. Unexpectedly, in this life, I found a ticket at the 2nd station. Was an invitation card. Wang Mingmeng looked over curiously. Chinyu explained, "If we see someone's talent, we can bring them over." Zhang Wanyue stroked her chin. "Wow, it's that powerful. Can we add more passengers to our bus now?" Chinyu did not answer. As expected, once this mission is completed, a new batch will automatically be added. However, this invitation card is optional. Deng Yusin asked softly, "Chinyu, what kind of talent do you think we're lacking in this car? We have everything we need. Could it be?" "The more the better," Chinyu said directly. "Whether it's crayfish or bottled water, it's too monotonous. If you want to live comfortably on the road to survival, you naturally need to find more resources." Deng Yusin nodded. "That's true." Chinyu put the invitation card into his backpack, and then, buzz! A surge of heat. The women were instantly shocked. He quickly turned his head and saw that Chunyu was holding a dark red metal ball in his hand. The terrifying heat was emanating from that sphere. Just being affected by this heat wave caused the perceived temperature of everyone's body to rise rapidly. From minus 30 degrees Celsius, it rose to around 0 degrees Celsius in just a few breaths. The most outrageous thing is that it is still rising steadily. The cold air was heated, forming concentric, rising heat waves. Geothermal core prototype. Description: an experimental device used by the outpost to combat extreme cold. It forcibly confines high-purity geothermal energy. The experimental problem is a severe imbalance. Effect: passively dissipates heat. The holder can adjust the range of influence using the latch. The larger the range, the more internal heat the prototype consumes. Warning: in a severely imbalanced state, calorie consumption accelerates. This is the prototype? Wang Mingming was the first to exclaim in surprise, her eyes widening in shock. Deng Yusin looked at Chunyu with surprise. It's so warm. Can this really stay warm forever? Even the usually calm Zhang Wanyue exclaimed in amazement. How can a metal ball the size of a volleyball emit such an exaggerated amount of heat? Chunyu didn't reply to the girls. He wanted to take advantage of the moment to quickly try and regulate his body's energy. He first gently rotated the buckle one notch counterclockwise. The buzzing sound decreased slightly, and the area of the surging heat flow noticeably shrank. The radius changed from about 4 meters to 3 meters. However, a radius of 3 meters is still too large for a 5-person team, and is a waste of resources. Chunyu quickly rotated 2 more squares, and then the radius became 1 meter. That's more like it. It's just unknown how long this severely unbalanced prototype can withstand the heat dissipation. Chunyu put it back into his personal backpack. The women could see it too, but none of them objected. Even Li Mingyao didn't say anything. Chunyu smiled slightly and turned his head. Let's go find the second prototype. Question mark. Li Mingyao's expression changed immediately. Chunyu, you can't let me in a second time. Chapter 40, Absolute Zero Wave, is about to erupt. Chunyu's lips twitched. The second prototype might not be that hard to get. This tower we're in is probably the most obvious, but also the most difficult one to obtain. Li Mingyao took 2 steps back, somewhat cautiously. She really didn't want to experience that fear of death again. There wasn't a single person around. There were only countless insects. She feels that she's been dreaming about them every time she sleeps lately, and she doesn't dare to think about it. She really doesn't dare to think about it. Chunyu shrugged and said nonchalantly, if you want to stay here, then stay by yourself. With that, he walked ahead into the darkness. Deng Yusin and Zhang Wanyue quickly followed. Wang Mingming tugged at Li Mingyao. Hurry up and go. If we don't follow Chunyu, who can we 2 little armies beat? I don't want to die here. Li Mingyao followed with a long face, but had no choice but to follow. We bypassed the tower and went deep into the outpost. The view ahead was once again dominated by a cluster of low-rise buildings. The sturdy, square 2-story stone building stands silently in the icy mist, its color tinged with leaden gray. The constant boom 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 sound gradually became a habit. The white-haired monster has poor eyesight. As long as you don't take out the geothermal fern in front of it, you shouldn't be attacked. About half an hour later, they walked along the street, occasionally taking out geothermal ferns to cool themselves down. Suddenly, suppressed voices came from in front of a small building ahead. Push harder. Aim at one spot. Damn, I'm impressed. How can the ice be so hard? Save your energy. Let's take turns. If there's a prototype inside, we'll be set for life. 8 students were gathered in front of a door that was sealed with thick ice, taking turns pounding on it. For men and 4 women, they had exerted all their strength, and their faces were all pale. However, the ice on the door was only chipped away at, leaving white marks, and progress was slow. Seeing this, the women immediately recalled how Chunyu, alone with just a hammer, had chiseled a hole in seconds when they first arrived at the outpost. The difference is just too big? Just then, one of the girls noticed what was happening behind them, where Chunyu and his group were. She paused for a moment, then nudged her companion with her elbow. Hey, another team has arrived? Upon hearing this, the others also stopped what they were doing and looked over. But when they realized that Chunyu's team only had 5 members, and 4 of them were girls, a hint of disdain flashed in many people's eyes. Why are they all girls? I guess it was a broken team. There was only 1 boy. Damn it, don't ever ask them to join. I don't want to be involved in poverty alleviation. Of course we won't shout. Let them fend for themselves. Chunyu had no intention of stopping and walked straight past the group of students. But at that moment, a clear female voice rang out. Hey, are you going in this direction to find Director Yu? Director Yu? Chunyu paused slightly. Are they up ahead? Turn around. The speaker was a tall girl, and although she was wrapped in a thick down jacket, You could tell that she had a well-proportioned figure. She wore a neat ponytail, her cheeks were red from the cold, but she exuded vitality. She pointed ahead. Director Yu, along with his carload of people and several other teams that joined later, gathered there. I heard they discovered something. She paused, then added, however, I advise you not to go there. It's a chaotic area, and a fight might break out again soon. You might get caught up in it. Hearing this, a boy who was breaking ice nearby couldn't help but interject. Young Kursin, why are you saying so much to them? Let them go or not. What does it have to do with us? The boy stepped forward, his face grim. You all get out of here right now. We don't intend to cooperate. Chen Yu's lips twitched, but he hadn't had a chance to say anything. Wang Mingming was the first to stand up. Bullshit. Who wants to cooperate with you? You can't even get through the door, and you dare to talk about cooperation? Who cares? TCH. The boy was taken aback by the retort. Wang Mingming snorted coldly. What do you mean? You're ugly, incompetent, and have a bad temper. You really think you're so special? Yang Kursin quickly explained. This classmate, Sun Tao, meant no harm. He's just a little wary of strangers. Are you really going to Director Yu's place? Chen Yu nodded. More or less. Yang Kursin leaned closer to him and whispered, It's quite dangerous over there. I don't want you to die. We're still waiting for the next deal. The boy didn't hear what she said, but Deng Yusin and the others who were closest to Chen Yu heard clearly. Deng Yusin took a half step forward, raised her head, and moved closer to Chen Yu's side, as if to assert her dominance. Chen Yu smiled slightly. Thank you for the reminder. After saying that, he turned around. He continued forward with the women. Before leaving, he left with the words, There's no way there could be a prototype there where you smashed it. It's worth noting that the heat emitted by the prototype was incredibly high. The small building they smashed only had a few clumps of geothermal ferns at most. This suggestion can be seen as a response to Yang Kursin, repaying the favor for the information she had just provided. As for whether they believe it or not, this is no longer Chen Yu's responsibility. Watching the departing figures of one man and four women, Sun Tao snorted coldly. They really overestimate themselves. If you ask me, Yang Kursin, you really shouldn't have reminded them. What good would it do us? Yang Kursin snorted. What do you know? This is a long-term investment. Suddenly, in my ear, a sound came out. Warning, an ultra-high-intensity absolute zero wave is about to erupt. Source location, deep within a glacial rift valley, currently experiencing upwelling. Estimated arrival time on ground, 300, 299, 298, 297, 296. All passengers are urged to seek shelter immediately or evacuate the outpost as quickly as possible. Broadcast complete. The countdown began flashing wildly in the corner of everyone's retinas. Yang Kursin's expression changed. Oh no. Sun Tao's face darkened as well. Absolute zero wave? We've only been at the outpost for a few hours. How did it appear so early? We only had 5 minutes to prepare. Behind the two, those who were already chiseling at the door worked even harder. Damn it, it's too late. Keep digging. We need cover. If we can't break through, we're all doomed. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of violent breakthroughs came one after another. But there's been no progress. The countdown relentlessly ticked away. 280, 279, 278. Chapter 41 falls asleep immediately. Honest and fair dealing. The temperature is getting lower and lower. Bang, bang, until boom, 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 boom. The loud noise meant that the ice had broken and the door had finally been opened. But Yang Kursin and the others stared at the intact gate, lost in thought. Yes, the sound was coming from another small building. Everyone turned around in astonishment and saw that the man and 4 women from before had already entered the house next door. Sun Tao frowned. Isn't this ridiculous? The interior of the small building was pitch black and filled with dust, making it even colder than the outside. The living facilities were also pitifully few, consisting only of a bed, chair, and wardrobe, nothing else. But at least it can keep out the cold wind. Chen Yu immediately sat on the bed and stretched. Who is that pretty girl? How does she know you? I've never heard you mention her before. Li Mingyao, as the ex-girlfriend, was the first to step forward and ask. Chen Yu was taken aback, then asked in return, Do I need to report to you who I know? Li Mingyao couldn't answer, and could only hum in response. That girl from just now. Chen Yu certainly knew him. because that heavy octagonal hammer was obtained from her transaction. Just now, she was the first to recognize me and show me kindness. Chinyu guessed that the reason she recognized him was because it was probably the name I gave before entering the mission in order to make a deal. Zhang Wenhua sighed. Absolute zero wave. They arrived so early the other teams are going to have a tough time. Chinyu nodded and took out the geothermal core prototype from his backpack. There is still more than 200 seconds until the absolute zero wave erupts. But the surrounding temperature, it's almost below minus 40 degrees Celsius. If we don't take it out soon, we'll be living in misery. The heat was confined to a radius of 1 meter, perfectly covering the interior of the small building. Wang Mengmeng rubbed her little hands together and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh wow, amazing. It warmed up in no time." Deng Yusin stretched her back and said, "It feels like being under a thick blanket in an air conditioning on a summer day." But a discordant sound drifted in from outside the small building. "Over here. It's so warm over here. Quick, the countdown is down to 200 seconds. Make way. Let me in first. I wonder if there's a prototype in this room. It's so warm." The sound of hurried footsteps rapidly approached. The 8-person team from before suddenly tumbled and crawled to the door. The boy named Sun Tao was at the very front. "A prototype. That must be a prototype." A girl cried out, pointing at the metal ball at Chunyu's feet, her voice filled with excitement. Sun Tao, also panting, said, "This level of hype, it's really a prototype." Not just the two of them. Almost everyone's eyes were focused on Chunyu's feet. Envy, jealousy, and greed were almost impossible to conceal. Yang Kursin finally managed to squeeze out of the crowd. "What are you doing? Didn't you just say you wouldn't cooperate with them? Now you're running away faster than anyone else." She was a little angry. Sun Tao ignored them, only revealing a smile as he looked at Chunyu and the others. "Hey classmate, I was blind to your true nature just now. Absolute zero wave is coming right away. If we were outside, we would surely die. Could you let us in to take shelter?" Yes. Just let us stay for a little while. We can barter for supplies. Food, water, please." A cacophony of voices rang out in agreement. Chunyu slowly stood up, his movements unhurried and deliberate. Instead of answering Sun Tao directly, he placed his fingers on the clips of the prototype and gently twisted them. Buzz. The warm ring centered on the prototype visibly shrank a bit. The crowd, who were barely managing to get some warmth from the edges, I instantly felt a chill envelop my back. Startled, they cried out, "Ah," and scrambled to squeeze further into the middle. Chunyu then raised his eyes. "Who let you in?" Sun Tao quickly explained, "Classmates, we can't just stand by and watch someone die. We just kindly reminded you about Director Yu's situation." Chunyu chuckled. "It was Yang Kursin who reminded me. What does that have to do with you?" Sun Tao was taken aback. "You know him?" Yang Kursin said in a low voice. "The crayfish in our car were traded with him. His name is Chunyu." Sun Tao then realized, "Oh dear, look at this." The flood washed away the Dragon King's temple. "It's all fate." "I don't know you well." Chunyu interrupted his clumsy attempt to get close to him. "I'll only say this once, get out. Don't fucking go too far." Behind Sun Tao, a burly boy suddenly raised his head. "So what if you have a piece of junk? There are so many of us, believe it or not." Puffed. His words abruptly ended, because Chunyu had already chopped his head off with an axe. This time, no one questioned it anymore. Sun Tao and the others looked grim, somewhat at a loss. "Over here. The heat is coming from this side. Quick, follow Director Yu. The door is open, and there's light inside." The students must have found the prototype. Just as the stalemate was at hand, more noise came from outside the building. Director Yu's familiar voice rang out. "Students inside, show some courtesy and make way. Let the students in the back go in and clear the way." A huge crowd was packed at the entrance, with Director Yu surrounded in the middle. He clearly saw the corpse and bloodstains on the ground, and his pupils contracted. But he coughed and forced his way into the small building. "It's an emergency. As the school's administrative director, I'm requesting that you temporarily share this." When he looked up, I saw that familiar face. They were stunned. "Chinyu?" Director Yu's lips twitched. This was troublesome. This little bastard in front of me doesn't fall for moral blackmail at all. He was kicked off the car last time. Why him of all people? Cough, cough. Director Yu is in a dilemma. But Chinyu suddenly changed his mind. "Director Yu, you're right. The situation is urgent now. We're all classmates, so it's only right that we help each other. Director Yu, Question mark. Sun Tao? Question mark. The corpse on the ground? Question mark. Director, you had initially thought this guy had reformed, and his expression had just relaxed a little. Chen Yu's next words made everyone's hearts jump again. However, the prototype's energy is limited, and the more people squeeze in, the faster it will be consumed. Here's what we'll do. Anyone who wants to come in and enjoy the warmth will be charged per person per minute. Each person must hand over 10 bottles of drinking water or other goods of equivalent value. You can only come in after you've paid. No credit will be given. Those who buy on credit, just like this student on the ground, fall asleep as soon as they get their heads down. We're honest with everyone, young and old. Question mark. Nobody knows how falling asleep as soon as your head hits the pillow is paired with honest and trustworthy. But Shinyu glanced at the countdown. 100 seconds left. Whoosh! 10 bottles of water? And in 1 minute. Why don't you just rob me? We don't even have that much stuff in all our possessions. Shinyu, you're profiting from disaster. You're driving everyone to their deaths. We're all classmates. Don't you have any humanity left? Chapter 42 Yang Kursin, Level A Ingenious Design. Shinyu shrugged innocently and said, It's completely voluntary. I would never force anyone. Please don't misunderstand. I'd be even happier if you guys didn't come to freeload, saving me energy. A stronger gust of wind, carrying snowflakes, poured in through the breach and lashed everyone's faces. Everyone instinctively tensed up. It's impossible to stay outside. Even if you manage to survive, you'll probably be half dead. Not to mention finding any prototype. They looked at each other, their faces filled with struggle. One boy, unable to bear it any longer, tried to rally the others. Chun-Yu, there are so many of us, and you only. Puff! The sound stopped abruptly. The boy lowered his head and looked at his heart. It was pierced straight through by an axe. Chin-Yu stood there, saying, With so many of you, you can all just get lost. The scene fell silent for a few seconds. Everyone's eyes lingered between the two corpses on the ground. It's clear that nothing is as convincing as this. Final. Although everyone was reluctant to hand over the supplies, no one wanted to be the first to do so. They had no choice but to enter the small building through various exchanges of supplies. Chin-Yu counted them. There were a total of 32 people. A few people couldn't squeeze in and could only get to the entrance of the small building. Chin-Yu gave them a 30% discount. The supplies they received were even more extravagant. Over 600 bags of biscuits, over 500 bottles of water, over 100 buckets of instant noodles, 3 sets of fleece clothing, and various other essential supplies. Isn't this much better than just killing them? Let's squeeze a drive first. Chun-Yu's personal backpack was practically bursting at the seams. Left with no other choice, he could only put some of the supplies in the public backpack. It has to be said that sometimes robbery, oh no, it should be, hear more from business than Hongwon. You mean your talent allows you to create weapons? Chin-Yu stroked his chin and asked with some curiosity. At this point, 1 minute had passed since the absolute zero wave erupted. A terrifying, deep cold raged silently outside, and through the gaping hole, one could see that the air was filled with pale blue crystalline powder, which fell softly. Inside the small building, everyone huddled together. Chin-Yu, Zhang Wanyue, Deng Yusin, Li Mengyao, and Wang Mengmeng, as the owners of the heat source, naturally occupied the most central position, surrounding the prototype machine in the center. And beside Chin-Yu, there was another. That was Yang Kursin, whom he had brought along. The others who witnessed this scene had complicated expressions, but dared not say anything and could only crowd around the perimeter. Yang Kursin sat cross-legged on the ground, her hands supporting her chin, seemingly observing the prototype, her eyes sparkling. Yes, but there are quite a few restrictions. I'm assembling a new dance rig before the end of the world. Then the voice told me that the talent was called Ingenious Design, and it was grade A. It sounded quite artistic. But how should I put it? I can imagine a cold weapon in my mind. I can think about its appearance and general structure, and then consume the corresponding mental energy and time, and it will actually become like that. As she spoke, she gestured, her fingers flying through the air. For example, with an iron rod, I would imagine how long it is, how thick it is, and what the grip feels like. Of course, anything too complicated won't do. My mental strength is only 11, which isn't enough to cover it. Chin-Yu nodded. You can actually think of anything you want. That's impressive. Yang Kursin said playfully. Impressive? I thought it was pretty useless. My teammates also thought it wasn't very useful, since you can't eat it. Chun Yu listened, his eyes narrowing slightly. If creative talent is considered useless, then 90% of talents are useless. The potential of this talent has been severely underestimated in a post-apocalyptic environment. On the one hand, this talent allows for the customization of tools. Customize climbing hooks, ice-breaking heavy axes, and stealthy short spikes to meet immediate needs. On the other hand, it also has extremely high strategic value. This is not just one person's talent. If used properly, it can greatly improve the team's equipment level. What Chun Yu valued even more was, as an awakened being with a physical constitution of 100, he can easily roll, break, and shatter normal weapons. Only the 10-pound octagonal hammer made by Yang Kursen was barely usable. However, after intensive use, it has already shown signs of cracking. Not to mention the fire axe that Chun Yu frequently uses. The axe blade had long been flattened, and Chun Yu always used tremendous force to chop, which concealed the weapon's mediocre flaws. Chun Yu slowly said, I don't think it's necessarily useless. Many times, it's not that the talent isn't strong enough, but that the right way to use it hasn't been found. What about your talent? Yang Kursen suddenly turned her head and asked curiously. Chun Yu's lips curled up slightly. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. He leaned closer and said, I can see the future. Some things, once you start talking about them, actually come true. Just like now, Chun Yu said those words with great conviction. Beside her, Deng Yusin silently hugged her knees and buried her face in them, sensing a sense of crisis. Chun Yu seemed very interested in the girl next to him, and they chatted happily the whole time. On the sidelines, Yang Kursen's teammates watched her and Chun Yu chatting happily, their feelings quite complicated. Question mark. Yang Kursen covered her mouth, her pupils dilating in shock. You're serious? Chun Yu nodded. Otherwise, where do you think my prototype came from? Yang Kursen looked to the side at the prototype machine that was radiating terrifying heat. 2. Without such incredible capabilities, how could the prototype have been obtained so easily? Warning lifted. Absolute zero wave has passed. The current temperature in the area will rise back to the baseline value. All passengers, please make the most of the time and continue completing the task. The voice was still cold this time, but to everyone it sounded like heavenly music. It's over? Really? It was over in just 2 minutes. That's fantastic. No, it shouldn't have been 2 minutes. However, if it goes any longer, there will be no way to survive outside. The relief of surviving the ordeal made everyone very excited. Chun Yu did not dwell on his emotions and gently placed the prototype into his backpack. Moment. A chill swept through the entire house once more. And that's why, almost uncontrollably, all eyes were focused on Chun Yu. There was gratitude, relief, confusion, and even greed. Such a magical artifact. Who wouldn't want to possess it? With it, no matter how terrifying the icy disaster, you can remain safe and sound. The boys in Yang Kursen's group had shifty eyes, as if some kind of impulse was brewing within them. Zhang Wanyuan moved half a step without making a sound, blocking Chun Yu's side and front. Deng Yusin grabbed Chun Yu's sleeve tightly. Chun Yu, be careful. Li Mengyao and Wang Mengmeng also nervously moved closer. Chapter 43, A Girl Died. It wasn't just Yang Kursen's team. There was also a slight commotion in the line behind Director Yu. Several relatively strong boys exchanged glances. Director, that thing. A boy with a buzz cut lowered his voice. Director Yu's expression changed. Shut up. We're all classmates. What are you thinking? As he spoke, his eyes remained fixed on the ground, on the 2 corpses. He's a man who is good at protecting himself. He would never make a move before he had figured out Chun Yu's background. Immediately, a smile spread across his face. Chun Yu, thank you so much for taking me in earlier. I won't thank you enough. We won't bother you any longer. The mission is important. The mission is important. Let's go. After saying that, he urged his classmates to leave this place of trouble, just as the crowd was preparing to leave. Director Yu, wait a minute. Sun Tao suddenly squeezed out of the crowd and rushed to Director Yu's side in 3 steps. He deliberately lowered his voice. Director Yu, you're just leaving like that? You saw the prototype yourself. If we had it, we could walk sideways through this ice hole. No matter how capable Chun Yu is, he's just one person with 4 burdens. We have 30 people in total. If you nod your head, we'll all come together and take it. Although Sun Tao's voice was not loud, everyone in the house could hear him clearly. The boy behind him was already staring at Chunyu with an unfriendly expression. Even those girls, seeing so many people around, felt incredibly safe, and jealousy began to surface in their eyes. The air tensed instantly. Yang Kursin never expected. She had just established a good relationship with Chunyu and was preparing for a long-term collaboration, exchanging weapons for crayfish. As a result, Sun Tao suddenly pulled this stunt. Yang Kursin looked at the others in the group. Are you all crazy? We were just rescued. Sun Tao shook his head. Kursin, even now, you're still siding with outsiders? I really don't know whether to say you can't tell the situation apart, or that you're just stupid. Yang Kursin's face turned ugly after being told that. Chunyu smiled slightly. Director Yu's face quickly darkened. To everyone's surprise, just 3 seconds later, he shouted at Sun Tao. Nonsense. Sun Tao, I think you've gone mad from the cold. What kind of outrageous idea is this? I am ordering you, as the director, immediately abandon these dangerous thoughts. As he spoke, he shoved his men and quickly retreated. Only Sun Tao, whose face was grim, remained. His eyes were bloodshot, and he hissed, Good. He said good 3 times in a row. Yang Kursin, what are you still doing over there? Aren't you coming over? Sun Tao said fiercely. You think you can switch vehicles? Wake up. After the mission, you'll be in the same vehicle as us. Yang Kexin said herlips. Indeed, even if her ideas differed greatly from those of Sun Tao and others, they ultimately belong to one team. In the future, they will still have to face the road to survival together. Getting close to Chunyu and the others at this moment could mean future isolation or even retaliation. Seeing Yang Kexin hesitata, Sun Tao bachama furious, Yang Kexin. Think about it yourself. They are powerful, they have prototypes, but how long can this thing protect you? What will you do once we get a vehicle? What if something happens to you? Do you think they can save you? Don't forget, we're all in this together. His words were half a threat and half a fact. Behind him, the other 5 people in the vehicle also condemned him. Kursin, you've gone too far. You're clinging to the coattails of others and ignoring your teammates. Exactly. Wait until we get back to the vehicle, then we'll see what you do. Do they really think those people are good people? They're siding with outsiders. Yang Kursin looked pale. Zhang Wanyue took her hand, wanting to comfort her, but didn't know what to say. Wang Mengmeng crossed her arms and said, I think you're all just jealous. A bunch of green-eyed people. Sun Tao glared at Wang Mengmeng, then left without another word, letting out a cold snort. Let's go. Yang Kursin's expression turned serious. Wait. But before she could finish speaking, a hand patted her shoulder. It's Chunyu. He slowly walked out. Can you drive? This seemingly random question left everyone momentarily stunned. Yang Kursin looked up in surprise. Me? A little. Chunyu nodded. Then after the mission is over, you can have your own car. Question mark. These words were spoken. Even Sun Tao stopped in his tracks, his expression hardening. You. What did you say? A heavy octagonal hammer appeared in Chunyu's hand. It was the same one that had been exchanged with Yang Kursin before. He approached Sun Tao and the others step by step, speaking calmly. To prevent you from retaliating against Yang Kursin, I decided to keep things simple and kill you all. Without warning, Chunyu took a step to close the distance between himself and the crowd. Old Zhao, make your move. Sun Tao's pupils contracted sharply, and he dodged to the side at the same time. The boy named Lao Zhao was enraged and roared as he swung the iron rod in his hand. Chunyu didn't even look at it before grabbing it tightly. Holy crap. Bang. With a powerful kick, old Zhao was sent flying 5 or 6 meters away. It finally crashed into the stone wall. The already frozen body couldn't withstand such a blow, and its fate was unknown. Escape. Sun Tao and another boy were too afraid to fight. Old Zhao is the owner of the prestigious B-grade strength talent, Rolling Pin Power. Old Zhao, who could easily take down 3 boys on ordinary days, was beaten up like this in one fell swoop. They turned around abruptly. With perfect teamwork, they pushed the terrified girls forward and made them run wildly toward the open door. But as soon as he turned around, his entire back was exposed. A short knife pierced his heart from behind. Puff! A heavy hammer smashed his head. One of the attackers was Chunyu, and the other, it's Zhang Wanyue. She remained calmly guarding Chunyu's flank, keeping a watchful eye on everyone's movements. The moment Sun Tao pushed her companion toward Chunyu, she moved. Deng Yusin, Wang Mengmeng, and Li Mengyao were all surprised at the usually silent class representative. How could they be so ruthless? They all looked at Zhang Wanyue with some surprise, their hearts filled with mixed feelings. Why hadn't they thought of this before? Chun Yu should like it, right? The small building was utterly silent. Chun Yu's gaze swept over the remaining 3 people, all of whom were girls. Their legs buckled, and they collapsed to their knees. Chun Yu, spare me. I didn't mean to steal anything. It was all Sun Tao and Lao Zhao's idea. I dare not do anything. Please don't kill me. I'll do anything. Cursin, please say something for us. For the sake of all the days we've spent together. Yang Cursin covered her mouth. Before she could react, the scene suddenly became chaotic. Sun Tao, Lao Zhao, and the others just died like that. The female classmate who had just threatened him was now kneeling on the ground, clutching his trouser leg. Sister Cursin, save me. I know I was wrong. I'll never do it again. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die here. Wah. The girl cried and kowtowed at the same time. Yang Cursin's lips moved, her face as pale as paper. Chun Yu. Chun Yu nodded calmly. Go ahead. Yang Cursin swallowed hard. They didn't deserve to die otherwise. Puff. A girl died. He died at her feet. Chapter 44. My woman must obey unconditionally. Yang Cursin was startled and covered her mouth tightly with her small hands. The other 2 girls were trembling all over. I'm useful. My talent is D rank, rapid drying. I can help dry clothes. Don't kill me. Please. Chun Yu shook his head. Didn't you just say that everyone will eventually have to return to their own vehicles? Then what use are you? Drying your clothes? Aren't you just useless? Inside my own car. The temperature is above freezing, so I don't need this talent at all. Puff. Another one has died. Yang Cursin couldn't bear to watch and turned her head away. Puff. The 3 corpses collapsed to the ground one after another, blood slowly flowing out. Chun Yu then put away the octagonal hammer and said calmly, Yang Cursin, being soft-hearted can kill you. Yang Cursin was taken aback at first, then fell in a deep thought. She did soften her heart just now. We were classmates after all, and our relationship was originally quite good. She clearly contacted Chun Yu for supplies, but I don't know why. It eventually evolved into this. She was the only living person left in the entire vehicle. Chun Yu walked to Yang Cursin's side and patted her on the shoulder. It's nothing, I was just saying. Anyway, I won't be the one who gets killed. After saying that, he waved his hand and led the 4 women toward the door. Yang Cursin paniqued immediately. Chun Yu turned around. What's wrong? Yang Cursin was almost in tears. Can you take me to find the prototype? I'm all alone now. But as soon as she finished speaking, she immediately regretted it. Why should Chun Yu take me on? It's wishful thinking to think that you're not even on their team. Chun Yu's lips curled up slightly. The objective seems to have been achieved. He stroked his chin. Taking you to find the prototype isn't out of the question. Yang Cursin's eyes lit up. Really? Chun Yu nodded. Yeah, we already have a prototype, but why do we help you find one? That's a good question. The slightly sarcastic remark made Yang Cursin's expression freeze. As expected, it still didn't work. She pursed her lips and said firmly, Chun Yu, thank you for sharing the heat from the prototype just now. I'll go find it myself from now on. Chun Yu waved his hand. No need. I have a simpler way. ? Yang Cursin looked up, her small face filled with confusion. An even simpler way? Chun Yu did not explain, but simply waved to Zhang Wanyue and the others. You all go out and guard the door. No one is allowed to come in without my permission. The 4 women were slightly taken aback, but they didn't ask anything and just nodded. The 4 men left the small building, split into 2 groups, and stood guard on either side of the hole, their backs against the stone wall. After a brief silence, Wang Mingming couldn't hold back any longer. Class monitor, what do you think? Chun Yu sent us all out to be alone with Yang Cursin inside? He's being so secretive. Zhang Wanyue's eyes were calm. She was also thinking. Chun Yu's actions may seem crude and direct, but they are always driven by ulterior motives. Keeping Yang Cursin was clearly not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Deng Yusin crossed her arms and whispered, Do we need an invitation card? Just now in the small building, Chun Yu seemed very interested in her talent. Li Mengyao's feelings were the most complicated. She could also sense that Chun Yu valued Yang Cursin, whom he had just met, very much. The intention to recruit the other party into the vehicle is already very clear. They even went so far as to eliminate the opponent's original team for this purpose. The indescribable bitterness and disappointment welled up in her heart again. Li Mengyao was a little annoyed. What else can we do? We just see she's pretty and try to recruit her. Mengyao. Wang Mingming tugged at her sleeve, signaling her not to talk nonsense. Zhang Wanyue reminded him. Chenyu has his reasons for doing things. Everyone heard that Yang Kursen's talent in making tools and weapons may be more valuable than we imagine. Li Mengyao snorted. Can it be better than my disguise? Don't forget, I risked my life to get the prototype for Chenyu. The women. Anyone could see that Li Mengyao, as Chenyu's ex-girlfriend, was becoming increasingly resentful. Time slipped away second by second in the icy cold. Inside the small building, the geothermal core prototype was placed back on the ground. The heat began to dissipate. Chenyu and Yang Kursen stood to the side, where the perceived temperature had risen to around 4 or 5 degrees Celsius. At this temperature, even if you take off all your clothes, you won't get too cold. Chenyu spoke calmly, stating an objective fact. Yang Kursen was taken aback by these words, her cheeks instinctively flushing slightly. She stammered, the prototype was indeed impressive. She didn't understand why Chenyu had left her there alone. Now that this topic has come up again, she can't help but feel a little nervous. Chenyu smiled slightly. Right? I think it's pretty impressive too. He abruptly changed the subject, his gaze fixed on her face. Then, you may begin. Yang Kursen was completely stunned, her eyes widening slightly. Start what? Chenyu shrugged and took a black marker from the communal backpack. He unscrewed the pen cap. All my people must leave my mark. No, you must be kidding me. Yang Kursen's face turned pale. She had never imagined things would unfold this way. Chenyu didn't waste any time and handed over the invitation card directly. I'll only say this once. My people must obey me unconditionally, just like those girls outside. That's right, there's only one invitation card. He will only give it to Hongwan. Although Yang Kursen appeared to be on good terms with him, Chenyu had no way of knowing what she was really thinking. If the person invited has ulterior motives, he'd rather tear up the card. Upon hearing this, Yang Kursen swallowed hard and mustered her courage to accept the black card. A piece of information instantly entered my mind. Her eyes widened in confusion. This card could actually send her to Chenyu's team, freeing her from her current vehicle. There are cards like this. Chenyu shouted, Wang Mingming, how long has it been since you left here? Wang Mingming's voice came from outside. 41 seconds. That's right, her talent is D-level precise timing. Chenyu nodded and looked at Yang Kursen. I'll give you 1 minute to consider. Join my vehicle, become one of my people, and you'll have no worries about food or clothing or go find the prototype yourself. But even if you do, I'll take it away. Question mark. Chapter 45, isn't that the same as being a slave? Hearing Chenyu's words, a storm raged in Yang Kursen's heart. On one hand, there is a future intertwined with coldness and death. On one hand, it is warm and reliable. She didn't actually need to struggle much, but Chenyu's request was truly shameful. Unconditional obedience. Isn't that the same as being a slave? She thought of all the girls in Chenyu's team. There was a calm and reliable person who seemed to always be able to guess Chenyu's thoughts. There was one person who was extremely dependent on Chenyu, and the way he looked at Chenyu was almost drooling. 2 others, though frightened, followed closely behind Chenyu. They survived in such a perilous situation. Moreover, they lived better than the vast majority of people. Time ticked by, and Chenyu didn't urge her, but just watched her quietly. 1 minute later, Yang Kursen suddenly raised her head. Chenyu, I am willing to unconditionally obey. Her voice was a little hoarse, and she seemed very shy. Chenyu showed no surprise. Very good. And then? Yang Kursen's body trembled violently. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and her fingers instinctively clenched her clothes. It must be said that although Yang Kursen comes from the dance department, but it's not just about having a good figure. Even when she's wrapped in a long down jacket, you can still tell she has ridiculously long legs, which is a good 1.73 meters tall. Moreover, her appearance is quite outstanding. Her oval face has a clear and sharp jawline, a high and straight nose, and amber eyes that always curve into crescents. When she smiles, she always reveals a sharp canine tooth. This liveliness is extremely precious in the face of the apocalypse. Shame surged through me. Yang Kursin wanted to explain that she was very obedient, very sincere, and would never betray anyone. But then she thought, how long had it been since she last met Chinyu? All in all, it didn't even take half an hour. It's understandable that he doesn't trust himself. But now, she had to do something so shameful. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Under Chinyu's gaze, her fingers trembled as she began to unzip her down jacket. Sizzle. The sound of the zipper sliding down was exceptionally clear. The heavy, long down jacket was taken off and carelessly tossed onto the cold ground at his feet. All of a sudden, a summer outfit that suits Yang Kursin is on display. A beige, fitted short-sleeve t-shirt perfectly accentuates the waistline. She wore a short white tulip skirt with a fluffy hem, giving her a playful look. She was wearing a pair of white sneakers, revealing her slender ankles. The most eye-catching feature was, of course, her long legs, which Chinyu estimated to be 1.2 meters long. Longer than the class monitor's legs. Chinyu muttered something to himself, and his body even felt a little hot. After all, this youthful and radiant appearance has an extraordinary charm in the icy and snowy landscape. Yang Kursin covered her face with her hands. Is this okay? She didn't dare look at Chinyu at all. Her face was so red it looked like it was about to bleed. Chinyu pointed with the tip of his pen. With so many clothes on you, how am I supposed to leave a mark? Yang Kursin's body trembled slightly, and she bit her lip tightly. Outside the small building, the four women huddled on either side of the door, only a sliver of warmth emanating from the prototype machine, barely enough to be of any use. Why haven't they come out yet? Wang Mingming stomped her feet, which were numb from the cold. Li Mingyao crossed her arms. Who knows? It can't be that someone has suddenly become a beast, can it? They've even brought out the prototype. Who knows what they're doing inside? Wang Mingming was taken aback. What's wrong with her best friend today? Why are you suddenly so upset with Chinyu? This won't do. I'm counting on her to win back Chinyu's favor and get back to his side. Even now, Mingyao is unwilling. But Wang Mingming firmly believes that Chinyu still loves her best friend. Based on that initial passion, there was no way he wouldn't fall in love with Mingyao. Deng Yusin and Zhang Wanyue were on the other side, and no one spoke. However, Deng Yusin was clearly in low spirits, and she was a little worried that Chinyu would be taken away from her. Suddenly, a clear notification sound rang out. Notification: a new passenger has been added to your vehicle. It really is true. Wang Mingming blinked. This is going to be interesting on our bus. Another gorgeous girl has gotten on. Before she could finish speaking, Li Mingyao glared at her irritably, and she shut up in a huff. Deng Yusin softly said, Before they could exchange any more words, Chinyu stepped out first, his expression calm and composed. Yang Kursin, who was following behind him, instantly drew the attention of the four women. Yang Kursin had put her down jacket back on and was wrapped up tightly. However, her clothes could not conceal the expression on her face. The usually lively Yang Kursin was now somewhat shy. The lingering blush on her cheeks spread all the way to the tips of her ears. Seeing her like this, Li Mingyao felt even more bitter. She turned her face away and looked elsewhere. Deng Yusin's reaction was somewhat similar. Chinyu's lips twitched. Deng Yusin was alright, but what was Li Mingyao up to? She was the one who broke up with me in the first place, and now she dares to throw a tantrum? Chinyu ignored her and turned to Yang Kursin inside. Kursin, this is the class representative. After a brief introduction to the students on board the vehicle, Yang Kursin greeted everyone one by one and gradually became familiar with their faces. Everyone knows that. On their future journey to survive, they will have to rely on each other. Chinyu smiled slightly. Let's go back to the vehicle. Question mark. Zhang Wanyue's first question was, go back to the vehicle? Aren't we going to continue looking for the prototype? Deng Yusin chimed in. Yes, shall we head back now? Chinyu nodded. Okay, let's go back to the vehicle. As for the prototype, someone's looking for it for us. After saying that, he turned around and headed back home. Everyone quickly followed. Wang Mingming was stunned for a moment, then retorted, someone will replace us? Who would replace us? Zhang Wanyue walked past her and whispered, Isn't Director Yu and the others looking for it? Wang Mingming suddenly woke up with a start. Director Yu? Oh my god, this is... Zhang Wanyue nodded. Wait for the rabbit to run into the tree stump. Li Mingyao pursed her lips as well. Indeed, we've already completed our mission. There's no need for us to stay at the outpost. Let's go back to the car and warm up. Yang Kursin suddenly realized what Chinyu meant when he said, Even if I find it, I'll take it away. Wang Mingming exclaimed in surprise. Brother Chunyu, so there was a reason why you let them go. She had just been wondering why Chunyu, given his personality, had let Director Yu and his group go. She originally thought that Chunyu would play it safe since there were many of them. Now it seems they were just trying to make them do all the hard labor while they reaped the benefits. She suddenly thought of something else. Wait, why didn't they let Kursen's group go? There's strength in numbers. Maybe they can find them too. Chen Yu's lips twitched, but he ignored it. He just kept walking back, saying, Ahem, although we're leaving, we can't miss any discoveries along the way. Everyone stay alert. Of course, he wouldn't tell Wang Mingming. The most important reason why I wiped out Yang Kursen's entire team was, it was about creating an opportunity for Yang Kursen to get on board. Chen Yu felt that Wang Mingming always talked faster than she thought, and he needed to give her a good talking to when they got back to the car. Chapter 46 Bonus Reward, Golden Body Card. There are still 7 hours left until the mission ends. Chen Yu and his group had already returned ahead of time, stepping over the edge of a glacial crevasse. The flashlights shone again around the outpost. Many vehicles remain in their original positions, but some are destined to remain stationary forever. The cold, impersonal notification tone arrived precisely on time. Notification. Passenger detected has left the time-limited mission area. Global information synchronization channels have been restored. Number of geothermal core prototypes found in the team. 1. Main quest. Completed. Task evaluation. Excellent. Departed 25,003 seconds early. Rewards being processed. Basic rewards. 200 units of wood. 100 units of iron blocks. 100 units of parts. 100 units of cloth. 30 units of electronic components. 5 low-level energy cores. Already stored in the vehicle owner's personal backpack. Chen Yu's face stiffened. He was caught off guard. Building materials? Was it sent directly to the car owner's personal backpack? He glanced at his backpack subconsciously and noticed that the compartments representing building materials had indeed increased significantly. But this is a huge loss for Chen Yu. If I could just switch to someone else, whether it's Deng Yusin or Wang Mingming, I could at least double what I earned. That's right. Yang Kursen did not become Hongwan. Chen Yu tried to follow in Wang Mingming's footsteps, but failed. Taming is not that simple. But Chen Yu could sense that Yang Kursen was very obedient and did not have any aversion to him. He knew he would have plenty of time to teach her in the future. Becoming a Red Phoenix is only a matter of time. That's all. We're out. Wang Mingming stared wide-eyed, looking back at the deep crack, then at her feet. Brother Chen Yu, haven't we hit the jackpot? She excitedly spun around a little bit on the spot, almost slipping on the ice. He was hurriedly supported by Li Mingyao, who was standing nearby. Li Mingyao breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I'm out of that awful place. I hope I don't have any nightmares. Zhang Wanyue quickly swept the empty ice field with her flashlight. She then analyzed. It seems that no other teams have returned beforehand. We are the first. Yang Kursen, who had just joined the group, glanced back at the abyss. All of this happened so fast, so efficiently, it was unreal. Hearing that cold notification, she truly realized that she had indeed changed vehicles. She couldn't help but steal a glance at Chen Yu's profile, before quickly looking down again. Deng Yusin gently tugged at Chen Yu's sleeve. Chen Yu, this time, didn't you have time to find the extra building material chests? Chen Yu nodded regretfully. That's true. He himself is still immersed in the sadness he just reported. Fortunately, the notification sound didn't end. Task-based evaluation. Bonus rewards are being processed. Bonus reward, Golden Body Card, X1. Already stored in passenger's personal backpack. Chen Yu was taken aback. There's more? Wang Mingming exclaimed. An extra reward. Li Mingyao, Golden Body Card, what's that? It sounds pretty intimidating. Deng Yusin murmured. It sounds like something from a game. Zhang Wanyue, the Golden Body? In traditional concepts, it often refers to something that is solid and indestructible, and that all evils are warded off, but this is a path to survival, so no one can say for sure. Yang Kursen took out a gold card from her backpack. She had a vague sense of familiarity, like the invitation card Shan Yu had given her not long ago. Information flows into the mind. Golden Body Card. Description: a strange card containing the power to temporarily transcend the rules. Golden light appears when activated. Effect: upon activation, the user enters a rule-detached state for the next 2.5 seconds. In this state, All aura and fluctuations of the user will be temporarily blocked, and the user will be immune to all damage. When everyone took out their cards and saw the descriptions, their pupils constricted. 2.5 seconds. The rules have been broken. Shielding one's aura? Resist all harm? The result was completely different from what was initially expected. It's more mysterious and more unique. Li Mingyao didn't quite understand. Rules broken. 2.5 seconds? What's the use of that? It's not even enough to run away, is it? Wang Mengming's eyes lit up. Wow. Invisibility for 2.5 seconds? Does that mean I can steal things? Zhang Wanhua shook her head helplessly. Using this card to steal things would be a complete waste. In 2.5 seconds, you can create the only way out of a surefire encirclement and launch a counterattack. Ultimately, it's like playing a video game. A portable, invincible body has countless uses. After listening to Zhang Wanhua's analysis, Yang Kursin understood the value of the card. But the next second, Zhang Wanhua, however, took the initiative to hand the golden body card to Chunyu. Yang Kuxin. Chunyu's lips curled up slightly. The class monitor was really getting more and more used to the survival path. This kind of awareness is extremely precious. Wang Mengming and Deng Yusin also realized what was happening. Although they could tell they were reluctant, they still handed it over. Here, Brother Chunyu. I'm afraid I'll misuse it if I get nervous. Chunyu, you're always the one taking care of me, so this card should be kept for you. Li Mingyao followed closely behind, not daring to keep any. Mine is for you too. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned to Yang Kursin. Yang Kursin suddenly chuckled, revealing her small, sharp canine teeth, looking lively and agile. So that's how it is. She reached out and handed him the card, saying, Chunyu, I believe you will help me survive. Chunyu looked at the 5 gold cards in front of him. He smiled slightly. Keep it for yourselves. This is a life-saving card. Relying on others will always be too late. These 2.5 seconds are not for me to save my skills. As they spoke, they finally reached the door of the minibus. Chunyu stepped forward, grasped the cold doorknob, and pushed it open. Call! Instantly, a surging, warm current enveloped him entirely. The bus's efficient heating system maintains basic operation even when no one is around. At this moment, it is violently clashing with the cold air outside, even forming a small white wave of air. The 5 women who followed were immediately engulfed by this warmth. Whoa! Wang Mingming let out a groan that was almost a sigh. Chunyu. He sat down directly in his designated seat, but couldn't suppress a smile. The golden body card is powerful, but the reason he doesn't want it is because just now, his unique talent notification went off. Red Phoenix has been identified. Deng Yusin. Red Phoenix number 1. Connection nature. Subconscious security entanglement. Physiological connection. Connection depth. LV.15. Current effective multiplier. 150x. Chapter 47 Enjoying the kneeling service of 2 women. That's right. The SSS level talent, Red Phoenix Throne Robbery, has been activated. Red Phoenix's Harvest, Golden Body Card X1. Talent return, 150 Golden Body Cards. 150 Golden Body Cards. But this is only Deng Yusin's return. Chunyu's love interest isn't just one person. Notifications followed one after another. Red Phoenix has identified Wang Mingming. Red Phoenix number 2. Connection property, domestication connection. Connection depth, LV.3. Current effective multiplier, 30x. Red Phoenix's Harvest, Golden Body Card X1. Talent return, 30 Golden Body Cards. Both of their Golden Body Cards were doubled and entered into Chunyu's personal backpack. Including my own, there are a total of 181 cards. Each card that can break free from the rules, commonly known as Golden Status, lasts 2.5 seconds. 181 sheets, totaling 450 seconds. If used continuously, it will take about 7 to 8 minutes. The meaning behind these numbers is more impactful than that of firearms. In other words, any situation where certain death is inevitable. These 181 golden body cards are enough to save you. He even started to wonder if having so many golden statues meant he could do even more outrageous things. Chunyu had previously thought that it was a real loss to send those building materials directly to the car owner's backpacks. But the surprises didn't end there. Until now. He then realized a problem. Hongwan's role in returning building materials and supplies is only minor. The true meaning, perhaps it lies in her ability to multiply rare rewards. A sharp edge gathered deep within Chen Yu's eyes. He turned his head, and his gaze fell on a group of women who had just boarded the bus. Yang Kursin was looking around the interior of the carriage, her eyes widening slightly. From now on, this will be her vehicle, and these people will be her teammates. The air is fresh and warm, without any unpleasant odors. The lighting was soft and bright, and the seats were clean and tidy. The aisle was spacious, and I even saw appliances such as induction cookers, hot pots with 2 separate compartments, and baking pans. She was slightly surprised. Was this something that should exist in a post-apocalyptic survival scenario? Compared to her previous cramped and chaotic van, everything here is perfect, especially when you see the heating blowing in from several directions. She was completely numb. Don't stand there in the doorway. The cold air is coming in. Zhang Wanyue took off her outermost snow-covered coat, revealing a white t-shirt and long legs underneath. She walked over to Yang Kursin and casually closed the car door behind her to completely block out the cold wind. Oh, I'm sorry. Yang Kursin snapped out of her daze, her face slightly flushed, and quickly stepped aside to make way. Then, following the crowd, they hurriedly took off their heavy down jackets. Hang the clothes here. I've adjusted the radiator here so it can blow air onto the clothes. Zhang Wanyue pointed to the back half of the carriage. Okay, thank you, class representative. Yang Kursin readily complied, picked up the down jacket, and walked over to hang it up, mimicking the example. Looking at the scene inside the vehicle, Yang Kursin sighed. There are only 5 of you, so why is your vehicle so big? It looks a little different from ours. Wang Mingming raised her little face. Of course, it's because our vehicle has been upgraded, and it's been upgraded several times. At first, it was just a dusty, beat-up van. Upgrade. Yang Kursin is not unaware of the upgrade. As the car owner, Sun Tao said. However, according to him, upgrading is a difficult task, as it requires a huge amount of building materials. Yang Kursin then asked, can vehicle upgrades really change things this much? It's like completely changing the vehicle model. Wang Mingming was taken aback by her question and subconsciously asked back, huh, does that mean there's no change in your vehicle upgrades? Yang Kursin shook her head. At most, it's just adding a layer of windproof plastic film to the car windows or tying some snow chains to the tires. I've never heard of anything like this before. Wang Mingming opened her mouth, about to continue showing off, when Chen Yu's words suddenly flashed through her mind. Yes, their cars are unique. Chen Yu spent a lot of consumables. The smugness on her face quickly vanished. She rolled her eyes and mumbled, well, it's just so. Anyway, I'll just keep saving up with Brother Chen Yu. Chen Yu's lips twitched, and he said helplessly, from now on, Yang Kursin is one of us. There's nothing we can't say. This car consumed about 5,000 units of building materials. 5,000 units? Yang Kuxin exclaimed in surprise. Chen Yu smiled slightly. Well, you can ask the class representative for the specific details. We should all take care of each other in the future, so you should get to know everyone as soon as possible. Omega. Wow, you look so beautiful in that outfit. Just then, Deng Yusin leaned over. She saw Yang Kursin's outfit. A tight-fitting, short-sleeve t-shirt paired with a short tulip skirt creates a striking look. Yang Kursin smiled slightly. Thank you. Speaking of which, Deng Yusin and Yang Kursin are both typical sweet girls. However, Deng Yusin is more reserved, while Yang Kursin is more lively. Of course, at present, Yang Kursin has not yet integrated with everyone and has not yet shown her true colors. Please sit here, there's no one next to me. Deng Yusin patted the empty seat next to her and suddenly spoke, her voice soft and sweet. The reason she took the initiative to propose was, on the one hand, after Zhang Zihao died, the seat next to him was empty. On the other hand, after the vehicle is upgraded, the seating arrangement is 2 plus 2 per row, a total of 3 rows, with each row spaced nearly 2 meters apart for a total of 12 people. Now everyone is sitting on the left side. If Yang Kursin doesn't sit next to her, she'll have to go to the right side, all alone. But then Deng Yusin suddenly realized something. She quickly waved her hand and whispered, oh, never mind. Chen Yu sometimes reclines her chair to rest in this spot, and I need to give her a massage. Chen Yu raised a hand in the front row and waved it gently. It's okay, let her sit. With Chen Yu's affirmation, Yang Kursin stopped refusing and carefully stepped across the aisle. He sat down next to Deng Yusin. From then on, the left side of the minibus. Female sign, Zhang, Wan Yuan male sign Chinyu. Deng Yusin Yang Kuxin. Limang Yobang Mangmang. The 6 seats on the right were naturally all empty. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, other people will be brought in to fill the gaps after this mission concludes. However, in any case, the person who made the supplement must be related to Chunyu, Zhang Wanyue, Li Mengyao, and others. For Chunyu, it doesn't matter who it is, as long as they are of one mind with him. Any second thought could endanger everyone on the bus. This is especially true when the access to the shared backpack is shared by all passengers on the vehicle. Chunyu, sitting in the front row, stretched and yawned. More than 6 hours to go. There's still a long time before the mission ends. It will be a long time before the next team to find the prototype leaves the outpost. Deng Yusin asked with concern. Chunyu, if you're tired, you can lie down in the empty seat in the back. I can also give you a massage, whatever you like. Chunyu nodded, slowly stood up, and glanced at the back of the bus. Wang Mengmeng and Li Mengyao were whispering to each other in the last row on the left, and it was unclear what they were talking about. If he and Deng Yusin go to the last row on the right. These two, isn't that a bit too close? If he wanted to do something naughty, these two would be watching the whole time, which made him uncomfortable. Chunyu looked at Deng Yusin. Wait a moment, let me check the upgrade options. Deng Yusin was taken aback for a moment, then nodded obediently. Okay. Yang Kursin asked tentatively. What do you mean? It doesn't mean we can level up again, does it? Deng Yusin carefully made a shushing gesture. She knew Chunyu was looking at the car owner list and didn't like being disturbed. Yang Kursin quickly shut her mouth. But I still can't calm down. Didn't we just say that we've already spent 5,000 units of building materials? What's wrong with this car? After receiving the mission reward, Chunyu entered the vehicle upgrade interface and saw the following screen. Current vehicle, bus small. Available building materials. 990 wood, 530 iron blocks, 1660 parts, 105 cloth, 20 glass, 86 low-level energy cores. Lack of filter media, graffiti paint, special chemical materials, etc. Vehicle upgrades. 1. Spatial expansion. 2. Structural reinforcement. 3. Environmental control. 4. Energy and power. 5. Special facilities. Chunyu had a clear goal and directly chose one. Spatial expansion. His current building materials are insufficient to further expand the bus seating capacity, so he has to find another way. For example, basic protective rest corner eye. Requirements. 200 wood, 100 iron blocks, 150 parts, 60 cloth. Effect. By modifying existing seats at the rear of the carriage without permanently reducing the standard number of seats, a relatively private corner is created by adding a high back partition, a retractable curtain, and simple storage units. Time taken, 60 seconds. Status, sufficient materials. Warning, lowest cost, minimal modifications, provides only slight visual occlusion. No, that's practically the same as having no privacy. Chunyu ignored this option and looked at the other similar options that were lit up. Expandable foldable cabin eye. Requirements, 22 electronic components, 400 parts, 150 iron blocks, 5 low-level energy cores, 20 cloth. Effect, an expandable metal cabin is installed on the last row of seats on the right side. Normally, it is a fixed base, occupying the space of one seat. When expanded, it forms a semi-rigid enclosed cabin of about 2 square meters. Time taken, 180 seconds. Status, sufficient materials. Warning, provides good temporary privacy, but does not offer security or sound insulation. This is fine. 2 square meters is more than enough. But the metal hull, if the road conditions worsen later, this place will suffer. Chunyu shook his head, flipping through the pages, trying to find something more suitable. Until, multifunctional safety compartment eye. Requirements, 380 wood, 220 iron blocks, 500 parts, 10 glass, 40 cloth, 15 electronic components, 10 low-level energy cores. Effect, permanently occupies the last 2 seats on the right side and part of the rear space to create a fully enclosed independent compartment of about 2 square meters, equipped with reinforced walls, airtight alloy doors, explosion-proof observation windows, and ventilation and filtration systems, and has a pre-installed power interface, 220V / maximum 1500W. Time taken, 180 seconds. Status, sufficient materials. Warning, sacrificing some passenger flexibility in exchange for fixed space with integrated functions. Sacrificing some passenger flexibility. What does this have to do with me? I'm the car owner. Chinyu made up his mind and decided to choose this one. Although the multifunctional safety compartment I takes up one more seat than the previous one. But it didn't matter to Chinyu. His vehicle upgrade speed was fast, and the big bus was not far away. And even if we take a step back, unlike other teams, his team was also severely short of manpower. Upgrade and activate multifunctional safety compartment I. The moment the command was given, the last row of seats on the right rear side of the carriage began to tremble. Li Mingyao and Wang Mingming were startled. She instantly ran from the back row to the front, staring wide-eyed at him. What happened? Chinyu said calmly. I made an upgrade. Wang Mingming asked in a low voice. Why are we in the last row? What kind of upgrade is this? Chinyu smiled slightly. Multifunctional security compartment, in plain terms, is my private room. Li Mingyao's eyes widened in surprise. You want to build a room? Huh? Chinyu said righteously. Of course, I also have privacy. You are all girls, and I am the only boy, so I definitely have to protect myself. The women. In the last row, heavy wood and iron blocks were disassembled and reassembled, with the sounds of parts colliding in a dense and orderly manner. The glass is shaped and embedded, and the fabric seats are lined with sound-absorbing material. The entire modification process was ridiculously fast. It ended when the 180-second countdown ended. A dark gray metal door stands at the right rear of the carriage. There was a small glass window on the door, which was now blocked by a panel. The door frame is seamlessly integrated with the carriage. From this point on, the remaining building materials in Chinyu's backpack were 610 wood, 310 iron blocks, 1160 parts, 65 cloth, 10 glass, 15 electronic components, 76 low-level energy cores. Yes, it's still plentiful, but Chinyu decided to save it for a major upgrade. After doing all this, Chinyu walked past the group of women to the back row and saw a key inserted in the metal door. He turned the key naturally and then put it away. The layout of the multifunctional safety compartment is very simple. A 1.2 by 1.8 centimeter single bed and a table that can be folded down. Considering it's only about 2 square meters, the overall look is already quite good. Chinyu felt that whatever he did here should be very pleasant, right? The women peered curiously from outside the door. Chinyu snorted and called out, Deng Yusin, Wang Mingming, come in. A few seconds later, the two of them squeezed in sideways, one after the other. The cubicle door closed behind them, isolating them from the outside world. The small space was instantly filled with the girl's fragrance. Chinyu was already half reclining on the bed, a kind smile on his face. We can begin. The two women were taken aback at first, but then they understood what it meant. They all knelt before the bed, rolled up their sleeves, and prepared to massage Chinyu. Deng Yusin wore a JK uniform with a bow tie, and her plaid pleated skirt swayed gently with her movements. Wang Mingming was still wearing that tight-fitting t-shirt with a slightly low neckline and a pair of very stretchy jeans that stretched her plump, round thighs and buttocks tightly, creating a striking contrast. Brother Chinyu. Wang Mingming smiled sweetly. This bed is so wide. It must be a double bed. Upon hearing this, Chinyu, with his eyes still closed, said directly, Are you blind, Wang Mingming? Wang Mingming? Question mark. Chapter 48. One-on-one tutoring for Wang Mingming? Is your double bed so narrow? Chinyu said speechlessly. Well, Wang Mingming's expression became slightly unnatural, and she was secretly annoyed. Chinyu is really a blockhead. They couldn't understand a single hidden meaning. I've already taken such the initiative, and he just keeps refuting me with every single word. Deng Yusin was trying not to laugh. After all, the scene was rather comical. Chinyu leaned against the wall, his eyes still closed, and casually said, You massage my shoulders and arms. Wang Mingming, you massage my legs and feet. Okay. Deng Yusin took off her shoes, bent her knees against the edge of the bed, and crawled to Chinyu's side. The hem of the plaid skirt fluttered slightly, revealing glimpses of the upper thighs. Okay, brother Chinyu. Wang Mingming shifted her position on the floor and knelt in the middle of the foot of the bed, facing Chinyu. This pose made her tight jeans look even more exaggerated, highlighting her stunning waist and hip curves. Inside the safety compartment, only the two women's somewhat rapid breathing could be heard for a moment. Chun-Yu kept his eyes closed, completely immersed in the soothing massage, his SSS-level talent. Red Phoenix Throne Tribulation. Surprisingly, it's been upgraded again, which is quite interesting. Red Phoenix has been identified. Ding Yusin. Red Phoenix number 1. Connection nature. Subconscious security entanglement. Physiological connection. Connection depth. LV.16. Current effective multiplier. 160x. Red Phoenix has identified. Wang Mingming. Red Phoenix number 2. Connection property. Domestication connection. Connection depth. LV.5. Current effective multiplier. 50x. Inside the bus. Time passed second by second. The cubicle door was tightly closed. Li Mingyao glanced at the door for the 6th time, finally unable to resist letting out a soft snort. An hour has passed. That's really long. I wonder what they're doing. Zhang Wanyue sat in the front row, her eyes fixed on the glacial crevasses outside the window, without replying. Yang Kursin leaned over and said, "Hey, Mingyao, I just remembered, isn't your acting assistant class 3 senior, Shun Qingxi?" Li Mingyao turned her head, her face still showing displeasure. But upon hearing the name, Shun Qingxi, she felt a sense of instinctive respect. Yes, it's her. She paused, then added with a hint of envy, "I wonder how your senior is doing. Such an outstanding person." For Li Mingyao, oh no. For the entire performance class 3, the senior student was a unique figure. A person who makes even the girls unable to feel jealous. Yang Kursin also sighed. I really like her. She was the most beautiful girl in her department during her junior year. Before she even graduated, she landed the role of the beautiful and valiant heroine Ling Shuang in Qingyun Jie and became an instant sensation. Many people in our dance department are watching that show. Her action scenes are especially good. You can tell she has a solid foundation. She rested her chin on her hand, her tone filled with pure admiration. I really didn't expect that someone of her stature would be willing to be an assistant counselor. I'm quite envious of you guys, being able to get so close to her. Li Mingyao nodded. Yes, she has good resources, but she's very approachable towards us younger students. She's like a really reliable older sister. She thought for a moment and felt that the word both teacher and friend was better. Yang Kursin chuckled. Yeah, it's so great to have a celebrity senior. Hey, I heard from gossip that the quickest way for two girls to get closer is through familiarity and gossip. It is clear that the friendship between these two is developing. Zhang Wanyue, the only reliable person in the entire vehicle, was still watching the glacier crevasse. Time passed by second. 2 hours passed quietly. The door to the safety compartment clicked open. Deng Yusin walked out with her head down and her cheeks flushed. Li Mingyao, who was chatting gossip with Yang Kursin, immediately turned around and asked curiously, Yusin, why are you alone? Where's Mingming? Deng Yusin raised her hand and closed the cubicle door tightly again before replying. Chun-Yu said he needs to tutor her alone and asked me to come out first. Individual tutoring? Li Mingyao suddenly stood up from her seat. What kind of tutoring can I get inside? Deng Yusin shook her head. Then I don't know. Li Mingyao's face flushed red and then turned pale. Wang Mingming is her best friend. They have been inseparable since their freshman year of college and have shared countless secrets. They used to huddle together under the covers and complain about their classmates, hugged and celebrated after the final performance, and even drank a whole case of beer together. Wang Mingming hugged her and scolded Chun-Yu for 3 whole hours. Chun-Yu was her ex-boyfriend. Deep down, she still fantasized that Chun-Yu would eventually come begging for her forgiveness. At that time, she will surely raise her chin and graciously forgive him quickly. But now, it's one thing for Chun-Yu and Deng Yusin to be all lovey-dovey and flirting. But how can Wang Mingming be like that? What's wrong, Mingyao? Yang Kursin was unsure of the situation and asked cautiously. Li Mingyao pursed her lips. No, it's nothing. I'm just feeling a little unwell. Before she could finish speaking, Zhang Wanyue, who was in the front row, suddenly spoke up. Someone is coming out. ? Yang Kursin quickly got up and leaned against the side window of the car. She wiped away the thin frost that had formed on the glass with her hand and looked outside. As expected, she also saw large crowds emerging from the glacier crevasses. Walking at the very front was a middle-aged man. Director Yu. He beamed with joy, full of confidence and high spirits. Even through the car window, Yang Kursin could feel the smugness emanating from him. Go and inform Chunyu immediately. Yang Kursin quickly turned around and looked at Li Mengyao in the back row. Li Mengyao said, "Oh," quickly got up and walked briskly to the metal door. "Knock, knock." "The door's unlocked. Come in." Chunyu's calm voice came from inside. Li Mengyao pressed down the doorknob and pushed the door open. Before she could even speak, the scene inside the cubicle left her mind blank. Wang Mingming was kneeling on the ground. She sat on her own heels, her messy hair stuck to her neck and cheeks, and her chest was still rising and falling. She braced herself on the floor with one hand and wiped her mouth haphazardly with the other, pretending nothing had happened. Chunyu stood in front of her, calmly fastening his belt. "What is it?" Li Mengyao looked away, not daring to look inside any longer. Director Yu. They've come out of the crack. They must have gotten the prototype. Chapter 49, Human Greed Knows No Bounds. Chunyu nodded. "Okay, you guys wait in the car. I'll go pick up the goods." After saying that, he walked past Li Mengyao and headed towards the main entrance of the bus. "Chunyu, I'll go with you." Zhang Wanyue volunteered. Chunyu nodded. "Okay, sure." Yang Kursin chimed in. "I'll go too." Deng Yusin also stood up. Chunyu waved his hand. "I don't need you guys. I'm just going to pick up some goods. The class representative is enough to come along." After saying that, he was the first to get out of the car, and Zhang Wanyue put on her cotton padded coat and followed closely behind. Inside the safety compartment, Li Mengyao took a deep breath and closed the door directly. Only she and Wang Mingming were left. Wang Mingming? ? The flush on her face subsided a bit, but her lips remained slightly red. "What's wrong, Mengyao? Why did you close the door?" Li Mengyao's face turned ugly, and she questioned in a low voice. "Wang Mingming, you have no shame. You knew about my relationship with Chunyu, and you still..." Wang Mingming's eyes darted away. "Mengyao, let me explain." "Explain." Li Mengyao pointed at Wang Mingming's mouth. "Explain what?" "Explain what you were doing just now. Explain how my best friend ended up at my ex-boyfriend's feet. Do you know, you're like a..." She couldn't bring herself to say that word, but she was furious. "I don't." Wang Mingming held Li Mengyao's hand and said very seriously, "You know that only when Brother Chunyu is happy can we stay by his side and be safe." Li Mengyao couldn't find the words to refute for a moment. She could only retort angrily, "That's no excuse for you to seduce him." Wang Mingming quickly clarified, "Who seduced him? It was Brother Chunyu who asked for it. I didn't." Li Mengyao, "Then you..." "Okay, that's enough." Wang Mingming opened the door to the safety cubicle and whispered, "It's a good thing that I've won Chunyu's favor. I believe he loves you. When the time comes..." The two linked arms and sat back down in the last row, whispering their plans. "They're out. They're finally out. Ha ha ha. Director Yu. Now our car will be warm too. Heaven hasn't forsaken us. We've actually found them. And Zhao Chen's team, they've been found too. We'll each take one of our 2 vehicles. That's awesome." The wind and snow continued to howl in the early morning, but the crowd was extremely excited. More than 20 people gathered together, their noisy discussions filled with enthusiasm. Director Yu walked at the front, surrounded by several of his trusted students. He smiled broadly. "I reckon we'll be the first to evacuate safely. Look, there are exactly 10 vehicles, all still with their lights on, not one missing." Someone leaned closer. "Hey, Director, didn't Chunyu and his team find the prototype a long time ago? They even wiped out that entire team. Their bodies are all lying there. Why don't they just come out and drive on?" Director Yu scoffed. "Young people like him, they got lucky and found a prototype, tasted success, and now they're arrogant and want to find a second one. Don't you even know where you are? An ice cave, a monster's lair. Do you really think this is your own backyard?" He deliberately raised his voice so that more people around him could hear him. "See, God is fair. We won't give all the benefits to those who only think of themselves and don't understand teamwork. Now, both prototypes have been found by our comrades. We've got them all. Ha ha ha." Immediately, a student adept at flattery chimed in. "The director is right. Director Yu's leadership is excellent. Only by following the group will you get to eat meat." Director Yu listened to these voices with satisfaction, looking around with a smug sense of accomplishment. His gaze fell on the tall, thin boy behind him who was limping. "His name is Zhao Chun. Yes, their team also found the prototype." Director Yu rubbed his frozen hands and chuckled. Little Zhao. Zhao Chun sensed something, and his expression became somewhat unnatural. He quickly exclaimed, Director Yu helps his classmates without asking for anything in return. He is truly a model of teacher ethics. Hey, why are you saying all this? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Director Yu's smile became even more amiable. He walked through the crowd, straight up to Zhao Chun, and patted Zhao Chen's shoulder heavily. The force was considerable, causing the already exhausted Zhao Chun to sway. Director Yu leaned closer and lowered his voice. Little Zhao, we've been through thick and thin together at the outpost. Let me be frank with you, okay? Zhao Chun swallowed hard. Director, what do you mean? Director Yu nodded. Look, your team only has 6 people in total. Some are injured, and some are disabled. This prototype is a hot potato. Who wouldn't be envious? Zhao Chen's face darkened. Director, you're from the administration department. You certainly won't tell anyone. Director Yu sighed softly. Whether I say it or not is not important. These students are all watching. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Zhao Chen's disheveled teammates behind him. He then continued. As a teacher, I have a responsibility to protect every student and to make the most of our valuable resources. Zhao Chun wanted to step back, but Director Yu was quite strong. His hand, which was on Zhao Chen's shoulder, gripped Zhao Chen's shoulder blade. This prevented him from creating distance for a while. Director Yu smiled kindly. You hand over the prototype to me, and I will keep it safe. I guarantee that you will not be treated unfairly. I will trade your team's food to you every week. Zhao Chen's face turned ashen as he looked into his field of vision. Director Yu's team was quietly surrounding them. They were just arm in arm a moment ago. Now this group of people wants to kill them. What are you trying to do? We're all classmates. Weren't we just talking about the collective? Director Yu, we can protect the prototype. No need for you to trouble yourself. Behind Zhao Chun, 3 men and 2 women quickly spoke up. Director Yu interrupted him directly, his smile vanishing. Can you protect them? With your bunch of good-for-nothings, you don't even have an A-level talent. I'm only discussing this with you properly because of our teacher-student relationship. As the car owner, Zhao Chun was well aware of Director Yu's hypocritical nature. He glanced at his injured teammate, then at the menacing crowd before him. He said somewhat helplessly, Okay. Brother Zhao, we can't agree to this. If we hand it over to them, we'll freeze to death too. Let them kill us if they dare, and see if they can bring themselves to do it. Exactly. Let's fight them. Zhao Chun waved his hand. All right. We're no match for them. Director Yu is right. The prototype is a hot potato. We can't keep it no matter what. Director Yu nodded in satisfaction. Well said. Xiao Zhao really has a team mindset. Everyone saw that, right? This is the power of unity. Only by working together as one and concentrating resources where they can be most effective can we survive. Those who only care about themselves and try to monopolize all the benefits are like a snake trying to swallow a whole mouthful of meat. However, before he could finish speaking, a calm voice, piercing through the howling wind and snow, came from not far away. Director Yu is right. I just don't know. Can you, a snake, swallow 2 elephants? Chapter 50. Director Yu is like a dead dog. Director Yu's smile froze, and he even doubted whether he had heard correctly. Everyone around looked back curiously. At a time like this, who would dare to be so rebellious? Aren't they afraid of ending up like Zhao Chun? Not far away, in the wind and snow, 2 figures appeared silently and without anyone noticing. It was Chun Yu and Zhang Wanhua. Chun Yu casually put his hands in his pockets, his face expressionless, but he looked somewhat cold. Zhang Wanhua stood behind him, her gaze sharp as she looked at the crowd. Chun Yu, holy crap, really? Ow, where did he get here? Director Yu, what's going on? Wasn't he supposed to be out? Judging from the looks of it now, this guy came out a long time ago and is resting in the car. Then why didn't he just drive away? The crowd murmured amongst themselves, their expressions turning hostile as they looked at Chun Yu and his companion. Seeing that someone had drawn the fire, Zhao Chun glanced at Director Yu's retreating figure and tried to slip away amidst the chaos. But Director Yu didn't even turn his head. Keep a close eye on Xiao Zhao. I'll be right back. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Chun was cornered by 2 people. Ahead, Director Yu, a smile plastered on his face, rubbed his hands together as he walked towards Chun Yu. Chun Yu, Director Yu said enthusiastically. Oh my, what a coincidence. We were just saying that with your abilities, you would have been out by now. And sure enough, he stopped 5 steps away from Chun Yu. not daring to get any closer. Chinyu didn't speak, just looked at him. Director Yu swallowed hard, his smile a little stiff. Well, we're preparing to retreat. Chinyu, there's plenty of time in the future, right? Ha ha ha. Who says there's always tomorrow for you? Chinyu finally spoke. You know better than anyone why I'm blocking the doorway. Director Yu feigned ignorance, saying, I don't understand. Why are you blocking the doorway? Chinyu smiled slightly. What are you doing, leading more than 20 people and surrounding those classmates? Director Yu's expression changed. We didn't do anything. We were just having a friendly exchange. Chinyu said calmly. To me, this looks more like coercion and bribery to get them to hand over the prototype. Director Yu forced a smile and said, Chinyu, what you're saying, that's about teamwork. It's about pooling resources to maximize their effectiveness. Oh, Chinyu nodded and took half a step forward. That's right. So, in order to maximize its effectiveness, Director Yu, please bring out your prototype first. Director Yu took a step back, his eyes narrowing. Chinyu, don't go too far. I've always given in to you not because I'm afraid of you, but for the sake of the collective. The final word, interest, was not uttered yet. A mere 4 meters. Chinyu had already taken a step forward. Startled, Director Yu let out a scream and turned to run away. But he only felt his collar tighten and his feet sink into the ground. Then the world spun around. It's not a metaphor, it's true. The ground suddenly receded, and icy snowflakes splattered all over my face, leaving only the dark sky in my sight. It's so tight it's killing me. My neck was being tightly gripped, and my vision started to go black, with stars appearing before my eyes. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he was grabbed by Chinyu with one hand, his legs flailing wildly in the air. Release Director Yu. Chinyu, what are you doing? Let's talk this out. How could you hit a teacher like that? Exactly. This is outrageous. The students gasped in surprise and started shouting. But he didn't move forward. Put me down. What kind of behavior is this? I'm the director. Director Yu spoke haltingly. Being choked is so uncomfortable. But Chinyu ignored him, as if he were a little chick being carried around. He struggled violently, trying to pry open Chinyu's grip with both hands, but unfortunately, the difference in strength was too great. Director Yu was internally devastated. His strength attribute was a whopping 20 points. This is the super powerful boost brought by the B-grade talent, effortless lifting. To borrow the words from the talent description, the blue water dispenser bucket bears the burden of collective life and can directly amplify one's own strength. But even with such a powerful B-level talent, he couldn't pry Chinyu's hand off. How strong is this guy? Is it over 30? Thump. The hand gripping his neck loosened, and Director Yu fell hard onto the ice, his tailbone throbbing with pain. Before he could even scream, Chinyu's foot was already on his chest. Puff! A muffled thud followed. Yeah! Director Yu screamed, nearly fainting from the pain. Where's the prototype? Chinyu's voice was flat and cold. The surroundings were completely silent. All the students turned pale and involuntarily shuffled backward. We are all in the same vehicle. Naturally, I know what Director Yu's abilities are. That's an incredibly powerful force. Now it's like a dead dog trampled on the ground. Anyone can see how big the difference is between the two. Even those who were just surrounding Director Yu and chanting unity have retreated to a greater distance. Director Yu's face turned a deep shade of liver. Yu, take your foot down first. Chinyu increased the pressure on his feet. I'm asking you, where's the prototype? Yeah. Director Yu screamed again, but before he could say anything, Zhao Chun, who was not far away, shouted, Chinyu, I need a hand in the prototype. Chinyu looked up and saw a tall man waving his hand. Our team's won. Handed involuntarily. After he shouted, without waiting for anyone to react, he shoved 2 classmates in front of him aside. The 2 students were originally tasked with guarding him, but they dared not stop him at this moment. Zhao Chun staggered and fell in front of Chinyu. Fight! Received a transaction invitation from Zhao Chun. Item for trade. Geothermal core prototype X1. Required items. None. Confirm. Chinyu glanced down at the pop-up notification and loosened his grip slightly. Director Yu was able to catch his breath and began to cough violently. Chinyu chose to accept. A dark red metal ball appeared in the individual's backpack. Chinyu nodded. You can leave with your men. Zhao Chun felt as if he had been granted a pardon and quickly nodded vigorously to Chinyu. He quickly turned around and called to his teammates. Quick, let's go. The group of people, supporting each other, staggered through the crowd without even glancing at Director Yu on the ground. They then escaped into a vehicle and quickly drove away. They no longer have a prototype. If you fall behind others on the road to survival, you may be wiped out as the temperature drops. After all, the further back you go, the lower the temperature gets. Director Yu watched Zhao walk away, feeling uneasy. He suddenly remembered something. Chenyu, don't forget, our campus chat box is already open. Aren't you afraid I'll post all the bad things you did today? Let the whole school see what kind of person you are. Bang! A powerful kick. Director Yu's chest has caved in. Chapter 51, his name is Chenyu, a ruthless and depraved devil. Director Yu screamed, his eyes bulged, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. He used both hands and feet to scoot backwards on the ice, shouting, "Help me! Dajuan, help me! Xiao Xiao, help me! I'm a teacher. I'm the headmaster. The car can't function without me." His pleading gaze swept across the crowd, but the students he called out all avoided his gaze. Some people lowered their heads, some shrank back, and most just watched numbly. As the snowstorm raged, Director Yu looked pitiful. A tall boy suddenly spoke up. "Director, the earth keeps turning no matter who's gone, and so does a car." Director Yu was stunned, almost thinking he was hallucinating from the pain. He roared, "You beasts! Who am I risking my life to protect the prototype? Isn't it for you juniors? Am I keeping it for myself to enjoy? I'm doing this all for the collective." He became more and more excited as he spoke. Another boy next to him chimed in, "Director, stop acting. You're just keeping this for yourself to enjoy life. Otherwise, why would the prototype have been kept in your personal backpack the whole time, and you wouldn't even let me touch it?" He paused, mimicking Director Yu's tone. Unified storage to maximize effectiveness? So, storing in your own pocket is only meant to make you feel better, right? You all. Director Yu was trembling with rage, and his wound hurt even more. Pointing at the two students, he shouted, "They've rebelled. They've all rebelled." Zhang Wanyue, who was standing to the side, quickly raised her hand to her lips, pretending to cough, but actually trying not to laugh. Chenyu squatted down and said with a smile, "Director Yu, next time you teach and educate people, remember to teach yourself first what it means to be a role model and set an example." Next time. Director Yu's face hardened and his voice trembled. You can let me go." As soon as he said this, the crowd that had been dodging earlier immediately erupted into chaos. "Chenyu, we can't let him get away with this. He just tried to steal Zhao Chen's prototype. He's a hypocrite. Yes, he talks about the collective all the time, but he pockets all the benefits. He even used his position as a teacher to intimidate us. He threatened that if we didn't listen, we wouldn't be allowed on the bus." Everyone was talking at once, all complaining about the director. Chenyu remained squatting in front of Director Yu. "Hand over the prototype, and I'll give you another chance." Director Yu's expression kept changing. He originally thought he was going to die, so he refused to hand over the prototype no matter what. Even if it meant death, he wouldn't let the prototype benefit someone else. But now, just pay the fee and you'll live? Young people are indeed young. At this moment, the hope of survival is more precious than any material possessions. "I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you." Director Yu roared and took out the prototype machine, enduring the pain as he presented it with both hands. His attitude was quite sincere. Chenyu looked at the metal ball in front of him, slowly took it, and found it warm and heavy in his hand. Director Yu could no longer contain his joy. Even though the pain from his wound made him grimace, he still smiled and said, "Chenyu, I'm leaving him to you." The expressions on the faces of the people around them were not good. Their accusations were still ringing in our ears. If Director Yu is let off today, given his vengeful nature, none of us will have a good time once he gets back in the car. He is, after all, a B-level power awakener. In terms of combat power alone, they have surpassed most of the students on board. Zhang Wanyue also frowned. This was very different from what she had expected. Chenyu slowly stood up and put the prototype into his personal backpack. His smile was kind and approachable. "Director Yu." Director Yu raised his head and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Chenyu, please speak. Just give me your instructions." Chenyu's smile remained unchanged. "You should still have a lot of supplies in your backpack, right?" Director Yu's expression changed, and a hint of heartache flashed in his eyes. But only for a moment. He adjusted his tone and said, "Oh yes, Yes. As he spoke, he endured the pain again and raised his trembling arm. Bite. Received a transaction invitation from UD High. Items for trade. 80 compressed biscuits, 80 bottled water, 50 antibiotics, 48 painkillers, 50 bandages, 39 windproof lighters. Required items. None. Confirm. Chinyu didn't even look at the list, clicked confirm, and tossed it into the public backpack. After all, his personal backpack was also quite full. But it must be said that Director, you had quite a lot of supplies hidden away. Then me? Then I. Puff. A short knife pierced the Director's chest in an instant. Chinyu released the knife handle, his gaze icy, and let him collapse onto the snow. Fresh blood seeped out, forming a patch of dark red ice. The wind and snow were howling. The expression on Director Yu's face changed from hope to astonishment, confusion, and then pain. He opened his mouth wide, but couldn't utter a word. Chinyu said calmly, "Next time, that's the next life." All the students stared wide-eyed, holding their breath, almost unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. This turn of events was too fast and too abrupt. 1 second they're trading, the next they're dead. Director, you went from heaven to hell in just 1 second. Zhang Wanyue suddenly realized and murmured, "That makes more sense. I knew it. How could we possibly let him go?" Chen Yu's gaze swept over the classmates around him. Those whose gaze fell upon him all took a step back in unison. In the dead silence, only the sound of wind and snow could be heard. Chen Yu smiled faintly. "Excuse me, is anyone here seeking revenge for Director Yu?" The words had barely left his mouth. "No, absolutely not. Chen Yu, don't misunderstand. We're not acquainted. Yes, Director Yu deserved to die. We've disliked him for a long time. Chen Yu, you're doing this on behalf of heaven." Their voices grew louder and louder, their expressions more and more righteous than the last. After a brief pause in their conversation, Chen Yu nodded and said, "Okay, class representative, let's go." After he finished speaking, amidst countless awe-inspiring gazes, Chen Yu slowly walked towards a minibus. Zhang Wanyue followed closely behind. The commotion only subsided after the bus doors closed. Everyone stared at Director Yu's body and fell silent for a moment. "Hey, you guys, check the regional channel." A girl suddenly raised her hand. Before Director Yu died, it seems he sent a message in the chat box. Upon hearing this, everyone switched to their local channel to check. Sure enough, amidst the rapidly scrolling, chaotic information, UD High, Chen Yu, that little beast, is a complete and utter monster. He kills and laughs. He's not fighting for survival. He's enjoying himself, enjoying taking everything away. Zhao Chen, Wu Tao, winky face, what did the director say? Sunwei, UD High, he can kill me today, and he can kill you all tomorrow for any reason. He will drain everyone's blood and climb over everyone's corpses to get ahead. UD High, he's a demon in human skin. Everyone remember this. Haiqing Film Academy, Class 3, Acting Department. His name is Chunyu. He's an utterly depraved demon. Everyone, after all that fuss, it turns out he was frantically typing when I saw him struggling in the snow, trying to survive. That's so hateful. Chapter 52, only by becoming mine will you have meaning. Bang! The heavy car doors completely kept the wind and snow out. Chunyu and Zhang Wanyue have returned to the carriage. A warm current instantly enveloped my entire body. As soon as the two entered, they saw that all the women were crowded around the window on the left side of the carriage, their faces pressed against the glass. Deng Yusin ran quickly to the door, grabbed Chen Yu's arm tightly, and looked up at him. "Chen Yu, are you bleeding? Are you hurt?" Wang Mingming squinted. She immediately turned around, poured half a cup of hot water from the thermos, and frantically searched for a towel. His movements were exaggeratedly attentive. As she handed the things to Chen Yu, she said in an admiring, coquettish voice, "Brother Chen Yu, you're so amazing. That old bastard surnamed, you should have been dealt with a long time ago." Standing in the last row, Li Mingyao still felt somewhat uncomfortable seeing Wang Mingming's appearance. She looked at it the longest and most carefully. Chen Yu killed Director Yu outside. It was a complete rout. After the apocalypse, this power that surpasses all others will actually be born. Yang Kursen left the window and walked into the hallway. What are those people outside talking about? Why are they so excited? Zhang Wanyue had already gone to the driver's seat. "I'm browsing the regional channel." "Regional channel? Dang Yusin repeated softly, subconsciously bringing up her own screen as well. Why is it so active? The chat window opened in front of her, and the messages scrolled so fast it was dizzying. Zhang Wanyue had already started the vehicle and was driving toward the outpost. As she drove, she explained, for those who are still alive, the second station mission has just ended. The regional channel restrictions have been lifted, and they're naturally more active. Wang Mingming flipped to the top and exclaimed, "Holy crap. That old man is calling you out by name. Chunyu. Chunyu. Lu Wei. Holy crap. Did you guys see the message just now? It was posted by Director Wu Peng. I saw him. Chunyu from the 3rd class of the Performing Arts Department. The big devil. Zhao Lin. I just tried to message the director privately, but I found that he can't message me privately anymore. Sun Lily. My god, could it really be like what director you said? Sucking other people dry? Who is this Chunyu? He's terrifying." Information flooded the screen rapidly, expressing fear, shock, speculation, memes, and taking sides. Zhang Wanyue shook her head helplessly. People die every moment on this road to survival. Director Yu's death won't cause any big waves. At most, it will spread in a small area of the school. Wang Mingming cursed as she watched. "Ha, that old bastard. He's trying to drag us down with him, even on his deathbed. The devil and the demon have all come. Brother Qinyu is so domineering. What do they know?" Li Mingyao coughed twice. Wang Mingming quickly shut her mouth, realizing she had said too much. "We should give Mingyao more room to perform and make amends." Li Mingyao suddenly said, "I think that's quite well said." Wang Mingming? Question mark. Completely bewildered. Everyone looked over, and Li Mingyao said something unexpected. Wang Mingming whispered, "What's so good about it?" Li Mingyao explained, "Director Yu is so scared that he didn't even have the courage to scold her to her face. He only dared to go crazy on the channel before he died. The reputation of the devil is terrible, but..." She paused, then said, "With this reputation, how much trouble will it save us in the future?" Deng Yusin frowned, still somewhat conflicted, but being called that feels. Chunyu waved his hand dismissively. "Let them scream. Whoever screams, I'll kill them. Wouldn't that really make him a demon?" Wang Mingming regretted her words as soon as she finished speaking and quickly covered her mouth. Chunyu simply shook his head, feeling the question was pointless. He turned his gaze to Yang Kursin, who was sitting in the corner. "Kursin, come back to the room with me." Everyone was stunned. Deng Yusin stood up almost reflexively before she realized what was happening. Chunyu was referring to Kursin, not Yusin. Yang Kursin blushed, not expecting Chunyu to suddenly call her alone. Okay. She took a deep breath and followed Chunyu through the metal door. What the heck? Just like the emperor favoring his concubines. Li Mingyao muttered something again. Wang Mingming was exasperated. "Sigh, Mingyao, you have all the advantages, but you don't know how to cherish them. If I were you, Chunyu would have been mine long ago." Li Mingyao pursed her lips. "Really?" Wang Mingming scoffed. "What else did you think? He must love you." Li Mingyao looked at the metal door, hesitating and struggling. Inside the safety compartment, Yang Kursin stood awkwardly by the door, not daring to sit down casually. Being alone with Chunyu, especially in this enclosed space, made the pressure even stronger. Chunyu didn't look at her, but sat down on the edge of the bed and said, "The road to survival is long, isn't it?" Yang Kursin didn't understand, but simply nodded. Chunyu continued, "Just knowing how to make some weapons is not enough, far from enough." Yang Kursin's expression hardened, her heart sank, and she immediately became somewhat nervous. She was terrified of being abandoned. Her former teammates, those so-called companions, abandoned her. But it's okay, because Chunyu was like a ray of light, warming her and accepting her. Now his words are like rubbing salt into a wound. "Chunyu, I know these are basic. My talent level is A. Given enough time, I can try to conceive of more complex things. Give me some time, and I'm sure I can." "Time!" Chunyu interrupted her, his tone calm. "We don't have much time. The next stop, the next disaster, could come at any time. No one can wait for you to grow up slowly." As he spoke, he slowly stood up and looked down at her tense, upturned face. Yang Kursin's throat tightened. "Then what should I do?" Chunyu smiled slightly, leaned down slightly, and lifted her chin. "Only by completely becoming mine will your existence have meaning, and we will finish what we need to finish." His gaze shifted downwards. The beige-fitted t-shirt is made of thin, close-fitting fabric that accentuates every curve of the body. Her tulip-shaped short skirt, due to her slightly backward-sitting posture, revealed her long, slender legs, which were pressed together, and her skin was fully exposed from under the hem of the skirt, all the way to her delicate ankles. Chinyu reached out and locked the metal door with a click. After locking the door, Chinyu slowly reached out his hand, his fingertips touching her neckline, slightly tilted to one side. Young Kursen's body stiffened. She didn't flinch, but simply closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. As the neckline was slightly opened, it became clear that there was a tattoo-like mark on the chest. But upon closer inspection, it doesn't look like that at all. It looks more like marker handwriting. To be precise, it should be the Chinese character or I/me, with only the upper half showing in the middle of the collarbone. Yang Kursen became even more nervous. She even felt a strange reaction. Her whole body was shaking. Chinyu nodded. You were quite obedient and didn't erase it without permission. Today, let's write something else. Chapter 53, Backpack Capacity Insufficient, Material Upgrade. The sky, once a deep, inky black, now tinged with a hint of cold, pale white. The long highway, revealed in the dim light, was a black ribbon stretching straight into the horizon. The world outside the car window was just vast wilderness and snow, with no trees or buildings. The earth was covered in snow, and the distant horizon was frighteningly straight, pressing heavily on the entire world. On the floor of the safety compartment, there is a prototype of a geothermal core. The temperature in the entire compartment was raised to around 20 degrees Celsius, which was quite warm. Of course, Chinyu didn't set the scope too narrowly. He covered the entire vehicle, including the outside. Red Phoenix has been identified. Young Kursen, Red Phoenix number 3. Connection characteristics, value contract, physiological connection. Connection depth, LV.11. Current effective multiplier, 110x. Red Phoenix talent. A rank, ingenious design. Can simulate crafting one piece of ironware daily. Talent refund. Each summon grants 110 simulated crafting iron tools. Chinyu lay on the bed, looking at the latest information about Hongwan, lost in thought. The physiological connection is easy to understand, but the value contract is something that has appeared for the first time. Moreover, Yang Kursen's Red Phoenix level is leveling up rapidly. In an instant, he surpassed Wang Mingming and became level 11. Now, his 3 Red Phoenix ranks. Deng Yusen, Subconscious Security Entrustment / Physiological Connection, LV.17. Wang Mingming, Domestication Link, LV.6. Yang Kursen, Value Contract / Physiological Connection, LV.11. The return from level 11 is as high as 110 times. 110 pieces of ironware per day. That's a bit abstract. Chinyu repeated in a low voice, his fingers tapping on the edge of the bed. His invitation to Yang Kursen to get in the car was not solely due to the ironware returned by Hongwan. The most important reason, in fact, her talent has strategic significance. But now, the 110 pieces of ironware collected each day will eventually end up in his backpack. There has to be a solution. Sell them all? In the early days, when most passengers lacked weapons, iron was indeed a form of hard currency. They could easily obtain food, water, and medicine, but the problem was the arms market will become saturated. Left 4 Dead is not a static game. As the missions progress, people will acquire some basic equipment through various means, and the demand for axes, crowbars, and knives will decrease. More importantly, selling off large quantities of standard ironware is quite troublesome. Just like his first transaction with Yang Kursen, she only dared to say that she got it by accident. Moreover, Chinyu often sells hundreds of items. TSK, I never thought that having too many supplies and not having enough space to store them would become a problem. We need to prepare more rope to bundle the individual weapons together. Chinyu pondered. Chinyu. This was from a shared backpack. It must have been collected by the class representative, right? Yang Kursen has already changed into new clothes. I accidentally ruined my clothes just now. Now, Yang Kursen is wearing a hooded knitted cardigan with a V-neck that reveals a pure white tank top and a delicate collarbone. She is wearing high-waisted shorts that perfectly show off her amazing long legs. It's worth noting that she's already a dancer with a great figure, and the high-waisted design further elongates her legs visually. Chinyu couldn't help but shrug slightly. Yang Kursen blushed, but she was very happy. Her choice of this outfit was deliberate because she noticed that Chenyu seemed quite interested in her legs. Kursen, make me a knife. Chenyu leaned against the headboard and said calmly. Yang Kursen immediately got to work. What kind of knife do you need? What's the approximate size and purpose? Chenyu gestured with his fingertips in the air. It should be about 1 meter long. To be able to swing it in a narrow environment, the blade should be thick and heavy, but the center of gravity should be forward and the chop should be powerful. As Yang Kursen listened, she traced the outline in the air with her finger, straight blade, leaning towards a cleaver design. Understand, I'll give it a try. The next moment, her expression became focused. Chen Yin could feel some kind of invisible energy gathering in her palm. After about 10 seconds, Yang Kursen opened her eyes, stretched out her hands, palms facing each other. Call. A silver halo appeared, and at the center of the halo, a long sword could be vaguely seen taking shape. Chen Yin narrowed his eyes. This scene was truly amazing. 3 seconds later, Yang Kursen suddenly slammed her palms together in the middle. Buzz! A burst of silver light. A tactical, long sword gleaming with a cold, sharp light appeared in her hand. At the same time, a notification suddenly sounded in Chun Yu's mind. Red Phoenix Harvest. Simulated Iron Crafting X1. Talent Refund. Simulate Crafting Iron Tools X110. Warning. Backpack capacity insufficient. 110 simulated crafted iron tools could not be saved. Chen Yu frowned and immediately brought up his personal backpack interface. Sure enough, after robbing a large number of people, their own supplies were indeed excessively abundant. The space was crammed full of all sorts of supplies, with only the last compartment remaining empty. Indeed, there was no way to fit 110 pieces of ironware. Just as Chun Yu was about to put some supplies into the public backpack, the talent enhancement notification sounded again. Unable to store talent resources. Currently exchanging equivalent resources. Material upgrade. Impurity iron dense alloy steel. Talent refund. Simulated steel tool crafting. Chun Yu's expression changed. Could be like this. Unable to deposit return supplies. It automatically triggers an equivalent exchange. 110 iron longswords were forged into a single dense alloy steel sword. His surprise was interpreted in a completely different way by Yang Kursen. Looking at Chun Yu, a hint of smugness immediately appeared on her face. Chun Yu really liked the things created by his A-level talent. Ingenious design. She puffed out her chest slightly. Chun Yu, how about it? She hadn't finished speaking. Chun Yu smiled and said, very good. Then, without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed her arm. Before Yang Kursen could react, she was half pulled and half pushed to the outside of the safety compartment. Bang! The metal door slammed shut behind her. Yang Kursen stood outside the carriage, looking dazed. Wait, what's going on here? Weren't we having a great time just now? How come you were kicked out so quickly? Inside the train carriage. Hearing the noise, Zhang Wanyue, Deng Yusin, Li Mengyao, and Wang Mengmeng all turned their heads. All eyes turned to her. Inside the safety compartment, Chen Yu took out a dense alloy steel knife directly. If you combine 100 iron knives, you can make a steel knife. Then what about 10,000? Chapter 54 Medical Grade Sterile Remineralized Drinking Water. Before him, the alloy steel knife lay quietly in Chen Yu's hand. The blade exudes a heavy feel from the inside out, weighing more than 10 pounds in the hand. Given the sharpness of this knife, Chen Yu narrowed his eyes. Chopping people up is like chopping watermelons. He doesn't even need to rely on brute force as much as before. His mind raced. If this is a hidden rule of talent, when returned items exceed the personal backpack's carrying capacity, they won't be wasted or overflow, but rather melted down and sublimated. Then its application scope would be terrifying. If the crayfish exceed the limit, will they turn into giant lobsters? Chen Yu stroked his chin and shouted, Yusin, come in. Outside the train carriage, Deng Yusin suddenly stood up, her face flushing red. She subconsciously adjusted the collar and pleated skirt of her JK uniform. Oh, here it comes. She quickly entered the safety compartment, but it took less than 10 seconds. She was pushed out by Chen Yu, Deng Yusin, the women, and across the door. Chen Yu was holding a huge lobster in his hand. This lobster is large, with a dark red shell and thick claws. Its body length is well over half a meter. You got 6 of these lobsters at once. Hongwan talent. Rank a crayfish summoning. Summons 0.5 kilograms of live crayfish daily. Talent reward. Each summon grants 85 kilograms of fresh crayfish. Warning. Backpack capacity insufficient. 85 kilograms of live crayfish cannot be stored. Unable to store talent resources. Currently exchanging equivalent resources. Species upgrade. Crayfish Boston lobster. Talent bonus. Boston lobster X 17 kilograms. That's right, 17 kilograms, 6 pieces, about 3 kilograms each. Chun, you didn't actually know what level Boston lobster of this caliber belonged to in the seafood world. But converting 85 kilograms of crayfish into 17 kilograms of Boston lobster. Chun was extremely happy. On the one hand, Chun really didn't like eating crayfish. Peeling them is not only a lot of work, but also a lot of effort. For Chun, whose strength attribute is as high as 100, he often accidentally breaks things. If you don't peel it, it doesn't taste good. On the other hand, Chun had never eaten a lobster in either of his lives. I never imagined that I could eat this way after the apocalypse. I wonder what it tastes like. Chun-Yu's lips curled up slightly as he stepped out of the cubicle. The women were chatting. The moment Chun-Yu appeared, everyone looked up and their eyes focused instantly. Then, everyone froze in shock. In Chun-Yu's hand were 2 large, lively, dark red lobsters. The lobster's tail almost reached his knees. Wang Mengmeng exclaimed, "Wow, it's so big. Where did you get this Boston lobster?" Deng Yusin blinked. "This is Ballin?" Wang Mengmeng nodded. "It's obviously a lobster, but it's too big, isn't it?" Deng Yusin pursed her lips. "The appearance of Bolong. Doesn't that mean someone has awakened the ability to summon this? This must be entirely due to his innate talent for advancement, right?" Faced with the women's surprise, Chun-Yu nodded. "I found a partner. Their team has dedicated lobster producers, which I acquired by exchanging extra resources." While driving, Zhang Wanyue asked curiously, "Someone would actually trade Boston lobster for crayfish?" Chun-Yu shrugged. "Of course, what are you all standing there for?" Wang Mengmeng, Li Mengyao, go find a pot to boil water. The 2 women quickly responded and busied themselves according to Chun-Yu's instructions. Before long, 2 bright red, plump Boston lobsters were served. Simple steaming preserves its freshness and sweetness to the greatest extent. The fresh aroma of the ocean filled the entire carriage. "Don't touch these 2 big pliers. Save them for the class representative." After all, he hasn't eaten a single bite since he started driving. But he hadn't said it yet. A surprised voice rang in my ears. "Red Phoenix has been identified. Zhang Wanyue. Red Phoenix number 4. Connection nature, trust, and consensus. Connection depth, LV.10. Current effective multiplier, 100x. Red Phoenix talent. Rank a basic drinking water guarantee. Can summon 50 by 500 milliliters bottles of water daily. Talent reward. Each summon grants 5,000 by 500 milliliters bottled water. Question mark. Chun-Yu had no idea. Zhang Wanyue had somehow managed to connect with him in such a bizarre way. A consensus on trust. You leveled up to level 10 in the blink of an eye. Keep in mind, the road to survival has barely begun. It's only been 3 days. Chun-Yu was beginning to realize that there were many ways to connect, and some of them were even quite simple. The only thing to note is that the Red Phoenix throne robbery talent effect is marked. Excessive aversion/hatred from Red Phoenix may cause connection breakage/connection failure. Now, out of the 5 girls in the car, 4 of them have formed a connection with him within 3 days. Moreover, the nature of the connections is extremely diverse. The only one with whom he hadn't made a connection was his ex-girlfriend, Li Mengyao. Chun-Yu had no feelings for her. In fact, he felt bored and annoyed. Give her 3 more days. If there's no psychological connection, then a physiological connection, and then abandon it. Chun-Yu devised a ruthless plan. After all, what? Li Mengyao blinked and mimicked Chun-Yu's tone. "You just said, don't touch these 2 big pincers. Save them for the class representative after all." And then she fell silent. Chun-Yu said calmly, "After all, there aren't many people I find pleasing to the eye, so she needs to eat well." After he finished speaking, the carriage fell silent for a moment. Zhang Wanyue was in the front row and heard it clearly. A thin blush spread across her face from her earlobe. Chun-Yu took in that forced composure. At the same time, The level increased by 1 level. Since being identified as a Red Phoenix, a term of endearment for a student, the class representative's advancement speed is second only to Yang Kursin, whom she tutors in painting. Wow. Yang Kursin sighed softly, a slight smile playing on her lips. The class representative was the friendliest to her, and she was happy to see that. Li Mingyao, on the other hand, was already feeling a little sour inside. Wang Mengming's eyes lit up, and she immediately chimed in with a grin. Exactly. The class monitor works so hard, and Xinyu is the most considerate. He's so thoughtful. Xinyu ignored her and looked up directly. Class monitor, the water hasn't been summoned yet. Don't forget. Zhang Wanyue said, oh, and immediately activated her talent. Then, they moved the bottled water into the public backpack. At the same time, the talent prompt rang in Chun Yu's mind again. Red Phoenix talent. Rank a basic drinking water guarantee. Can summon 50 by 500 milliliters bottles of water daily. Talent reward. Each summon grants 5,000 by 500 milliliters bottled water. Warning. Backpack capacity insufficient. 5,000 bottles of water cannot be stored. Currently exchanging equivalent resources. Material upgrade. Impure water medical grade, sterile, remineralized drinking water. Talent reward. 50 bottled medical grade, sterile, remineralized drinking water. Question mark. Chapter 55, Celebrity Senior, Shun Qingzi. Chen Yu's lips twitched. What the hell is this thing? Medical grade, sterile, remineralized drinking water? It looks so awkward no matter how you look at it. If it were before the apocalypse, Chun Yu would definitely have dismissed this thing as a scam. But what's outrageous is, based on equivalent exchange, you can exchange 100 bottles of drinking water for 1 bottle of this junk. If you put 100 bottles of drinking water in a market, you can basically trade them for anything you want to eat. Nobody would even glance at a bottle of this stuff. He vowed never to make that kind of exchange again. It was the worst trade he'd ever made. I thought there'd be drinks. Just then, the passenger completion process for vehicle E923 minibus is now underway. Task completion node detected. New passengers will be automatically matched based on available seats in the vehicle. Matching complete. Connecting. Please wait patiently for passengers to be transferred. A look of surprise flashed across Li Mengyao's face, and her eyes instantly became complicated. New passengers? She instinctively looked at Chen Yu. There were already a lot of people in the carriage trying to flirt with him. First there was Deng Yusin and Wang Mengming, and now Yang Kursin has arrived. Judging by this, the class representative will soon join the fray as well. We'll have a few more girls come up and discover how outstanding Chen Yu is. No, with Chen Yu's current strength, he'd stick to it even if he saw it. Moreover, Li Mingyao wasn't even sure if it was just her imagination. Chen Yu seems to have become even more handsome. They must have added a filter themselves. But in any case, if things are really as he thinks, the number of girls around Chen Yu is constantly increasing. It seems I might never see him change his mind. As Zhang Wanyue drove, she asked, Chen Yu, what do we do? Chen Yu was leisurely peeling a shrimp claw when he heard this and looked up. What should we do? Zhang Wanyue explained. That voice just now was announcing that we need to fill the passenger list and that we're almost there. Shouldn't we discuss how to respond beforehand? Chen Yu smiled slightly. Don't worry, I saw everything. They're all newcomers, just acquaintances. In reality, the addition of vehicle personnel is something that people are happy to see. In the past, buses always needed to be reloaded. Only after the vehicle was upgraded to a certain level could passengers and public backpacks be locked in place. In any case, we must get the building materials business up and running first. Otherwise, the sense of security is still lacking. Fortunately, he is now quite strong and can lock onto both passengers and backpacks with force. Zhang Wanyue's hand slipped from the steering wheel, and the car wobbled slightly on the ice. Chen Yu waved his hand. Let's eat and drink as we please. Kursin, go drive and let the class representative come down. Yang Kexin no dead. Okay. The car came to a smooth stop, but the two drivers had not yet switched places. On the right side of the bus, the first and second rows of seats, which were originally empty, without any warning. Thump, 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 from muffled thuds, followed by a creaking sound. As if they had fallen from the sky, the 4 of them landed on their seats. Immediately afterwards, the air froze for 2 seconds. Holy crap! A male voice exclaimed in surprise. He suddenly jumped up from his seat, his head almost hitting the ceiling. His name is Zhang Longqi, and he is the class monitor of Class 3 in the Performing Arts Department. He was nearly 1.9 meters tall, wore a black vest, and had spiky short hair. A handsome guy who's always the center of attention wherever he goes. He used to be a sports student and a popular figure in his department. Beside him stood a thin man with narrow, gleaming eyes. They really changed vehicles. His name is Lu Zixuan, and he has a very good relationship with Zhang Longqi. They are roommates and buddies. These two were parachuted into the first row. Behind them were two girls. The student near the aisle has a low profile in the class. Her name is Linyu. She has a baby face and a few freckles on the tip of her nose. She looked a little nervous as soon as she sat down. She hugged her shoulders. It's so warm. Beside her, it is Shun Qingzi, a third-year student and a teaching assistant, a well-known actress. She is 1.75 meters tall and is wearing a beige Chanel-style jacket over a light brown knit sweater, which clearly outlines her full and proud bust and slender waist. Wide-leg jeans hugged her long, straight legs, making her waist and hip curves even more stunning. With her stunning figure alone, she deserves to be famous. What viewers like most is actually her face. She is known as Little Ani. However, there's still differences for everyone. Although Shun Qingzi has a cold appearance, she has a gentler temperament. Why is it you guys? Zhang Longqi had only just spotted the passengers on his left when he immediately stepped into the aisle and began his impromptu roll call. Li Mingyao, Wang Mingming, Chunyu, Deng Yusin. He frowned. Hey, where's Ziheo? I can't see him. Deng Yusin's expression hardened. Lu Zixuan suddenly stood up. Class monitor, you're here too. He immediately noticed that next to the driver's seat in the front row was the class representative, Zhang Wanyue. This is the goddess he secretly admires. Wait a minute, next to the goddess there's a girl sitting sideways. Her legs are ridiculously long. She's wearing a hooded cardigan and shorts, and she's tilting her head, looking at them curiously. Oh, hello everyone. Yang Kursin waved generously, her voice clear and crisp. My name is Yang Kursin, from the dance department next door. While speaking, Yang Kursin's gaze was completely drawn to Shun Qingzi, and she couldn't look away. It's so beautiful. Oh, hello. So you're from the dance department. No wonder. Lu Zixuan nodded quickly, his eyes lingering on Yang Kursin for a moment. But it quickly stuck back to Zhang Wanyue. Class representatives, what's wrong with you? He was about to ask something. Zhang Wanyue interrupted. Don't ask us yet. What's going on with you? Why did you suddenly get into our car? Junior sister Wanyue. Shun Qingzi slowly stood up, walked past Linyu beside her, and entered the corridor. When she arrived at her stop, a few strands of black hair slipped from her shoulders. She casually tucked them behind her ears, revealing her stunning profile and neck. Her eyes were gentle as she said softly, This is a long story. Our class's joint performance involved 12 people, and they were all put on one bus. We encountered zombies at our first stop and suffered heavy losses. We finally reached the second stop, only to find it was a timed collection mission. After we barely managed to complete it and get back to the car, there were only the 4 of us left. Shun Qingzi continued. After that, a voice prompt said we could apply for a transfer vehicle. We just want to try it out, but we didn't expect it to actually work. Being assigned here and meeting Mingyao, Mengmeng, Yusin, and Junior Chinyu is really great. Lu Zixuan added in a low voice. Yeah, it's great to run into the class representative. Zhang Wanyue felt somewhat helpless. Lu Zixuan had expressed his feelings before the end of the world. But I rejected myself. She originally planned to take the postgraduate entrance exam and go to Kyoto University. So how could she have time to date? Even after I refused, this guy still kept pursuing me. I never expected to meet someone like this after the apocalypse. Zhang Longqi suddenly asked. Oh right, I just remembered. Why is your car so warm? Chapter 56 S-Rank, Mirror Image. Zhang Wanyue said earnestly. Our car has been upgraded, so it's naturally warm. Upgrade. Zhang Longqi exclaimed. Upgrades can actually make the car this hot? All the upgrade options I see are things like power and hardening. The few items available for keeping warm were extremely basic. Some even involved covering the car body with plastic wrap. He touched the heater vent above his head and exclaimed, Wow, amazing! Unable to contain his curiosity, Lu Zixuan simply left his seat and casually looked around. Damn, how come there's so much space inside the car for 5 people? The aisle in the middle is also spacious. Wait, what's that? Lu Zixuan walked to the back seat, looked at the metal door, and exclaimed, "Holy crap, this car has a separate compartment?" Zhang Longqi narrowed his eyes immediately. A cubicle? Lin Yu, who had been huddled up, was also drawn up by Lu Zixuan's exclamation. She looked over timidly. My God, could this be a motorhome? Shen Xingxi was also secretly amazed, especially when she caught a glimpse of the dishes on the small table in the aisle. It looks like a lobster. This car is so unusual. It's completely different from what she imagined. They're living too comfortably. But this comfort made her somewhat uneasy. Zhang Longqi sniffed hard, his eyes widening. It smells so good. His gaze shifted downwards, and he saw 2 bright red, oily lobster claws, each the size of a palm, in the pot. The flesh is so plump, it's almost bursting out of the shell. Lobster? Really? He was just about to make his move. But Deng Yusin immediately stopped her. Hey, what are you doing? This belongs to the class representative. Zhang Longqi's hand froze in midair. The class representative? He seemed to suddenly realize something, and a smile spread across his face. The class monitor managed to get this? That's amazing. I'll try it. We've been eating nothing but instant noodles these past few days. As he spoke, he tried to walk around Deng Yusin to get it. Squad leader. This time, Wang Mingming also stepped forward. Don't move. These 2 big pliers are for the class representative. Question mark. Zhang Longqi was a little annoyed. Hey, what's wrong with you guys? We're all in the same class. You've already eaten all of these shells. What's wrong with giving these 2 to the newbies? Li Mingyao coughed and said, that won't do. These 2 big pliers belong to the class representative. Zhang Longqi's lips twitched. He was so angry, he almost laughed. Zhang Wanhua, when did you gain such strong prestige? Zhang Longqi pointed at the pot. They won't let us eat. Senior Shun, tell me the truth. Isn't that going too far? Shen Qingxi simply shook her head. I'm not hungry. Zhang Longqi. Lu Zixuan chimed in. Leave these 2 big pincers for the class monitor. You can eat somewhere else. Zhang Longqi was speechless. It's one thing if Shen Qingxi's question was irrelevant to the answer. Lu Zixuan was also directly driven by lust. Zhang Longqi scoffed. Fine, keep it then. I'll eat something else. As he spoke, he reached for the others. But Deng Yusin, Wang Mingming, and Li Mingyao all said in unison, that won't work either. 3 girls stood in front of the table, forming a human wall. Holy crap. Zhang Longqi was utterly speechless. What the hell do you mean? So, I'm supposed to just watch and not touch anything? I just escaped death. What's wrong with eating your leftovers? He looked directly at Zhang Wanhua and said, Class monitor, you tell me, am I, Zhang Longqi, allowed to eat? He was most familiar with the style of the academic committee. He takes great care of his classmates. He's so hungry, Zhang Wanhua will definitely be considerate of him. But Zhang Wanhua shook her head slightly without hesitation. I'm sorry, I can't. Zhang Longqi finally couldn't hold back anymore. Then, Zhang Wanhua slowly said, if you want to eat something, you can ask the car owner. The car owner? Zhang Longqi frowned. Then who is the owner of the car? His gaze swept over them, one after another. In the end, it fell on the boy who had been silent all along. Chinyu. Zhang Longqi's eyes widened. You're the car owner? After asking that question, not only him, but Lu Zixuan also looked over in astonishment. Chinyu? In the minds of most of his classmates, this name was practically invisible. Among the handsome men and beautiful women in the acting class, he wasn't particularly good-looking, and his personality seemed a bit dull. He didn't even live in the dormitory, left right after class, and didn't participate in activities like script readings. Now you've suddenly become the car owner? Lin Yu, who had been silent all along, was also taken aback, her eyes filled with confusion. I never expected that the owner of this amazing car would be Chun Yu. And it seems that everyone respects him a lot. Shen Qingxi, however, accepted the fact more quickly than the other 3. After a brief moment of surprise, she smiled slightly and said in a gentle voice, I see. No wonder Meng Meng and Meng Yao were so excited. It seems that Junior Chinyu is the one in charge in this car. That's right. The women all spoke in unison, without any hesitation. This time, Zhang Longqi, Lu Zixuan, and the others finally realized what was wrong. These girls in the class. What exactly happened? Something seems off, like they've been hypnotized. How can they be so unified when it comes to Chunyu? Shun Xingxi's beautiful eyes also sparkled. She said this with a hint of testing in her voice. I never expected to receive such a unified response. Shun Xingxi nodded. Since it's now up to Junior Chunyu, then we should introduce ourselves. She smiled slightly, her cool beauty tinged with sweetness. My talent is S-level, mirror image. Wait a minute, senior? Question mark. Chunyu suddenly waved his hand, interrupting Shun Xingxi. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he leaned back, adjusted his seat to a nearly flat, comfortable angle, and lazily stretched. This scene stunned the four people on the right. Chunyu yawned, go on. What made the four of them even more surprised was that, beside Chunyu, Deng Yusin and Wang Mingming reacted quickly and ran over at the same time. One person massaged the arm, and the other massaged the thigh. The movements were practiced skillfully, as if they had done it countless times. Zhang Longqi and Shun Xingxi's eyes widened simultaneously. What does this mean? Why did you suddenly start massaging me? Still acting so oblivious to everyone else? Zhang Longqi's mind was buzzing, and his brows furrowed tightly. Wait a minute, Deng Yusin. Where's Zhang Zihao? I just asked you, and you haven't answered yet. Chapter 57, you also want to know about the future? Deng Yusin was focused on massaging Chunyu's arm when she heard this and paused slightly. She raised her face and looked at Zhang Longqi. Although her voice was still soft and sweet, it already sounded distant. Zihao. He's dead. The first stop was infected with a zombie virus. Zhang Longqi narrowed his eyes. Huh? Are you sure he died from a virus infection? At his first stop, he also encountered several zombies. They were even scratched and wounded. But what deadly zombie virus is there? Deng Yusin sighed softly. Class monitor, don't ask anymore. The dead can't be brought back to life. Maybe... She looked at Chunyu, her eyes full of tenderness. We should cherish the people in front of us even more. Zhang Longqi was speechless for a moment. If Zhang Zihao were to see this scene, he would probably rush up from the underworld. Lu Zixuan glanced quickly at Zhang Wanyue from the side. He was in a daze. Thankfully, the class representative didn't give Chunyu a friendly look. She remained as aloof as ever. Although she rejected him, it didn't mean she didn't like him. I'm so lucky to have been assigned to this bus. Suddenly, Lu Zixuan realized something. So at the very beginning of the apocalypse, both couples in our class were assigned to this car. Lin Yu also realized what was happening and asked in a low voice, Yeah, Mingyao, isn't Chun your boyfriend? Aren't you jealous seeing him like this? Li Mingyao was taken aback by the question. Jealous? Who's Vinegar? Chunyu? She doesn't have the capacity to eat that much. She quickly waved her hand. Why? Why would I be jealous? As long as Chunyu is happy. I don't care. Lin Yu? Question mark. My boyfriend was being massaged by 2 female classmates at the same time. They were practically sitting on him. How could a girlfriend tolerate this? Li Mingyao coughed and said, Senior Chun, hurry up and tell me about your talent. She quickly changed the subject. After all, in the eyes of these people who just boarded the bus, she was Chun Yu's official girlfriend. I don't know when it started, but she's begun to enjoy this identity. Naturally, they didn't want to reveal the breakup. Shen Qingxi quickly composed herself. Let me continue. My talent is S-level, mirror image. Before the apocalypse, I was rehearsing in front of a full-length mirror in the rehearsal hall. After the apocalypse, my talent allows me to manipulate shadows. Ordinary S-class power is no match for me. Chunyu raised an eyebrow. Manipulating shadows? It's unbelievable that he possesses such a rare ability. Since she was confident that an S-class power awakener was no match for her, she must have actually fought him. Lin Yu nodded, confirming, Senior Chun is the most capable on our bus. Even more capable than the class monitor. Before she could finish speaking, realizing she had said too much, she quickly lowered her head. If it weren't for her, I'm afraid our second station would have been completely wiped out. After listening, Chunyu followed up with Lin Yu's question. Oh, what are the class monitor's abilities? Zhang Longqi puffed out his chest, deliberately cleared his throat, and said in a loud voice, Hey, haven't you eaten? Chunyu suddenly turned his head and looked at Wang Mingming. Wang Mingming quickly said, I ate, Brother Chunyu now. I'll push harder. Chunyu nodded. You can continue, class monitor. Zhang Longqi was a little annoyed by the interruption, but he still managed to say, push harder. Chinyu called out again. Wang Mingming lowered her head and whispered, Brother Chinyu, I tried my best. Chinyu said helplessly, You can continue, class monitor. Zhang Longqi remained silent for a long while, then took a deep breath. I am A rank, steel body. He emphasized the words grade actively activated. Within 10 minutes, the density of the skin and even bones throughout the body will undergo a qualitative change. Reached alloy level. Even if I have to face a knife head on, I'm not afraid. He clenched his fist, and his knuckles cracked slightly. Chinyu nodded and praised. You're just really tough. Question mark. Zhang Longqi's eyebrows twitched. His displeasure had reached its peak. His entire face turned bright red. His gaze swept between Chinyu and the girls. I never received this kind of treatment when I was a car owner. Chinyu certainly knows how to enjoy himself. Zhang Longqi's voice was somewhat cold. Chinyu, I have to remind you that being a car owner is a big responsibility and not an easy job. In our class, the most suitable person to be a car owner is still senior sister Shun. Shen Xingzi immediately shook her head slightly. Being a car owner is a responsibility, but it also requires ability. Since junior brother Chun, you has been recognized by everyone. There must be a reason for it. Lu Zixuan suddenly interjected. Hey, senior is a celebrity and doesn't participate in class affairs. But in terms of character and ability, isn't she actually the most suitable person to be the class monitor? Zhang Longqi's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, only with my A-level talent and senior sister Shun's help can we protect everyone. Zhang Ziheo was only an A-level. He didn't even have any protection, and he died a horrible death. Wang Mingming muttered to herself as she massaged him. Zhang Longqi, ? Wang Mingming quickly shut her mouth. Zhang Longqi ignored Wang Mingming's words, treating them as nonsense. He finally bared his fangs. So, Junior Chunyu, what is your ability? Chinyu smiled slightly. Me? I can see the future. This is Chunyu's third time reporting his talent, which shows his strong belief in his abilities. These words were spoken. Zhang Longqi, Lu Zixuan, and the others all tensed up. Seeing the future? Zhang Longqi's first reaction was not to question. Instead, I have complete faith. Only with such talent could one achieve such a status in the car. He even won the favor of so many girls. However, the biggest disadvantage of this talent is that it lacks aggression. In any case, it's certain now. Chinyu is no match for him. Zhang Longqi even breathed a sigh of relief, feeling much more relaxed than before. Shen Qingxi's pupils also contracted. This was the first time she had ever heard of such a bizarre talent. Lin Yu asked softly, So what can you see now? Chinyu shook his head, his expression calm. I will tell you when the time is right. Zhang Longqi walked to the side with a nonchalant grin. Hey, it's all right. Chinyu led everyone through the second checkpoint. It wasn't easy. But we are a team. Shouldn't we be given special treatment? You can't hide your talent. Can you, Senior Shun? Shen Qingxi rubbed her temples before she could say anything. Chinyu waved his hand, and Wang Mingming and Deng Yusin immediately obeyed and withdrew their massage hands. Chinyu smiled slightly. You also want to know about the future? Zhang Longqi looked down at Chinyu in the chair and said condescendingly, Of course. Chinyu chuckled and said, Okay, class monitor, what about your future? He knelt on the ground and begged me. ? Zhang Longqi's expression hardened, but there was no time to react. The pain seemed to come even faster than sight. Bang! A dull, loud bang exploded. The whole carriage shook. Everyone only felt a blur before their eyes. Chinyu, who was lounging lazily in his chair just a second ago. The next second, he had already reached out a hand and gripped Zhang Longqi's neck tightly. This nearly 1.9-meter tall sports student class monitor. He was slammed face down against the cold car window, his face contorted in a ferocious expression. Chapter 58 Arrival imminent, Blizzardville. Ugh. He was brutally and violently suppressed by Chinyu. Zhang Longqi frantically tried to pry open the glass with both hands, but he couldn't budge the hand behind his head at all. Immense strength. He didn't know why either. Even his own A-level talent couldn't withstand it. What are you doing? How could you attack the squad leader? In a moment of impulsiveness, Lu Zixuan instinctively took a step forward. Let go. Chinyu, he and Zhang Longqi are roommates and good friends. Seeing him being held down and rubbed, He was overcome with lust. But he had only taken half a step. Chinyu didn't even turn around. If you also want to know about the future, take one more step closer. Lu Zixuan's feet froze in midair, and a layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. A bucket of cold water was poured over him, making him realize the truth instantly. Long Qi has an A-level talent. If even he's no match for him. Even if I rushed in, what could I possibly do? Lin Yu shrank her shoulders, looking somewhat frightened. Shen Qingzi patted her leg. It's okay, Lin Yu. Your talent is very useful. Don't be afraid. Lin Yu nodded. Shen Qingzi slowly stood up and whispered a reminder. Junior brother Chinyu, you're not allowed to kill each other on a vehicle, are you? Chinyu smiled slightly. I can also drag him out of the car. Shen Qingzi. Zhang Longqi gritted his teeth. Chinyu, we're in the same car. You're breaking the rules, you. Smack. A slap shattered the rest of a sentence. I have my own rules. Chinyu slapped Zhang Longqi with a backhand, the force of which knocked Zhang's head to the side. But Chinyu knew his limits. He had to restrain himself and use about a third of his strength. Keep in mind that 1/3 of that translates to a whopping 30 points of strength in attributes. If you hit someone a few more times, you can definitely kill them. At that moment, Zhang Longqi's mouth split open and blood splattered onto the back of the seat. The slap made his head buzz, and he almost fainted. Shen Qingzi frowned, completely unexpected that Zhang Longqi, with his A-level talent, would be utterly powerless. Isn't Chinyu a support character? Why does he possess such formidable fighting power? Especially when she saw the girls around her, Wang Mingming and Deng Yusin. Their expressions were all incredibly calm. This precisely demonstrates that what Chinyu is showing is their daily life. This time, Lu Zixuan completely chickened out, plopped down in his seat, and looked extremely ugly. You? Zhang Longqi shook his head. Half of his face was already swollen high. He gritted his teeth, just about to unleash his talent. Smack! Another slap in the face. Showing your teeth at me? This time it was a forehand strike hitting my right cheek, harder and heavier. Zhang Longqi's gums started to loosen from being slapped so hard. He was stunned by the slap again, but he finally came to his senses and his talent was immediately activated. Buzz! A layer of dark metallic sheen seeped from deep within his skin, quickly covering his entire body. The skin on my neck, arms, and face had turned into a cold, hard alloy texture. Rank A talent, steel body, fully activated. Zhang Longqi has been transformed into a statue made of cast alloy, which looks incredibly hard. When the third slap followed immediately, the sound was almost like an explosion. Everyone in the carriage felt a jolt in their eardrums. Still spitting. When the fourth slap, Zhang Longqi was completely numb, and the shock in his head was several times stronger than before. Chun, you gradually loosened up his grip. When puff, Zhang Longqi couldn't take it anymore, and the talent alloy covering his body instantly retreated. He also suddenly spat out 3 teeth. Seeing his good brother beaten black and blue, looking like he was about to die, Lu Zixuan grimaced, feeling the pain in his heart. But when he heard Chinyu say, still spitting, he was so frightened that he withdrew his expression. He could only look at senior sister Shun. Shen Qingzi pursed her lips, shook her head, and decided to step forward anyway. Junior brother Chinyu. Chinyu's 5th slap, raised high, had not yet landed. Shen Qingzi said seriously, he has an A-level talent, and it's a defensive type. Among all the people of the second sight, he's the only one of his kind, which shows how rare he is. In any scenario where human shields are needed, he might be able to save more people. Of course, I have no right to interfere with my junior's decision, because you're the owner of the car. This statement left room for maneuver while also clarifying one's own stance. Zhang Longqi coughed a few times, spitting out 2 teeth. His eyes slid up. He was nothing like the handsome guy he was when he first got on the bus. Chinyu said calmly, Senior, I'm sorry, I can't stop yet. Question mark. Shen Qingzi was taken aback. Why? Zhang Longqi is about to die. He now deeply regrets why he obeyed the transfer vehicle. Now, I've actually ended up in this hell. Chinyu said coldly, because the future I saw has not yet been realized. After saying that, that slap is about to land. Zhang Longqi hurriedly shouted, I was wrong. I was wrong. Chinyu. Chinyu's lips curled up slightly as he slowly released his grip. Zhang Longqi, no longer restrained, collapsed to the ground, wailing pitifully. I was wrong. I was wrong. What are your talents, you two? Chen Yu shook his wrist, temporarily ignoring Zhang Longqi, and instead asked the other two. Lu Zixuan almost jumped up. I have a D-level talent called Mind Link, which allows me to establish a brief emotional connection with a designated target, lasting about 10 seconds, within a distance of no more than 5 meters, and can be used 3 times a day. He blurted it all out and looked nervously at Chen Yu. He glanced at Zhang Longqi on the ground, his Adam's apple bobbing. Well, I'm just a support character, not very offensive, but I'm still useful, right? Lin Yu, standing to the side, was even more frightened. She whispered, Mine is Grade B, crystal armor. She timidly raised one hand, palm up. A glimmer of light appeared, followed by a thin layer of blue crystal spreading from her fingertips. A thin crystal dome quickly formed, looking as if Chen Yu could kick it apart with a single kick. It could block a few attacks, but it's not very sturdy. After Lin Yu finished her demonstration, she immediately lowered her head, twisting the hem of her clothes with her fingers, like a child who had done something wrong. Chen Yu's lips twitched. These two are utterly useless. Just then, arriving soon, Blizzard Villa, mission, survive until dawn on the 4th day, 0/4. Rules summary. 1. For each surviving member, the team's final score is multiplied by 1.2. 2. The exclusive rules for that night will be released at midnight every night. 3. Those who violate the rules will face terrible consequences. 4. There are 3 ghost servants in the villa. Please be careful to identify them. Status synchronization. 1. Current number of remaining users, 48. 2. Number of teams remaining, 6, to be confirmed. 3. The demon slave has already lurked, 3 out of 3. Regional notice. 1. 8 vehicles have been assigned to 8 parking spots around the villa. 2. Upon arrival at the parking spot, the vehicle will enter a silent state. 3. Each team is limited to disembarking 6 people only. All other personnel must remain inside the vehicle and be protected by the phase barrier. 4. Participants must be designated by the vehicle owner, and the vehicle owner is required to participate. 5. Trust is a luxury. Welcome to the 3rd stop. Map to the villa has been distributed. Global information synchronization channels have been closed. The villa's main entrance is now open. Please enter your selected room before the countdown ends. Countdown 59:58. Chapter 59, Could There Be Ghosts? Lin Yu was the first to scream, and hurriedly hugged Shun Qingzi, who was standing next to her. Her face turned deathly pale, her eyes wide open. Here we go again. Blizzard Villa. Wang Mingming frowned. Why does this sound like a murder mystery game? And there's even a ghost slave? Etc. She shuddered violently. Could it be a ghost? In an instant, the women's expressions all changed drastically. Ghost. Fear etched into people's hearts. Deng Yusin immediately recalled the rural ghost stories she had heard as a child and some horror movies she had watched. Her voice trembled slightly. Chun Yu, can I not go? Wang Mingming panicked too and cried out, Brother Chun Yu, I'm also afraid of dirty things. Even Shin Qingzi swallowed hard. A ghost slave might not be a ghost, but rather some kind of control monster. She seemed to be analyzing, or perhaps trying to convince herself. Lu Zixuan stared into the void, repeatedly reviewing the rules. 48 people, 8 teams. We need to select 6 to participate. But who should we choose? Lin Yu had shrunk herself into an even smaller ball, her head bowed low. But Chen Yu spoke directly. Class representative, you'll join me on the mission. The remaining 4 are Zhang Longqi, Lu Zixuan, senior sister Shun, and Lin Yu. It'll be you. ? Zhang Longqi had just stood up when he immediately waved his hand. I'm not getting off the bus. Chen Yu narrowed his eyes, but hadn't said anything yet. Shun Qingzi shook her head and said gently, Junior brother Longqi, don't be afraid. Take a close look at the rules. For each person who survives, the team's settlement points will be multiplied by 1.2. In other words, Chen Yu will not harm you. On the contrary, we will protect everyone together. Zhang Longqi was stunned. Really? He was so focused on the pain that he didn't read the rules carefully, and only now did he have a chance to take a look. After confirming that everyone is a team, He finally breathed a sigh of relief, and his eyes showed a hint of fear when he looked at Chunyu. He was genuinely scared. He simply couldn't understand. How can this guy be so strong? Even after I activated my talent, I couldn't withstand it at all. Chunyu chuckled. Of course, why would I kill you if we're playing the game together? In fact, to ensure a mission goes smoothly, you always need someone to take the hits. This time, there are just a lot of people taking the fall for me. Shen Qingzi looked to the side. Lin Yu, don't be afraid, be brave. Lin Yu replied softly, Yes, senior, I will. Lu Zixuan opened his mouth, his face full of reluctance, but he dared not say anything. Class monitor, are you okay? Chen Yu looked at Zhang Wanyue, who had been silent all along. Zhang Wanyue smiled slightly. Of course, I'll accompany you. Just then, Li Mingyao suddenly stood up, her voice somewhat urgent. Chen Yu this time? This time? Everyone looked at her. Chen Yu turned his head, raising an eyebrow slightly. What this time? Li Mingyao's chest heaved as she forced herself to look Chen Yu directly into the eyes, her voice louder than usual. This time I want to go with you. Let me go. Before Chen Yu could answer, she quickened her pace. My talent is more suited to this mission than that of the class monitor. After he finished speaking, the carriage fell silent for a moment. Wang Mengming's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, almost unable to control her expression. Huh? Zhang Wanyue looked at Chen Yu. You decide. I'm fine with anything. Chen Yu never expected that someone would be vying to take on a mission. Or is it a mission with the word ghost in it? Chen Yu nodded. Since you put it that way, then I'll take you with me. I'll go get the car. Zhang Wanyue walked through the crowd and returned to the driver's seat. As dusk approached, the sky turned a dark blue. The bus crunched through the snow and pulled into a parking space marked 7. In front of the car window, it outlines a huge villa standing on the ice field. The spires were pitch black, and all the windows were empty like blind eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There were no lights, no sounds, only the wind and snow swirling and howling around it. A lone, rusty lamp stands beside the parking space, illuminating an area of less than 5 meters. Besides that, there was only endless snow. This villa is huge. Lu Zixuan walked to the front of the carriage, looked up through the window at the huge villa. Zhang Wanyue turned off the vehicle's engine. After all, it needs to accommodate 48 people. Lu Zixuan nodded. That's true. He turned his head to look at the class monitor's profile and blushed slightly. Li Mingyao asked in a low voice, What about the other vehicles? Aren't there 8 teams participating? Shen Qingzi patiently explained. According to the rules, everyone's vehicles should be parked in different locations. Looking at the markings under the car, we should be in parking space number 7. Chen Yu checked the time. Less than 20 minutes left. Let's go, everyone. After saying that, he opened the car door first. A cold wind swept in, making everyone shiver. Li Mingyao jogged after him. Lin Yu, let's go. Let's go inside the villa. It's too cold outside. The others quickly followed suit. Before getting off the car, Lu Zixuan turned back and said, Class monitor, wait for us to come back. Zhang Wanyue, Deng Yusin, Yang Kersin, and Wang Mengmeng stood at the door, waving goodbye to Chen Yu, all expressing their reluctance to part. Among them, Deng Yusin and Yang Kersin were relatively sincere. The way Wang Mengmeng delicately wiped away her tears left Chen Yu speechless. It is worth mentioning, Shen Qingzi skillfully put on a black mask, covering her beautiful face. It seems she is aware of the trouble her identity will bring. Before them, a heavy, carved wooden door was ajar, letting in a dim, flickering light. Chen Yu reached out and pushed the door open. Squeak! The door hinges made a dry, rattling sound, and dust rose up everywhere. The scene in the hall came into view. Tall and dilapidated, only a few chandeliers were lit, casting swaying shadows. Inside the hall, the 2 teams were talking. There are 6 people each, making a total of 12 people. Judging from their appearances alone, they don't seem to be from the Film Academy. It seems that this time, it's not a match within the same region. Buzz. Water, dripping on my face. It's cold. I woke up on the operating table. Under the light. They were all wearing white coats. I said I don't need surgery. They just shook their heads. The syringe is very thick. The ceiling is rotating. I broke the belt. Run. The corridor is so long, it seems to have no end. The lights are going out one by one, starting from afar, rushing towards me. There's a sound of wheels behind me, clattering and rumbling. The sound of rubber gloves rubbing together. Shush. I dare not look back. I only dare to go through the nearest door. I hid under the bed. I hid in the wardrobe. I hid in the bathroom. It's in. I prayed that it couldn't see me. I can't see you. This is a panting, near-collapse male voice. It resonated deep within everyone's ear canal. But as he spoke, suddenly there was silence. Chapter 60 under the bed, wardrobe, bathroom. It was Lin Yu again. She was the first to exclaim in surprise. How can it be a person talking? Li Mingyao's face also paled. Saying only halfway through a sentence is even more frightening. Lu Zixuan and Zhang Longqi curiously scanned their surroundings, observing. Shen Qingzi frowned. Don't get dragged into this. This mission is probably not simple. Xinyu led the women to the villa's lobby. Because the door behind them was closed, no sunlight could get in. The entire villa was illuminated by a huge crystal chandelier, but only a few bulbs were lit, and the dim, flickering light cast long and short shadows on everyone. Ahead, two teams that had arrived earlier were exchanging information. The appearance of Chun Yu and his group of 6 immediately attracted several gazes. The group that first identified them was the one near the stairwell. The leader was a man with a buzz cut who was holding a half-smoked cigarette in his mouth. Another team has arrived. His gaze swept over the 6 people. He paused on Shun Qingzi and Li Mingyao and gave a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. A skinny guy next to him chuckled softly, bringing along an injured person. The injured man he was referring to was Zhang Longqi, whose face was covered and bruised. Hello, beautiful lady. Some people tried to approach and strike up a conversation. But Xinyu walked to the front, his expression too cold, which immediately deterred many people. Everyone is here to complete the task. On the first night, no one wanted to cause trouble. Li Mingyao and the others were quite polite. They exchanged brief greetings with everyone in the hall, but there was nothing more to say. Xinyu then led everyone up to the second floor. The second floor corridor was even darker, with the wall lamps spaced far apart and providing only weak light. Our room is 204, and there's also 205. Li Mingyao read it aloud, her eyes searching for the door plates on both sides of the dimly lit corridor. Everyone can see the team's room number in the information bar. Xinyu stopped in his tracks, and there were 2 adjacent wooden doors in front of him. The door plate is made of brass and is covered with oxidized spots, but the numbers 204 and 205 are engraved on it. These are the 2 rooms. Less than 10 minutes left. Lu Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief. When he was looking for a room, he was even afraid that he would not be able to find a room in a short time and would be killed by some terrifying thing. Fortunately, this task did not have any hurdles at the beginning. Below the door plate, 204, Shen Yugoslavia, Limangyao, Shen Ki, Elena Iwa. 205, Zhang Longqi, Lu Zixuan. Lu Zixuan's lips twitched. 6 people, 2 rooms. Is that how it's divided? His voice was weak, and his eyes kept glancing at the string of names in room 204, then at the 2 lonely names in room 205 next door, his face full of reluctance. Zhang Longqi was also a little confused, staring at the door plate for 2 seconds. The 2 of us? Are we taking up the whole room? Xinyu shrugged. We have to follow the rules, right? Lu Zixuan muttered under his breath. Who knows? Zhang Longqi kicked him hard. Lu Zixuan exclaimed, ouch, and quickly shut up. Zhang Longqi glared at him. Isn't it good enough for 2 people to share a room? And on the side, Li Mingyao, Shun Qingzi, and Lin Yu, on the other hand, were quite at ease. Lin Yu even seemed relieved, as she was terrified of being separated from others. Let's go, let's hurry. Xinyu said no more and directly opened the door to room 204. This allocation was, of course, intentional on the part of the car owner. When selecting participants, it was essentially adding people to an existing set of room numbers. He naturally chose the best option. Zhang Longqi and Lu Zixuan exchanged a glance, gritted their teeth, and went into the room next door. Speaking of which, as soon as Chunyu stepped inside, a strong, musty smell hit him. It feels like this room has been empty for a long time. However, it must be said that it was more spacious than expected, and it was a suite with a living room. The living room is furnished with a sofa and a coffee table. The fireplace was cold and covered with a thick layer of ash. The walls were covered with wallpaper featuring a subtle pattern, which was already peeling in many places. Most notably, in a master bedroom adjacent to the living room, There's a surprisingly large European-style bed, big enough to sleep 3 or 4 people. This was beyond Chun Yu's expectations. Originally, he planned to have the women sleep on the floor. Shun Qingxi quickly scanned the surroundings and walked to the window to check the curtains and latches. Li Mengyao then began inspecting the bedroom closets. Lin Yu stood in the center of the living room, unsure of where to go. Chun Yu didn't look at the room's furnishings much. His gaze fell on the bedside table in the master bedroom, where a pure black card lay quietly, looking very familiar. Invitation card. Description: a metallic card with a dark silver sheen. It seems to resonate with and interfere with the vehicle binding rules in some special way. Effect: the vehicle owner can invite any passenger. Once the passenger accepts, they will be added to your vehicle queue. Remaining invitation attempts, January 1st. Warning: if the other party refuses, this card will remain invalid. Warning: the effects of the invitation card will not be reported throughout the mission. Question mark. Chun Yu immediately noticed something was wrong. This invitation card has an extra line of text compared to the invitation card for the second site. That is the final warning. The effects of the invitation card will not be reported throughout the mission. This means that if someone is invited, others will not receive any notification. If someone can switch teams silently, then there's a possibility of betrayal. More importantly, the fact that this card appeared in my room was certainly not because I was lucky. A luck score of 10 is just average for most people. Perhaps right now, everyone is thinking about how to use invitation cards to poach talent from other companies. Why does this restroom feel so creepy? Li Mengyao walked to the bathroom door, poked half her body in, and looked inside with a slight frown. Old facilities and blurry mirrors. Chun Yu silently put the invitation card into his pocket, turned around with a normal expression, and said, "Old houses are all like this, aren't they?" Shun Qingxi suddenly thought of something. She rushed to the bedside. "Do you remember when we first entered the villa, that panicked male voice in the last few words he said, mentioned?" Lin Yu muttered softly, "It looks like it could be under the bed, in the closet, or in the bathroom." "I hid under the bed. I hid in the wardrobe. I hid in the bathroom." Suddenly, everyone recalled that strange remark. Li Mengyao quickly left from the bathroom door. I remember now, but what does it mean?" Shun Qingxi shook her head, suppressing the chill rising in her heart, and her gaze fell on the bed in front of her. The bed has a heavy, dark solid wood frame with intricate carvings on the headboard. The mattress is thick and looks like no one has slept there in a long time, yet there isn't much dust on it. She crouched down, gripped her sleeves tightly, mustered her courage, and suddenly lifted the bed skirt that reached the floor. In the darkness below, it was completely empty. Li Mengyao touched her chin. "I've checked the wardrobe and the bathroom. There's nothing there." Chapter 61 Special Rule: Under the Bed at Midnight. Inside the room, the 4 people looked at each other in bewilderment. Nobody knows the answer. It was as if the male voice that came in was meaningless. Lin Yu stood timidly in the center of the living room. "Then what do we do now?" "Just wait around." Chun Yu shook his head. "What is the mission this time?" Lin Yu paused for a moment, then tried hard to recall. It seems like I survived until dawn on the 4th day." "Right." Chun Yu smiled slightly and sat on the mattress. "So you don't need to do anything, just stay alive." Shun Qingxi leaned over and sat down beside her. In an unfamiliar place like this, it's best to do as little as possible and keep things simple. Otherwise, what if we trigger some mechanisms or rules? Lin Yu shivered, not daring to think about it. Li Mengyao couldn't help but speak up. "But we need to know what's going to happen at night, right? Even if we can sleep now, no one will dare to." She felt a chill run down her spine when she thought of the words under the bed, wardrobe, and bathroom. Shun Qingxi sighed softly. "Blindly guessing will only increase fear, Mengyao. What we can do now is to familiarize ourselves with this room and make sure there are no hidden dangers." Li Mengyao poussait her lips. "Okay." Chun Yu turned his head and looked at Shun Qingxi's face. Under the dim, flickering light, she took off her mask, revealing her cool and refined face. "Senior," Chun Yu suddenly asked, "your talent is manipulating shadows, but how would you manipulate them in complete darkness, without any light source?" Shun Qingxi's lips curled up slightly, with confidence. "Junior brother Chun Yu, you're wrong. Shadows exist at the boundary between light and darkness, in the outline of all things, and they will always exist, no matter when or where. That kind of inner confidence and composure is extremely rare in the apocalypse. Li Mingyao looked at her with a complicated expression. Lin Yu stared blankly at Shun Qingxi's profile, seemingly captivated as well. Chen Yu nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Chen Yu squinted and glanced at the time. With only 2 minutes left until the countdown ends, who would knock on the door at this point? Li Mingyao walked over, but didn't open the door. She asked through the door, "Who is it?" "It's me, Lu Zixuan." A hushed voice immediately came from outside the door. "Mingyao, I want to ask Chen Yu a question. Could you open the door?" Li Mingyao turned around. Chen Yu had already walked over and turned the doorknob. Lu Zixuan stood outside with a smile on her face, with Zhang Longqi half a step behind her, his eyes darting around. "Brother Yu." Lu Zixuan quickly stepped forward. "Sorry to bother you. It's just, we're sharing a room, and we don't know anything. It's making me a little panicked, and it's getting completely dark." He held up his little finger and gestured. "Can you give us a little hint about the future? Like, will anything happen tonight? How should we prepare? Just a little bit, so we have some idea." Li Mingyao couldn't help but speak up from behind Chen Yu. "Does Chen Yu use his abilities so casually?" Lu Zixuan's face stiffened. Chen Yu asked calmly, "Is there anything else?" "No, that's all." Lu Zixuan gave an awkward smile. "Brother Yu, you guys take a break. Take a break." Chen Yu closed the door and turned around. Li Mingyao pouted and muttered, "I don't even know what the future holds, and they still want to know." Time passed by second. The surroundings remained quiet. The soundproofing of the entire villa is excellent. There were 48 people in the room, but there was no noise at all. Or rather, everyone is quietly waiting for something. The sky was completely dark. Outside the window, the wind and snow intensified, pounding against the glass with a dull thud. Finally, the pointer in the room was nearing the top. Special rule for the first night. Under the bed at midnight. Effective time, midnight to 0:30. Content. 1. You must hide under the bed. 2. When hiding, your face must be facing outwards, ensuring you can see outside the bed edge. 3. Maintain absolute silence. 4. No matter what you see or hear, you are forbidden to make any sound or look away. The scarlet words are burned onto everyone's retina. 1 second ago, the atmosphere in the room was tense, but everyone was still relatively calm. But once the rules were introduced, no one could avoid feeling numb. Li Mingyao shuddered. "What do you mean? We can't stay in bed. We have to crawl under the bed." Chen Yu nodded. "That's right. It's 11:55 now. We have 5 minutes to prepare. Next, we need to stay under the bed until 12:30 and keep quiet." Lin Yu whispered back. "Face outwards. Keep seeing the edge of the bed." "Oh my God, can't I just close my eyes?" Shun Qingxi shook her head. "No, absolutely not. Don't take any chances with rules suddenly being introduced in this godforsaken place. Like the 4th rule says, whatever you see or hear, do not make a sound or look away." Lin Yu stammered, "What if I really can see ghosts?" Li Mingyao reassured herself. "Is it okay? We're hiding under the bed. Maybe it's a safe zone? No monster can touch us." Time passed second by second. The sound of wind and snow outside the window grew even more mournful. "No time, go under the bed." Seeing that the 3 women were still hesitant, Chen Yu spoke decisively. The temperature inside the villa was completely different from the freezing cold outside. Although it was old and gloomy, it wasn't cold. In fact, it had a somewhat oppressive warmth, probably around 10 degrees Celsius. There isn't much space under the bed. This room, in particular, has 4 people in it. Take off your down jacket, otherwise it will be too cramped under the bed. Shun Qingxi reminded him, then took off his coat, revealing a light brown knit sweater underneath. This color of innerwear is very flattering. Li Mingyao also quickly took off her clothes, revealing a short skirt and knitted vest underneath. Lin Yu moved a little slowly, timidly unzipping her down jacket. She was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt underneath, with a slightly loose neckline that subtly revealed her defined collarbone. She wore a light blue denim miniskirt, the hem of which just reached her upper thigh. She wore a pair of white canvas shoes, which made her thighs look fair and toned. The most interesting thing is that without the down jacket to cover them up, that little face, which was always hidden behind her collar, finally appeared. The baby had a delicate nose with a few freckles, pursed lips, large eyes with wet eyelashes and reddish corners. When looking at people, the baby always seemed timid and evasive. But this also gives it a strange sense of vulnerability. Chen Yu realized that he had never paid attention to this girl before, since she always hid behind the crowd. Upon closer inspection, it is surprisingly eye-catching. Indeed, after all, she is a girl from Haichung Film Academy, so her looks and figure are definitely top-notch. However, she is usually too timid, which completely overshadows her external advantages. What's wrong? Lin Yu noticed Chen Yu's gaze and asked in a low voice. Chen Yu waved his hand. It's nothing. Now is not the time to think about these things. 3 minutes left. The countdown flashed on and off like a death knell. Chapter 62, The Swollen Grimace. Stop dawdling. Get under the bed now. Chen Yu urged. Lin Yu used both hands and feet to crawl under the bed, her white short-sleeved shirt riding up to reveal a slender waist. Shun Qingzi and Li Mengyao were already in position under the bed. Senior Sister Chun, I'm a little scared. I like to go to a spot inside against the wall. Is that okay? Okay, take it easy. Okay, thank you, Senior Chun. The sound of the three women adjusting their positions came from under the bed. Chen Yu first walked to the bedroom door, preparing to lock it from the inside. Unfortunately, the wooden door was broken. He checked the time. There were only 2 minutes left. Rustle. Chen Yu didn't dare to linger any longer and hid under the bed. Under the bed now. Wall. Chun-Li, Chun-Lin. Wall. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. At exactly 12 o'clock, with a snap, the entire villa was plunged into darkness. It devoured the last bit of vision. Yes, the dim lights that were there before have all been turned off. In this environment, hearing is amplified to the extreme. Call. For example, Chen Yu could clearly hear the three girls' rapid breathing. For example, the thump-thump sound of banging on the window also became muffled and distant. Li Mengyao, who was standing close to him, gently tugged at the hem of his clothes with her fingers, her body trembling. Time, stretched out by fear, becomes an endless torment. Breathe. Listen. Wait. The four people lay awake in the darkness, staring intently at the edge of the bed and the bedroom door. I don't know how much time has passed. Despair. Suddenly, the sound of wet, bare feet stomping stopped at the doorway. Then came the swishing sound of the doorknob being slowly turned. Squeak, crack. The door was pushed open a crack. Chen Yu lay flat on the ground, face outward, breathing as low as possible. Li Mengyao bit her finger, forcing herself to calm down, and then she saw a pair of pale, swollen feet. The toes were swollen and twisted. The skin was wrinkled from being soaked, and there were wet marks that left water stains on the floor. Those feet stopped at the edge of the bed. In other words, it was only a few dozen centimeters away from Chen Yu's face. It's right in front of where everyone is hiding. Then, the legs slowly bent, and the person squatted down. The four of them stopped breathing completely, because that face was slowly hanging down from the edge of the bed. Long black hair clung to his face like seaweed, revealing a swollen, pale face through the gaps. The most terrifying thing was that its neck was stretched extremely long, making its drooping face. It decreases little by little. And so, he stared at the people under the bed. Li Mingyao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and she used all her strength to suppress her scream. Shun Qingzi and Lin Yu weren't much better off. That swollen, ghostly face seemed to tilt its head slightly. Then it began to move extremely slowly, left and right. It looked like he was examining a collection under the bed. It moved in front of Shun Qingzi and stopped. Shun Qingzi's jawline was taut, but her eyes were cold, and she stubbornly refused to close them. A few seconds later, it moved to the very bottom, to Lin Yu's feet. Lin Yu was completely terrified, but she didn't react yet. But from next door, in room 203, came a series of loud bangs. It was this voice that made Lin Yu grit her teeth again. Several minutes passed. After a deathly silence, the swollen, ghostly face seemed to have left room 204. It's unclear which corner of the villa it wandered off to. Shun Qingzi glanced at the time. There were less than 5 minutes left before today's special rules expired. No one acted rashly. The silence lasted until the hands pointed completely to 030. Special rule for the first night, under the bed at midnight. The rule has expired. A cold sound rang out, and the wall lamps in the four corners of the room snapped back on. Call. Shun Qingzi let out a long breath. Thank goodness, Lin Yu, you didn't move at all. Lin Yu's body trembled. Her voice trembled with tears, but senior. Shun Qingzi was about to move out from under the bed. Lin Yu's voice trailed off. Could you please stop using your foot? You're hitting my leg. It hurts. Shen Qingxi's movements suddenly froze. Her feet were clearly together the whole time, so there was no way she could have hit Lin Yu's leg. A chilling coldness shot straight to the top of my head. I don't. She quickly lowered her head. In the dim light, at Lin Yu's feet lay a swollen, large hand. He repeatedly scraped and rubbed Lin Yu's calves. Lin Yu! Shen Qingxi screamed, but it was too late. The swollen hand suddenly exerted force and gripped Lin Yu's ankle tightly. Lin Yu's piercing scream tore through the air. She was pulled to the corner of the bed, completely forgetting to resist. Chapter 63, Lin Yu's arrest. In the previous chapter, everyone spent their time under the bed. The special rule expired, but Lin Yu was still grabbed by the ankle by a monster and dragged to the foot of the bed. Lin Yu! Li Mengyao also realized what was happening and screamed as she and Shen Qingxi rushed to the foot of the bed. He gripped Lin Yu's hand tightly. But despite their best efforts, the two girls were dragged along by the force of the pull and slid towards the foot of the bed. Lin Yu's arm slowly slipped from their grasp. Bang! Sell it! The last connection of the fingertips has been completely severed. Lin Yu was pulled away forcefully and quickly disappeared under the bed. Shen Qingxi gritted her teeth, flicked her fingertips, and a shadow that condensed beside her sprang out like a black snake, trying to wrap around Lin Yu's ankle, but only touched the toe of her canvas shoe. The swollen, ghostly face moved incredibly fast, carrying Lin Yu out of the bedroom in the blink of an eye. Qinyu, what should we do? Li Mingyao's face turned deathly pale, but when she turned around, Qinyu was nowhere to be seen. Wrong. Qinyu was too fast. He even chased after them without making a sound. Outside the bedroom, inside the living room, Qinyu's eyes were extremely cold as he caught up with the shadow of the swollen, ghostly face. That thing was about to carry Lin Yu into the dark corridor. It has to be said that this strange thing that suddenly appeared was extremely clever in its timing and location. Damn it, they dared to steal my points. Qinyu cursed under his breath, unleashing his full power and speed. The bedroom light was on, but the hallway light was off. It was still pitch black. The swollen, ghostly face was dragging Lin Yu's ankle, slowly moving towards the stairs. Lin Yu's body rubbed against the floor, her legs covered in abrasions and bloodstains. Her face was pale, and her lips were bleeding from where she had bitten them. I feel desperate and powerless. Her lips trembled and curved upwards. Dragging. Friction. Pain. It's holding on so tightly. My ankle bones are cracking. Is it about to break? Pain. It hurts so much. But your fingers are ugly. Swelling. Bluish black. Like rotten wood. I want to eat them one by one. Lin Yu felt her heart beating so fast. She had no idea where she was being dragged away. Clatter. 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 The unusual footsteps attracted the attention of Lin Yu and the swollen-faced girl. In the darkness, it's Qinyu. He is getting closer step by step. Vomit. The swollen, ghostly face was taken aback, seemingly not understanding why its prey had walked right into its trap. Lin Yu never expected that someone would rush out to save her at this time. Ugh! The swollen, ghostly face emitted a strange cry, and its entire body crouched eerily. It was holding Lin Yu by one hand. It charged forward with a sudden burst of speed. The other swollen and ulcerated hand reached for Chun Yu's approaching right ankle. Smack! Snap! Got him! The swollen, grotesque face emitted a triumphant vomit sound. Lin Yu's heart leaped in her throat, and she instinctively closed her eyes. However, the screaming of the swollen, ghostly face also came to an abrupt end. Lin Yu's eyelashes trembled as she slowly opened her eyes. In the dim light, she saw Chun Yu's body, completely still. The swollen, ghostly hand gripping his ankle was still pulling desperately, even tearing his trouser leg apart. But Qinyu didn't budge an inch. He even took a step back. Bang! 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 His left foot slammed down. Chisels were made into the swollen, deformed head. Powerful and heavy. Crush everything. The swollen, ghostly face is incredibly resilient and instinctively wants to retreat. But she was no match for the man in front of her in terms of strength. Bang! 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 Lin Yu lay on her back on the ground, forgetting to breathe and forgetting the pain in her legs. Her pupils reflected this mad scene. Qinyu stood not far away, his face expressionless, but his eyes were full of indifference. This extreme violence and calmness created a stark contrast that made her squeeze her legs together. Some of the black liquid splattered from the swollen, ghostly face landed on her exposed skin, but she didn't feel disgusted. It just felt scalding hot. Bang! Until the swollen, ghostly face finally went silent, its head smashed to pieces. Shinyu finally stopped. The SSS level talent, Grand Tutor's Container, unexpectedly granted 2 free attribute points. Basic attributes. Physical fitness, 100. Sensitivity, 12-2. Perception, 10. Charisma, 12-2. Spirit, 10. Luck, 10. Yes, all of them were set to sensitivity. Judging from the outcome just now, he completely overwhelmed the bloated ghost face. However, the problem wasn't nipped in the bud at the beginning, ultimately due to a lack of sensitivity. If it were sensitive enough, it wouldn't have been able to get here at all. But even with its current sensitivity, as long as he doesn't encounter a true thought entity, he can crush it with 10 times the power. You can even save on the cost of a gold-plated card. Moreover, Shenyu hadn't expected that a monster this level would be worth 2 points of free attribute, despite previous accumulation. But at least it shows. One puffy, ugly face is worth more than 1 free attribute point. Upon closer examination, the Grandmaster's Container can absorb viruses, malevolent spirits, energy, death intent, and resentment. This villa is gloomy, and these monsters are disgusting. Shinyu reasonably suspected that this might be some kind of training room. He shook his head, lifted his left foot, and casually rubbed the black grime from the sole of his shoe on the floor beside him. Go back to your room. The hallway isn't safe. Shinyu lowered his head and looked at Linyu, who was still lying on the ground. Linyu met his gaze, and her body involuntarily trembled. A flush quickly rose on her pale face. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but then remained silent. Shinyu didn't know what she was trying to say, guessing she was terrified, so he reached out and pulled her up. Ah! Linyu's legs buckled, and she almost knelt down again. The sharp pain in her leg wound made her groan. Shinyu's lips twitched. Can we leave? Linyu raised her pale face, tears still clinging to her long eyelashes. I don't think I can walk. My legs hurt so much. Shinyu, can you carry me? She looked like she was in so much pain she was about to faint. Shinyu narrowed his eyes. You can crawl back if you want. Linyu's blush froze instantly, and she quickly grabbed Shinyu's clothes. The door to room 204 was never closed. Shun Qingzi and Li Mengyao paced anxiously at the door. He would occasionally peek out into the pitch-black corridor. Why is it completely silent? I thought there was a fighting sound just now. Li Mengyao asked with some worry. Won't Shinyu get into trouble? Shun Qingzi's expression was solemn, and he remained silent. But soon, a blurry figure appeared at the corner of the corridor. It was Chunyu and Linyu. Li Mengyao was the first to rush out, almost tripping over the threshold. Linyu, Chinyu, you're back. That's great. You scare me to death. Shun Qingzi quickly followed, asking, Are you all right? She reached out to help support Linyu. Chinyu simply said, I'm going out to take a look. The 3 of you stay in the room. Question mark. Li Mengyao was taken aback. Go out? Go where? Chinyu didn't speak, but simply pointed to the dark corridor. Shun Qingzi swallowed hard. Are you sure? Let's go out now. Shinyu nodded. The rules only say that we have to hide under the bed for half an hour, but they didn't say that we can't go to the corridor. Instead of staying here and staring blankly, we might as well actively gather information. After much hesitation, Shun Qingzi finally spoke up. Wouldn't it be better to collect it during the day? Shinyu nodded. You're right, but things will get complicated tomorrow with more people around. I believe that apart from me, no one else would want to go out so late. That's for sure. If Shinyu didn't have 181 golden body cards, he didn't dare go out. But with invincible time at his fingertips, even if he encounters something supernatural, he can escape back to his room. Li Mengyao bit her lip, then suddenly stepped forward. I'll go with you. My talent for disguise might come in handy, and besides, it'll be good to have someone else to look after you. Shinyu narrowed his eyes. What's wrong with my ex-girlfriend? From initially asking to get out of the car and enter the villa, to now wanting to join the adventure, he keeps pushing forward. This is completely unlike her usual style. Need not. Shinyu refused decisively. Having a burden like this is a nuisance. Li Mingyao's face flushed instantly, but she didn't say anything in rebuttal. Shinyu stopped looking at her and turned to Shun Qingzi. I'll leave these 2 to you. senior Shun with S-level talent. Shun Qingxi blushed slightly, understanding the meaning behind Chen Yu's words. She gave a helpless, bitter smile. Don't worry, I'll be on high alert this time, and nothing will happen. Chen Yu nodded and said nothing more. He walked to the door, turned the lock, and in a flash, disappeared into the thick darkness outside. The only light that could be seen was a few dim emergency lights in the distance. Chen Yu took a flashlight out of the public backpack and shone it up on the entire corridor. I didn't notice just now. Now that he was all alone, Chen Yu could suddenly hear sounds coming from various rooms not far away. The most frequent sound was the sound of heartbreaking cries. There were also quite a few screams. There were even curses and arguments. These sounds, some loud and some soft, all came from the second floor. There's no peace. Chen Yu narrowed his eyes and walked deeper into the second floor. Just as he guessed, he was the only one on the entire floor who dared to leave his room. Chapter 64, this villa is practically a training room. In the dark corridor, Chen Yu pressed himself against the wall, his gaze sweeping over the doors on both sides of the corridor. Most of the doors were closed, but some doors were ajar, with only a crack between them. This is what room 219 is like. A gap about 2 fingers wide. The room inside was deathly silent. Chen Yu paused slightly, suddenly remembering that when he entered the room, the invitation card was lying flat on the bedside table, as if it had been placed there in advance. So, are the other rooms the same? In particular, do these unclaimed rooms also have invitation cards? Without hesitation, Chen Yu reached out and gently pressed his hand on the door, slowly pushing the door open. Squeak! Behind the door lay an even deeper darkness. It seems that the rooms that weren't assigned to passengers didn't even have lights on. Chen Yu guessed that the invitation card was probably the same, but he was still unwilling to give up, and after wandering around nervously for half a day, he finally left with no choice. As expected, bang! The door to room 219 was closed, and Chen Yu continued deeper into the room, until he reached a corner. In the shadows, a figure leaned askew. No, he's already dead. It was a young man, his chest a bloody mess, his eyes wide open, his pupils already dilated. Chen Yu showed no pity. He even squatted down and did a quick search of the corpse. Unfortunately, all his supplies were completely wiped out along with his personal backpack. The Grand Tutor's container, talent, is quietly activating. A trace of deathly intent was drawn away and merged into Chen Yu's palm. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Just as he finished absorbing the residue, vomit! A wet sound came from the darkness, not far away. Chen Yu paused, then looked up. The shadow in that direction twitched, and a familiar, swollen ghost face slowly emerged. Its swollen, festering features were contorted as it stared intently at Chen Yu. Vomit! Oh, what a coincidence! Chen Yu slowly stood up, a slight smile playing on his lips. We meet again, free attribute points. Vomit! The swollen, ghostly face let out an even angrier cry. It brought a foul stench and pounced on Chen Yu. One cut. Decapitation. A massive force combined with an instantly appearing alloy steel blade. The swollen, ghostly face had almost no chance to resist. In fact, the swollen ghost face has a strong body, and it would be difficult for a normal person to kill it instantly with a knife. Moreover, they have a strong ability to fight back, with a strength of at least 30 points. It's just a pity that he encountered a super powerful opponent with 10 times the physique. Sure enough, it's just one more. Chen Yu's eyes lit up. Just as he had guessed, the swollen ghost face contained a lot of negative energy. Since that's the case, Chen Yu weighed the alloy steel knife in his hand, looked back at the darkness ahead, and revealed a sinister smile. Vomit! The entire second floor, from 201 to 220. A full 20 rooms. Chen Yu walked around from one end to the other, making a huge circle. They killed 3 bloated ghost faces and sucked the life force of 16 corpses. To avoid arousing suspicion, he even threw these swollen ghost faces and corpses from the second floor to the first floor. Sometimes, Chen Yu would sigh. His star-absorbing technique is actually quite sinister. After doing all this, Chen Yu's stats also improved significantly, all of which were allocated to sensitivity. I hope there will be more missions like this. Chen Yu was thinking to himself, wondering whether he should go downstairs to take a look, just to be on the safe side. He first walked to the edge of the second floor corridor put his hand on the railing, and casually looked down. Their gazes froze instantly. The main light in the lobby on the first floor was not on. There were only a few wall lamps. A huge floor-to-ceiling mirror is embedded in the wall of the lobby that faces the main staircase. At this moment, what is reflected in the mirror is a girl who looked no more than 17 or 18 years old was staggering backward with her back to the mirror. Her face was covered in tears, and her mouth was wide open, as if she were screaming. In front of her was a woman dressed as a nurse, wearing bright red lipstick, who was gradually approaching. But what sent chills down Qinyu's spine? Yes, the lobby on the first floor was completely empty. There was clearly nothing there. Qinyu looked in the mirror again, and everything had disappeared. It was as if it had never existed. Question mark. Qinyu narrowed his eyes. What was going on? He originally intended to go back to his room first. But after seeing this scene, it would be hard not to go and see for myself. After hesitating for a long time, Qinyu took out 7 or 8 golden body card from his personal backpack, intending to focus on an item-based race. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Qinyu walked alone down the stairs and stopped in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling mirror. The light from the flashlight was reflected from the mirror. Hello. Is there a ghost? Qinyu tentatively asked a question, but Gue ignored him. For a moment, he stood awkwardly in front of the mirror, carefully examining himself. The mirror was smooth, reflecting his image. The black windbreaker was zipped up to the collar, revealing a handsome face with clean features, suitable for playing a harmless, top student. But at this moment, his gaze was so calm, it was almost indifferent, which diminished his sense of righteousness considerably. Qinyu frowned slightly, and his reflection in the mirror also frowned. He turned to the side, and his reflection in the mirror also turned to the side. He raised his hand, and his reflection in the mirror also raised his hand. Nothing's different. Qinyu shook his head, but what he had just seen was definitely not an illusion. He moved closer, almost touching the mirror. The moment his gaze met his own in the mirror. In the mirror, Qinyu's lips suddenly curved upwards. Qinyu's pupils suddenly contracted. Almost simultaneously, a strong feeling of dizziness suddenly struck. Scalding hot and heavy. My vision started spinning and blurring. Qinyu's first thought was that he had a fever, but he knew perfectly well that the problem lay with the mirror. Golden body card. Buzz. 2.5-second rule to exit status activated. The dizziness vanished suddenly. Instead, there is a strange sense of detachment. Qinyu immediately looked in the mirror. It's completely empty. The huge floor-to-ceiling mirror only reflected the empty, dimly lit hall, the staircase, and the wall lamps behind him. He was the only one missing. This is the effect of the golden body card. The person's presence disappears. There's definitely something wrong with this mirror. Qinyu stood rooted to the spot, a chill creeping into his heart. The second golden body card was immediately applied. He didn't intend to say anything more, and suddenly a heavy octagonal hammer appeared in his hand. Bang! Splash, splash, splash. Bang! Bang! Splash, splash, splash. 3 hammer blows. The mirror shattered completely. The frame was also twisted and deformed, and broke into pieces after being smashed. When the 2.5-second invulnerability card effect ends, the dizziness did not reappear. Qinyu tried activating the Grand Tutor's container, and it actually grew a little. Basic attributes. Physical fitness, 100. Sensitivity, 18.8. Perception, 10. Charisma, 12.2. Spirit, 10. Luck, 10. What a blessed place. Qinyu smiled. His sensitivity had already reached 18. Even some low-level speed talents aren't all that great, are they? This is practically like being given an extra talent. Thinking about this, Qinyu's gaze fell upon the other mirrors in the hall. Bang! Splash, splash, splash. Bang! Splash, splash, splash. In the darkness, the sound of shattering mirrors echoed incessantly. Not long after, the mirrors in the hall were all broken. Not even one side was left. Unfortunately, Qinyu did not gain any free attribute points. I guess only that mirror was special. Could it be because the mirror harbors some kind of spirit, so it can only be absorbed by breaking it? What about the other items? Could it be? Qinyu didn't want to waste this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This villa was practically a training ground. That's all. The sound of breaking echoed throughout the villa all night. Chapter 65, The Cleaners Group, and the Lighthouse Society. The following morning, natural light streamed into the room through the gaps in the curtains. Chinyu woke up on the large bed in the master bedroom. He slept fully clothed, without even taking off his black windbreaker. The reason is simple. I'm too tired. He was busy until 2 or 3 in the morning last night, before he got back to his room. But the real reward still ended when the full-length mirror in the hall was smashed. Chinyu yawned, sat up, and glanced around the room. The 3 women had already woken up. Shen Xingxi sat on the old sofa opposite the foot of the bed. Li Mengyao and Lin Yu sat next to Chinyu. Awake? How was your rest? Li Mengyao was the first to notice Chinyu opening his eyes, so she was the first to ask him with concern. Lin Yu had put her heavy down jacket back on, completely covering her figure and face. She didn't say anything. Shen Xingxi also got up and walked to the bedside. We've been waiting for you, Junior Chinyu. It's a complete mess outside. Chinyu rubbed his temples. What's going on outside? Shen Xingxi smiled and said, we'll find out when we go out and take a look. It seems that someone has organized a roundtable meeting. Chinyu looked at Lin Yu beside him. Can we leave today? Yes, that's fine, just go slowly. Lin Yu spoke softly, her voice low and delicate. Chinyu stretched his limbs and said calmly, then let's get ready and go downstairs. The group quickly finished packing. Shen Xingxi and Li Mengyao planned to support Lin Yu, one on each side. But Lin Yu refused. Open the door to room 204. Less than 2 seconds later, the door to room 205 next door also opened. Zhang Longxi and Lu Zixuan quickly came out, both looking even more listless than the night before. What a coincidence! Lu Zixuan greeted him awkwardly. Shen Xingxi nodded. Yes, good morning, junior brother Zixuan. Li Mangya Upota. It was obvious to everyone that these two were eavesdropping at the door, waiting for Chinyu to come out before daring to follow him out. Zhang Longxi had dark circles under his eyes and bruises on his face, looking miserable. I heard that among the organizations participating in this mission is the cleaners group from Haiqing. A street cleaner? Chinyu raised an eyebrow. Never heard of it. Seeing Chun Yu's expression, Zhang Longxi whispered, Brother Yu, these people are nominally security guards, but they're actually gangsters. They're involved in loan sharking and forced demolitions. They're not to be trifled with. Li Mengyao asked curiously, how do you even know this? Zhang Longxi was speechless. I went out for a walk this morning, and everyone received an invitation to the roundtable meeting at noon. I was just passing on the message to the car owners. Chinyu said, oh, besides them, what about the other 7 teams? Zhang Longxi waved his hand. I don't know. Chinyu nodded. Let's go. Let's go check out the restaurant. The group walked through the somewhat oppressive corridor and down the stairs. We haven't even gotten close to the restaurant yet. The sound waves rushed towards us. Dead. All dead. Jia Xiaolu, Wang Ying, they were dragged out of the room right in front of me, all dead. There's no way to stop it. Just looking at that thing makes your legs go weak. Damn it. This is awful. I shouldn't have come to this crappy game. It's like being in a horror movie. The huge restaurant was now packed with people. Most of the survivors from last night, except for a few who may still be hiding in their rooms, have gathered here. At a glance, there were probably about 20 people. They stood or leaned against each other, their faces filled with terror, forming small circles in groups of 3 or 5. In the center of the restaurant, there is a huge dining table. There are 8 chairs, which correspond to 8 car owners, and 7 of them are already occupied. 6 men and 1 woman. Sitting in the main seat was the same man with the buzz cut and cigarette who we had met yesterday. Hey, you're finally up, little brother. We've been waiting for you. As expected, he was the car owner from the cleaner group that Zhang Longxi mentioned. As he finished speaking, all eyes at the table naturally turned to Chinyu. Yeah, I thought you guys were too scared to come to the meeting. Judging from your appearance, you're still students, right? It's good to be young. You can even sleep soundly in a place like this. Discussions arose around them, but they all revolved around Li Mengyao and Shen Xingxi. Hey, stop crying. Look, that's definitely a beauty. Damn it. Do you need to tell me? With that figure, even if she's ugly in the dark, so what? Instead of thinking about these lewd things, think about how you're going to survive. Although both women were wearing masks, their figures could not be concealed, and they still attracted a lot of stares. But they were used to it and didn't make a fuss about it. Chinyu casually pulled out a chair and sat down. If you can't wait, you don't have to. Who said this task requires cooperation? The man with the cigarette and buzz cut stiffened, his eyes darkening. Oh, well, it seems you haven't figured out the situation yet, little brother. Hiv. Beside him, he was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, sitting upright, 7th team, from the acting department of Haiching Film Academy. Your name is Chunyu, and you are the strongest fighter, right? Chunyu frowned. Zhang Longqi quickly stepped forward and said, Brother Yu, this morning, they were collecting information. I told them the organization's name and the car owner's name, but I didn't say anything about having the strongest fighting force. Lu Zixuan quickly corroborated. Yes. Brother Yu, I swear to God, I never revealed your abilities. Chunyu remained silent. The middle-aged man introduced. This is Li Herong, the head of the 3rd department of the cleaner group. His talent is the S-class weapon, Wolf Fong Hammer. And me. He adjusted his glasses. I am Sun Xiuming, the president of the Lighthouse Society. Lighthouse Academy? Shun Qingzi frowned. Haiching's elite club, whose members are top scholars, engineers, and artists from various fields, is rumored to have an entry threshold as high as 170. She was saying this to Chunyu, of course. In particular, he was reminded that the group of middle-aged people behind Sun Xiuming were not ordinary passengers. After listening, Chunyu nodded. So, the minister and the president will be in charge of things here? He said this without keeping it a secret, and his voice wasn't quiet either. Sun Xiuming shook his head slightly, a hint of composure in his smile. Chunyu, that's not quite accurate. It's not about taking charge of the overall situation, but rather establishing order in extreme circumstances. Chapter 66 reveals the true face. In other words, Chunyu shrugged and asked, Nobody has any objections? On the long table, the other car owners responded as follows. We'll definitely cooperate with whatever Minister Li arranges. Any arrangement will do. President Sun's considerations are thorough. Listening to him is definitely the right thing to do. Yes, we have no objection. We'll listen to both of you. It's an honor for us to cooperate with the cleaner group and the Lighthouse Academy. Amidst the chorus of agreement, there was a hint of fear and obsequiousness. Li Herong listened with a cigarette dangling from his lips and his eyes half closed. Sun Xiuming smiled and pushed up his glasses, seemingly quite satisfied with the reaction. It is worth mentioning, the only female car owner at the long table remained silent throughout. She sat in the corner, with only 2 girls behind her. She was around 30 years old, wearing a beige turtleneck sweater with a long cardigan over it. Her long hair was neatly tied into a low bun at the back of her head, with a few loose strands falling smoothly beside her ears. Her face was unadorned, but fair-skinned, and she wore a pair of thin gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. There are 3 reasons why Chunyu noticed her. 1. She was the only female car owner in the entire venue. 2. She was the only car owner besides herself who had not yet expressed her willingness to cooperate. 3. From the moment Chunyu stepped into the restaurant, her calm pupils contracted for a moment, as if in surprise. Sister Josh, aren't we going to say anything yet? I think Minister Li is getting a little angry. Yes, didn't we just agree that we also had to? Chill. The only female driver, Josh gestured for his 2 teammates behind him to be quiet. Li Herong was somewhat displeased. Dr. Chiao, what do you mean by this? Josh smiled slightly. Minister Li, I just think we should at least figure out what our upcoming cooperation plan is, right? After all, the situation last night wasn't optimistic. Sun Xiuming slowly stood up, looked at the people at the table, and then at the crowded people around him. Based on the available information, the mission involved 48 people, but this morning it was confirmed that only 32 survived. His gaze was grim. That's right, 16 people died overnight. Hiss. Someone gasped in surprise. 16 people. That makes up a full third of the total population. And Sun Xiuming changed the subject. I wonder if any of you noticed the changes that have occurred in this villa this morning. Change. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes scanning the surroundings. Before anyone could answer, Sun Xiuming continued. All the reflective surfaces, regardless of size, shattered without exception, as if attacked by some immense force. Several decorative vases in the hallway and living room, made of heavy ceramic, were also shattered. Even the oil paintings on the wall had broken frames, and the paint was cracked all over the floor. The absence of signs of struggle indicates that this was definitely not man-made. More likely, it's some kind of being we don't yet understand. It unleashed its hatred in the night. At the long table, Chunyu silently unscrewed a bottle of water, took a sip, and quietly watched him show off. But Sun Shiweming's words made many people even paler. Everyone felt a strong sense of unease. Damn it, if I hide in the room, some ghostly thing will crawl in. If I go out, there are these things outside that can break walls. Is there any way out of this? Damn it, what are we going to do? I saw several mummified corpses in the lobby this morning. That means those ghostly things really do drain people's yang energy. If a third of them die in one night, wouldn't the entire army be wiped out in 3 days? Sun Shiweming raised his hand and gestured for everyone to calm down. He squinted and continued. During my observation, I noticed an interesting detail. The deaths last night were all concentrated in the other 7 teams. At the crucial moment, Li Hairong stood up abruptly and exhaled the cigarette smoke. He was over 1.8 meters tall, with a muscular physique that exuded a powerful presence. That's right, the only team with all members surviving is the 7th team, Haiching Film Academy. And it seems there are 4 people staying in room 204? With so many people in one room, shouldn't the risk be much higher? What is going on? After he finished speaking, the restaurant fell silent. Immediately, many eyes focused on Chunyu and the people behind him. The meaning couldn't be clearer. Many people looked at Chunyu and his group differently, as if they were staring at aliens in human skin. Hey, what do you mean by this? Li Mengyao's eyebrows shot up, and she took a step forward. Although Lin Yu's face was pale, she nodded vigorously and said softly, "It was Chunyu who saved me, otherwise I would have been kidnapped last night." Shen Qingxi also took a small half-step forward. "According to your logic, is living a crime?" No. Sun Shiweming smiled slightly. "Of course there's no sin in living, but this phenomenon is so strange that it's hard not to have reasonable suspicions. Is there some kind of ghost slave hidden in your team, as mentioned in the rules?" Whoosh! A violent panic erupted throughout the venue. Chunyu narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "Try to identify a ghost based on nothing. President Sun, your standard of reasonable suspicion is more arbitrary than that of a ghost." Sun Shiweming pushed up his glasses. "We will not wrong an innocent person for no reason. Minister Li and I have already discussed a plan that can both verify innocence and optimize resource allocation." Behind him, a thin middle-aged man chimed in. "Our plan is to exchange room numbers, and our lighthouse society will move into room 204. Behind Li Hairong, a man in sunglasses stepped forward. "Unit 205 will be occupied by our cleaner group." "The cleaner convoy, the lighthouse convoy." Everyone was shouting. "Yes, give up the room. Who knows what methods they use to ensure their safety?" Exactly. Those women all looked off. They kept circling around that kid. Could they be possessed by some evil spirit? Make them change it. If they're afraid to change it, they're hiding something. Chinyu watched them quietly as their expressions gradually turned ferocious. Until this moment, these 2 teams have finally revealed their true colors. I see. They worked in unison, pressing forward relentlessly, probably because they had noticed the unique features of the 2nd floor. In truth, this was Chun Yu's oversight. To avoid attracting attention, he threw all the corpses drained by the Grand Tutor's container, and the remains of the ghost faces from the 2nd floor downstairs. The original intention was to keep the 2nd floor out of the way, but it backfired. Compared to the carnage and horrific traces on the other floors, the 2nd floor looked as clean as a safe floor. Chapter 67 Chunyu is a ghost slave. Nonsense. You're the demon slave. Your whole family are demon slaves. Li Mengyao was the first to stand up and refute this. Shen Qingxi and Lin Yu also want to prove their innocence. But they discovered, at the other end of the long table, everyone kept their mouths shut and avoided eye contact. No one spoke up to question it. No one stood up for justice. Li Hairong licked his lips. "Little beauty, don't be so angry. You have a nice figure. If you don't want to change rooms, you can stay in your room and wait for us to come over." "You shameless person." Li Mengyao was furious. She missed Wang Mengmeng terribly. If Wang Mengmeng were here, she could definitely have retorted to such vulgar and offensive language. Shen Qingxi pulled Li Mengyao's arm, drawing her slightly behind him, and whispered, "Mengyao, don't be impulsive. Listen to what Chunyu has to say." She is also an S-level talent user, and in a one-on-one fight, she is not afraid of Li Hairong. But at this moment in the restaurant, the other side has a huge numerical advantage. She had no confidence in facing this pack of hyenas. All eyes turned to Chun Yu, who slowly stood up. So after all that fuss, all you wanted was to change rooms? You're all such hypocrites. Hey kid, say that again. You fucking idiot? Behind Li Hairong, the man in sunglasses slammed his hand on the table. You really think we cleaners are discussing this with you? Several Burley Street cleaners also gathered around, their faces unfriendly. The people from the Lighthouse Academy all had smiling faces on their faces. Is there really no one to speak up for me, folks? Chun Yu shrugged and looked at the spectators around him, who all shook their heads. Speak out? Speak out about what? Don't you know you've offended Minister Li and President's son? Just give up the room. Isn't that enough? Young people are arrogant and ignorant. Whoever helps you now will be in trouble. If you ask me, change it immediately. Don't make everyone else wait here. Indifference and selfishness have become the most common choices. Some people even enjoy seeing the first stick their neck out get taught a lesson, as it makes them seem smarter. Chun Yu listened quietly, his face showing no surprise. It seems not, etc. Suddenly, Dr. Josh stood up. I think that's a bit much. Question mark. Behind her, her two teammates went numb. Sister, are you really not afraid of dying when you step forward at this time? You're not afraid? We are. All around them were pairs of predatory eyes, practically ready to devour them. Li Hairong's face darkened, his eyes turning fierce. Dr. Chiao, you'd better think this through before you speak. Josh took a deep breath and forced a smile, saying, I just feel that the situation is unclear right now. Shouldn't we be more cautious? Snort. Li Hairong interrupted her impatiently. Shut the fuck up. I don't have time to listen to your reasoning. As they spoke, the cleaners closed the distance between them again. Lu Zixuan's legs cramped up, and looking at the group of burly men with fierce faces, he felt like he was about to kneel down at any moment. They were just ordinary students who had only ever seen street thugs. They had never experienced anything like this kind of gangster. Just their imposing presence was enough to make them want to devour him alive. Li Mingyao took a step back and asked softly, Chun Yu, what should we do? Shen Qingxi quietly moved her feet, quickly assessing the situation in her mind. I am an S rank, and Chun Yu's strength is unfathomable. If we really fight, I might not lose. We'll give up our room. We'll give up our room. Zhang Longqi suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, Brother Rome, give room 205 to the cleaners. We'll switch. We'll cooperate completely. Li Hairong narrowed his eyes and revealed a satisfied smile. Tisk, that's more like it. If you had been this sensible earlier, why would you have caused everyone unpleasantness? Zhang Longqi hurriedly added, Brother Rome, I have the A-level talent, steel body. Li Hairong raised an eyebrow and sized up Zhang Longqi's physique. Waiting for me here? Okay, from now on you're one of the cleaners. I'll give you an invitation card later. Afraid of being left behind, Lu Zixuan hurriedly nodded and bowed, his voice trembling. Brother Rome, me too. I'm willing to join the cleaners too. I'll obey. Li Hairong glanced at him sideways. You? What talent? Lu Zixuan swallowed hard and answered tremblingly, D-level mental link, it can. Alright, we don't need any more invitation cards anyway, so let's all come along. Li Hairong readily agreed. But in reality, it's pure fantasy for a good-for-nothing to want to join the cleaners. You? Li Mengyao's eyes widened. You want to join the underworld? Shen Qingxi's face turned completely cold. Lin Yu shrank back in fright, stammering, how could you do this? Zhang Longqi, along with Lu Zixuan, quickly ran behind Li Hairong. Chen Yu, did you enjoy hitting me in the car? Then he said viciously, but unfortunately, you'll pay the price for your arrogance. Chen Yu smiled, but did not immediately make a move. Instead, they watched with great interest, because he suddenly thought of an even simpler way. But the calmer Chen Yu appeared, the angrier and more annoyed Zhang Longqi became. Senior Chun, Lin Yu, you've both been brainwashed ever since you got into his car. I really regret changing cars, but what's done is done. Since I'm not happy about it, then you can all stay. Shen Qingxi and Lin Yu were speechless for a moment. You? Unexpectedly, Zhang Longqi would retaliate suddenly. Brother Rong, I can guarantee that Chun Yu is the ghost slave. Zhang Longqi shouted. It immediately attracted the attention of the entire restaurant. Li Hairong narrowed his eyes. Go on. Zhang Longqi cleared his throat. Last night, We were all too scared to move, but he secretly slipped out of the room and wandered around the pitch-black villa for who knows how long. He became increasingly agitated as he spoke. I ask you, what's the situation outside? You've all seen it. Who can get out alive and come back alive? Huh. He suddenly raised his voice. There's only one possibility. He's the ghost slave who accepted the mission. He's a traitor. The pent-up panic in the restaurant finally erupted with those words. Dare to go out last night? A ghost slave? Definitely a ghost slave. We're terrified. Who would dare wander around outside? Traitor. Traitor. Sun Xueming, along with a group of Lighthouse Society passengers, also arrived with overwhelming force. Do you have anything else to explain? Chinyu smiled slightly. What if I told you that I went out last night and killed 5 ghost faces? Upon hearing this, everyone was a little flustered. Those ghost faces possessed immense strength. They killed 16 people in one night. This guy must be insane. Sun Xueming shook his head. Are you going to say that you also broke these mirrors in the hall? Oh, so those vases and picture frames are yours too? Ha ha, really? Buzz. First night mission results. Confirm the removal of 5 wandering, rotten experimental subjects. Play button reward distribution. 5 clues identifying the ghost slave. Confirm the removal of the mirror of resentment, X1. Play button reward. Ghost slave room, clue X1. Chapter 68. This is how you should find a ghost slave. First night mission results. Complete. Warning, nighttime activity at the villa has increased. Please be aware of safety, all passengers. The cold, impersonal prompts were listed clearly, one by one, in full view of everyone. In Chinyu's hand, there were 5 silver card strips and 1 gold card strip. It's obvious. These are the feature clues and rune clues mentioned in the broadcast just now. Question mark. Sun Xueming stood frozen in place, his expression shifting repeatedly, especially after seeing Chinyu handle all 6 clues. His unease finally began to surface. President Sun, something unexpected happened. How did he get 6 clues? So, he killed all the monsters in the settlement all by himself. Ahem, really? Something's not right, is it? President Sun, say something. The highly intelligent members of the Lighthouse Academy have begun to retreat. The members of the cleaner group weren't in much better shape. They looked at each other, a hint of cowardice in their eyes. You see, everyone had seen the bloated test subjects before. They were strong and fast, and they could only watch helplessly as their teammates in the same vehicle died, tragically, without even considering resistance. But this young man in front of me killed 5 people. That, Li Hairong rolled her eyes, deliberately softening her voice. Looking at it now, it was all a misunderstanding. Who said Chinyu was a ghost slave? Huh. Zhang Longqi and Lu Zixuan's expressions changed, realizing that something terrible was about to happen, before they could even defend themselves. Li Hairong had already swung his arm in full swing. Asterisk smack. Asterisk. It was a slap right in the face. The blow landed squarely on Zhang Longqi's face, further disfiguring his already damaged features. That fucking bastard. Li Hairong was furious and indignant. He's got no balls, almost peed his pants from fear, and then he slanders a fellow passenger? What a coward. He almost made me wrong an innocent person. Zhang Longqi covered his face, speechless with embarrassment. How could he have imagined that Shunyu would go out in the middle of the night to kill 5 ghost faces? Holy crap, is this even reasonable? Sun Xueming immediately followed suit. Chinyu, there are only 2 teams on the 2nd floor. The remaining 6 teams are upstairs. We can only believe his lies since we didn't see them with our own eyes. Fortunately, the system notification came in time, clearing the fog and proving your innocence. Yes, Li Hairong slapped his thigh, as if he hadn't been the one shouting for battle just moments before. This is a great achievement. Our villa needs heroes like you. He chuckled. Look, the settlement even includes clues as a reward. We're all in the same boat now, so we need to share information about the ghost slaves to complete the mission. The 2 sang in harmony. In an instant, everyone's eyes in the restaurant were once again focused on Chunyu. Curiosity, awe, fear, and longing. Chunyu looked at the pairs of eyes around him, then looked down at the card in his hand. Chunyu, what did Li Mingyao want to say? But Chunyu interrupted him by raising his hand. He slowly placed the card on the table and spread out the text on it. Whoosh! The crowd instantly erupted in commotion. They swarmed around them, jostling and craning their necks, their eyes wide open. Let me see. Move aside. Don't push. Damn it. I need to see it too. It's silver, and it has words on it. We have them all, including the gold ones. Silver, distinguishing clue. A ghost slave's height is approximately between 165 and 175 centimeters. Silver, feature clue. A ghost slave has a wound on his leg. Silver, feature clue. An old scar or distinctive birthmark on the left shoulder of a demon slave. Silver, feature clue. A ghost servant has an unusual, slight aversion to deep red. Silver, feature clue. A ghost slave's naturally hoarse voice. Golden, location clue. A room for a ghost slave, located on the 3rd/4th floor of the villa. 5 silver and 1 gold medals. The information is concise. It stirred up a huge wave in the crowd. 165 to 175, that's too wide a range. Everyone's about the same height. An old scar? A birthmark? How do I find it? Dark red, slightly off limits? Who would avoid red? How can you judge something by a hoarse voice? This is a completely useless clue. Suspicion spread again, but this time it had a clear target. Subconsciously, everyone began to scan their surroundings for people who matched the clues, keeping their distance. President's son, the people in your lighthouse academy are really smart. Li Hairong turned his head. What do you think of this clue? Sun Xiuming adjusted his glasses. Gentlemen, please calm down. Let me say a few words. As the one in control of the game, his words carry some weight. The noise gradually subsided. He said in a solemn tone, these clues are certainly valuable, pointing out the characteristics of the ghost slaves, but has anyone considered what the consequences would be if such vague clues were made public? He pointed to the silver card strips. There are probably quite a few people who fit 1 or 2 of these criteria. If we use this standard to judge the ghost slaves, everyone will be in danger and wary of each other, which will only lead to endless suspicion and infighting, ultimately resulting in total annihilation. Everyone thought it made a lot of sense. Until Chinyu slowly put away the clue card and raised his eyes. I have a method here that you don't need to guess. Sun Xiuming was taken aback. What method? Chinyu smiled slightly. It's simple, just kill all of you people on the 3rd and 4th floors. Question mark. Sun Xiuming's expression changed. Are you kidding me? You. Sun Xiuming is dead. His throat was pierced by a steel knife. Chinyu drew his sword and said calmly, I'm not joking. This is how you should find a ghost slave. Damn it, he's insane, he's a lunatic. The tall, thin man from another academy screamed and turned to run away. He died too, beheaded. This move was too decisive. Ruthless. Completely unexpected. From members of the academy died instantly. These middle-aged scholars, used to a leisurely life, had never experienced a life-or-death battle. They didn't even have time to react. Shen, Hinsi, Limangyo, Ileiwa, Sigma, Dodado, Kaomoji, Rinku, Zhang Longqi, and Lu Zixuan. Dave. Chapter 69, Microscopic Insight, Dr. Chiao. This scene deeply shocked everyone else. A madman. He's a complete and utter madman. What is he going to do? Kill everyone. Kill them all. 3 or 4 floors? He's more terrifying than the demon slave. He slaughters indiscriminately. Li Hairong's pupils also contracted. To my utter surprise, the other party, a mere student, possessed such incredible courage to take the initiative. Attack him together. Kill him. He can kill 5 ghost faces. He's quite capable. Don't underestimate him. Li Hairong reacted extremely quickly and issued the order immediately. The cleaners behind him, though startled, remained calm, and their ferocity was aroused. Grade B, light-clad crowbar. A crowbar. Grade B, turbulent jet. Hair dryer. Class C, hook and rope manipulation. Steel chains used for bundling cargo. Me too. They actually wanted to kill everyone on the 3rd and 4th floors. Don't they even take a piss and look at themselves in the mirror? Meanwhile, combat-type awakened beings from other teams also joined the battle. In their eyes, one person trying to challenge the whole field? That's just plain stupid. Which team doesn't have an A-level player? With 7 teams combined, forming a group of A-level opponents, their combat power is quite terrifying. What's more, there's also an S-level powerhouse like Li Hairong in charge. They dared not confront the ghost face head-on. Are you sure you don't dare to kill someone? The probability that guy can beat everyone is less than 0.01. If not now, when? Class C, fuel splashing. Lighter. Grade D, sharp tip. Ballpoint pen. Grade C, weak sound waves. Bluetooth headphones. Within seconds, fire streams, ice spikes, grappling hooks, and wind blades appeared from all directions. Watch out! Chunyu! Li Minjiao exclaimed, in surprise. She felt that Chunyu had acted impulsively and shouldn't have offended so many people at once. But it was too late to say anything then. Linyu was also very nervous. She looked at Zhang Longqi and Lu Zixuan not far away, her eyes flashing with coldness. Shun Qingzi frowned and instantly activated her talent. The shadows on the ground were scattered, totaling more than 20 people, demonstrating the maximum potential of her S-level talent. They pulled Li Mengyao and Lin Yu back. Although she hadn't known Chun Yu for long, she roughly understood his temperament. He said he was going to wipe out the 3rd and 4th floors. Maybe he wasn't just bragging. Golden body card. Chun Yu didn't hold back and immediately threw out the golden body card. If not now, when? If you get hit by certain debuff, it's easy to lose when you're fighting multiple enemies alone. Buzz. The moment the golden body card is activated, all attacks lose their target. It landed awkwardly on the empty floor. Damn it. Where are they? Disappeared. What the hell? A perfectly healthy person is gone. The man with the headphones cursed under his breath, but then a flash of light appeared before his eyes, and his vision fell on the ground beneath his feet. The ghost slave has been confirmed to have been removed. Current remaining, February 3rd. The threat remains. Remain vigilant. Behind him, he teleported. Before the Windblade man could finish speaking, his chest was pierced. Each appearance lasts no more than half a second. Every time they disappear, 1 or 2 people are sure to die. Without warning, all that could be seen were corpses falling and blood splattering everywhere. The ghost slave has been confirmed to have been removed. Current remaining, January 3rd. The threat remains. Remain vigilant. Where is he? Run. Run fast. The ghost slave has been confirmed to have been removed. Current remaining, 0/3. Please continue to complete the remaining survival objectives. In just over a minute, the potential threat was thus eliminated. The only difference was that the restaurant floor was now littered with corpses. Fresh blood flowed in a winding stream, and the smell of blood was rather strong. Chen Yu reappeared behind Li Hairong. The alloy steel knife silently rested against his neck. Li Hairong's body suddenly stiffened. For the first time in his life, the head of the cleaner group's 3rd division experienced fear. Last night when I saw the ghost's face, I felt anger, astonishment, and a desperate fighting spirit. But now, with a blade pressed against my back, all I feel is powerlessness and despair. Clang. The wolf-tooth hammer slammed heavily onto the floor. He raised his hands, swallowed hard, and said, Chun Yu, I apologize, Li Hairong is dead. From then on, almost all the people on the 3rd and 4th floors were wiped out. The remaining people were easily counted. There were 12 in total. There was a team from the bank on the 2nd floor, consisting of 2 men and 1 woman. There was a surviving squad from the 3rd floor, including the Dr. Josh, and 2 trembling teammates behind her. Of course, there's also Chun Yu's entire team. This also includes the 2 people standing next to him. Thump. Zhang Longqi knelt down straight on the ground. Brother Yu, I was wrong. Zhang Longqi's arms were severed at the root. Yeah. Zhang Longqi's legs were severed at the root. Lu Zixuan's expression changed drastically. No, Qin Yu. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. Like Zhang Longqi, he was instantly turned into a human pig, collapsing to the ground. Ah! Qin Yu flicked the blood off his steel blade. The mission is over, you'll die, but not now. Not far away, in the bank's queue, there were 2 men and 1 woman. Their stomachs were churning. They were terrified out of their wits. Josh covered her mouth, cold sweat pouring down her face, while her 2 teammates behind her gripped her clothes tightly. Qin Yu, are you all right? Li Mingyao was also a little nervous, but she still stepped forward to express her concern. Qin Yu nodded. Of course it's fine. Shun Qingzi really wanted to ask how the invisibility ability had worked, but at this moment, she was also a little frightened and didn't dare to go over and say anything. Lin Yu, on the other hand, looked at Chun Yu with an increasingly different gaze. Chun Yu didn't say anything more. turned around, and walked straight to Xiao Shi. Josh instinctively took a half step back. Chunyu said calmly, "You, from the very beginning, seem to have been afraid of me?" Josh's breath hitched. Just a heads up, Dr. Qiao, you'd better tell the truth. I don't like being lied to." Chunyu interrupted. Josh quickly explained, "My talent is S-level perception, microscopic intuition. At the moment the apocalypse struck, I was performing surgery, holding the eyepiece adjuster of a high-powered surgical microscope. After my talent awakened, it became my special ability, greatly enhancing my senses. I can now see energy flows that are imperceptible to most people." She raised her eyes, her gaze candid. "From the moment you entered the restaurant, in my field of vision, your life force was so vast it could encompass everyone around you." Chunyu listened quietly. S-level perception. This is already quite a good support ability, and its value sometimes even surpasses that of a strength-based ability. Come to think of it, my own car is precisely lacking in this kind of capability. Thinking of this, Chunyu took another look at Dr. Qiao. She stood upright, her beige turtleneck and thin-rimmed glasses exuding an intellectual air, while a few loose strands of hair softened her slightly pale cheeks, giving her a touch of mature womanly charm. It's called semi-cooked because she's in her 30s and has shed her student-like innocence, but still cleverly retains a touch of purity. And the girls around Chunyu, they have completely different temperaments. Dear readers, I humbly beg you all to leave 5-star reviews. I was riding at the company behind my boss's back until the early hours of the morning, and my stomach was already aching. Reading negative reviews almost made me faint. Please, please. Also, I've seen all the donations you've given me, and I'm extremely grateful. I'm almost crying. Chapter 70. I'm more obedient and have better skills. SS rank. A perception-type talent. Shen Xingxi also walked over, looked Xiao Shi up and down, and was somewhat surprised. She whispered to Chunyu, "It's really rare." Chunyu nodded, took out an invitation card from his pocket, and handed it to Josh. "After the mission is over, come with me." Josh's breath hitched slightly, but he answered almost without hesitation, "Okay." She decisively reached out and took the card, smiling at Chunyu. "I'm a surgeon at Haicheng 3rd Hospital. Even without talent, I'll definitely satisfy you." Li Mingyao blinked, glanced at the elegant Xiao Shi, then at Chunyu, and muttered softly, "There's going to be another person on the bus." Her tone was a little complicated, but she didn't dare to say more. Lin Yu remained timidly hidden in the back, only secretly observing out of curiosity. Hearing Josh's assurance, Chunyu smiled slightly. "I believe in your worth, Dr. Josh, but don't forget the prerequisite for getting on the bus is surviving the 3rd day." Josh nodded seriously. "I understand." Chunyu said no more and turned to leave. Behind Josh, 2 girls from the same team looked grim. "Josie, Josh, you just going to leave with him like that? What are we going to do? We promised to go together." "Yes, Dr. Qiao, now that you're gone. How are we supposed to live? We're completely lost." They spoke in hushed tones, glancing furtively at Chun Yu's retreating figure as they spoke, afraid of being overheard. Josh turned around and shook his head. "We'll be in the villa, sharing a room. Besides, even if I leave the vehicle, it won't be until after the mission. What's there to worry about?" The 2 girls pursed their lips. That was indeed the case. But they were still somewhat unwilling to give up. Not far away, Chunyu walked up to Zhang Longqi and Lu Zixuan. "Dr. Qiao." "Exist." Josh immediately ran over. "Chunyu, what's up?" Chunyu pointed to the 2 people on the ground. "Don't let them die now. They should at least live until the 3rd day." Josh's gaze swept over the 2 pigs on the ground, and his face immediately went numb. As a surgeon, she knew better than anyone what this meant. It wasn't something that could be solved with just a bandage, because the wound was too large. Chunyu narrowed his eyes. "Can you do it?" Josh swallowed hard. "I'll try." She quickly took a large first aid kit from her personal backpack. These must be the supplies she specifically gathered after the apocalypse. Josh quickly explained, "Chunyu, in this situation, I can only administer a high-dose intravenous injection of antibiotics to combat the infection, while simultaneously establishing an intravenous fluid resuscitation line. But this can only delay. It's not treatment. Whether they can hold on until the 3rd day depends on how tough their bodies are." "Do." Chunyu only replied with one word. "Good." Josh said no more, squatted down, and quickly got to work. Her 2 teammates also realized what was happening and quickly stepped forward to help. One person quickly handed over the tourniquet and dressing, while another assisted in securing the intravenous access. Their movements were professional and efficient, clearly indicating that they were all hospital professionals. Chenyu pulled Li Mengyao aside and whispered, "Pass a note to the class representatives and tell them to empty all the items from the shared backpacks on the bus." Li Mengyao was taken aback at first, but after looking at the two groaning on the ground, she immediately nodded. Not long after, as the process neared its end, the two girls who had been assisting stood up at the same time. They are younger than Josh. The woman on the left has fair skin and delicate features. She deliberately swept her slightly wavy long hair to one side, revealing her graceful neck. She turned to Chenyu, leaned forward slightly, and let her neckline open naturally. My name is Su Si, and I'm an operating room nurse." The one on the right has an oval face, looks up at Chenyu, and has a sweet voice. "My name is Zhang Xuele. Although I am of average talent, I am very skillful. I can bandage and massage you. If you are tired, you can come to me anytime. I can help you with anything that is uncomfortable." She deliberately emphasized the word where, staring intently at Chenyu, her eyelashes fluttering rapidly. Josh was still working hard to finish the last bit of work when he heard these words, and his fingers trembled, causing Zhang Longqi to howl in pain a few times. Li Mengyao rolled her eyes. "Tisich, disgusting. All you want is an invitation card." Shen Qingzi frowned, but said nothing. Lin Yu watched the two women from a corner in the back, seemingly lost in thought. Chen Yu unceremoniously touched Su Si's front, then shook his head. "You're not qualified to join my vehicle." "Su Si." Zhang Xuele leaned closer, deliberately thrusting her chest out higher, her voice becoming increasingly coquettish. "And me? I'm more attentive than her, more obedient, and my technique is better too." Chen Yu glanced at it and shook his head. "Same, not qualified." "Zhang Xuele." Chen Yu pointed to Li Mengyao and the others beside him. "When it comes to looks and figure, which of you can beat me?" The atmosphere instantly became awkward after those words were spoken. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao immediately removed the mask from her face. A bright and beautiful face was revealed, with fair and radiant skin, delicate features, and bright eyes. Su Si and Zhang Xuele were clearly stunned. No wonder she was always wearing a mask. I guess they were afraid of attracting too much attention. The girl who always wore a mask actually looked stunning. The way they act makes them seem cheap. Li Mengyao slightly raised her chin, a hint of pride in her eyes, her gaze light and airy. Meanwhile, Shen Qingzi on the other side didn't need to make a move at all. The two nurses turned completely pale, their self-esteem shattered. But Chen Yu suddenly spoke up. "Of course, it's not like you don't have a chance." Li Mengyao. "What does it mean?" Chen Yu smiled faintly. "Live well for these 3 days, and I will make a comprehensive assessment." After saying that, he ignored them and turned to leave. In fact, the fact that these two girls didn't introduce their talents was enough to prove that their talents were extremely poor, and there was absolutely no way they would be taken in by him. But Josh has only just joined their ranks. If they are allowed to completely despair, there's no guarantee they won't secretly sabotage them out of jealousy during the next 3 days of living together and on missions. Giving a glimmer of hope, however faint, is the best course of action. Su Si and Zhang Xuele watched Chen Yu's retreating figure and thanked him repeatedly. "Thank you, Brother Chen Yu. We'll definitely do our best." "Yes, thank you." Josh stood by and watched it all. Chen Yu waved his hand, carry these two cripples back to their rooms. After saying that, Li Mengyao and Xiao, she were the first to step forward and help. Shen Qingzi was a step too slow. She was ultimately not used to being bossed around, especially by a man. Lin Yu was completely taken aback, her eyes looking innocent. Shen Yu then said to the others, "You guys go back first. It's not safe in the hall during the day." "Well, let's go back now." "Thanks." The survivors beside him nodded hurriedly, watching Chen Yu's body tremble. After everyone had left, Chen Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. "If this continues, will I really become a great demon?" Chapter 71, Night 2, The Recurring Obsession. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, he couldn't even spare a corpse. A few minutes later, Chen Yu looked at the 2 extra free attribute points on the panel with satisfaction. Set all settings to sensitivity. Basic attributes. Physical fitness, 100. Sensitivity, 20/10. Perception, 10. Charisma, 12 2. Spirit, 10. Luck, 10. That's right. Chunyu has already achieved 20 points of agility just a few days after the apocalypse broke out. That's twice as high as the average adult male. This is enough to demonstrate how terrifying this talent is. The progress is too fast. How overpowered will my attribute panel be after 1 month, 2 months, or 3 months? Chinyu couldn't even imagine it. Chinyu tentatively tapped his toes lightly, and his body instantly shot forward. Speed can be increased to the maximum within 3 steps. Its explosive starting speed far surpasses that of any top sprinter. Even Su Shun has to step back a little. He then attempted to change direction and navigate around obstacles. Any movement involving physical agility has seen a significant improvement. Nighttime, room 204. The lights illuminated everything around them. Chinyu sat on the only single sofa, while Li Mengyao, Shun Qingxi, and Lin Yu sat on the edge of the bed. The blizzard outside the window lashed against the glass, making a continuous howling sound. But the atmosphere was slightly more relaxed than last night. After all, everyone has gradually gotten used to the pace here. This place is eerily quiet during the day, and at night, it's filled with ghostly wails. Li Mengyao hugged her knees and muttered something under her breath. At least it's better than knowing nothing last night. Shun Qingxi continued. Without the ghost slave, the pressure to survive to the 3rd day will be much less. Lin Yu nodded timidly and whispered, "Are you all right tonight?" Chinyu looked up at the clock in the corner of the room, its hands slowly approaching the top. Everyone stopped chatting. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the familiar voice to arrive. Special rule for the 2nd night. Recurring obsession. Effective time, midnight to 0:30. Content. 1. Designate one person to perform the complete opening and closing action in front of the bedroom wardrobe. 2. The movements must be fluid. The wardrobe door must be fully open to its maximum angle and then completely closed to a tight seal, which counts as 1 repetition. 3. A total of 100 complete opening and closing operations must be completed before 12:30 a.m. 4. The executor shall not be changed midway, and the pause shall not exceed 3 seconds. 5. Violation of any of the above requirements will be considered a failure to comply with the rules and will result in severe consequences. 100 times. Fully open and close. Cannot pause for more than 3 seconds. Li Mengyao was a little confused. What kind of rule is this? Making us work out in the middle of the night? Shun Qingxi shook her head. The key isn't the number of times you can use it, but whether there will be any consequences for opening it. Lin Yu's voice was barely audible. Open it. Could there be something like last night inside? We can't stop, and we can't replace the players. Li Mengyao shuddered. What if on the 10th or 50th time, a hand suddenly reaches out from inside? Or what if something just appears? The more direct and terrifying scene made Lin Yu scream in fright. The rules don't explicitly state what happens if you fail, but the person executing the rules is undoubtedly in the most dangerous position. Chinyu's gaze remained calm, showing no sign of panic. Because he doesn't act as the executor, his gaze swept across the 3 women's faces. The most reasonable person to carry out this task is Shun Qingxi, given her exceptional talent. But if I were to ask her to be the executor, will the big star hold a grudge because of this, making it impossible for her to become a lover? That's not the worst part. What if she dies? There wasn't a single girl in the group who could fight. No, that won't do. Just then, Li Mengyao suddenly looked up at Chinyu and said, let me do it. Chinyu was taken aback. Li Mengyao continued, I can disguise myself as a ghost face, but I don't know if it will work. She paused, then said seriously, Besides, we can't keep having you blocking our way forever. Although Chanyu never intended to stand in the way, he still did a lot for the team in practice. He was the one who did most of the killings. It's understandable that Li Mengyao would have this thought. Sure. Li Mengyao nodded emphatically, clenching her fists. Good. Chinyu said no more, stepping aside. If anything unexpected happens, activate your golden body card. Li Mengyao nodded and took out her only remaining precious golden body card from her personal backpack. Then I walked to the front of the wardrobe. Chinyu, Shun Qingxi, and Lin Yu stood behind her, giving her considerable courage. The minute and hour hands of the wall clock finally overlapped completely. It's midnight. Li Mingyao activated her talent, her aura suddenly turning icy cold. Then she reached out and grasped the cold brass handle. First, she pulled hard. Creak. The old, dilapidated wooden cabinet door made a creaking sound. The cabinet was pitch black, with empty shelves and a thin layer of dust in the corners. There was nothing there. Li Mingyao breathed a sigh of relief, immediately held her breath, and pushed the cabinet door back. The second time, it remains empty. Push it back. Bang. The third time, the fourth time, the monotonous, repetitive actions were gradually amplifying Li Mengyao's inner fears. Her eyes dared not leave the cabinet door. Every time she opened it, her heart would leap into her throat. Even though reason told her that nothing had happened the previous times, the darkness itself was full of room for imagination. The 9th time, the 10th time, the 17th time, she pulled it open again with force. Creak. Flutter. A dark gray shadow darted out from the darkness of the corner, almost grazing her face. Ah! Li Mingyao screamed in alarm. Her heart stopped. She instinctively jerked her head back, and the grip on her hand loosened. Oh no! She gritted her teeth, unleashing a fierce determination. Bang! Cabinet door closed. What just flew out was just a moth, but it almost scared Li Mingyao to death. Open close. Open close. The monotonous sound continued. Shun Qingxi and Lin Yu stood a step behind her, clenching their fists, feeling nervous for her. The 53rd time, Li Mingyao pulled the cabinet door open again with force. A wet, sticky sound suddenly burst forth from deep within the wardrobe. Immediately afterwards, a dark shadow pounced out from inside the cabinet. This time, it wasn't a moth at all. It was a strange insect the size of a house cat. Mingyao, watch out! It's a monster! Its body was forcibly fused together by countless maggots, with more than a dozen pairs of slender, pale limbs extending from both sides. Every knuckle is dancing. Although Li Mingyao heard the reminder, her mind went blank, and she could only instinctively activate the golden body card. Buzz! The strange insect missed its target. Almost simultaneously, the alloy steel blade slashed down. Lap! Li Mingyao snapped out of her daze in 2.5 seconds. Without time to think, she could only quickly open the wardrobe. Call! I was terrified. Lin Yu patted her chest, looked at the strange insect on the ground, and got goosebumps. Shun Qingxi also breathed a sigh of relief. Li Mingyao was almost in tears as she pulled the wardrobe shut. Please don't scare me anymore. But Chen Yu was standing to the side. Looking at the single free attribute point at the bottom of the panel, a slight smile appeared on his lips. Please, just a little more. Chapter 72, The Nurse's Temptation. The monotonous creaking sound began again. Li Mingyao's face was pale, clearly still recovering from the fear she had just experienced. However, the mission stipulates that the pause must not exceed 3 seconds. So she dare not stop. The 75th, the 76th. Hang in there, it'll be almost over. Shun Qingxi gave an encouraging word and stood aside, manipulating the shadow, ready to provide assistance at any moment. Lin Yu seemed even more nervous than Li Mingyao. The 85th, the 86th. Time passed second by second. The 91st time, the 92nd time. Hope is just around the corner. The 97th time. Creak. The cabinet door was wide open. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A pale, fleshy mass suddenly burst out. The surface is covered with pustules that are constantly swelling and contracting, and dozens of pairs of knuckles protrude from various parts of the sarcoma. A mouth full of sharp teeth suddenly opened. Li Mingyao was so frightened that she trembled all over and almost fainted. Chen Yu hasn't made a move yet. Shun Qingxi's eyes turned cold as she stood to the side. Beneath our feet, on the walls, the shadows cast by all the light were boiling. It instantly shrank to the location of the tumor. Puff! In just 1 second, the tumor exploded and spread all over the ground. Of course, Li Mingyao also picked up quite a bit of it. She forced herself to suppress her nausea and fear, but her hands had no choice but to continue opening and closing the wardrobe. Chen Yu's lips twitched. Shun Qingxi's hands are too fast. The tumor was crushed as soon as it appeared. Most importantly, not even a body was left behind. How the hell am I supposed to inhale this? Chen Yu tried for a long time, but couldn't extract a single attribute point. Especially when you look at Shun Qingxi's, no need to praise me, it's what I should do attitude. Chinyu fell silent. But after this incident, Chinyu also got a detailed look at Shun Qingxi's talent. It's said to control shadows. It's actually more like a skill that materializes and compresses the surrounding shadows to achieve a physical explosion. In a 1v1 situation, it's incredibly powerful. But if the opponent has more players, Shadow's performance will be much worse. 4 S-rank talent, that's top tier. After all, Shun Qingxi herself said that she was not afraid of facing S-class power. Bang! 98 times. Bang! 99 times. Bang! 100 times. Special rule for the second night. Recurring obsession. The rule has expired. The moment the sound disappeared, the chilling aura emanating from the wardrobe also noticeably subsided. It seems that everything should be alright tonight. But Lin Yu still looked nervous. She had been arrested last night after the rules became invalid. So her nervousness is understandable. Shun Qingxi whispered reassuringly, "Don't be afraid." Lin Yu nodded. Chinyu walked over and patted her on the shoulder. But he hasn't said anything yet. He noticed that Lin Yu was trembling all over and her face was flushed. Chinyu quickly withdrew his hand, and Lin Yu returned to normal. Chinyu? ? It's over. Li Mengyao could no longer hold on and collapsed backward, but Shun Qingxi reached out and caught her steadily. Get some rest. You're in charge of those two, senior. Chinyu spoke calmly. Shun Qingxi frowned. What is this? Chinyu calmly pointed to the door. I need to look for clues and help others with their missions while I'm at it. Shun Qingxi didn't expect that Chinyu would have the leisure to help others. He's not that kind of person, is he? Chinyu gave a few perfunctory replies, then bid farewell to the 3 women and walked out the door. Shun Qingxi actually had the nerve to ask. It was because she had ruined one of her attribute points. Although Chinyu felt he had suffered a huge loss, it wasn't unacceptable. After all, there's still 3 teams in the building, and they must complete this task. They are Doctor's team, Bank team, the Human Pig Squad. Based on Chun Yu's understanding of their courage, he guessed they were all passing the buck and hadn't even started yet. After all, not all teams are as united as theirs, with members volunteering for the mission. In this situation, Chun Yu was willing to act as the guardian and increase his attribute points. 3rd floor, room 312. Where Dr. Josh's team is located. A suppressed argument could be faintly heard coming from inside the door. Susi, Shuele, someone has to enforce the rules. Josh's voice was weary. The person who opens the cabinet is the most vulnerable to direct attack. My talent lacks combat power, so who among you can? Sister Josh. Susi said pitifully, look at me with such thin arms and legs. If something were to jump out of there, I would definitely faint from fright. Wouldn't that cause even more trouble? Zhang Shuile exclaimed. Sister Qiao, she is the best. You're an S-level nurse, definitely better than the 2 of us junior nurses. If we went, we'd only be a hindrance. Josh felt a wave of weakness wash over him. All right. She finally gave in, her voice weary. I'll do it. Sister Josh, you're so kind. Please be careful. Susi and Zhang Shuile immediately cheered and breathed a sigh of relief. Thump, thump, thump. A light knock sounded on the door. The 3 of them were startled at the same time. Who will come at this time? Josh warily gestured for the 2 to be quiet, then walked to the door and asked in a low voice, Who is it? Chinyu. A calm male voice came from outside the door. Josh was taken aback and quickly opened the door. Chinyu was standing alone in the dimly lit corridor. Chinyu? What's this? Just came up here to take a look around. Chinyu's gaze swept past her and into the room. Your team hasn't started yet. Josh stepped aside, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. Yes, it was just decided that I would be in charge. Chinyu narrowed his eyes, but did not offer any opinion. He simply said, You do your thing, I'll come in and keep an eye on things. If anything comes out, I'll take care of it. Josh was taken aback. Then his face lit up with joy. Really? Chinyu nodded. Yes, we have completed the mission. There are only a few bugs. Josh finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. She quickly stepped aside. Want to let Chinyu in? Immediately afterwards, Susi brought over a glass of water and carefully approached, saying, Brother Chinyu, you must be exhausted from dealing with a monster just now, right? Drink some water first to warm yourself up. She held the cup with her fingers slightly raised, and when she handed it to Chinyu, her wrist went limp and the cup wobbled slightly. A few drops of water splashed onto the back of Chen-Yu's hand. She immediately gasped softly, a blush spreading across her face. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I was so careless." As she spoke, she reached out to help him wipe it. Zhang Xuelei, on the other side, also quickly came over and looked up at him, saying, "Brother Chen-Yu, it's so good that you're here. We were almost scared to death just now." Sister Qiao, she was really something, insisting on going herself. She looked at Chen-Yu with admiration. "With you by my side, I'm not afraid of anything." After the two finished their performance, Chen-Yu spoke calmly. "Are you finished? May I go in?" The sweet smiles on the two women's faces froze instantly. Chen-Yu pushed them aside and walked between them. The two women could only awkwardly step back 2 steps. Josh shook his head and walked to the wardrobe. "Phew, I'm starting." Chen-Yu couldn't wait. "Start immediately." Chapter 73 Talent has drawbacks. About 10 minutes later, Chen-Yu walked out of room 312 with a satisfied expression. Behind him, 3 girls followed closely and saw him to the door. "Brother Chen-Yu, are you leaving already?" Susie leaned almost entirely against the door frame, the top 2 buttons of her shirt undone, revealing a dazzling expanse. She licked her lips with her tongue. "How about we sit a while longer? I'll give you a shoulder massage." Zhang Xuelei lost her footing, cried out ouch, and fell backward toward Chen-Yu's back. Her chest pressed firmly against Chen-Yu's arm. "Brother Chen-Yu, please help me up. You've helped us so much. We have to repay you properly." Chen-Yu suddenly remembered something and turned to ask, "By the way, where are your invitation cards?" Susie immediately handed over a black card, her face beaming with joy. Zhang Xuelei was the same, eagerly awaiting the answer. Chen-Yu asked curiously, "Two? Is this one from the bank team?" Zhang Xuelei nodded shyly. "Yes, we made a small exchange. I don't know how they convinced the bank team, but their desire to join their own team was overflowing." "Okay, well done." Chen-Yu chuckled and put the invitation card into his pocket. He turned and left. "Susie." "Zhang Xuelei? ? Wait, Chen-Yu, you have to give us the invitation cards." Yes. We'll only agree if it's given to us, right?" The two women rushed forward, wanting to ask for the invitation card. Chen-Yu made a shushing gesture. "Once the mission is over, there will be empty seats on the bus, which you can take. You can go back now." After saying that, Chen-Yu walked into the darkness. The two women wanted to say something, but they didn't dare follow them into the dark corridor and could only stare blankly. They eventually retreated back to their room. What does this mean?" "Yeah, they took our invitation cards." "He wouldn't use our invitation cards to invite those people from the bank, would he?" "I don't think so. Those people aren't even as pretty as us." The two women chatted back and forth. Josh sat on the edge of the bed, recalling the scene when Chen-Yu made his move, and couldn't help but feel shocked. Just how strong must one's heart be? How could he laugh when he saw those disgusting insects? Outside the door, in the pitch-black corridor, Chen-Yu continued walking towards the bank team. But unfortunately, they actually finished it, trembling and pushing each other. The cost was the death of one passenger. Right now, the only thing that's definitely not finished is Zhang Longqi and his team. They don't have hands at all, so of course they can't finish it. Branches. When Chen-Yu pushed open the door to room 205, the stench of blood was overwhelming. In the corner of the bedroom, 2 lumps wrapped in sheets stirred. It was Zhang Longqi and Lu Zixuan. To prevent them from reopening their wounds and bleeding to death, Josh bandaged them up and then bound them tightly with a sheet from their shoulders to their thighs, turning them into 2 cocoons with only their heads sticking out. Their mouths were also stuffed with strips of cloth, so they could only make mm sounds. Chen-Yu completely ignored their meaning and just gripped the handle of the wardrobe. Pull it open, then push it back in. Pull it open, then push it back in. Swift and emotionless. In the corner, Zhang Longqi and Lu Zixuan stared wide-eyed, making noises. 100 times completed quickly. Chen-Yu released his grip and absorbed the malevolent energy from the 2 insect corpses on the ground with satisfaction. From that night on, 5 free attribute points were obtained. 204, 1 point. 312, 2 points. 205, 2 points. If it weren't for this villa, Chen-Yu would find it hard to imagine where he could get so many attribute points. He pondered for a few seconds and finally chose sensitivity. He estimated that once his agility reached 30 points, his abilities would undergo a qualitative change. After that, consider other attributes. Basic attributes. Physical fitness, 100. Sensitivity, 25-15. Perception, 10. Charisma, 12-2. Spirit, 10. Luck, 10. When Xinyu returned to room 204, Shen Qingxi and Li Mingyao somehow got hold of a deck of cards and were sitting cross-legged on the carpet playing a game. Lin Yu huddled in the corner of the sofa. When she saw Xinyu return, she quickly moved closer and asked, "Xinyu, are you all right?" Xinyu nodded. "It's nothing." Li Mingyao tossed out a card while explaining. "Didn't I pass notes to the class representative? The class representative heard we were bored, so she passed us a mahjong set through the shared backpack. Want to play later?" Lin Yu whispered, "I don't know how." Li Mingyao pouted. "I can teach you. Otherwise I won't be able to sleep." Xinyu waved his hand. "You guys play. I need a rest." Suddenly remembering something, Li Mingyao quickly put the cards face down and walked to the table in the living room. Grab with both hands. Inside the transparent food storage container, bright red and glistening with oil, were piled high with crayfish that had been deveined. A rich, spicy aroma instantly wafted out. Question mark. Xinyu was taken aback. "Wait, where did the crayfish come from?" Li Mingyao was also taken aback. "Huh? Isn't this Yusin's talent? We eat it all the time." She didn't understand what Xinyu meant by those words. Xinyu frowned. They used their talents in the car?" Li Mingyao nodded. "Of course, and they brought them all to us." She opened the box, took a deep breath of the aroma, and exclaimed sincerely, "It's so great to have the class representative on the bus. She's practically the logistics department. Otherwise, even with ingredients, we couldn't eat in this godforsaken place." Shen Qingxi nodded. "Wang Yue is indeed meticulous. In our class, she's the one I feel most at ease with. Indeed, it's incredibly lucky to have someone deliver supplies to you via your backpack while you're doing a mission. Most racing teams can't do this." But Xinyu fell in a deep thought. Deng Yusin activated her talent, but she did not receive any resources in return. This shows that one's talent has its drawbacks. Long distances won't work. Or rather, in progress, unable to link, outside a mission. Xinyu stroked his chin, roughly analyzing. Eat. Li Mingyao urged him on and looked at Xinyu. Xinyu walked toward the bathroom. "I'm not hungry, you guys eat. I'm gonna wash up and go to bed." The smell of blood all over you can affect your sleep quality. This feeling was something I had never experienced in my previous life. After Xinyu finished speaking, he closed the bathroom door, and soon the sound of running water could be heard from inside. In the living room, after finishing their crayfish, the girls licked their fingers with lingering relish and decided to take turns washing up. Li Mingyao washed first, then Lin Yu. It was late at night when it was Shen Qingxi's turn. She took off her cardigan, revealing her full curves and slender waist through her fitted clothing. The waist-to-hip ratio was briefly visible in the dim light. She smoothed her slightly wavy long hair and said to the two women nestled on the sofa, "You two should get some rest." "Okay, good night, senior." Li Mingyao responded abshamindavli. The living room gradually quieted down. I don't know how much time passed. Thump! A loud thud came from inside the bathroom. Li Mingyao and Lin Yu were both startled awake. They looked at each other blankly, and then their expressions changed. They rushed to the bathroom door. "Senior? Are you all right? Senior, say something. Don't scare us." Chapter 74, The Bathroom Mirror, is strange. In response to Li Mingyao and Lin Yu, there was only deathly silence behind the door. How could this be? Li Mingyao was getting anxious and tried to turn the handle, but she couldn't. Lin Yu panicked slightly. Senior has S-level talent. She's so amazing. How could something have happened to her? Get out of the way. Xinyu had arrived at the door at some point and kicked the lock hard. Bang crack, with 10 times the strength of an adult. The old-fashioned door lock snapped open, and the door panel slammed open. A mixture of moisture and cool fragrance wafted out. Xinyu's gaze swept into the bathroom. Shen Qingxi collapsed onto the tiled floor, leaning against the edge of the bathtub. Her long, wet, black hair clung messily to her cheeks and neck, with water still dripping from the ends. She was wearing a beige silk slip dress, which clung tightly to her body after being soaked in water, clearly outlining every curve of her body with her thighs exposed. I guess she had just finished getting dressed, and then something happened. Xinyu stepped in, squatted down, and quickly placed his fingers on her carotid artery. The pulse is rapid and the body temperature is low. Senior? He spoke in a deep voice. Shen Qingxi's eyelashes trembled a few times before she finally opened her eyes, her pupils dilating for a moment before focusing. When he saw that it was Chunyu in front of him, he realized something and immediately tried to raise his hand to cover his clothes, but he didn't even have the strength to raise his hand, and he couldn't get up. Without asking any further questions, Chunyu picked her up and carried her horizontally. Mirror! Shen Qingxi leaned against him, her voice trembling, her eyes filled with fear as she glanced at the hazy mirror. New! Chunyu carried her, turned, and walked out of the bathroom, instructing Li Mingyao, who was standing dumbfounded at the door. Keep an eye on her. Everyone, don't go near the mirror yet. After saying that, Chunyu placed Shen Qingxi on the sofa in the living room. Then he unfolded a thick blanket and wrapped it around her cold body. Call! Shen Qingxi's wet hair clung to her cheeks, her small face tilted slightly upwards, her wet eyelashes trembling. She gripped the corner of the blanket tightly, her eyes fixed on Chun Yu's movements, lost in thought. Chun Yu's face collided with hers as she looked up. That glance caught me completely off guard. Chun Yu had seen her calm and composed, and she had seen her elegant and aloof demeanor. It was the first time I'd seen my senior, and she looked so broken. Li Mingyao said with some worry, Chun Yu, if it's not working, just break the mirror. Chun Yu was slightly taken aback and coughed. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Yes. Smash it, so it can never harm anyone again. Chun Yu turned around and shook his head. Do you all remember the male voice that echoed in everyone's heads when we first stepped into this villa? Li Mingyao and Lin Yu were both stunned and tried hard to recall. Last night was so terrifying, the opening remarks, my memory of them is already blurry. Shen Qingxi wrapped the blanket tighter around herself and whispered, I hid under the bed, I hid in the closet, I hid in the bathroom. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyao gasped, her eyes widening. You mean, the rules for tomorrow's third night are likely related to the bathroom? Lin Yu covered her mouth in fright. Could it be that mirror? Chun Yu nodded. If we destroy the mirror now, and then need it tomorrow, I don't want to bear the consequences of failing the mission. He saw that the three women were all deep in thought, and he figured they wouldn't be able to sleep well tonight. But he couldn't care less about all that. Senior Sister Shun. Chun Yu looked at the sofa and said righteously, You've been frightened, so you'll sleep in the inner room with me tonight, so we can take care of each other. Shen Qingxi was taken aback upon hearing this, and a blush instantly rose to her cheeks. Before she could respond, Chun Yu turned to the other two. Li Mingyao, Lin Yu, you two are responsible for keeping watch in the living room, focusing on the bathroom, but whatever you do, don't go in. Li Mingyao's eyes widened suddenly. Huh? Why? Why are the two of us guarding the living room? Her face was full of reluctance. Lin Yu shrank back in fright, saying, I'm scared too. Shen Qingxi whispered, Junior Chun Yu, I'm S rank, I can actually... You almost died just now. Chun Yu interrupted her, speaking coldly. Li Mingyao, are you doubting my decision? I told you, as long as you keep a close eye on the bathroom and don't go in, everything will be fine. Li Mingyao opened her mouth, looked at the dark bathroom, then at Chun Yu, but ultimately swallowed her protest and reluctantly said, oh, as an ex-girlfriend. He's utterly pathetic. Li Mingyao was almost in tears. She felt too insignificant, but there was nothing she could do. If there were a pill to undo regrets, she'd want to eat it. Shen Qing looked away, her blush still lingering, and did not refute further. She got up as instructed, the blanket revealing large patches of skin as she walked, both alluring and awkward in the dim light. She walked barefoot on the ground, following closely behind Chun Yu, into the bedroom. As their figures disappeared into the bedroom, Li Mingyao plopped down on the sofa, hugged a cushion, rested her chin on it, pouted, and her face clearly showed her displeasure. Lin Yu timidly moved to sit next to her and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Mingyao, isn't Chun Yu your boyfriend? Why won't he let you in? Li Mingyao was already annoyed, and her voice was muffled. Don't ask anymore. Lin Yu said, oh, and lowered her head, looking pitiful. Li Mingyao caught a glimpse of her expression out of the corner of her eye and sighed. Fine, it doesn't matter if I tell you. He and I broke up before the apocalypse. Real. Lin Yu suddenly raised her head, and her usually timid big eyes instantly became surprisingly bright. Li Meng. The next second, Lin Yu quickly lowered her eyes. I'm sorry, Mingyao, I was just too surprised. Li Mingyao narrowed her eyes, seemingly trying to see through Lin Yu, but she couldn't. Snort. I will definitely get Chun Yu back. As she spoke, She was completely unaware of the look Lin Yu was giving her, separated by a wall inside the bedroom. The lights were off, and the light was dim, with only the faint blue moonlight shining in from outside the window. On the large bed, Shun Qingzi sat leaning against the headboard. The blanket wrapped her tightly, revealing only a small section of her collarbone. She hugged her knees, still not fully recovered. Chen Yu sat on the other side of the bed, a person's distance away from her. Can you tell me now? What exactly happened? Chen Yu turned his head to look at the senior student beside him, feeling slightly hot. He knew that thinking about these things while people were still in shock was a bit reckless. But the woman beside her was Shun Qingzi. Before that doomsday, posters covered subway stations, and Nini was hailed as the dream girl of countless people. She was always elegant and poised on screen, seemingly untouched by worldly concerns. That star senior from Haicheng Film Academy, an assistant director, and the object of countless boys' fantasies. At this moment, all her glory has faded, exposed to dim light and shadow. The stimulation from this contrast is irresistible to any man. Shun Qingzi gathered her thoughts and recalled, I had just finished showering and was drying my hair with a towel. The bathroom was full of fog, and the mirror was very blurry. But out of the corner of my eye, I noticed something was wrong. Something's not right. Chen Yu narrowed his eyes and pressed for details. What exactly is wrong? Chapter 75 Senior. I just want you to be well. Shun Qingzi pursed her lips. The way I look in a mirror, my movements seem a little slower, but it's not obvious. At first, I thought it was just an illusion caused by the moisture. I stopped what I was doing and stared intently into the mirror. Then, I slowly turned my head to the right. She spoke while mimicking the gesture. The reflection in the mirror turned its head, but the speed at which it turned didn't match my rhythm. It's like it's imitating, but it's not quite right. Especially when I stopped what I was doing and observed her, it seemed like she was observing me, too. Although I was a little scared, I wanted to try again, so I raised my hand and touched the mirror. But just as his fingertips were about to touch the mirror, I just noticed that there really is a hand reaching out from the mirror. At that time, my scalp tingled. I subconsciously wanted to use my talent, but it grabbed my wrist. I don't know why, but my mind is really foggy and I can't use my talent at all. I looked up and saw myself with a grin that stretched from ear to ear. It couldn't possibly be human. After that, I know nothing more. After she finished speaking, she fell silent. That experience was so bizarre and terrifying that she couldn't recover from it for a while. Chinyu also fell into deep thought, muttering, an S-rank talent. It can't be activated. Shen Qingzi nodded. Back then, she raised one hand and moved her fingers towards a shadow on the floor beside the bed. However, the shadows on the ground remained unchanged. Question mark. Shen Qingzi's expression changed. How could this be? What about your talent? She looked at her hand in disbelief, tried again, and the result was the same. This discovery plunged her heart into despair. Her composure and confidence throughout have largely stemmed from this powerful S-class talent. But now, his talent is gone? Chinyu narrowed his eyes. In both his lives, he had never heard of a situation where one's talent couldn't be used. What secrets are hidden in the mirrors in this villa? As for the feeling of confusion that Shun Qingzi mentioned, he also felt it last night in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling mirror. So it's highly likely that they encountered the same thing. However, the outcome was different because Chinyu activated the golden bodycard quickly. What will happen if it is not activated? Chinyu shook his head, momentarily at a loss for words. Because no matter how many times it happens, he will immediately use the golden bodycard and smash the mirror, etc. Chinyu suddenly remembered what had happened after he broke the mirror. I also absorbed a free attribute point. If Shun Qingzi is affected by the mirror, does that mean she possesses? Chinyu. Shun Qingzi interrupted. What are you thinking about? What do you think is wrong with the mirror? Chinyu snapped out of his reverie and shook his head. I don't know. These paranormal events are just illogical. That's true. Shun Qingzi responded with a word and fell into a brief silence. After a few seconds, she suddenly sighed. Wet hair slipped down her shoulders, partially obscuring her profile. She instinctively bent her knees and shrank further into the blanket. But what will I do if my talent is completely gone? The talent isn't gone. Chun Yu shook his head. As long as the root cause is addressed, things will get better. Even if we take a step back, Your brain and judgment are far superior to most talented, but useless people. Talent is never the only means to survive. Shen Qingzi listened quietly, her gaze falling on Shen Yu's face, which seemed to have a different expression. Do you remember my talent? Shen Yu suddenly asked with a smile. Shen Qingzi nodded, replying with deep impression. Definitely, you can see the future. She then asked, in the future you see, will I still be able to use my talent? Shen Yu shook his head and said, what I want to tell you is seeing the future relies on a kind of future power, which can manifest before my eyes. And the future power also has another ability. Shen Qingzi's breath hitched. Shen Yu said calmly, that is to dispel evil spirits. The power of the future? Dispel evil spirits? Shen Qingzi was stunned. The amount of information was overwhelming. That's right, Shen Yu said firmly. It is extremely strong and masculine, and it can overcome all filth and misfortune. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, palm up. The reason you can't use your talent might be due to the evil influence of that mirror. I can try to dispel it. Shen Qingzi pursed her lips, choosing to believe Chen Yu, and reached out to place her hand in his palm. The Grand Tutor's vessel quietly activated. Sure enough, energy was emanating from Shen Qingzi's body. It's just a pity that the quantity is not large. This is far from enough to increase free attribute points. But Chen Yu didn't feel it was a pity. He had more important projects to do. He closed his eyes, his brows furrowed. A muffled groan escaped his throat, and his hands trembled slightly. It was as if he was enduring immense pain. Shen Qingzi was shocked and moved, yet also felt guilty. Chen Yu, stop! Don't move, Chen Yu said in a low, hoarse voice. Almost there, almost done. After about 10 seconds, he abruptly withdrew his hand, breathing heavily and coughing. Cough, 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 cough. He waved his hand, indicating that he needed to take a break. But he didn't forget to ask, Senior Sister Shen, how are you feeling? Shen Qingzi disregarded her own safety and hurriedly tried to help Chen Yu, but he gently pushed her away. She then calmed down, tentatively focused her mind, and tried again to move the shadow on the ground. This time, the shadows were lifeless. Following my will, it stretched to one side by a little over an inch. Although it wasn't much, I could see that it was effective. Shen Qingzi looked at Chen Yu with surprise and delight, her eyes filled with gratitude. Chen Yu? Thank you. Chen Yu waved his hand, his breathing gradually steadying. This Sha is extremely troublesome. Even with my innate abilities, cough, 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 I can't eradicate it completely in one go. I need to take it slowly, in multiple stages. Shen Qingzi frowned deeply. It's already so strenuous for you, just once. If we do it slowly in multiple sessions, won't we be completely drained? That won't do. It's too dangerous. Of all the vehicles, Chen Yu is the most important. She knows this best. How could Chen Yu waste so much effort on her? Chen Yu was silent for a moment before letting out a soft sigh. Indeed, if this continues, I won't be able to hold on before you recover. Cough, 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 but, Senior, I just want you to be well. Shen Qingzi suddenly opened her eyes wide. Looking at Chen Yu's face so close to hers, a surge of heat unexpectedly welled up in her eyes, but she suppressed it tightly. She never imagined that one day someone would place her safety in such an important position. Before the end of the world, the men who are good to you could line up from Haicheng to Beijing. But no man has ever said such romantic and heart-wrenching words to her. Chen Yu's eyes were clear and innocent. Actually, there's another way to alleviate some of the pain. What method? According to the feedback from the power of the future, the location of that malevolent energy is not evenly distributed, but concentrated near your chest, Senior. Chapter 76, Exorcising Evil Spirits for Senior Student in the Middle of the Night. Chest. Shen Qingzi was slightly taken aback, and subconsciously raised her hand to press below her collarbone. Is it because the height of the mirror is exactly facing my chest? She frowned, pondering the reason. This matter involves her talent, so you can imagine how important it is to her. But the more chaotic the situation, the more flustered she became, and the less she could figure out the reason. Chen Yu nodded, his expression serious, very likely. The mirror is of the Yin element and shares the same origin as your talent. This might be a targeted attack. That's not nonsense. Otherwise, why would the mirror only attack her? Perhaps Shen Qingzi's talent poses a threat to the mirror? That's why he acted ahead of time, wanting to get rid of her? What would have happened if I had arrived late? Shen Qingxi felt increasingly terrified. She raised her head and asked, Junior brother Chenyu, what does the method you just mentioned have to do with the location where the Yin Sha is lurking? Chenyu slowed his speech slightly and solemnly said, to resolve the Yin energy within you, two conditions must be met. First, you must directly contact the area where the Yin energy is strongest. Second, there must be no obstruction during the contact, and you must ensure that the loss of future power is minimized. After he finished speaking, he fell silent and waited for Shen Qingxi's response. Shen Qingxi froze completely after he finished speaking. Direct contact? No obstacles? Doesn't this mean that Chun Yu is going to... She shuddered, a surge of intense heat rising from the depths of her heart and instantly spreading throughout her body. In the dim light, senior sister Shun's collar loosened slightly, revealing her collarbone and the full, rounded curves below. Her wet, long hair clung messily to her shoulders, neck, and chest. This... She hesitated, not daring to meet Chen Yu's gaze. Chen Yu shook his head. Forget it, senior sister Shun. Don't make things difficult for yourself. It's just a matter of spending more time and effort. Since I promised to help you, I won't abandon you halfway. If it doesn't work the first time, try 10 times. If it doesn't work the 10 times, try 100 times. Shen Qingxi's heart clenched suddenly. In the days following the apocalypse, she had become accustomed to self-preservation, betrayal, scheming, and indifference. But Chun Yu, if they're so open and honest with themselves, willing to take on so many risks. She herself, but he hesitated because of that little bit of shame. The difference in quality is immediately apparent. All right, senior, keep using your palms. I'll continue to dispel the evil spirits and help you recover your talent as soon as possible. As Chun Yu spoke, he stretched out his hand, palm facing up. But in the very next second, Shen Qingxi suddenly reached out and grabbed his wrist. Chun Yu paused, then looked up at her. Shen Qingxi raised her head, her cheeks flushed crimson, and her eyes, which always held aloofness, now revealed a resolute determination. No, let's use the method you suggested. She didn't let go of Chun Yu's wrist, but instead used her other trembling hand to gently unbutton his shirt. She turned her head, her long eyelashes tightly closed, and bit her lower lip. Chun Yu, thank you. Chun Yu said righteously, Senior, it's what I should do. The next day, the blizzard seemed to have temporarily stopped, and outside the window was an endless expanse of white. Sunlight streamed into the villa through the dusty glass windows, casting a grayish-blue hue over the rooms. Chun Yu woke up on the big bed. Call. Li Mengyao had slipped in at some point and was curled up on the other side of the bed, fast asleep, emitting soft snores, while tightly clutching a pillow in her arms. Chun Yu yawned and slowly got up. Stepping out of the bedroom, Lin Yu was sleeping on the sofa in the living room, wrapped in a thin blanket. Meanwhile, Shen Qingxi had already gotten up at the dining table. She changed into clean clothes, a white t-shirt and sweatpants, her hair loosely tied back, but her face showed a hint of weariness. Crunch, crunch. She was tidying up the food containers on the table, which were neatly filled with cooked lamb rolls. There were also several small boxes of dipping sauce on the side. It must have been the supplies that Zhang Wanyue sent via the public backpack this morning. Hearing footsteps, Shen Qingxi looked up. Their eyes met briefly. A blush crept up Shen Qingxi's ears. She quickly turned her face away, avoiding Chun Yu's gaze. Ah, Junior Chun Yu, you're awake? Chun Yu remained calm as he walked to the table and casually asked, why is she in the room? Shen Qingxi explained, this morning I saw her sitting on the sofa with red eyes. She was listening to you and staring at the bathroom. I was afraid something might happen to her, so I quickly pulled her inside to sleep. Chun Yu nodded. All right, by the way, how's your talent recovery going? Shen Qingxi stopped what she was doing, raised her hand, and the shadow on the ground twisted slightly. It was noticeably more agile than last night, but it still had a distinct sense of stiffness. About 10% or 20% recovered. She smiled contentedly. I can barely control it now. Chun Yu said calmly, yes, it's good that there's progress. We'll proceed step by step. Chun Yu. Shen Qingxi's voice was soft, yet very solemn. Last night. Thank you so much, if it weren't for you. She paused, her brows furrowing, as if recalling something. Junior brother Chun Yu, after you helped me exorcise the evil spirit last night, You coughed so badly and your face was frighteningly pale. I almost thought you were going to faint. How are you feeling now? Is anything bothering you? Would you like to rest a bit more? Her words were full of concern. Chunyu waved his hand. It's all right. Don't worry about me. Let's continue tonight. Shun Qingxi's fingers trembled, and the faint blush that had just faded from her ears showed signs of reigniting. She wasn't a shy little girl, but all night long, she felt her face was flushed and her body was burning. It's all because Chunyu's hands had been so restless and unruly. Shun Qingxi didn't dare to reply, but changed the subject instead. By the way, the class representative passed me a note, probably for you, but I didn't see it. It's in the first compartment. Chunyu said, oh, and took it out directly. Above are a few lines of neat handwriting. Chunyu. Everything was fine in the car, and there was nothing unusual outside the villa. No reply needed. Please be careful. Zhang Wanyue. Chunyu flicked his wrist and casually stuffed the note into his pocket. Then he walked to the sofa and said casually, Lin, you wake up. It's time for breakfast. The class representative brought over the hot pot lamb. Otherwise my senior and I will run out. Lin Yu woke up groggily, rubbed her eyes, and obediently went to the table. Isn't her name Ming Yao? Let her catch up on her sleep first. She didn't get much sleep last night. Okay, let's eat first. The three sat around the dining table, the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Shun Qingxi also ate in small bites, occasionally answering Lin Yu's questions in a low voice. Chunyu ate his meat quietly, savoring the sensations of the previous night. Suddenly, he frowned, because he sensed a gaze upon him. Lin Yu seems to be looking at me. Chunyu remained calm, subtly glancing out of the corner of his eye as he reached for the dipping sauce. Lin Yu was seen with her head down, eating mutton in small bites, her cheeks puffed out, looking timid. Didn't you see it? Illusion? Chunyu shook his head and quickly finished his meal. Chapter 77, I'll do whatever you ask. A corner of the living room. The hands of the clock point to noon. Compared to yesterday's hustle and bustle, the villas seemed much quieter today. That makes sense, though, since almost everyone is already dead. After finishing the meal, Chunyu walked out of room 204 alone and came to the living room on the first floor. He immediately spotted the three members of the bank team, who were gathered with Dr. Josh. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Josh's face was pale, his lips were tightly pressed together, and he was clutching his medical bag tightly in his hand, which was covered in blood. Dr. Chiao, please explain more clearly. How could two perfectly healthy people... That's right. Haven't we completed all the tasks? The rules are over. Why on earth did that? You can't hide it from us. The bank team, consisting of 2 men and 1 woman, all seemed somewhat anxious. One problem after another. They were eager to hear from Josh what had happened the previous night. But Josh's mind was foggy, and his eyes were somewhat vacant. Just as the surrounding noise reached its peak, it suddenly fell silent. Josh looked up and saw that the 3 members of the bank team had covered their mouths. Following the line of sight, Chunyu had walked to the long table at some point, pulled out a wooden chair, and sat down. Dr. Chiao, what's wrong? You don't seem to be feeling well. Josh's face was pale, her eyes filled with terror. Chunyu, Su Si, and Zhang Shuilei are dead. They were attacked by monsters after the mission was completed. I would never lie to you. Chunyu nodded and comforted her. Yes, I know. Don't feel pressured, take your time. Josh swallowed hard. Last night, after you left, the 3 of us were exhausted. The assignment at the time was that I would take the first half of the night, and they would take the second half. Everything was fine at the time. But this morning, after I got up, I saw them lying at the doorway of the room, their bodies covered in bloody holes. Question mark. Chunyu was stunned. A blood hole? Josh's voice trembled. Yes, dozens of bloody holes from his chest to his legs, all through. The blood soaked the floor, but I didn't hear a sound all night. The bank team members were horrified and turned pale. Chunyu's eyes darkened slightly. Take me to see. Josh shuddered, but nodded nonetheless, turned and led the way, his steps unsteady. 3rd floor, room 312. As soon as the door was pushed open, a strong smell of rust hit the door. The floor in front of me was almost entirely covered in dark red blood. The 2 female corpses were covered with countless penetrating wounds, a truly terrifying sight. Their faces were still frozen in the terror of their deaths, their pupils dilated. Josh had already covered his mouth. She couldn't imagine what was happening outside while she was sleeping. Chunyu's expression remained unchanged as he stepped over the threshold, his gaze sweeping across. There were no obvious signs of damage to the room, or even any signs of a struggle. This illustrates the significant gap between the two sides. Chunyu walked to Susi's body, squatted down, and examined it carefully. He frowned and pinched a piece of glass-like material out of the wound with his thumb and forefinger. Blue, transparent. It's definitely not glass. This shouldn't be related to the attack on Shun Qingxi last night. Chunyu, have you discovered anything? Josh stood outside the door, hesitant to come in, and asked in a low voice. Chunyu shook his head. I didn't find anything. But you're coming back to sleep tonight. If you're this scared now, what will you do tonight? Josh's body trembled, his voice hoarse. If that thing really wants to kill you. Chunyu interrupted her, walked out of the room, and closed the door behind him. We should have made our move last night. The fact that it didn't make a move on you means it's not interested in you. But Josh wanted to say something more. Chunyu waved his hand. In this place, if something is really watching you, you can't hide from it. Don't sleep tonight. It's the last day anyway. Josh nodded. Okay. Chunyu didn't linger and turned to walk towards the stairs. There was one more thing he didn't say to Josh. The monster in room 312 is far more terrifying than the ghost face, the insects, or the mirror. If someone really wants to kill her, no one can stop them. Josh watched his retreating figure, then gritted his teeth, opened the door, and went inside. On the first floor, Chunyu walked to the restaurant. The 3 members of the bank team are still here. They were quite frightened by Josh's description and decided to stay there until nightfall. Where are your invitation cards? Chunyu got straight to the point and asked. The 3 were taken aback at first, then realized what was happening and waved their hands repeatedly. And no, we've already sent out all the invitation cards. Really, Mr. Chunyu, we wouldn't dare lie to you. Chunyu narrowed his eyes, somewhat disbelieving. After all, Susi and her group only exchanged 1 card with the bank team. They should still have 1 left. Unless one of them has already switched teams. Chunyu pondered for a moment and looked at the girl among them. But the next second, Mr. Chunyu, the boy with glasses instinctively took a half step to the side, completely blocking the girl's view. Question mark. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. She didn't have any either. We really don't have any. I swear. Having witnessed him kill so many people, this guy still dares to stand in his way. He's got some nerve. Could they be a pair of star-crossed lovers? Chunyu shrugged, a hint of regret in his expression. Okay. He turned and walked deeper into the hall, muttering to himself. I was wondering who among you would be willing to join my team. These words were, of course, meant for others to hear. The time that follows. Chunyu carefully wandered around the lobby, restaurant, and storage room on the first floor. The confidence comes from the remaining 173 golden body cards. He dug 3 feet into the ground, leaving nothing untouched by anything that could be smashed. The entire first floor of the villa was almost a garbage dump. Everything that should be broken was broken, and even things that shouldn't be broken were almost broken as well. However, there was still none that could be absorbed by the Grand Tutor's container. Is this the end? Although he had made a fortune from this mission, Chunyu still felt it was a pity. How awesome would it be to increase sensitivity to 30? Just as he was inspecting the storage room in the far corner, a voice came through. Mr. Chun? Mr. Chunyu. Upon hearing the clear female voice, Chunyu's lips curled up slightly. He turned around. As expected, it's that young woman from the bank's team. She was in her early 20s, with a clean and delicate face and soft features. She was the kind of woman whose beauty grew on you. She was wearing a uniform shirt, with 2 buttons undone at the collar, revealing a patch of fair skin. She wore a dark knee-length skirt that hugged her straight calves. Actually, Chunyu's resistance is quite good. But last night's close interaction with the big star has left some aftereffects. Especially this girl in front of me. The buttons on her collar were still fastened a few minutes ago at the restaurant. But it is open at this moment. This deliberate yet awkward display truly made Chunyu's body heat up again. Aren't you, with your 2 teammates? Chunyu pretended not to understand. The girl explained softly, I made an excuse to go to the restroom. That's why I came here to find you. Oh. Chunyu suddenly realized. And then? What do you want from me? The girl's eyelashes fluttered. My name is Zhou Xiaowei. Just now, what you were saying about the invitation card and joining the team. She paused, then said seriously, I know my talent might be useless, but I'm very obedient. I can clean vehicles, do laundry, cook. I can do all of those things. And I'm very grateful to you. I'll do anything you ask. Yes, Anything is fine. Chapter 78, I could kill like this. Oh, Chen Yu stroked his chin, his gaze falling on her face. Really? Anything is fine with you? Zhou Xiaowei felt flustered under his gaze, but she still nodded vigorously. Yes. Chen Yu looked at her for a few seconds and said, I understand. He extended his palm. The meaning couldn't be clearer. Zhou Xiaowei's breath hitched, and she quickly pulled out a black invitation card. Holding the invitation card in her hand, she hesitated for a moment. This card, Whoosh. Chen Yu didn't hesitate, snatched the invitation card, and stuffed it into his pocket. Zhou Xiaowei. The anticipated probing and negotiation. Even a possible ambiguous exchange did not occur. The other party didn't give her any chance to perform at all. Only then was Chen Yu satisfied. Excluding the one he gave to Dr. Josh, this was the third invitation card he had saved up in this game. Since you've chosen to join my vehicle, will your former teammates know? Chen Yu asked calmly. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Zhou Xiaowei's somewhat shy eyes. Them? Those two good-for-nothings. One only trembles when something happens, and the other is utterly useless. They'll never know. Chen Yu frowned. Never? Zhou Xiaowei said coldly. Don't worry, they won't live past tonight. I've already checked. The railing on the east side of the second floor is loose. In the dark, it's quite normal for them to slip and fall. After all, their deaths are clean for you, for me, and for our future vehicles. Chen Yu stared at her silently, his face expressionless. But in his eyes, there was only a deep sense of disgust. Oh, I see. Chen Yu slowly loosened his belt. I'm a little tired. Let's see how well you've kept your promise. About half an hour later, Chen Yu put on his clothes and walked out of the storage room without looking back. Inside the door, Zhou Xiaowei leaned against the cabinet and slumped to the floor. Her shirt was disheveled, her skirt was askew, and strands of hair were stuck to her flushed cheeks with sweat. He was panting heavily, his chest heaving violently. She slumped there, raised her eyes, and stared through the crack in the door at Chen Yu's departing figure. Why? Violence is one thing. They didn't even give me an invitation card. Her eyes were blank. She didn't understand. She really didn't understand. She clearly liked Chen Yu, this violent and domineering man. Is he planning to give me the invitation card as a reward at the end of the mission? On the other hand, Chen Yu walked calmly, intending to return to his room. He certainly wouldn't kill Zhou Xiaowei. After all, she gave him an invitation card, and he still owed her a favor. Not to mention, the fate of those two people in the bank team, including the bespectacled sycophant, is none of his concern. However, after that happy time, Chen Yu was certain that this hasty connection could not directly lead to a marriage, because Zhou Xiaowei may harbor resentment toward him. But Chen Yu didn't care, since he had never thought of inviting this scheming woman into the car. Question mark. As he walked, Chen Yu frowned. Here we go again. That feeling of having thorns in your back. It was as if something was lurking in the shadows, its gaze slowly licking the back of his neck. He whirled around, his gaze sweeping over his back. The spacious lobby on the first floor was completely empty. There wasn't a single person in sight. Or is it just my imagination? No, absolutely not. Chen Yu's heart sank slightly. Or wasn't he alive? He stood there, holding his breath for a good 10 seconds, until he was sure no one was around. He shook his head and started walking up the stairs. Perception seems to be more important than thinking. Chen Yu pondered whether it was time to stop the sensitive 25 points. Next, let's talk about perception. After all, many times you only have a sense of unease but can't actually perceive it, and that feeling is very uncomfortable. Mr. Chen Yu. An urgent call came from the right. Chen Yu turned his head and saw the middle-aged man from the bank's team running over. He had beads of sweat on his forehead, and his eyes kept searching around. Have you seen Xiaowei? It's that pretty little girl, she's on our team. The middle-aged man said cautiously, she's been separated from us for a while now and hasn't come back. Chen Yu remained calm and shook his head. I didn't see it. The middle-aged man felt somewhat helpless. Chen Yu then pointed to the west side of the hall. Perhaps you can go and take a look over there. There are quite a few storage rooms on the first floor, and some of them are rather hidden. The middle-aged man nodded upon hearing this. Okay, thank you. Xiao Zhao has already gone to see him. Before the words were even finished, a piercing scream shattered the silence of the villa. From Xiao Zhao. Chen Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. He exchanged a glance with the middle-aged man, and they both started walking. Turning the corner of the corridor, you'll see a half-open storage room door. Yu frowned even more deeply. This was the place he had just left. The middle-aged man walked in first, then immediately covered his mouth with both hands. His face turned ashen, and his whole body trembled violently. Yu also walked to the door. In the dimly lit storage room, Zhou Xiaowei lay sprawled on the ground in a contorted position, her face pale and her eyes wide open and empty, with a dark stain spreading beneath her. Her death was exceptionally gruesome. 2 holes were pierced through her chest. No, it's impossible. Xiaowei, look at me. The bespectacled man cried out incoherently. How could this be? You were perfectly fine just now. You said you'd be right back. We promised to live together. You lied to me. Get up. Yu watched silently, then squatted down, his gaze fixed on Zhou Xiaowei's chest. Sparkling glass shards. The wounds were exactly the same as those of Su Si and Zhang Shualei on the 3rd floor. What exactly is that thing? Yu muttered to himself, preparing to head home. But behind him, the bespectacled man, Xiao Zhao, suddenly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Yu's back. Was it you? I'm asking you. Did you do it? Yu paused, but didn't turn around. Are you questioning me? The middle-aged man standing nearby was shocked and rushed forward to grab Xiao Zhao's arm. Are you crazy? Xiao Zhao, shut up. This is not the time to talk about this. Xiao Zhao completely lost his mind, crying and shouting, It was you. Xiaowei. Her clothes were disheveled. It must have been you. You forced her, and then killed her to silence her. The middle-aged man turned pale with fright and tried to cover his mouth, but it was too late. Yu sighed softly. If I wanted to kill her, would I need to go through all this trouble? Xiao Zhao was taken aback. His head hit the ground. The headless Xiao Zhao fell straight to the side, landing on top of Zhou Xiaowei's corpse. Yu flicked his wrist, wiping away the blood droplet from the blade. You see, I could have killed him like this. After saying that, he sheathed his steel knife and turned to leave. The middle-aged man's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to even scream, only filled with fear. Chapter 79, Asymmetric Attachment. When Yu pushed open the door to room 204, a faint fragrance wafted in the air. It's the aroma of food. It's probably Zhang Wanyue who passed it over using a public backpack. Yu, you're back. Li Mingyao was the first to rush to the door. The class monitor made cumin lamb this time. It was in a thermal container. It was still piping hot. Thank goodness you came back. If you'd been any later. Yu walked to the dining table. How about coming back late? When he asked her that, Li Mingyao's eyes darted around for a moment. What else can I do? I'll save it for you. Shun Qingxi was using chopsticks to divide the mutton into several bowls. Perfect. Eat it while it's hot. By the way, what happened outside just now? Lin Yu sat quietly on a chair to the side, holding a small bowl in her hands and blowing on it gently. Yu waved his hand. It's nothing, you don't need to know, let's eat first. The 4 sat around the table, and they all sighed with emotion. Delicious. The girls on the bus must be eating and drinking a lot too. With Wanyue in charge, at least everyone will not be short of supplies. That's true. Hey, is this ghost villain mission almost over? We can leave tomorrow morning, right? If we can get through tonight safely, the mission should be completed by dawn. Yu ate his mutton quietly, listening to their casual conversation. After the meal, Yu put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a tissue. Have you finished eating, senior? Shun Qingxi raised her eyes, and when she met his gaze, her ears burned slightly, and she softly hummed in agreement. Let's go then. As Yu spoke, he stood up and grasped her arm. The exorcism last night wasn't completely finished. We need to continue while we still have some time, and put in a little more effort. Shun Qingxi didn't struggle, but obediently stood up as well. Okay. The 2 didn't say anything more and walked towards the bedroom one after the other. Bang! The gate is closed. Li Mingyao was still sitting at the dining table, staring blankly at the closed door. It felt like something was blocking my chest. She bit her lower lip, lowered her head, and stared at the table. She was clearly the most hard-working and dedicated one, but Yu's gaze. It seems like I'm spending more and more time on other people. Inside room 204. Yu had just helped Shun Qingxi move to the head of the bed. An unexpected voice rang out, coming from Red Phoenix Throne. Red Phoenix has identified Li Mingyao. Red Phoenix number 5. Connection type, asymmetric attachment. Connection depth, LV.10. Current effective multiplier, 100x. Question mark. For no apparent reason. How did my proud and aloof ex-girlfriend become Hongwon? And it starts at level 10? Does this mean that his ex-girlfriend was very loyal to him? To be honest, Chinyu didn't put any effort into her at all. He even considered that if he couldn't connect, he would abandon it decisively. What exactly is going on? Chinyu's lips twitched, but he didn't dwell on the reason. After all, having many Hongwon, a type of auspicious star, is definitely a good thing. This mission may have individual rewards, and even a tenfold or double reward is still a double reward. Chinyu. A fair hand waved in front of his eyes. Chinyu looked up, his gaze focused. As dusk quietly approached, the last few rays of light seeped into the room, mingling with the bedside lamp. Shen Qingzi was already leaning against the headboard. She wore only a white, tight-fitting short-sleeve top that accentuated her eye-catching collarbones. The fabric clung to her body, subtly revealing her full, undulating figure. She wore high-waisted, wide-legged jeans, which accentuated her slender waist, and her hips and legs, in a relaxed posture, had an unintentional tension. Shen Qingzi smiled slightly. Junior brother Chinyu, why did you suddenly drift off in a thought? Chinyu shook his head. It's all right. Let's continue the exorcism. Shen Qingzi blushed and nodded. Okay. Chinyu pointed to her clothes. Ahem, senior, the fabric of your clothes is too thick. It might hinder the penetration of the future power, and the effect might be reduced. I know. Shen Qingzi pursed her lips, her long eyelashes lowered, and she turned slightly to the side, her back to Chinyu. She raised both hands, grabbed the hem of her short-sleeved shirt, and slowly rolled it up. In the dim light, her back exuded an alluring, almost seductive quality, as if it were inviting anyone to pluck it. Could you turn off the light? Shen Qingzi did not turn around. Chinyu nodded. Of course. I'll do as you say. As he spoke, he reached out and, with a soft click, turned off the light in the bedroom. Suddenly, the bedroom became much darker. Chinyu pondered to himself that he really should find an opportunity to improve his perception attribute. Shall we start now? We have to get started. There's not enough time. Not enough. Yeah, I guess I'll have to exorcise the evil spirits for you every night when we get back to the car. Time slipped away silently in the darkness. After an unknown amount of time, Shen Qingzi had even gradually become accustomed to Chun Yu's exorcism methods. An untimely notification sounded. Special rule for the third night. Gaze into the mirror. Effective time, midnight to 0:30. Content. 1. You must look directly into your reflection in the bathroom mirror for more than 5 minutes with the lights off and the door closed. 2. Do not close your eyes for more than 1 second. 3. Do not look away from a mirror or touch the mirror surface. 4. If the reflection appears abnormal, continue staring at it and remember that it is you. Yes, the last night. The rules have been introduced. From the living room came Li Mengyao's suffocating cry. Chinyu, Senior Chun, the rules are coming again. Chinyu quickly withdrew his hand and said in a low voice, let's go out first. Good. In the darkness, Shen Qingzi hurriedly groped for the short-sleeved shirt she had just taken off. She could feel her fingertips trembling and her legs going weak. Chinyu didn't go far, but whispered a reminder. Don't worry, Senior. After the mission is over, we'll continue the exorcism and make sure your talent is fully restored. Shen Qingzi was taken aback. She hadn't been worried at all. Crunch. The bedroom door opened. Chinyu walked into the living room, where Lin Yu, as usual, huddled in the corner of the sofa, looking pitiful. Li Mengyao lingered at the bedroom door, not knowing how long she had been there. Shen Qingzi blushed. She was a little scared that she might scream because of the overflowing evil energy during the exorcism. Mengyao, did she hear everything? Chinyu, what do we do? When Li Mengyao saw Chinyu, it was as if she had found her pillar of support. She grabbed Chinyu's arm, her voice trembling with tears. Chinyu waved his hand. It's only 5 minutes. Don't scare yourself. Tears welled up in Li Mengyao's eyes. But the bathroom mirror is haunted. Senior Shun last night. Give. Li Mengyao was interrupted, and in front of her was a golden card. Golden body card. Chinyu said calmly. You have the weakest talent, so don't die too easily. Both Shen Qingzi and Lin Yu possess combat-type talents. The probability of instant death is not high. However, his ex-girlfriend, who was like a burden to him, probably couldn't hide her true feelings in front of the mirror. As a newly bound Red Phoenix, if she really dies, we'll suffer a huge loss when it comes time to settle accounts. I was counting on her doubling the money. Chunyu. Li Mengyao was completely stunned. Looking at the golden statue card in front of me, my mind was buzzing. It wasn't fear but being moved. With the special rules in place for the third night, everyone was on edge. He only had one of these things that could absolutely save his life, yet he gave it to himself. Li Mengyao lowered her head and pressed the golden card tightly against her heart. It was as if this was a spark that had suddenly lit up her dark world. At that moment, she even suddenly felt all the grievances, resentments, and bitterness since the apocalypse have gained meaning. Red Phoenix upgrade. Red Phoenix has identified Li Mengyao. Red Phoenix number 5. Connection type, asymmetric attachment. Connection depth, LV.15. Current effective multiplier, 150x. Question mark. Chapter 80, Night 3, Gazing in the Mirror. When Xinyu heard the prompt about talent, he was somewhat bewildered. Looking at Li Mengyao, he found that she was also looking at him. You could tell her eyes were red. This was also the first time Chunyu had experienced the Red Phoenix level jumping up and down in such a short period of time. Now, on my list of talents, Deng Yusin, subconscious security entrustment / physiological connection, LV.17. Wang Mingming, domestication link, LV.6. Yang Kursin, value contract / physiological connection, LV.11. Zhang Wanyue, trust consensus, LV.10. Li Mengyao, Li Mengyao has actually jumped to second place, up to 150 times the return. It's a pity she doesn't have the material talent of the class monitor or Yusin, otherwise she would be living the dream. Looking at it this way, is Wang Mingming at the lowest level? All they do is flatter and fawn, but their rank doesn't actually increase at all. Once we get back in the car, I have to teach her a lesson so she can catch up with the group. Wait, it's very simple. Keep in mind, how long have Yang Kursin and Chunyu known each other? Doesn't it still reach level 11? This shows that high-end connectivity often requires only the simplest connection method. Let's go, Chunyu. Shen Xingxi took the lead and opened the bathroom door. She took a deep breath. Don't look in the mirror after you go in. Look at it together when I give you my instructions. After saying that, she stepped inside. Lin Yu's lips turned pale. Do I really have to go in? Chunyu stood beside her and simply nodded. All right. Lin Yu responded softly and followed her inside. Li Mengyao stood at the door, seemingly lost in thought, when she burst into laughter, completely immersed in his own world. Chunyu. Let's go. Oh. Li Mengyao snapped back to reality, her smile fading. Let's go. We're leaving now. She hurriedly followed him inside, almost tripping over the threshold. Chunyu was the last to enter, and he closed the bathroom door behind him. Click. For people were crammed into the dimly lit, damp bathroom, with only a mirror in front of them. Shen Qingxi, with her back to the mirror and facing the three people, raised one hand. 3, 2, 1, see. The order was given. She turned around, and 4 pairs of eyes were simultaneously drawn to the mirror. The mirror is cloudy. Chunyu saw his calm face. Shen Qingxi noticed the tightly pursed lips. Lin Yu saw the trembling eyelashes. The moment Li Mengyao looked in the mirror, she thought of the gentleness from just now and almost laughed again, but she immediately realized something was wrong and hurriedly straightened her face. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. A deathly silence spread. Only suppressed breathing could be heard, along with the faint dripping of water from a distant pipe. All 3 girls were relieved. This damn task doesn't require me to face the mirror alone. Otherwise, they really would cry. Time stretched on and on in the dead silence of their staring contest. For the first 2 minutes, the world in the mirror simply replicates reality. But everyone felt a chill run down their spines, as if an eternity had passed. Until a certain moment, Li Mengyao's reflection in the mirror suddenly tilted her head. Li Mengyao gasped in surprise, her body instinctively wanting to lean back. Don't move. Chunyu immediately stopped her. Look in the mirror. Li Mengyao quickly stopped what she was doing and refocused her gaze. Then she saw something even more horrifying. In the mirror, a tear of blood seeped from the corner of my left eye and slowly slid down my cheek. Blood. My eyes. Li Mingyao's voice was trembling with tears. She dare not look, but she had no choice but to grit her teeth and watch. Chenyu had already caught a glimpse of it out of the corner of his eye. He whispered a reminder. It's the image that's bleeding, not you. The rules only require us to look, never, ever to get involved, or we'll surely die. As soon as the words fell, Shen Qingxi's reflection in the mirror also changed. On her neck, a black handprint became more and more obvious, deepening and turning purplish red. Shen Qingxi's breath hitched slightly, but her expression remained unchanged. Only her eyes sharpened. You are you, and I am me. This sentence sounds like he's trying to encourage himself. Lin Yu's side was also quite chilling. Her reflection showed a smile on her lips, her right hand raised from outside her field of vision, holding a fruit knife. The tip of the knife was pressed against his lower abdomen. Then slowly, cut it horizontally. Dark blood gushed from the wound, soaking through the clothes and meandering down. Shen Qingxi was right beside her, and even out of the corner of his eye, he was grinning from ear to ear. Lin Yu, it's all fake. Don't let yourself get involved. You're perfectly fine now, do you hear me? Lin Yu responded softly, and said nothing more. Chun Yu's mirror image was quite obedient, the only difference being that he would look at other girls. He might even lean forward slightly, as if he's about to come out. However, Chun Yu was not worried at all, and even looked forward to him daring to show his head. He swore he'd get a head injury. Unfortunately, the 5 minutes passed quickly, and it was over. Special rule for the third night. Gaze into the mirror. The rule has expired. All the eerie images in the mirror instantly returned to their original state. Li Mingyao shivered, not wanting to stay a second longer, and staggered out of the bathroom. Lin Yu followed him out with her head down. Shen Qingxi held onto the edge of the sink with one hand and touched her neck with the other. Aren't you leaving? With a flick of his wrist, Chun Yu conjured an octagonal hammer in his hand. Smash it before you leave. Splash! With a crisp crack, the mirror shattered instantly, shards scattering all over the ground. Chun Yu stood still and waited for 2 seconds. The Grand Tutor's container was activated, but it was silent and unresponsive. Once the rules were over, this mirror seemed to be just an ordinary mirror. It is not an object that harbors spirits. But during the game, he really didn't dare to smash it recklessly. It seems that this third night is destined to bring no free attribute points. Chun Yu sighed softly, casually put away the octagonal hammer, stepped over the broken glass on the floor, and walked out of the bathroom. Shen Qingxi followed. In the living room, Li Mingyao huddled in the corner of the sofa, hugging her knees, her eyes still somewhat glazed over. Lin Yu is the same. Chun Yu glanced at them and walked straight towards the door. Shen Qingxi quickly asked, "Where are you going?" "Next door." Chun Yu opened the door. "My points are waiting for me to save them." Li Mingyao hurried to the door, her voice trembling. "Chun Yu, you really have to go? What if the mirror over there is even more malevolent? We clearly completed the mission." Chun Yu turned around and said indifferently, "So what if it's weird? It can't steal my points." Li Mingyao was speechless for a moment after hearing his words. She clenched her fingers and took out the golden statue card from her pocket. "Then take this golden statue card. It's the only one left. I'm hiding in my room and won't need it for now." Chun Yu shook his head, turned and left the room. "I'm invincible. I don't need it." Li Mingyao stood at the door, watching Chun Yu's figure disappear into the darkness, unable to calm down for a long time. Shen Qingxi coughed as he looked at her. "Mingyao, take a rest first." "Oh, okay." Li Mingyao then realized what was happening and blushed.